A mysterious voice echoes through the void, calling out to our boy as the world's final hope. Han Seong looks absolutely exhausted, clearly worn down by a destiny he never asked to carry. A spectral hand reaches out to him, desperately pleading for the young man to save their dying world. Suddenly, dozens of these desperate souls swarm him, their silent cries for help weighing heavy on his soul. He stands alone against a literal sea of ghosts, all begging for a salvation he isn't sure he can provide. The pressure becomes suffocating as the voices intensify, making Han Seong feel like he's drowning in their expectations. Tears finally break through his stoic mask as the poor kid starts crying out for his mother. In this mental landscape, he questions why he was the one chosen to bear such a trash-tier burden. He admits to himself that he's reached his limit because being a hero is just too damn hard. His mother appears in the darkness, gently placing a hand on his shoulder and acknowledging her son's deep-seated fear. His mother reminds him he is the world's only hope, but the weight feels like a total curse. She reaches out to comfort him as he lies there, broken and sobbing from the sheer pressure. Her tone shifts instantly, coldly telling him to quit his whining and just die like a proper hero. Before he can even process the betrayal, 1,000 spectral hands drag him down into the dark abyss. Cold rain splashes against his skin, pulling him back from the trauma of his own suffocating subconscious. Our boy is completely spent, staring at the sky while wondering if he will ever catch a break. He groans while forcing himself upright, surrounded by the ruins of a world that refuses to save itself. He grips his sword with trembling hands, annoyed that his dream of resting was just another cruel lie. Standing tall despite the exhaustion, he prepares to face whatever trash-tier monsters are lurking in the downpour. A pack of hulking beastmen closes in, their eyes glowing with a primitive hunger for hero blood. Han Seong sighs, realizing these monsters won't even let him catch his breath for a second. He looks down at the massive swarm of annoying bastards, knowing he's completely outnumbered. The beastmen snarl and snap their jaws, eager to tear our boy limb from limb. He takes a deep breath, his eyes glowing with a cold, lethal focus as he locks in. Without a hint of hesitation, he dives headfirst into the trash-tier mob with a burst of energy. The monsters can barely react as the savior they were hunting suddenly becomes the predator. He draws his blade in one fluid motion, ready to paint the rainy streets with monster blood. A single, massive slash tears through the crowd, sending limbs flying in every direction. He lands a brutal blow, crushing a beastman's skull under his boot like it's nothing. Vaulting back into the air, he prepares to finish off the rest of this pathetic army. Han Seong plunges back into the fray, his blade humming with the weight of a world's desperate hope. The impact is absolute, a shockwave of pure power that sends the trash-tier beastmen flying like broken ragdolls. But even a hero has his limits, and our boy is gasping for air as the adrenaline fades. He hacks up blood, his body screaming in protest while he uses his sword just to stay upright. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes through the rain, mockingly calling him the true hero of a dying humanity. A massive, purple-scaled nightmare named Fafnir rises from the ruins, completely dwarfing the exhausted warrior with its presence. The beast stares down with a predatory hunger, admitting that the strength our boy possesses is actually enviable. Fafnir introduces itself, its voice vibrating through Han Seong's very bones as he stares up in silent defiance. The dragon looms over the battlefield like a living calamity, making the previous army look like a joke. It declares that he has earned the right to be consumed, promising to make his power its own. The battlefield is a chaotic mess of purple energy and rain as the final blow lands. Our boy hits the dirt hard, hacking up blood as his body finally gives out on him. Every breath is a struggle, and he can barely keep his eyes open through the crimson mask. Fafnir looms over him like a god of death, mocking the very idea of a hero. Below them, the beastmen army continues to swarm the ruins, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Monsters fill the sky, ensuring there is absolutely no escape for any survivors left in this hellscape. Han Seong stares blankly, the taste of iron in his mouth a reminder of his total defeat. He is haunted by the crushing realization that he failed to protect a single soul despite his power. The dragon laughs at his misery, preparing a strike to end the pathetic life of this so-called savior. As the massive fist descends, our boy accepts his fate, feeling like nothing more than a failure. A distant voice echoes through the void, calling out a name he hasn't heard in a lifetime. Our boy's eyes flutter open, but the hellish battlefield he remembers has been replaced by blinding light. He blinks in disbelief, struggling to process the fact that he is still drawing breath. A bunch of classmates look down on him, asking why he suddenly collapsed like a total weakling. He is utterly dumbfounded, unable to reconcile these peaceful faces with the carnage of his final moments. Bolting upright, he scares the daylights out of his friends who think he is acting like a ghost. The weight of the situation settles in, as he realizes he isn't in the afterlife at all. He stares at his unscarred hands, finding them free of the blood and grime of 1,000 battles. Looking toward the horizon, he sees a clear sky that hasn't been choked by draconic smoke for years. While his friend watches him nervously, our boy realizes he has been given a second chance at life. Kim Soo-hyun is still in a daze, while this trash-tier bully gets right in his face. The bullies just laugh, thinking he is some weakling who has finally lost his mind. One of them grabs his collar, telling him to shut up and prepare for a beating. Our boy is still struggling to believe these guys are actually standing in front of him alive. The bully loses his patience and swings a heavy fist, aiming to crush him into the dirt. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun reacts on pure instinct, catching the punch with a grip like cold steel. Before the loudmouth can even process the situation, our boy prepares a devastating counterstrike. He delivers a clean, brutal punch that connects perfectly with the bully's jaw. The attacker is sent flying back, his ego shattered as he tumbles across the pavement. The rest of the student group stands there, completely dumbfounded by the sudden display of power. Kim Soo-hyun stares at his hand in shock, trying to apologize for the accidental display of brutal strength. The trash-tier bully clutches his face, but the sudden wail of police sirens forces an early retreat. As the punks scramble away, they bark threats about tomorrow, leaving our boy standing there completely dumbfounded. He starts questioning his sanity because everyone is calling him a name that definitely isn't his. The adrenaline fades, and the pain kicks in, forcing him to the ground in this confusing new reality. While struggling to stand, he notices a discarded phone lying among the debris of the construction site. He picks up the device, hoping it might provide some answers to this bizarre identity crisis. Our boy scoffs at the ancient tech, wondering why anyone would carry a phone this old. His breath hitches as he stares at the screen, finally noticing something that chills him to the bone. He realizes with horror that the reflection staring back isn't his face, but the face of a stranger. Back in 2042, the world basically went to hell when dungeons started popping up everywhere. These trash-tier monsters crawled out of the gates, turning every city into a literal graveyard. It was a total massacre as the Beastmen army tore through humanity's peace without a shred of mercy. But then, some humans suddenly gained insane powers, becoming the only ones capable of fighting back. Our boy was one of these legendary awakened, standing as a beacon of hope against the darkness. Even after everyone else bit the dust, he kept swinging his blade as the world's last survivor. He was the strongest awakened to ever live, yet he ended up alone in a dead world. Cut to the present, and a grumpy detective is grilling him about his identity in a police station. Kim Soo-hyun stammers out his name, feeling completely out of place in this weak, unscarred body. The officer keeps pressing for his age, leaving him struggling to remember his own basic birth details. Our boy looks around the station, feeling the cold sweat of a man who clearly doesn't belong here. He spots a calendar on the wall, and his heart nearly stops seeing. The year is 2022. If his memory is right, he should be in 2042, making this a 20-year jump into the past. Since he's stuck in this youthful body, he decides to play along and claim he's 19 for now. Detective Park isn't buying the act, finding it suspicious that this kid only remembers his name and age. Soo-hyun ignores the nagging and wonders if this is just some cruel, draconic illusion cast by Fafnir. He vividly remembers the hellish battlefield where he died, a world reduced to nothing but ash and rain. But as he clenches his fist, the sharp sting of reality proves this isn't some trash-tier dream. It finally sinks in that he's actually regressed, leaving him dumbfounded by this impossible second chance at life. Still, he stares at the memory of Hansong and wonders how he'll ever reclaim his former power. Detective Park is fed up and tells him his mother will be there to collect him shortly. He warns our boy to avoid construction sites, mentioning that something suspicious has been lurking around them. Just then, a woman bursts in, her voice trembling as she calls out for her son. She's absolutely frantic, grabbing his face and demanding to know why he's even at a police station. With tears in her eyes, she asks if he's all right, clearly terrified for his well-being. Soo-hyun stands there frozen, realizing he's now face-to-face with the mother of this body's original owner. As they leave, the orange glow of the sunset blankets a city that feels both familiar and foreign. She's suspicious about him forgetting their home address, but he plays it off as simple moving stress. It gets even more awkward when she notices him using formal speech, something he never used to do. Our boy is internally panicking, desperately trying to figure out how to act like a normal teenager. Soo-hyun internally debates if he should just apologize first for all the trouble he's caused her. His mother doesn't wait for an answer, reaching out with a handkerchief to clean his battered face. She mentions the trash-tier bullies from his school, wondering when those punks will finally grow up. As she wipes his cheek, she firmly tells him to speak up if they ever bother him again. She grips his hand tightly, promising that she won't let them off so easily next time. Our boy is completely dumbfounded by her protection, feeling a warmth he hasn't known in years. When she suddenly pauses, he flinches nervously, still struggling to act like a normal, innocent teenager. She looks around the park, noting how strangely empty it is for this time of day. Soo-hyun realizes she's right, and the eerie silence starts to trigger his old combat instincts. Suddenly, a massive claw slams into the pavement, signaling that the piece is officially over. A low growl vibrates through the air as a predator reveals its razor-sharp fangs in the shadows. His mother wonders why he's lagging behind, completely unaware of the monster lurking just a few feet away. Our boy's regressor instincts flare up as he hears the unmistakable sound of claws digging into the ground. Suddenly, a massive beast bursts from the tree line, sprinting toward them with a hunger that's purely animalistic. As the creature lunges, Soo-hyun's heart drops because he knows exactly how much damage these things can do. He reacts in a split second, shielding his mother and leaping away just as the beast strikes air. The monster skids across the pavement, frustrated that its easy prey managed to dodge such a lethal pounce. Staring at the beast, he realizes this isn't just a monster. It's a werewolf. A true trash-tier nightmare. He connects the dots to the police investigation, realizing they were hunting a killer that isn't even human. If these monsters are already here, it means the global outbreak has officially begun much sooner than expected. Back in 2022, outbreaks were peaking, making it common for monsters to spawn right in the city streets. Our boy knows he can't fight barehanded, so he desperately scans for anything that can serve as a weapon. He settles for a discarded umbrella, hoping it'll be enough to pierce through some thick monster hide. His mother is completely dumbfounded, while Soo-hyun warns her to stay still so he can handle the threat. Even though he's stuck in this weak body, he knows these trash-tier mutts won't be a problem. The beast lunges with its jaws wide open, aiming to tear his throat out in one swift bite. With regressor-level precision, he drives the umbrella into the beast, proving he hasn't lost his edge. Blood sprays everywhere as the monster realizes it picked a fight with the wrong high schooler. The creature snarls in pain, its eyes glowing with a feral rage as it tries to recover. Suddenly, he senses something off, his instincts screaming that the danger is far from over. Kim Soo-hyun tries to hold the line, but the beast's raw power is way more than he expected. He curses his shallow strike as the monster effortlessly pins his only weapon against the cold pavement. Being stuck in this trash-tier body is infuriating, especially since his old self would have ended this instantly. Just as he wishes for his awakened powers to return, a second predator lunges from the shadows. Our boy's heart sinks when he realizes he's completely outnumbered and pinned down with no escape. Suddenly, his mother throws herself into the fray, desperately tackling the beast to keep it away from him. He stares in utter disbelief, his mind racing as he watches her put everything on the line. Panic sets in as he screams for her, watching the chaotic struggle unfold right before his eyes. The monster brutally tosses her aside, leaving her crashing into the ground while he watches helplessly. Hez left completely dumbfounded, wondering why she'd risk her life for someone like him. Our boy desperately fends off the beast, but his trash-tier body can barely keep up with the onslaught. He rushes to his mother's side, screaming her name as the monsters circle like vultures. Holding her trembling form, he frantically asks why she'd risk everything for a failure like him. She weakly reassures him that she's fine, though her fading strength tells a much darker story. With her last bit of energy, she begs him to survive, leaving him completely dumbfounded and broken. The light leaves her eyes as she goes limp, sending a cold shiver straight through his soul. He stares at the ground in silence, the weight of his failure crushing what's left of his heart. As the beasts close in for the kill, a dark, suffocating aura begins to bleed from his very pores. He slowly turns his head, his voice dropping to a gravelly tone that reeks of pure, unadulterated malice. With eyes glowing like a true predator, he asks the monsters if they're actually looking to die today. The monsters actually flinch as our boy's murderous aura makes them reconsider their life choices. Suddenly, the vision of the apocalypse snaps back to the quiet, moonlit park, where he stands alone. He tries to move, but his legs buckle, making him realize his current body is absolute trash tier. Both he and his mother collapse onto the cold bricks, as his strength completely deserts him. He stares at the sky, utterly dumbfounded by how quickly his energy drained from a simple scuffle. It's a bitter pill to swallow, realizing the former hero is now stuck with such pathetic stamina. Despite the exhaustion, he manages to lift her up, determined to get her to safety before collapsing. His back screams in protest as the injuries from the earlier fight finally start to catch up. He stops dead in his tracks when a nagging thought about his regression finally starts making sense. As the sky turns a deep purple, he realizes the peaceful life he wanted is already slipping away. He finally reaches the apartment, the quiet building, a stark contrast to the chaos he just escaped. His mother collapses onto the sofa, letting out a sigh of relief for finally making it back home. Our boy is gasping for air, thanking his lucky stars he found an address inside the wallet. He watches her toss and turn, his heart heavy as he realizes how close they came to disaster. She mumbles his name in her sleep, trying to reassure him that everything is going to be fine. But then her tone shifts, desperately pleading for him to just run away and save himself. Soo-hyun stands there dumbfounded, the weight of her sacrifice finally starting to sink into his soul. He remembers the sight of her facing down those trash-tier monsters just to give him a chance. It hits him hard that she risked her life against the beastmen just to keep him safe. Looking at her now, he realizes he needs to become strong enough to ensure she never suffers again. Soo-hyun stares at his hands, disgusted by how fragile and trash-tier this new body feels compared to his old one. He clenches his fists, realizing that struggling against a few weak monsters is a pathetic start for a former hero. Our boy starts spiraling, wondering if he was really reborn into such a useless shell just to fail again. The memory of his former self, Han Seong, looms over him as a reminder of the mistakes he can't repeat. Suddenly, the air around him glitches with mana as a mysterious system begins to manifest in the room. He takes a deep breath to steady his nerves while the Tower of Trials starts requesting a connection. The system scans his soul, seeking confirmation that he's the right user to handle the upcoming carnage. Once the approval clears, Soo-hyun prepares himself for the reality-bending power that's about to be unleashed. A massive gate to the unknown tears open, identifying him as the primary subject for the next trial. As the digital abyss swallows the room, he realizes his journey back to the top is finally beginning. Our boy realizes this body actually has talent, meaning he can finally start over for real this time. He notes that he's diving into the abyss much earlier than he ever did in his past life. With his mind made up, he decides there's absolutely no reason to hesitate on this path. The system officially welcomes him to the Tower of Trials, as the digital landscape shifts into place. This realm is commonly known as the Abyss, a hollow where demons are supposedly punished for eternity. Most challengers grind through these floors just to earn the right to be called an awakened warrior. But our boy knows there's a specific system here that matters way more than just clearing floors. The first trial officially kicks off, and the system identifies him as the primary subject for the challenge. When prompted to select a difficulty level, he stares down the prompt with ice-cold focus. He chooses the maximum difficulty of level 10, aiming to master the tower's most brutal hidden mechanics. Our boy knows that higher risks in this tower mean much better loot for his future. He plunges straight into the first floor, ready to face whatever the system throws his way. The arena materializes around him as the system begins calibrating the insane level 10 difficulty. Even though he only reached level 8 before, he wonders if he can actually survive this. He quickly shakes off the doubt because failing here isn't an option if he wants to win. If he just repeats his past mistakes, he'll only end up dead under Fafnir's heel again. A massive arsenal of spectral weapons appears, prompting him to choose his tool for the slaughter. Stone guardians begin to stir in the distance, sensing a fresh challenger entering their domain. Gripping his blade with white knuckles, he vows to keep moving forward, no matter the cost. Hours pass by in the outside world, while he's busy grinding through the tower's brutal opening act. Our boy lets out a gut-wrenching scream as the sheer terror of his situation finally breaks him. He collapses to the floor, pathetically begging for a savior, while a massive beast closes the distance. Two predatory wolves from the Beastmen army circle him, sensing his weakness and preparing for the kill. He frantically searches the shadows, hoping against hope that he isn't actually alone in this nightmare. One monster lunges with a deafening roar, its fangs inches away from ending his second chance early. Suddenly, his regressor consciousness surges forward with glowing eyes, finally finding the resolve he needs to fight. The cowering boy is left dumbfounded as a massive burst of energy suddenly pushes the predators back. Kim Soo-hyun leaps into action, delivering a brutal kick that sends one of the trash-tier wolves tumbling away. Gripping a simple umbrella like a legendary sword, he prepares to show these beasts true human strength. He slams a spectral dagger into the earth, unleashing a mana explosion that wipes the monsters from existence. The Beastmen army gets shredded as our boy's mana erupts, leaving nothing but dust in his wake. Soo-hyun stares them down with cold eyes, promising that not a single one of these monsters will escape. The last trash-tier wolf whimpers in fear, realizing its supposed prey has become the ultimate hunter. A blinding flash of blue light marks the end of the struggle, erasing the remaining threats instantly. Standing tall, Soo-hyun receives the notification that he's officially cleared the first floor's final level. Meanwhile, in the town below, the system updates the rankings, sending shockwaves through the local community. A group of players stands dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the impossible score that just appeared. Our boy has claimed the top spot with over double the points of the previous record holder. The news of a rising star spreads through the Tower of Trials like wildfire, drawing everyone's attention. As Soo-hyun steps back into the light, the crowd begins to wonder just who this monster really is. Soo-hyun finally steps back into the familiar town square, feeling a wave of nostalgia for this brutal place. He looks around with a sharp gaze, knowing exactly how much blood will be spilled in these streets. This is the Tower of Trials, a massive abyss where every single floor contains its own unique world. To advance, every player must face a trial, a rule that remains the only constant in this chaotic tower. While most survivors huddle on the second floor, our boy knows he needs massive achievement points to thrive. Back in the trial zone, he delivers a devastating blow that splits a flying monster clean in half. He stands amidst a pile of trash-tier corpses, catching his breath after the absolute slaughter he just unleashed. A blue system window pops up to confirm his victory, and he wipes the sweat from his brow. Feeling the weight of his blade, he realizes his legendary combat senses are finally starting to return. As the rewards pour in, the system calculates his impossible score and officially ranks him as number 1. Our boy notes his stats are climbing way faster than they ever did in his previous life. With over 2,000 points banked, he figures he is finally ready to tackle the next floor. He arrives at the hub, deciding it is time to go all out on a much-needed shopping spree. He stops in front of a familiar shop, already knowing exactly what he needs to survive. The bell chimes as he steps inside, his regressor knowledge leading him straight to the best gear. A beautiful dark elf greets him with a smile that is clearly designed to empty a player's pockets. She leans in, instantly pegging him as a fresh face who just climbed up from the lower trials. This is Veli, a merchant who loves giving recommendations that usually cost more than they are worth. He is not falling for her charms and immediately demands the leap skill to boost his mobility. When he asks for the rare transformation skill next, even the crafty merchant looks a bit caught off guard. Veli lists the steep prices, clearly testing if our boy is just another broke dreamer. He just smirks, knowing his secret stash of points is more than enough to cover the bill. The transaction goes through instantly, leaving the merchant absolutely dumbfounded by the massive payment. She slams the counter in shock, demanding to know where a rookie got that kind of cash. The elf explains that nobody earns that much on the first floor, unless they are a total monster. Soo-hyun maintains his poker face, claiming he is just an average guy looking for a fair deal. He makes his exit as the bell rings, leaving the merchant to wonder who he really is. Stepping out into the hub, he takes a moment to appreciate the calm before the next storm. Our boy checks his dimensional pocket, confirming the inventory system is working exactly as he remembered. While sitting on a bench, he audits his new gear and rations to ensure nothing was forgotten. Our boy uses appraisal on his new skill books to see if they are worth the heavy investment. He notes that every skill requires specific mana levels and grows stronger through constant proficiency training. Transformation stands out as a rare growth-type skill, the only one available in the tower's basic store. Along with skills, he pulls out a mana catalyst, an item just as vital for his early progression. This diluted catalyst might be low grade, but it effectively amplifies his mana load based on his current stats. Most rookies ignore the basic reward shop, but Soo-hyun knows exactly which cheap items are actually hidden gems. He realizes that focusing only on climbing the next floor causes most players to miss these essential treasures. Sitting on a bench, he prepares to down the foul-tasting liquid to give his magical abilities a boost. He feels a sense of relief knowing his past life's memories are giving him such a massive head start. Just as he prepares to drink, a shadow looms over him, and a stranger interrupts his quiet moment. A stranger with a massive blade suddenly approaches our boy, catching him completely off guard. Soo-hyun is dumbfounded because he didn't sense the guy's presence until he was right there. The red-haired swordsman quickly apologizes, realizing he might have come on a bit too strong. Looking closer, Soo-hyun's eyes widen as he realizes exactly who is standing before him. This is Choi Hakjun, a man known as an absolute genius among the awakened in the abyss. However, in the original timeline, he became the primary culprit behind a horrific guild massacre. Back then, he was a cold-blooded monster with a murderous aura that could freeze anyone's blood. Seeing him now, he looks like a totally different person, acting friendly and even a little awkward. Hakjun wonders if he has something on his face since Soo-hyun is staring so intensely at him. Soo-hyun shakes off the shock, noting the lack of bloodlust, and asks what the genius wants. Hakjun admits he has been tailing our boy since the shop, impressed by his sharp eye for gear. Soo-hyun clenches his fist in frustration, realizing he let a future monster follow him without even noticing. The red-haired genius leans in with a smirk, preparing to drop a request that catches Soo-hyun off guard. Feeling the weight of the situation, Soo-hyun gulps as he tries to predict this psychopath's next move. Suddenly, the murderous aura vanishes as Hakjun begs to join his party like an overexcited golden retriever. Fast forward to the second floor's final stage, where the goal is to survive a high-stakes heist. One of the reptilian guards sniffs the air, sensing an intruder has made off with their precious treasure. The forest floor crawls with soldiers, all of them desperate to hunt down the thief who robbed them. Soo-hyun holds his breath, knowing one wrong move will alert every lizard man in the vicinity to his location. From high above, he watches the search party pass, waiting for the perfect moment to make his escape. Soo-hyun realizes these Charles clan hunters are expert trackers, making a quiet escape nearly impossible for him. He examines the stolen treasure, wondering why the difficulty spike for this stage is so ridiculously high. Turns out the necklace has zero combat effects, serving only as a heavy burden he must protect. As he ponders the best way to survive the forest, the system's vague instructions start to click. Suddenly, our boy has an epiphany about the true nature of this trial's survival requirement. Below him, a reptilian soldier sniffs the air, closing in on the scent of the intruder. Instead of hiding, Soo-hyun drops from the canopy like a predator, catching the lizard man completely off guard. He draws his blade with lethal intent, deciding that the best defense is a total offensive. With one swift motion, he cleaves through the hunter, proving he isn't some trash-tier prey to be hunted. He realizes that surviving this forest doesn't mean running away, it means being the last one standing. He stands surrounded, realizing the only way through is to wipe out every single monster in this forest. One lizard man lunges with a spear, but our boy is already moving before the strike even lands. He carves through the first attacker, the system rewarding his lethality with a flood of achievement points. He becomes a whirlwind of steel, leaping between targets until the clearing is painted in reptilian blood. Catching his breath, he admits that while a party might be safer, it would only slow him down. He recalls a time when Choi Hak-jun complained about how hard it was to find reliable teammates. Back then, he questioned why the guy was so fixated on a mid-tier challenge like level 8. Hak-jun just gave him a knowing look, hiding the dark potential that would eventually consume him. Now, Soo-hyun knows that level 8 is trash tier, compared to the absolute peak he needs to reach. With his resolve hardened, he dives back into the fray to continue his one-man massacre. A massive beast looms over our boy, but he doesn't even flinch at the sight of the monster. Soo-hyun smirks because the floor boss finally showed its face to give him a real challenge. He launches himself into the air, closing the distance before the creature can even react to his speed. Gripping his blade, he vows to drag this so-called apex predator straight to the bottom of the food chain. With one clean strike, he shreds the boss into pieces, proving his regressor skills are on another level. The system rewards his lethality with a unique necklace capable of healing even the most fatal wounds. Resting by the fire, he realizes hunting these trash-tier mobs was the best decision he's made yet. Looking at his status, he notes his stats are climbing way faster than they ever did before. His transformation skill is the secret sauce, allowing him to dissect and understand every enemy habit perfectly. He absorbs the boss's berserker ability, knowing this power-up will be a literal lifesaver during future emergencies. Our boy catches his breath, realizing even trash-tier hunts provide massive benefits for his growth. Suddenly, he senses something off, snapping out of his victory high to stay on guard. Turns out his fatigue is hitting critical levels, but he can't help smiling at his progress. He finally heads back to the place he calls home as the sun begins to set. Stepping inside, he stops dead in his tracks, completely dumbfounded by the sight before him. A massive spread of food is waiting, looking way too good for a normal weeknight meal. He asks his mother why she did all this, feeling a wave of guilt for her effort. Seeing her injured state, he worries that she pushed herself way too hard just for him. She just smiles and says fixing a meal for her son is the easiest thing ever. Looking at her, he realizes that protecting this piece is exactly why he regressed. Our boy stares at the feast, his heart heavy with the weight of 2 lifetimes. It is a spread fit for a king, far better than the trash-tier rations he survived on before. He digs in with a soft thud of the spoon, the act feeling like a sacred ritual. Every bite is a reminder of the warmth he is fighting to keep in this cold world. He silently thanks his mother, knowing these quiet moments are worth more than any legendary loot. Even if he is not her original son, he vows to be the shield she deserves. She watches him eat with a mix of surprise and pure, motherly joy. As they share this meal, his resolve hardens to protect this fragile piece at any cost. Later, his sweat-slicked hands hover over the keyboard as he prepares for the next phase. The grind never stops, and he knows one wrong move could send his life spiraling into chaos. The Abyss online community is absolutely losing it over the latest news breaking from the tower. Our boy Kim Soo-hyun has officially claimed the top spot on the 2nd floor with an insane score. The internet is in a frenzy as everyone tries to figure out who this mysterious powerhouse actually is. Back at home, Soo-hyun is sweating bullets as he watches the digital chaos he just unleashed online. He realizes his plan for a quiet climb is trash tier, now that he is the center of attention. Meanwhile, over at the Ares Guild headquarters in Gangnam, the big players are finally taking notice. Choi Hak-jun stares at his phone, wondering if this top ranker is someone he should actually care about. The guild leader notes the timing of the awakening and asks if Hak-jun knows anything about the guy. Hak-jun just gives a sly look, clearly hiding his true thoughts behind that smug and silent expression. He plays it cool, claiming he has never met the guy since the tower is such a massive place. Hak-jun plays it cool as the guild leader drops a heavy hand on his shoulder to talk shop. The leader probes about his progress on the 3rd floor, but Hak-jun is tackling the brutal level 8. When the leader mentions the sudden rise of Kim Soo-hyun, our boy Hak-jun keeps his poker face tight. Since finding a squad for such a high level is impossible, Hak-jun plans to just solo the thing. The guild leader just smirks, clearly satisfied with the cold-blooded monster's drive to reach the top. He tells Hak-jun to focus solely on the climb, while he handles the task of finding teammates. Just as the conversation seems over, the leader stops in his tracks to deliver one final, chilling reminder. His expression turns dark as he asks if Hak-jun truly understands the stakes of their little arrangement. Walking away, Hak-jun curses the man's name, while being tasked to somehow recruit the mysterious Soo-hyun. Left alone with his thoughts, Hak-jun wonders what kind of monster this Soo-hyun guy actually is. Kim Soo-hyun crosses paths with Choi Hak-jun, who immediately senses something off about this seemingly ordinary guy. Hak-jun finds it hard to believe this could be the monster his boss is so obsessed with finding. He realizes that even if it is him, getting caught up in questions won't help his own climb. Turning away from the city lights, Hakjun resolves to focus solely on his own strength and future progress. As the months blur together, Soo-hyun clears floor after floor while maintaining his facade as a diligent student. His mother warmly tells him to go rest in the countryside since he has worked hard for exams. After perfectly clearing the 9th floor, our boy finally steps out of the house to begin his journey. It has been a full year since his regression, and the weakling he once was is long gone. A train screams past the station as he prepares to leave the city behind for his next trial. Watching the tracks, Soo-hyun admits to himself that this path is taking much longer than he first anticipated. Walking away, our boy is just glad he managed to clear the 9th floor despite those pesky final exams. The 10th floor is next, and since it'll take time, he's using a fake vacation to leave home. In this tower, every 10th floor is a massive wall, where the difficulty spikes like crazy for every challenger. Most players take the easy way out by lowering the difficulty, but that just makes future floors even harder. He clenches his fist, knowing he can't afford to take any shortcuts if he wants to survive the end. If he doesn't get stronger right now, he knows the tragedies of his past life will just repeat themselves. He remembers the Anyang outbreak, the first major incident where humanity realized just how screwed they actually were. Then came the New Year's massacre in Gyeonggi-do, a nightmare of blood and monsters he's desperate to erase. Squinting against the sun, he steels his resolve to rewrite the horrific script of the coming apocalypse. Looking out over the city, he vows that this time, he'll definitely be strong enough to protect it all. Our boy finally reaches the massive entrance to the 10th floor, ready to face the next big hurdle. He spots a scruffy old man lounging by the gate, who seems to be waiting for a traveler. This isn't just some trash-tier beggar, he's actually the gatekeeper, and he's looking for a little handout. While others would just walk past, Soo-hyun knows this guy holds the keys to surviving the upcoming trial. Without hesitating, he drops 5,000 achievement points into the old man's hands, triggering a bright system notification. The old man is completely dumbfounded by the massive tip, wondering why a rookie is being so generous. Realizing he's dealing with a high roller, the gatekeeper offers to trade some top-secret intel for the points. When Soo-hyun asks for the lowdown on the 10th floor, the old man's expression immediately turns dead serious. He scratches his head, admitting the info is priceless, but he can't just leave his benefactor hanging now. He leans in and gives a chilling warning to watch out for the village chief at all costs. Soo-hyun asks if that's really all the intel he's getting, and the gatekeeper simply confirms it. Even if the hint is vague, our boy knows the old man's word is basically law in this tower. With a final warning ringing in his ears, he steps through the portal toward his next big trial. The system welcomes him to the 10th floor as he emerges into a world choked by dark mist. When the difficulty prompt appears, he doesn't even blink before aiming for the absolute peak. He locks in level 10, his eyes glowing as he prepares to break this stage wide open. Overlooking a sprawling village, he receives a chilling reminder from the tower to simply not die. The dark clouds hanging over the houses suggest that something nasty is brewing in this quiet town. Our boy suddenly finds himself in a tight spot, desperately explaining he isn't some trash-tier kidnapper. He insists he was just a passerby who saved a kid, but the situation looks pretty suspicious. The local woman isn't buying his story, screaming that she knows he's hiding some shady ulterior motives. Kim Soo-hyun is completely dumbfounded when she claims kidnapping the kid won't get him any loot from them. He tries to sweat out an explanation about the massive misunderstanding, but the village remains cold and silent. Scratching his head, he realizes being labeled a trash-tier kidnapper is way more embarrassing than he ever expected. Our boy can't help but wonder why he's catching all this heat despite literally doing nothing wrong. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of terrified eyes watches his every move from the safety of the shadows. A hidden child trembles in fear, clutching the windowsill while watching the supposed monster walk away. Suddenly, the system forces a quest on him to save this dying village and somehow manage to survive. His boots hit the pavement as he weighs the dreary atmosphere against the pure hostility of the locals. He concludes that the 10th floor is cut from a different cloth compared to the easy previous stages. Kim Soo-hyun ponders the hidden meaning behind the system's sudden demand to save this village and survive. He keeps moving, desperately wondering where he can find even a shred of useful information in this ghost town. Little does he know, dozens of glowing eyes track his every step from the dark corners of the village. Our boy realizes that getting intel from these locals will be harder than clearing a trash-tier dungeon. Even though they are just NPCs, their sheer terror makes them feel uncomfortably like real, breathing humans. Looking at the gloomy sky, he notes that this trial feels far too organic to be a simple program. The suffocating atmosphere of despair reminds him far too much of the world's final days before his regression. He's almost impressed by the twisted theme the tower designers cooked up for those who haven't seen true hell. Letting out a heavy sigh, he feels the weight of the silence pressing down on the entire area. He slumps against a tree, frustrated that he can't find a single soul to point him toward an informant. Just as he's about to give up, a pair of small feet stop right in front of him. Our boy's ears perk up when a small voice calls out to him, catching him completely off guard. A young girl peeks from behind a tree, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and recognition. He offers a stiff greeting, dumbfounded that this child seems to remember him from the previous timeline. Her hands shake uncontrollably as the weight of her memories clashes with the reality standing before her. He studies her carefully, wondering if this kid is the key to unraveling the secrets of this floor. Without a word, he pulls out some wild berries, hoping a small gesture might calm her frayed nerves. The small red fruits sit in his palm, a humble offering in this world of suffocating despair. He watches her reaction, knowing that gaining her trust is more vital than any trash-tier loot. The girl finally manages to stammer out her thanks, her fear slowly giving way to a glimmer of hope. Our boy senses something odd, his regressor instincts putting him on high alert for any sudden threats. He quickly realizes there is no immediate danger, and lets out a small, confident smirk. He beckons the trembling girl over, pulling out a bag of supplies to prove he isn't a monster. The kid's eyes practically turn into stars when she sees a spread of food better than trash-tier rations. She doesn't waste a second, tearing into the bread like she hasn't seen a real meal in weeks. Seeing her eat with such desperate joy makes even a hardened survivor like him feel a bit dumbfounded. As they sit, he learns the village is starving, turning everyone into cold and paranoid shells of themselves. The girl mentions they only survive because of their village chief, a man she views with pure admiration. Hearing the chief called a hero catches him off guard, making him wonder what he is truly facing. He realizes this is the hidden lore of the floor, piecing together the village's background while she eats. Kim Soo-hyun probes for more info, offering his supplies to help the chief deal with any local monsters. The kid mentions a terrifying beast lurking nearby that threatens to wipe their entire home off the map. She explains the monsters can't enter because the chief did something mysterious to keep the village safe. Our boy senses a deeper plot and asks for details, but a new voice suddenly interrupts their conversation. He turns to see an old man approaching, realizing the person he was just discussing has finally appeared. The old man introduces himself as the village chief, wearing a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Soo-hyun freezes, remembering the gatekeeper's grim warning that this chief is someone he must absolutely avoid. The chief explains that food is a rare luxury here, and handing it out only breeds dangerous resentment. He continues with a chilling tone, noting that Soo-hyun never bothered to ask for his permission first. Our boy stares back, realizing the hero of this village might actually be its most dangerous resident. Soo-hyun hears a sudden cry for mercy and wonders what kind of mess he has walked into now. He follows the noise and finds the entire village gathered together for a mysterious late-night assembly. The crowd begs for forgiveness through blood, which our boy assumes is just a desperate religious ritual. He watches the scene with a grim expression, recognizing this specific brand of madness from his past. Memories of the apocalypse resurface, reminding him how easily people lose their minds when everything falls apart. In his previous life, he saw many cowards hiding their true, twisted nature behind a mask of belief. These people would often abandon reality entirely, committing horrific acts while claiming to serve a higher power. He knows exactly how this story ends, and how ugly things are bound to get for everyone involved. Our boy thinks this group is relatively harmless until a sudden, chilling sight leaves him completely dumbfounded. The village chief raises a ritual dagger, declaring that a tainted soul must be sacrificed to their lord. A desperate man begs for a peace that will never come, his fate already decided by the fanatical mob. The ritual blade severs the rope, signaling the start of another cold-blooded execution in the name of faith. He falls into the abyss while the crowd roars, their humanity long gone in this trash-tier survival game. The village chief stands over the closed pit, satisfied with the blood he just spilled for his dark god. Our boy watches in silence, realizing that people are the same everywhere, vile, selfish, and utterly beyond saving. As Kim Soo-hyun walks away, the villagers gossip about the victim's family, proving they value tradition over life. They truly believe these sacrifices are the only thing keeping them safe from the horrors outside their walls. The cowards breathe a sigh of relief for now, glad it wasn't their turn to face the darkness. Their eyes burn with a sinister light, as they realize there is still one outsider left in their midst. In the quiet of his office, the village chief begins planning the next ceremony to keep his power intact. The village chief asks his subordinate for an update, wondering if the outsider has done anything suspicious yet. Since the boy is just a stranger, the chief decides he is the perfect sacrifice for their ritual. They plan to use a hypnotic drug to dull his senses, before throwing him to the beast underground. As the sky grows heavy, the chief justifies his cruelty, claiming small sacrifices keep the entire village safe. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he asks if saving his people isn't worth one measly life. Years ago, a massive snake appeared that ate humans but thankfully kept all other monsters at bay. The villagers live in a state of constant panic, never knowing when the next invasion will destroy them. Standing alone, the chief reflects on his heavy burden, convinced this is his only duty as their leader. He claims to have no regrets, truly believing he is a hero for making these trash-tier moral choices. 4 days pass in an ominous silence, as the village prepares for the upcoming blood sacrifice. The ritual finally begins as the hooded villagers gather with torches to carry out their grim, trash-tier task. Our boy is completely out of it, being hauled like a sack of potatoes toward his inevitable doom. They reach the sacrificial pit, prepared to toss a living human into the dark abyss waiting below. Kim Soo-hyun hits the wooden floor hard, still trapped in a drug-induced slumber, while his captors watch. The villagers offer a hollow apology to the outsider, hoping his death buys them a few more days. The village chief justifies the betrayal, convinced that sacrificing one life is the only way to save everyone. Suddenly, the floor gives way and he plummets into the dark, leaving the flickering torchlight far behind. Deep in the shadows, a massive, scaly terror stirs, sensing that its long-awaited meal has finally arrived. This beast has been nesting here for years, guarding its brood while the terrified villagers feed its hunger. The great serpent opens its maw with a terrifying hiss, bearing venomous fangs to swallow him whole. The village chief walks back toward the pit, expecting to find nothing but bones and lingering regret. He notes that a full day has passed since they tossed our boy into that literal death trap. He figures the beast has already finished its meal and plans to lure it further north next. Suddenly, his footsteps come to a grinding halt as he senses something is very wrong in the darkness. His face pales and he stands there completely dumbfounded by the impossible sight waiting for him. Emerging from the shadows, Kim Soo-hyun looks completely unfazed, as if he just took a light nap. Our boy stands over the decapitated serpent and casually asks the mayor why he is visiting. The chief starts sweating bullets, unable to comprehend how a trash-tier outsider could survive this nightmare. His hands tremble as he stares at the dead calamity, wondering if this kid is even human. Kim Soo-hyun just gives him a cold look, clearly done playing games with these backstabbing villagers. Kim Soo-hyun calls him out, noting the chief seems pretty upset that the monster actually died. The village chief fumbles for words, his face twisting in a mix of pure terror and disbelief. He grits his teeth, clearly struggling to maintain his composure, while his secrets start to unravel. Desperate, the old man claims his betrayal was for the village, using the snake as a shield. Our boy isn't buying it, and asks if he was really protecting the people, or just himself. The chief freezes up, his silence speaking volumes as the weight of the accusation hits him hard. Standing by the carcass, Soo-hyun explains that this lazy beast only stays put if it is constantly fed. He adds that the snake has a peculiar habit of never eating the hand that feeds it. The chief's eyes widen as he realizes his cozy arrangement with the monster has been completely exposed. Soo-hyun steps forward, guessing the chief used the sacrifices to secure his own safety from the tower. Soo-hyun stares down the old man, calling him out for playing hero, while feeding his own people to a monster. As our boy approaches, he makes it clear that the chief's pathetic reign of hypocrisy is finally over. Broken and exposed, the chief collapses in the dirt right next to the massive, dead serpent he once worshipped. The truth hits the villagers like a truck, leaving them absolutely dumbfounded by their leader's long-term betrayal. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as they realize the earth god they honored was just a hungry, lazy beast. One woman breaks down, realizing her husband was murdered for a lie rather than a sacred sacrifice. Some still worry, wondering if the snake was a necessary evil to keep even worse monsters at bay. They demand to know how Soo-hyun will fix this mess, and he calmly offers to help them out. The crowd goes silent, stunned that this stranger would bother cleaning up the trash-tier mess left behind. Reaching into his gear, our boy tells them he has something special to show them to settle their fears. He reveals a clutch of glowing eggs, explaining these are the offspring of the monster they once feared. The villagers stand there completely dumbfounded, unable to process that their nightmare has left behind a legacy. Our boy explains that these snakes won't harm their feeders, making them the perfect biological defense system. He reassures the terrified crowd that the era of human sacrifice is officially over for their village. Instead of blood, they'll feed the hatchlings other monsters, turning their former predators into loyal guardians. While he offers to handle the initial hunting, he makes it clear his help won't last forever. Since he's just an outsider passing through, the villagers eventually need to man up and take charge. One man snaps back, arguing that simple farmers with trash-tier tools can't possibly hunt dangerous monsters. Soo-hyun just stares back, asking if they actually care about protecting the place they call home. He reminds them that if they won't fight for their own lives, nobody else is going to. Soo-hyun gives them a brutal ultimatum, telling them to either fight or keep sacrificing their own people. The villagers stand there completely dumbfounded, paralyzed by the harsh reality of their own cowardice. Our boy realizes they lack any will to protect themselves, choosing instead to stay shackled by dependency. He reflects on how weak heroes like the chief are born solely from the selfish wills of others. Looking at their hollow faces, he regrets having any hope for people who have already given up. Just as he decides to find another way to clear the stage, a sudden shout rings out. He is genuinely surprised that someone actually has the guts to speak up in this hopeless place. A woman and a young boy step out from the crowd, finally breaking the cycle of silence. Soo-hyun recognizes the kid from earlier, seeing a flicker of something different in his eyes. Though he is clearly terrified, the boy insists on helping, proving that not everyone here is trash tier. The kid looks up at our boy, declaring his dream to become strong enough to protect his people. Soo-hyun stares back, dumbfounded that such a tiny spark of courage could exist in this trash tier village. A genuine smile breaks across his face as he tells the kid he is actually pretty awesome. He addresses the crowd, explaining that their combined strength is the only way to truly save their home. Seeing a mere child step up finally starts to melt the icy fear gripping the rest of the villagers. One of the older men trembles, realizing how pathetic they have been while hiding behind a boy's bravery. He finally snaps and shouts that they will fight, since dying fighting beats being slaughtered like cattle. Suddenly, the silence is shattered as everyone else starts chiming in, finally finding their long-lost backbone. A villager admits they were just too terrified to act, but they cannot keep leeching off Soo-hyun's strength. One villager finally finds his voice and asks our boy to teach them how to actually fight back. Soo-hyun is caught off guard when a system window suddenly pings, reacting to the change in the villagers' hearts. It turns out their collective willpower pushed his quest completion to 60%, making his efforts feel worth it. He realizes the time for talk is over and prepares to turn these cowards into a real fighting force. Meanwhile, in the damp darkness of a hidden cave, something far more sinister is starting to wake up. The village chief seethes with hatred, calling Soo-hyun an arrogant bastard for disrespecting his absolute rule and authority. He descends the stone steps toward a massive beast, desperate to reclaim control through a dark, ancient pact. A terrifying cackle fills the air as the monster begins to stir in response to its master's presence. The creature's massive eye snaps open, revealing a hunger that spells absolute disaster for the entire village. The village chief is absolutely livid, swearing that he will wipe everyone out for challenging his absolute authority. High above the village, the sounds of a chaotic struggle echo through the darkened, cloud-covered sky. It turns out the villagers have been capturing monster hatchlings to use as a twisted form of insurance. They worry that if they stop feeding these beasts in the village basement, they will be eaten alive. While they gossip, our boy is already busy facing down a massive, trash-tier centipede monster in the clearing. The beast lunges with terrifying speed, but Soo-hyun's regressor instincts keep him one step ahead of its mandibles. He grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of his mana into a strike that needs to end this quickly. With a single, blinding flash of blue energy, he carves through the monster, like it is nothing but paper. Dumbfounded by his strength, the villagers can only shout out to the outsider who just saved their skins. Villagers tell our boy to retreat as night falls, but he insists on finishing the trash-tier monster first. He checks his status window, frustrated that the floor's completion rate is stuck at a measly 90%. Standing over the carcass, he wonders if the missing village chief is the key to hitting that perfect score. Suddenly, a low tremor vibrates through his boots, signaling that something far bigger is waking up nearby. The shaking intensifies until the very earth begins to scream under the weight of an approaching presence. Our boy freezes, his regressor instincts screaming that he is no longer the biggest predator in this clearing. A blinding pillar of celestial energy tears through the atmosphere, shattering the quiet of the 10th floor. From the light emerges a majestic creature of myth, leaving Soo-hyun completely dumbfounded by its overwhelming pressure. It is the divine bird of blue fire, the only natural predator capable of hunting the legendary Great Serpent. The divine bird lets out a piercing shriek, its blue flames scorching the very air around it. Our boy finally realizes that this majestic creature is the missing piece to his 100% completion goal. Meanwhile, the trash-tier village chief creeps out of the shadows, wearing a look of pure, delusional greed. He gloats about how his sleeping poison worked perfectly, admiring the bird he thinks he has finally tamed. The old man actually believes controlling this monster will make the villagers treat him like a hero again. Suddenly, the divine bird snaps its head toward him, its glowing eyes showing absolutely zero mercy for its captor. The chief starts sweating bullets, desperately claiming he is the one who raised it from a mere chick. Ignoring his pathetic pleas, the bird unleashes a torrent of blue fire that completely swallows the treacherous old man. As he turns to ash, the chief can only wonder why his master plan went south so fast. The trash-tier chief realizes his mistake too late, as the blue flames begin to erase him from existence. Our boy is genuinely dumbfounded by the sheer destructive power radiating from the creature he needs to tame. Before he can even process the blast, the divine bird takes flight, heading straight for the defenseless village. Knowing he can't let the village burn, he kicks his regressor reflexes into high gear and starts sprinting. He pushes his body to the limit, desperate to catch up before the avian calamity reaches its destination. With a massive burst of speed, he launches himself into the air, hoping his momentum is enough. Mid-flight, he draws his blade, focused entirely on intercepting the majestic beast before it's too late. He grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of his mana into this one desperate attempt to close the gap. But gravity is a cruel mistress, and he realizes with horror that he's still just out of reach. The divine bird glares down with predatory eyes, ready to turn everything into ash. Our boy's heart sinks as he realizes the sheer speed of this trash tier situation. A massive shockwave sends him flying backward, his defenses completely shattered by the avian's power. He tumbles through the air, blood trailing behind him as his vision begins to blur. He refuses to give up here, screaming internally that he can't let this timeline end in failure. He watches helplessly as the blue flame bird glides toward the village he promised to protect. His gear is a mess, but he desperately reaches for anything to stop his fatal descent. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he forces his broken body to move one last time. Meanwhile, the villagers look toward the horizon, wondering if their unlikely savior is still standing. The villagers are absolutely amazed that our boy has been fighting for days without a wink of sleep. He swings through the air, using every trick in his arsenal to stay in this trash tier fight. One villager brags that he was just as fast back in his prime, though he is clearly dreaming. Soo-hyun sticks the landing on a stone pillar, his movements sharp despite the exhaustion racking his frame. Suddenly, the locals' casual chatter dies out as a massive, terrifying shadow looms over their heads. The divine bird of blue fire descends from the heavens, its predatory gaze locked onto the village. Its yellow eyes burn with a cold intensity, signaling that the real hunt is only just beginning. The villagers are completely dumbfounded, realizing their unlikely savior might not be enough to stop this calamity. Fear takes hold, as they can barely squeeze out a word. Paralyzed by the avian's overwhelming presence, the villagers lose their minds and scream in terror as the blue-flamed predator closes in for the kill. Our boy isn't just watching, though, as he launches a weighted blade straight into the air. The rope finds its mark, wrapping tightly around the creature's beak to ground the flying menace. Soo-hyun knows he can't reach the bird normally, so he's forcing a connection by any means necessary. He grips the rough rope with everything he's got, ignoring the strain on his already battered body. With the bird finally snagged, he prepares to pull off a move that is pure insanity. Despite the blood dripping from his face, he declares that he is borrowing the beast's power. He triggers his transformation skill, letting the blue flames flow through the rope and into his veins. A massive burst of energy erupts as the two souls collide, beginning a high-tier evolution mid-air. Our boy is pushing himself so hard he looks like a completely different person right now. Hess being dragged through the sky, tethered to the legendary predator by nothing but sheer willpower. The divine bird stares back with glowing eyes, realizing its prey has turned into a parasite. Soo-hyun knows his transformation skill has limits, but he's willing to break his body to win. Blue flames surge through the rope, turning a simple tool into a conduit for pure destruction. He reaches for his blade, knowing this is the only chance he'll get to strike. His eyes ignite with a feral light as the beast's power begins to overwrite his own humanity. The heat is unbearable, making him scream as the blue fire threatens to incinerate him from within. His vision blurs and he feels his grip slipping, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming pressure. Memories of the apocalypse and the dragon that killed him fuel his dying resolve to survive. Soo-hyun looks at the pendant he once thought was trashed here, realizing it might be his only lifeline left. Our boy locks in, his gaze sharpening even as the blue flames threaten to consume his very soul. He tells himself to focus, channeling every ounce of his remaining willpower into the glowing artifact. Turns out Charles' treasure isn't useless, instantly mending his broken body for one more round of absolute hell. With his strength restored, he leaps high above the flaming avian to prepare a final, desperate gambit. He knows this is his only shot, plummeting toward the beast with his blade and resolve held high. He drives his sword home, the impact sending massive shockwaves of mana through the bird's legendary form. Screaming with every bit of his soul, he demands the creature finally stay down and just die. A massive explosion rocks the entire village, the sheer force of the collision leveling everything in its wake. When the dust settles, both the hunter and the hunted lie broken in craters, their fates completely uncertain. Our boy is barely clinging to consciousness as the world goes blurry around him. He finally lets go, his vision fading to black as exhaustion overrides his survival instincts. Suddenly, the little girl's desperate screams for her savior pierce through the silence of the aftermath. He bolts upright with a frantic cry, his body wrapped in bandages and screaming in protest. Looking around, he's dumbfounded to find himself safe in a bed instead of a monster's stomach. The kid is bawling with relief, thinking he'd been roasted alive by that legendary blue flame. Outside, the village is quiet, but every muscle in his body feels like it's been through a meat grinder. The villagers joke about the bird being a massive feast, thanking him for solving their food crisis. He sits there stunned, wondering how he survived a literal inferno with nothing but a few bruises. They start calling him a hero, but he just chalks it up to pure, dumb luck and high-tier resilience. Kim Soo-hyun is barely awake when the little girl lunges at him, sobbing with pure, unfiltered relief. She clings to him like a lifeline, finally feeling safe after the nightmare of the great serpent. Suddenly, system alerts flood his vision, confirming he's cleared the floor with a perfect 100% achievement score. He realizes the villagers are finally safe from destruction, feeling a rare, quiet sense of accomplishment. Seeing his first-place ranking, he sighs, knowing his presence in the tower is about to get very noisy. Our boy takes a moment to process the weight of his new reputation, while his body recovers. The room fills with grateful villagers who hail him as their savior, promising to never forget his deeds. Being called a savior feels strange to a man who's already seen the entire world end once. With his injuries stable, he leaves the warmth of the village to continue his relentless, lonely climb. He stands before the glowing gate, ready to leave this floor behind and face the next trash tier trial. Our boy realizes his stealthy exit failed when he hears a small voice calling out to him. He awkwardly scratches his head, admitting he wanted to slip away quietly to avoid any emotional goodbyes. The little girl looks up at him with eyes full of genuine gratitude and a hint of sadness. She reaches out, offering a small, humble pouch she carefully prepared as a final parting gift. She tells him to eat the fruit she picked whenever he's hungry, cheering him on with everything. Soo-hyun is caught off guard by the simple kindness, a stark contrast to the tower's usual cruelty. Waving goodbye, she reveals her name is Melly and wishes her savior luck on his long journey. He gives a rare, genuine smile and bids her farewell before finally stepping toward the next floor. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a luxury car tears through the city streets at high speed. Inside sits Choi Hak-jun, the future mass murderer, looking like he's already bored of his current life. Hak-jun is snapped out of his boredom when a voice asks if he's actually feeling nervous. Turns out, the big boss of the Aries Guild is the one riding shotgun and checking his temperature. Jung Dong-young just laughs it off, claiming the top rookie in the game has no reason to sweat. Since he already conquered the 15th floor, the guild leader believes he's easily A-rank material by now. Our boy Hak-jun doesn't seem impressed, keeping his usual deadpan expression while staring into the distance. The leader looks satisfied, clearly proud of the monster he's currently grooming for the top spot. Suddenly, the conversation shifts as the veteran hunter brings up the topic of other promising rookies. Hak-jun is visibly shaken when he hears that Kim Soo-hyun is already on the guild's radar for ranking. Jung Dong-young follows his gut, knowing anyone who cleared the 10th floor that fast is a real threat. Hak-jun can only feel pity, knowing that catching this man's eye usually leads to a very messy end. Jung Dong-young makes it clear that if Hak-jun runs into Kim Soo-hyun, he better recruit him immediately. Our boy Hak-jun just stares back, wondering if the guild leader actually knows what he's asking for. He contemplates the idea of being Soo-hyun's support, thinking it might finally grant him some much-needed freedom. They finally arrive at the Awakened Certification Authority, the place where rookies officially prove their worth. Stepping out of the car, Hak-jun carries the weight of a future mass murderer while blending into the crowd. The guild leader reminds him that everything for his climb into the abyss will be ready very soon. He drops a heavy warning, telling Hak-jun to come straight back once the ranking exam is over. If Hak-jun even thinks about betraying the guild, Dong-young promises to make everyone he cares about suffer. Despite the blatant threat, Hak-jun masks his rage with a trash-tier fake smile to keep appearances. He casually agrees to the terms, though his mind is already miles ahead of his arrogant boss. Hak-jun sighs to himself, feeling like a total wreck as he enters the building to face his fate. He keeps his head down, trying to ignore the crushing weight of the guild's expectations on his shoulders. Meanwhile, our boy Soo-hyun checks his phone, relieved that he actually managed to make it here on time. It's been ages since he last took a rank exam, and the nostalgia is hitting him surprisingly hard. He looks up at the massive facility, knowing this is the first real step toward changing the future. The Awakened Certification Authority is basically the government-run mecca, where every rookie's potential is officially judged. Soo-hyun approaches the front desk, calmly telling the receptionist that he's here to receive a brand new rank. While most people are just hunting for a quick payday, he's only interested in the dungeon's hidden secrets. A staff member leads him into the waiting area, where the air is thick with nervous energy. Nearby, other candidates are already being scanned to see if they have the potential to become true heroes. Soo-hyun notices scouts lurking nearby, thinking they certainly have hawk eyes for spotting any new talent. The staff member tells him to wait for his turn, and our boy politely offers his thanks. Suddenly, a loud shouting match erupts, causing everyone in the waiting area to freeze in surprise. Turns out some trash-tier player is losing it because his mana level only qualified for a D rank. The guy gets physical, aggressively grabbing the terrified doctor by his collar while demanding an explanation. He blames the staff for changing the rules and claims they are intentionally sabotaging his career. Soo-hyun watches the mess, thinking that while rank affects income, this guy is acting like a total clown. The angry player loses what is left of his mind and tries to throw a heavy, uncoordinated punch. Before it connects, Choi Hak-jun suddenly intervenes and mocks the guy for relying on such pathetic, cheap tricks. Our boy is left dumbfounded, realizing he just ran into a future mass murderer way ahead of schedule. Hak-jun notices a suspicious artifact on the guy's wrist that is designed to artificially boost mana levels during testing. He mocks the trash-tier player for being rich enough to buy rare gear, but too weak to actually use it. When the guy tries to act tough, Hak-jun effortlessly pins him down and calls out his blatant cheating. He suggests the man should try a fair exam next time. though it would likely end in total failure. A cold smirk plays on Hakjun's face as he clearly enjoys the absolute humiliation of his pathetic opponent. With a terrifying glint in his eyes, he doubts the cheater could even scrape past a D rank legitimately. The disgraced player can only scream in rage, completely dumbfounded by how easily his secret was exposed. Security arrives to drag the loser out, while Hakjun casually brushes the dust off his expensive red coat. As the shouting finally fades into the distance, Hakjun lets out a heavy, bored sigh of pure annoyance. He realizes he got a bit too carried away, blaming his current bad mood for the sudden violent outburst. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, making Hakjun snap out of his irritation and look up. Turns out, it is our boy Soo-hyun, reminding Hakjun that they actually crossed paths back on the second floor. Soo-hyun asks if he is remembered, while secretly wondering if that murderous aura he felt was just his imagination. As they stand in the quiet hall, Hakjun asks if this is really Soo-hyun's first official rank test. Hakjun laughs it off, mentioning that it is his own first time too, so there is no need for surprises. He points out that most people take this test way earlier, but Soo-hyun just claims he had special circumstances. Soo-hyun thinks about how he wanted to stay hidden, but he cannot let his mother suffer any longer. Hakjun is floored that Soo-hyun reached the 15th floor without even being registered for dungeon rewards yet. His expression turns chillingly serious as he admits that he also had some very personal reasons for waiting. Sensing a dark, familiar energy from the guy, Soo-hyun realizes this bastard is definitely not your average rookie. Hakjun is about to introduce himself when the testers call him down to start his official rank evaluation. He laughs and brags about being picked first, leaving our boy sitting there with a forced, awkward smile. Watching him go, Soo-hyun remembers that Ares is the exact guild this monster eventually slaughters in the future. The guy walks off with a carefree grin, looking like a typical rookie instead of a future mass murderer. Soo-hyun can't help but wonder what drove a talent like him to commit such a horrific, bloody atrocity. The results come in fast, and the entire room is dumbfounded when the kid is instantly ranked as B tier. Even with a high rank, Hakjun looks bored, and Soo-hyun notices he isn't even cracking a real smile. The tension spikes when the announcer finally calls for the unaffiliated rookie, Kim Soo-hyun, to step up next. Hakjun's eyes go wide with shock, clearly recognizing the name of the monster who dominated the lower floors. The crowd erupts in whispers, wondering if this is the legendary player who shattered every record on floor 10. Hakjun realizes the guild leader was right and begins searching the crowd for the elusive Kim Soo-hyun. He is dumbfounded when he spots our boy casually walking toward the testing area for his turn. Recruiting this guy is his only ticket to freedom, just like the guild leader promised him earlier. Hakjun can't believe the monster he's been looking for is actually standing right in front of him. From the stands, Hakjun watches with bated breath as Soo-hyun prepares to reveal his hidden strength. A staff member tells him to inject his mana into the device to begin the official measurement. Hakjun's heart hammers against his ribs as he waits to see the true power of a regressor. Soo-hyun places his hand on the sensor, and a brilliant purple light begins to pulse from his skin. He focuses his mind, making sure to suppress just enough power so he doesn't shatter the equipment. The mana flows into the tool, and the air in the room suddenly feels incredibly thick and heavy. A massive surge of purple mana erupts, sending a shockwave through the room that catches everyone off guard. Hakjun is completely paralyzed as he feels a crushing pressure that shouldn't belong to a mere rookie. He stares down in disbelief when the announcer calls out our boy's name for the final results. The screen flashes a mediocre C rank, leaving Hakjun absolutely floored because the numbers just don't add up. He knows what he felt was easily A rank material, making him wonder if the machine is just trashed here. The rest of the crowd just shrugs it off, assuming this is just some random kid with a common name. The staff member tells Soo-hyun to head out for his registration, while our boy keeps his poker face on. Soo-hyun doesn't let a single emotion slip, perfectly hiding the fact that he just manipulated the entire test. Hakjun stands there questioning his own sanity, wondering if he actually found the monster he was looking for. He finally slumps back into his seat, completely drained after trying to make sense of that impossible power. Hakjun is dumbfounded, trying to convince himself the machine was right and that nobody can actually fake their rank. He figures even a genius couldn't pull that off unless they were cut from the same cloth as legends. Meanwhile, our boy just laughs internally, glad that his little act worked perfectly on everyone watching. He recalls a brief moment of panic when his mana almost went wild due to his sudden power spike. It makes sense though, considering his stats hit a whole new level after he cleared that 10th floor. The rewards were top tier too, especially the new power he feels coursing through his fingertips right now. He checks his status window, admiring the new Divine Flame skill and his massively buffed physical attributes. Accessing the high difficulty shop was the real win, offering items that make standard potions look like trash tier water. Out of everything available, he ended up gambling his points on a mysterious, unidentified divine beast egg. He stares at the tiny thing, wondering if he made a mistake, since he has no idea what's inside. He remembers legends of lucky players using divine beasts to skyrocket their way into the high ranker tiers. However, looking at his own silent egg, he starts worrying he might have purchased a total dud. His internal grumbling is cut short when a familiar voice suddenly calls out to him from the stairs. It turns out Choi Hakjun was just taking a bathroom break and hadn't actually left the area yet. When asked about his results, our boy plays it cool and claims he only managed a C rank. The red-haired genius looks suspicious, but a sudden angry shout from across the lobby interrupts their conversation. That trash-tier cheater from earlier is back, losing his mind over how hard he worked for his rank. Soo Hyun immediately recognizes the loudmouth and wonders if the guy is actually dumb enough to seek revenge. Before things get messy, Choi Hakjun steps forward to deal with the aggressive rookie himself. Our boy just watches, realizing this is the perfect chance to gauge the future mass murderer's true power. The trash-tier cheater suddenly freezes, his face pale, as he realizes someone terrifying is standing right behind him. Before Choi Hakjun can even react, a massive presence looms over the loudmouth, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded. A hand glowing with eerie green mana slams into the guy's back, forcing a painful scream from him. A man with a sharp goatee casually greets Choi Hakjun, asking why the young genius is so late. He maintains a chilling smile while the rookie coughs up blood, totally helpless against such overwhelming power. While our boy wonders who this monster is, Choi Hakjun nervously identifies the man as his own guildmaster. The man tosses the broken player aside like literal garbage, making Soo-hyun realize they aren't cut from the same cloth. This is Jung Dong-young, the powerhouse leading the Ares Guild, and he tells his subordinate to drop the formalities. He casually grinds his heel into the fallen cheater's face, showing exactly how he treats those who are beneath him. Our boy watches the brutal display with an intense gaze, already calculating how to handle this dangerous new player. Jung Dong-young pulls Choi Hakjun close, telling the rookie to drop the formalities and act like family. His gaze suddenly shifts, sensing that the quiet kid standing nearby might be hiding something interesting. He asks if Hakjun made a new friend, instantly putting the sweating rookie on the hot seat. Hakjun quickly plays it off, claiming he only considered recruiting him if his rank turned out high enough. The guildmaster finds this interesting, reasoning that a genius like Hakjun wouldn't waste time on a nobody. He decides to test the waters himself, approaching our boy with a heavy, suffocating pressure. He introduces himself as the Ares leader, while Hakjun frantically signals for Soo-hyun to keep his mouth shut. Our boy just plays dumb, wearing a confused expression to keep his regressor identity a total secret. Hakjun is practically begging him to stay silent. Knowing how easily this monster loses his temper, Soo-hyun puts on a harmless smile, calculating exactly how to handle this encounter without revealing his hand. Jung Dong-young demands to know his name, while Hakjun stands in the back, absolutely terrified of the outcome. Our boy just offers a subtle, knowing smirk, completely unfazed by the guild leader's suffocating aura. He calmly introduces himself as Kim Soo-hyun, hiding his legendary regressor status behind a mask of normalcy. Hakjun panics and tries to intervene, desperately claiming that this guy isn't who the guildmaster suspects. He insists Soo-hyun is just a trash-tier C rank, and that their meeting was strictly professional during an evaluation. The Ares leader immediately silences him, refusing to let a subordinate interfere with his personal investigation. He asserts his dominance, making it clear that he alone will be the judge of Soo-hyun's worth. While Hakjun sweats buckets, the boss asks to see Soo-hyun's official awakened identification card to verify his rank. The card confirms he is a lowly C rank, a perfect smokescreen to keep the big players off his scent. Jung Dong-young scrutinizes the ID, still feeling a strange disconnect between the rank and the boy's intense gaze. Jung Dong-young hands back the ID, claiming he must have mistaken our boy for someone else due to his name. Soo-hyun remains silent, keeping his poker face perfect while the guild leader dismisses him as a total nobody. As he turns to leave, the boss casually suggests Soo-hyun try out for the guild if he wants to climb. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second, bluntly stating he has zero interest in joining their trash-tier organization. He drops the act entirely, telling them straight up that he wouldn't join Ares even if the rumors were true. The atmosphere turns icy as the guild leader stops, his eyes narrowing with a sudden, dangerous intensity. Soo-hyun brings up their bloody history, questioning why he'd ever serve a man who treats human lives like garbage. Jung Dong-young just grins like a psychopath, explaining that anyone who crosses his members deserves a brutal punishment. Soo-hyun calls him out on his nonsense, noting that murdering a weak D rank is hardly what anyone calls self-defense. The boss just chuckles, realizing that their worldviews are fundamentally cut from a different cloth. The boss explains the brutal unwritten rule where nobody interferes when awakened warriors go at each other's throats. In this world, the tower's laws mean a life can be snuffed out in an instant during a duel. Turns out, the stronger you are, the easier it is to walk away from a corpse without any consequences. He boasts that a top-tier guild leader holds enough power to commit a literal slaughter and stay scotangent-free. Jung Dong-young leans in, mockingly asking if anyone wouldn't go crazy for a chance to join such a group. Our boy just stays stoic, coldly agreeing that their ways of thinking are fundamentally cut from a different cloth. The guild leader gives him one last look of pure annoyance. Realizing he can't break this kid's resolve today, he decides he's done wasting breath and orders Choi Hak-jun to follow him as they finally head out. The red-haired genius awkwardly apologizes for the mess, clearly feeling the weight of the tense atmosphere between them. As they brush past each other, Soo-hyun calls out to him, likely remembering his dark future as a murderer. Hak-jun looks down, clearly shaken by the intense encounter that just unfolded between the two powerhouses. Our boy reaches out and hands him a small slip of paper, a lifeline for what is coming. He gives a rare, small smile and tells the red-haired genius to reach out if things get too heavy. The guild leader does not wait around, leading his subordinate away toward the towering skyscrapers of the city. Soo-hyun watches them disappear, his mind already racing as he focuses on the name Jung Dong-young. He knows exactly who he is dealing with. An A-rank awakened who sits atop the mid-sized Ares guild. Back at his place, he hops on his computer to dig up the dirt he knows is buried deep. Turns out the guy was a total gangster who used his fists long before he ever awakened. The Ares Guild is basically a front for trash-tier crimes like human trafficking and smuggling illegal substances. Seeing him kill that rookie without a second thought proves the man has not changed his spots at all. Soo-hyun stares at the screen, knowing that a piece of trash like Dong-young never truly changes his ways. He suspects Hak-jun is also nursing a deep grudge, likely waiting for the right moment to strike back. Despite his digging, our boy hasn't found that one smoking gun needed to blow the whole thing open. He wonders what kind of twisted history exists between the future mass murderer and the corrupt guild leader. Leaning back, he realizes his to-do list is growing much faster than he can keep up with. Suddenly, he notices the soft fall of snow outside, a sight that triggers a heavy wave of nostalgia. In his past life, the apocalypse turned the world into a frozen wasteland, where even nature felt dead. He stares out the window, finally appreciating the quiet peace he once took for granted as the year ends. A sudden realization hits him like a freight train, making him freeze in his tracks. He bolts upright, remembering that the rank evaluation wasn't the only reason he left the tower behind. He recalls that the government created certifications to keep things stable and control who enters the dungeons. Without a proper rank, he's just another trash-tier civilian, barred from the high-stakes raids. Our boy realizes he can't delay his evaluation any longer if he wants to stay ahead. He spots a recruitment post for a specific date, knowing a catastrophic incident is about to go down. He stares at the screen, his mind racing through the variables of the upcoming disaster. Suddenly, he panics, realizing his fake C rank might not even be enough to get him recruited. He worries that without any official raid history, the organizers will just overlook him entirely. Then, he remembers the business card from the corrupt guild and wonders if he can use them. A plan starts forming in his head as he weighs the risks of playing with fire. He decides to bait them, figuring a little manipulation is the only way to secure his spot. Dungeon difficulty is strictly color-coded, with violet being the absolute peak of lethality for any unlucky soul. Orange gates are usually trash tier, easily handled by a group of average C rankers without breaking a sweat. However, our boy knows this specific forest hides a secret that makes the standard ranking system totally useless. Arriving in Gwangju on New Year's Day, Soo-hyun prepares to dive into the chaos he knows is coming. He is greeted by a professional-looking man in a suit, while the rest of the ragtag team watches. Shaking hands, Soo-hyun realizes he is the last to arrive, though the leader seems perfectly fine with it. The man introduces himself as Lee Joo-ho, the guy running this show and keeping the party in line. When Joo-ho announces Soo-hyun's name to the group, one hunter suddenly looks like he has seen a ghost. Min-seok loses his mind, wondering if this kid is actually the legendary top-ranked monster from the tower. Joo-ho quickly shuts him down, explaining that their new recruit is just a C-rank rookie on his first raid. Joo-ho admits that even he and his partner were caught off guard by the name at first. Our boy breathes a sigh of relief, glad his fake rank is keeping the heat off his back. He knows keeping his true power under wraps is the only way to play this dangerous game. Suddenly, a trash-tier rookie stomps over, clearly disappointed that this legendary name belongs to a mere kid. She looks him up and down, openly questioning if a brat like him will be any use at all. Soo-hyun doesn't blink, firing back that a fellow C-rank shouldn't be talking so much trash. The girl blows a fuse, screaming that she is way above his level despite what the paper says. Before things get messy, the assistant leader steps in and tells everyone to save their energy for the hunt. As the girl huffs away, Soo-hyun just rolls his eyes at her predictable, third-rate villain energy. He notes that this calm woman is Kim Bae-roon, Joo-ho's right hand, and the party's second in command. Our boy is caught off guard when a friendly voice suddenly calls out his name from the crowd. A girl named Kim Yi-eun introduces herself as the healer, trying to break the icy tension. She tells him not to sweat the earlier drama, laughing off the typical arrogance of the awakened. While Yoon plays it off, Soo-hyun notices Eunmi in the back still glaring with pure malice. He shifts his focus to a suspicious, hooded figure, standing completely isolated from the rest of the party. Yoon admits that even the veteran leaders don't know a single thing about this strange guy's identity. He supposedly refused to reveal his face or name, keeping his business strictly private for personal reasons. Despite the guy being a verified C rank, Soo Hee-yeon's instincts tell him that something is definitely not right. As the group moves out, our boy reflects on his hidden motives for entering this specific dungeon. The entire raid party gathers at the entrance as the final ground rules are laid out for everyone. Our boy knows a dark secret. Every single hunter in this raid is destined to die very soon. In the original timeline, a news report confirmed the entire Gwangju team was wiped out in a freak accident. While the records showed 5 deaths, the math didn't add up since 6 hunters actually entered the gate. This discrepancy meant a cold-blooded murderer was hiding in plain sight among the supposed victims the whole time. By joining the team, Soo-hyun has bumped the count to 7, becoming another potential target for the killer. Now he has to juggle protecting these trash-tier hunters while hunting down the wolf in sheep's clothing. He steels his resolve, knowing his regressor knowledge is the only thing that can change this bloody fate. Putting on a fake smile, he assures the group he understands the rules perfectly to keep his cover. Juho activates the gate, telling the team to stay calm as the orange portal flickers to life. They step into the damp cave, with the leader foolishly underestimating the danger of this orange rank dungeon. Juho starts acting like a total big shot, claiming they won't run into any serious trouble inside. He keeps yapping about weak wolves, while a massive cyclops looms right behind his back like a nightmare. The entire party freezes in absolute terror as they realize their leader's intel is complete trash-tier garbage. The monster lets out a deafening roar, raising its club to turn the group into human pancakes. Our boy Soo-hyun is sweating bullets, wondering how a high-tier beast ended up in this low-rank hole. Before the beast can swing, a massive explosion rocks the cave and cuts off his frantic thoughts. A blinding sphere of fire erupts, lighting up the damp dungeon with an intense and unnatural heat. The flames morph into a familiar avian shape, signaling the arrival of a legendary and predatory force. The resulting shockwave is so violent it threatens to bring the entire cavern ceiling down on their heads. Everyone is sent flying as Soo-hyun desperately tries to stay grounded amidst the absolute chaos of the blast. Soo-hyun realizes something is seriously off, since a cyclops should never be in a low-rank orange dungeon. The massive beast looms over the party, confirming it's a monster reserved for much higher yellow-tier zones. Our boy breaks out in a cold sweat as the terrifying reality of a level-growth dungeon hits him. He recalls how certain rare skills and dungeons can evolve, making this mission a literal death trap. If the dungeon level is spiking, the original plan for this conquest is now completely out the window. Juho desperately orders everyone to regroup, but Soo-hyun knows there's a deeper, more sinister mystery at play here. He reasons that even a saboteur couldn't manually force a dungeon to level up like this mid-raid. Looking at the dumbfounded faces around him, he wonders if someone in this group is actually enjoying the carnage. The blonde rookie starts losing her mind, screaming that they need to bail before they all get slaughtered. While she rants about rewards versus survival, Soo-hyun remains calm, already calculating his next move in this mess. Our boy tries to stop the cowards from deserting, reminding them that leaving now means certain death for everyone. Suddenly, the Cyclops roars and charges forward, its massive frame shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Soo-hyun curses under his breath, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control faster than he anticipated. The rest of the party freezes in terror as they realize the beast has locked onto its next victims. Before the monster can crush them, Lee Juho leaps in, barely catching the massive club with his blade. The leader grinds his teeth, the sheer weight of the strike threatening to shatter his bones into dust. Watching from the sidelines, our boy realizes that Lee Juho is actually putting his life on the line. It turns out the rumors weren't just talk. The man really has the power of a B-rank hunter. However, holding back a monster of this caliber requires more than just rank. It takes pure, desperate grit. With a defiant shout, Juho swings his sword, hoping to carve a path through this nightmare for his team. The party realizes this monster is way out of their league, far surpassing a standard B-rank threat. Lee Juho is sent flying, his body slamming into the wall as his strength finally gives out. As the beast prepares to finish him off, the group panics, realizing their leader is about to die. Suddenly, a massive shockwave echoes through the chamber, stopping the monster's lethal strike in its tracks. Lee Juho looks up in total disbelief, wondering how the hell he is still breathing right now. He is completely dumbfounded, unable to process who could possibly have the strength to stop that blow. Turns out our boy Soo-hyun stepped in, effortlessly blocking the giant's club with a single, casual blade. Kim Baroon rushes over to check on their fallen leader, while Soo-hyun keeps the monster at bay. Looking back, Soo-hyun is just glad the man is unhurt, though he is done hiding his power. With the distractions out of the way, he readies his sword to show this trash-tier monster true fear. The Cyclops swings with everything it has, but our boy just dances around the beast like it's nothing. The rest of the party watches in total silence as Soo-hyun lands with the grace of a pro. Min-sok and the others are completely dumbfounded, wondering how a supposed rookie can dodge such a lethal strike. Soo-hyun stares them down, asking if they plan on staying frozen in fear while the monster still breathes. Even the Cyclops is confused by the sudden shift in momentum as Soo-hyun warns them escape isn't an option. The mysterious hooded stranger steps forward to confirm the grim reality that their only way out is now blocked. Soo-hyun explains that yellow-level dungeons are a different breed where you can't leave until you find the exit. Lee Joo-ho struggles to his feet, admitting that Soo-hyun is right despite the terrifying change in the dungeon's rank. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire cavern, sending the already panicked hunters into a fresh wave of terror. While Eunmi screams about an earthquake, Soo-hyun keeps his cool, knowing the real trial is only just beginning. The cave ceiling literally rains monsters, leaving the group with no choice but to fight for their lives. Lee Joo-ho is stunned when Soo-hyun casually claims the boss for himself, leaving the leader trailing behind. Before the leader can even argue, he realizes they have their own problems with the sheer number of enemies. A swarm of red-eyed freaks charges in, and the party needs to snap out of it immediately. Our boy quickly counts 30 targets, his regressor instincts already mapping out the most efficient way to kill. He realizes these trash-tier mobs are standard orange rank fare, meaning the rest of the party should manage. While he could incinerate every single one with his divine flames, he knows it's too early to reveal everything. Instead, he locks his sights on the big guy, knowing the Cyclops is the only real threat here. Most hunters think the eye on the head is the weak point, but Soo-hyun knows better from experience. He leaps into the air, aiming for the hidden eye that most people wouldn't find until they were dead. The Cyclops swings its massive club with enough force to pulverize stone, thinking the fight is already over. Our boy uses the momentum to hop right onto the beast's arm, leaving the monster completely dumbfounded. He stands tall on the weapon, looking down at the beast while preparing to end this trash-tier encounter. With a cold gaze, he draws his blade in a blur of speed that no C rank should possess. He drives his sword straight into the beast's palm, aiming for the spot most hunters never even find. The monster screams in agony because it wasn't just holding that club to attack, but to protect itself. Turns out, the real eye of this specific variant is tucked away right in the center of its hand. He sticks the landing perfectly, while the high-tier threat collapses from the sudden, blinding pain of a ruptured eye. Soo-hyun glances back, satisfied that his main target is handled without having to reveal his divine flames yet. Meanwhile, Eunmi and the rest of the party are still desperately struggling to clear out the remaining dungeon mobs. Joo-ho and Barun finish off the last of the trash-tier mobs, thinking the coast is finally clear. But their relief turns to pure terror as they scream for Soo-hyun to watch his back. Before our boy can even react, a massive green hand snatches him right out of the air. The beast just grins, proving that a single stab wasn't enough to put this monster down for good. Soo-hyun realizes too late that he targeted the wrong limb while the creature reveals its true secret. Turns out this variant has a second eye hidden right in the palm of its other hand. His mind races as he stares death in the face, realizing his C-rank act might have backfired. The monster closes its fist with a sickening crunch, leaving the party to watch in absolute horror. Joo-ho loses it and screams, convinced that their strongest ally just got turned into a human pancake. Min-sok and the others are completely dumbfounded, wondering if their arrogant savior actually just died. Barun and the others decide to bail, thinking the situation is completely hopeless without their carry. The monster puts everything into one final squeeze, certain it just turned our boy into a red smear. Suddenly, the creature's expression shifts to pure confusion as a strange power begins leaking from its palms. A massive pillar of energy erupts from the beast's grip, blowing its hands wide open in an instant. Joo-ho can't believe his eyes, frozen in place as the impossible happens right in front of him. Soo-hyun sticks the landing like a pro, radiating a menacing red aura that sends the monster recoiling. He casually admits that things almost got hairy, though he doesn't look worried in the slightest. Turns out he used a transformation skill to mimic the monster's own regeneration, making him basically unkillable. Our boy hits the ground running, proving that his tactical prep is what separates him from trash-tier hunters. Looking at his hands, he realizes that dumping points into his hidden skills was definitely the right move. He reflects on the high-tier traits he successfully mimicked from the Charles clan boss and the divine bird. Our boy realizes his copying skill has finally evolved to replicate the actual power, not just the appearance. He wonders how far he can push this new strength while he's already on a roll. Lee Joo-ho rushes toward him in a panic, desperately calling out to see if he's still in one piece. A massive pillar of light erupts before he can finish, leaving the raid leader stammering in shock. Standing amidst the settling dust, Lee Joo-ho is left completely dumbfounded by the overwhelming aura radiating from the rookie. Without a second of hesitation, Kim Soo-hyun lunges toward the remaining trash-tier mobs to clear the path. A blinding white slash tears through the air, instantly bifurcating the first wave of monsters. The creatures barely have time to scream before realizing they've run into a total monster. Red streaks of lethality crisscross the room, shredding the entire swarm into nothing but dungeon scrap. Our boy Kim Soo-hyun continues his absolute massacre, treating these dungeon mobs like total trash tier fodder. He doesn't let his guard down for a second, sensing that the real threat is just getting started. Suddenly, the massive Cyclops slams the ground, trying to crush anything in its path with raw, overwhelming strength. Kim Soo-hyun easily evades the strike, taunting the beast by asking where exactly it thinks it's looking. He delivers a blinding strike right to the monster's eye, while Lee Joo-ho watches the impossible display. The raid leader is completely dumbfounded, unable to process the sheer speed and refined technique of a rookie. He can't help but wonder if these are truly the abilities of a mere C-rank hunter. While he's distracted by the spectacle, a stray monster sneaks up behind him, ready to tear him apart. Lee Joo-ho snaps back to reality and cleaves the creature, reminding himself to focus on his own duty. He immediately calls out to Kim Baroon, knowing they need to regroup before the situation spirals further. Lee Joo-ho takes the lead on the front lines, commanding the others to back up the struggling rookies. Our boy notes that the team is finally finding their rhythm as they move to support each other. He decides it's time to wrap things up and launches a devastating aerial assault on the massive beast. The monster lets out a final, pained shriek as it realizes it's completely outmatched by a mere human. With a blinding display of swordsmanship, he carves the creature apart in a single, overwhelming burst of speed. The hidden eye on the monster's palm disintegrates, confirming the high-tier threat has been permanently dealt with. The raid party huffs in exhaustion, surrounded by the mangled remains of the dungeon's lesser inhabitants. Kim Baroon is gripped by terror, her voice trembling as she asks what their next move should be. They've cleared the immediate threat, but the grim reality remains that they have no idea where to go. The leader admits he's clueless, so our boy calmly suggests they rest before the tower throws more trash. Lee Joo-ho checks on our boy, who plays it cool despite just obliterating a high-tier threat. He reminds himself to keep up the C-rank act so nobody suspects he's actually a legendary regressor. Acting like a total rookie, he pretends his body is throbbing from the effort to avoid raising eyebrows. The leader decides to have the healer check him out while he deals with the other terrified survivors. Kim Yeon approaches with her staff, offering some much-needed healing magic to soothe his fake injuries. She can't help but praise his performance, clearly impressed by the skills he displayed during the chaos. Taking down a Cyclops solo is unheard of for his rank, but he just claims it was pure luck. Despite his humble act, a heavy silence falls as she stares at him with a deeply troubled expression. She asks if he's worried, but he's so detached he assumes she's just talking about the dungeon's difficulty. Turns out, she's actually concerned about the shady vibes and the broken state of the remaining raid party. The rest of the party is a total mess, with some paralyzed by fear and others just complaining. Kim Baroon pulls the leader aside to drop some truth bombs about the trash-tier reputation of certain members. She explains that rumors on Abyss Online claim these guys are notorious for stealing rewards from their own teammates. She's worried that despite our boy doing all the heavy lifting, he won't see a single dime of loot. Hearing this, Soo-hyun just smirks, finally piecing together the shady politics of this ragtag group. Yoon tries to comfort him, telling him not to stress about the potential for betrayal from the others. He plays it cool, acting like a dumbfounded rookie who is just happy to be part of the team. Suddenly, the leader steps forward, his heavy boots echoing through the cavern as he approaches our boy. Lee Joo-ho stares him down and requests a private chat, likely to finally suss out his true power. Our boy casually agrees to follow, leaving the healer looking absolutely terrified for his safety. Lee Joo-ho drops the act and admits there is something he needs to ask our boy personally. Soo-hyun just gives him a knowing look, fully aware that his cover might be starting to slip. Suddenly, the massive stone doors groan open, revealing a path deeper into the heart of the dungeon. The group cautiously enters the grand hall, their footsteps echoing against the cold, ancient stone floor. Minsok looks around nervously, wondering if they've finally reached the central area or just another death trap. Yoonmi scans the room with a dumbfounded expression, clearly out of her league in a place this massive. Her eyes light up when she spots a golden gate, convinced it's the ticket out of this nightmare. Lee Joo-ho tries to warn her about moving recklessly, but the trash-tier rookie is already sprinting toward the light. As soon as her boots hit the tiles, a sharp click echoes, signaling they've just walked into a trap. A system window flickers to life, announcing that the dungeon's true trial is finally beginning for the group. The system's voice echoes through the hall, leaving Lee Joo-ho and the rookies completely dumbfounded by the sudden trial. Our boy stays silent as the group realizes that clearing a yellow dungeon requires more than just killing monsters. New windows flicker to life, explaining that they must meet specific survival requirements to ever see the sun again. The choice is simple but deadly. Either hold the line for 30 minutes, or run from a relentless horde. Lee Joo-ho and Kim Baroon can't believe the system is pulling this stunt when they're already at their limit. Yoonmi starts panicking, frantically arguing that they should choose the path of retreat before they all get slaughtered. Minsok hesitates, suggesting that better rewards might come from fighting since they've actually held their own so far. The argument turns into a heated spat until Kim Baroon finally loses her patience and screams for everyone to stop. Lee Joo-ho tells them to quit being childish, his face darkening as he realizes the gravity of their situation. He looks back at Kim Soo-hyun, silently questioning if this mysterious rookie has the answer to their survival. Our boy just gives a faint smirk, knowing exactly how this high-stakes game is played. Lee Joo-ho stays silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the rookie, who shouldn't be this calm. Kim Bae-roon presses the leader for a decision, noting they have less than 10 minutes before the trial. She points out that Soo-hyun is the only reason they aren't monster food, so his input is vital. Eunmi is absolutely dumbfounded that they'd let a trash-tier C rank call the shots for their entire party. As the tension peaks, Soo-hyun finally opens his mouth to deliver the verdict they aren't expecting. He bluntly states that fighting is their best bet, sending Eunmi and Min-seok into a total tailspin. Eunmi points an accusing finger, calling him an arrogant brat who's letting greed cloud his judgment. Ignoring her outburst, our boy explains that while running looks easy, it's actually a one-way ticket to hell. If they choose to flee, they'll just be hunted down like rats by something far worse than a cyclops. Eunmi and the others are visibly shaken as the reality of being hunted by unbeatable monsters sinks in. Our boy suggests that since the unknown behind the door is a death trap, they should hold their ground. Lee Joo-ho realizes the logic is sound and starts weighing their slim chances of survival in this hellhole. Seeing no other way out, the leader officially calls for everyone to prepare for the incoming onslaught. The party snaps into a defensive formation, knowing that their lives depend on working together for once. The tower confirms their choice to face the trial, leaving Eunmi trembling at the weight of their decision. With only 30 seconds on the clock, Min-seok grips his blade, his heart hammering against his ribs. Soo-hyun remains cold and focused while the system offers a hollow wish of luck to the desperate travelers. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupts in the center of the hall, signaling the start of the carnage. A swarm of bloodthirsty monsters begins to manifest, ready to tear our group of rookies limb from limb. A wave of trash-tier mobs floods the hall, ranging from creepy crawlers to winged nightmares. The raid party is immediately swarmed, realizing too late that these monsters are far faster than they anticipated. Lee Joo-ho tries to take command, but a sudden green vine lashes out, catching him completely off guard. He struggles to keep his grip, as the creature's speed leaves him dumbfounded and unable to counter. The vine tightens around his throat, cutting off his air while he desperately claws at the suffocating grip. Just as the leader's vision fades, our boy steps in and severs the vine with a single, precise strike. Without breaking his stride, Soo-hyun turns his attention to the next lizard man lunging from the shadows. He carves through the monster like butter, his regressor instincts making the chaotic battle look like child's play. His eyes glow with intensity as he notes that only 1 minute has passed in this grueling trial. Meanwhile, the rest of the party struggles to hold the line, while Yi-eun prepares her magic to survive. Eunmi and Min-seok are pushed to their limits, desperately trying to keep the swarm of trash-tier mobs at bay. Kim Bae-roon leaps into action, her blade cutting through the air as she tries to stabilize their crumbling defense. Suddenly, a massive blast of energy erupts, vaporizing the surrounding monsters and clearing the battlefield in an instant. Our boy kneels amidst the rubble, realizing that the preliminary warm-up is finally over and the real threat approaches. A hidden observer watches from the darkness, curious if these players will survive or finally show their true colors. A sudden, piercing scream echoes through the hall, leaving the group frozen in a state of pure, unadulterated shock. Lee Joo-ho stands there dumbfounded, unable to process the carnage, while Soo-hyun remains eerily calm behind him. Kim Yun is visibly trembling, her spirit nearly broken as she realizes they are completely out of their league here. The heavy dungeon doors slowly creak open, revealing a gruesome scene that halts everyone's breath in their chests. The hooded stranger is left dangling like a rag doll, brutally impaled by energy spikes in a display of absolute lethality. Yoon stares in horror at the impaled stranger, realizing the dungeon's lethality is far beyond her expectations. Joo-ho stands frozen while Soo-hyun observes the scene, his regressor instincts telling him this is just the beginning. The rest of the party members scramble as more trash-tier monsters swarm them from every dark corner. Joo-ho finally snaps out of his daze and bellows for everyone to focus before they all end up dead. Bae-roon and Min-seok desperately try to fend off a creature, their amateur movements showing their mounting panic. Just as a monster lunges for a kill, the air ripples with a strange and overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, the remaining mobs begin to dissolve into digital fragments, leaving the group completely dumbfounded by the turn. A system notification blares, announcing that the first route has been forcibly closed by an unknown force. The group realizes someone else cleared the trial ahead of them, leaving them trapped in a failing dungeon. Bae-roon admits that taking on the next wave is impossible, as their hope of survival rapidly vanishes. The situation is dire since the next wave of monsters will be even stronger than the previous ones. Bae-roon warns that running is futile because the path ahead is likely littered with lethal traps. Our boy Soo-hyun casually steps forward and tells the stunned group it is time to move out. Eunmi panics and points at the corpses, claiming that following him is basically just committing suicide. Soo-hyun explains that they clearly don't understand the system's hidden rules regarding the second clear method. He reminds them that while monsters will chase them, the system never actually mentioned avoiding any traps. With only 3 minutes left, he suggests traps might only trigger for those who abandon their route. He questions how these supposedly experienced hunters still haven't figured out how the tower's mechanics actually work. Looking them dead in the eye, he notes they're doomed anyway, so they might as well try. Juho finally finds his resolve and commands the remaining party members to follow Soo-hyun out of the dungeon. Juho gives the group an ultimatum, telling any doubters they are free to stay behind and rot. He humbles himself, admitting his failure as a leader while urging everyone to prioritize their survival. Even the trash-tier attitude of Yoonmi shifts as she realizes being alone is a one-way ticket to hell. The party scrambles for the exit, but Yoon stops to ask why our boy isn't following them. Soo-hyun stands amidst the rubble, coldly announcing his intention to remain behind in the dungeon. The group is absolutely dumbfounded, with Yoonmi certain that the pressure has finally snapped his mind. With a sharp gaze, he clarifies that he won't be facing the coming shadows entirely alone. Juho and Barun can only stare in disbelief, unable to wrap their heads around his suicidal plan. Turning the tables, Soo-hyun calls out to Yeon, signaling that she is the one who needs to stay. Yeon is left completely stunned, wondering why a monster like him would ever need a healer like her. Soo-hyun tells Yoon it is time to start, but she is terrified and demands to know why she is staying. As the heavy doors begin to creak, Yoon realizes her only ticket out is about to vanish forever. Barun is absolutely dumbfounded, screaming about what Yoon could have possibly done to deserve being abandoned like this. Yoon desperately begs her leader to take her along, but Soo-hyun just calmly calls out to Juho. Standing at the threshold, Juho asks our boy if he still remembers the heavy promise they made earlier. With a grim look of determination, Juho confirms that he hasn't forgotten a single word of their secret deal. The massive gate slams shut with a heavy thud, sealing Yeon inside the nightmare she tried to escape. Trapped in the shadows with a monster, Yoon reaches out in vain as the last light fades away. Her legs finally give out, and she collapses to the cold floor while whispering Soo-hyun's name in terror. Trembling, she wonders why he is doing this, convinced that staying behind is nothing but a slow death sentence. Soo-hyun listens as Yoon pathetically claims she just wants to survive like everyone else in this hellhole. Our boy isn't buying it, especially since she's still clutching a lethal blade behind her back. He calls her out instantly, revealing he knew all along she was working for a dark organization. A hidden mark on her shoulder confirms his suspicions, linking her to a group of notorious killers. This trash-tier traitor belongs to the Dump Guild, the most ruthless bunch of murderers in existence. In the future, this syndicate becomes a breeding ground for atrocities that haunt the entire world. Realizing they helped trigger the apocalypse, Soo-hyun decides he must pull these weeds out by the roots. He demands to know if she planned to slaughter the entire party just for a guild achievement. Yoon finally drops the act, clicking her tongue while begrudgingly admitting that our boy is actually sharp. He already analyzed the others, knowing Yoonmi was too selfish and Minsok too weak to be the mole. Soo-hyun recalls how the hooded man seemed like the perfect suspect since he was hiding his identity. That mystery man became the first victim, a calculated move to keep the real traitor in the shadows. Yoon even manipulated the group's trust by leaking false stories about the party leaders to cause friction. However, our boy explains that her desperate attempts to frame others were exactly what exposed her. The traitor just laughs, finding it amusing that her trash-tier acting was seen through so easily. He reveals that he noticed her suspicious movements the very moment the Cyclops was defeated. Dropping her facade, she pulls a dagger and wonders how a supposed low-ranker could be so perceptive. She mocks him, claiming he'll be dead in seconds, while she slips away through the exit. Her healer class was a total lie, masking an assassin build equipped with a powerful sneak skill. As the second trial begins, she vanishes into the shadows, leaving Soo-hyun alone to handle the chaos. Soo-hyun asks if her skill can hide the scent of blood, leaving the traitor completely dumbfounded. She stares at the bloodstain on her hand, realizing he marked her before she even tried to vanish. Panic sets in as she tries to bolt, realizing she's been outplayed by a supposedly weak rookie. Suddenly, the dungeon's second trial triggers, surrounding the fleeing assassin with a horde of hungry monsters. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the hall as the monsters tear into the traitor who abandoned them. Our boy doesn't even flinch, knowing the real battle is only just beginning for him. He stands alone against an entire army of giants and beasts, ready to clear the path himself. The monsters charge with mindless fury, thinking they've found an easy snack in the lone human. With a single, blinding flash of his blade, he carves through the front line like wet paper. He stares them down with cold eyes, warning the remaining trash that nobody is getting past him today. The survivors scramble through the dark tunnel, desperate to escape the encroaching horde. Yoonmi and the others push their limits, knowing the monsters will catch up if they slow down. Lee Juho is completely dumbfounded, struggling to process that Kim Yoon was the traitor all along. He wonders how our boy could have possibly known about the traitor's hidden identity so early on. He realizes Soo-hyun possessed advanced knowledge of the betrayal, making the rookie seem even more enigmatic. Once they find a moment of peace, Lee Joo-ho finally demands to know what Soo-hyun is hiding. He turns to face the mysterious rookie, his eyes filled with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. The leader bluntly asks if he is truly a trash tier C rank or something much more dangerous. Soo-hyun just plays it cool, while Joo-ho reveals he has been comparing notes with Kim Baroon, recalling how he effortlessly decimated a Cyclops. The leader knows this rookie is cut from a different cloth. Soo-hyun is caught off guard when Joo-ho asks if he's actually the legendary ranker everyone's been whispering about. The leader admits he's out of his league and asks our boy to take over as the raid leader. Recalling Soo-hyun's insane combat prowess against the Cyclops, Joo-ho realizes only a true monster can lead them now. The tension in the cave is thick as the leader waits for a straight answer from the mysterious rookie. He looks Soo-hyun dead in the eye, questioning if that trash tier C rank title is just a total lie. Our boy remains silent for a moment, weighing the consequences of finally dropping his carefully crafted facade. He admits he was going to keep lying, but the situation has become too dire for more games. Joo-ho flinches in shock when the rookie finally stops playing pretend and confirms his suspicions. With a cold, piercing gaze, Soo-hyun officially reveals that he is indeed the powerhouse they've been looking for. Joo-ho isn't surprised he was hiding his strength, while Soo-hyun simply says he has his own personal reasons. Soo-hyun explains he is being honest because he heard the leader is actually a trustworthy guy. Even with his insane power, our boy flat out refuses to take over the raid leader position. He notes how the veteran managed to keep the team organized and calm, even when things turned deadly. Seeing the man sacrifice himself to block a hit for the group proved he is the real deal. Soo-hyun believes these leadership qualities make the veteran far more qualified to guide the survivors than he is. Instead of leading, the regressor has a specific request that ties back to his secret agenda. The tension spikes as he prepares to reveal the dark truth lurking within their own ranks. The leader is completely dumbfounded when the rookie predicts a cold-blooded murder is about to take place. He needs the veteran to focus on evacuating everyone safely while he stays behind in the shadows. Our boy reveals his real mission isn't clearing the floor, but catching the traitorous culprit red-handed. Lee Joo-ho keeps running, but he can't stop thinking about the strongest rookie currently risking it all alone. He knows the dungeon is crawling with trash-tier mobs that could easily swarm even a powerhouse like Soo-hyun. The veteran grits his teeth, desperately trying to convince himself that he's powerless to change the outcome. He realizes that compared to the regressor's talent, he might just end up getting in the way. His hand instinctively tightens around his hilt as his pride as a leader begins to flare up. Suddenly, he decides he can't live with himself if he abandons his comrade to a certain death. He pulls a complete U-turn and bolts back, leaving Kim Baroon standing there absolutely dumbfounded. Even if it means failing his mission to evacuate the others, he refuses to be a coward today. He charges back into the heart of the dungeon, determined to reach the rookie before the light fades. With a sharp clang, our boy draws his steel and strikes the barrier while calling for the rookie. Lee Joo-ho freezes in his tracks, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief at the sight before him. The entire floor is a graveyard of trash-tier mobs, all scorched by a strange, flickering blue flame. Another beast collapses right at his feet, its life extinguished before it could even register a threat. This is not normal mana. It's a divine power specifically designed to incinerate anything with dark tendencies. From the heavens, our boy descends like a god of war with a massive flaming avian at his back. The veteran hunter can only stare, realizing the rookie he tried to save is actually a monster himself. Soo-hyun lands gracefully and expresses his genuine surprise at seeing the veteran leader return to the fray. Before they can talk, a swarm of leathery winged pests dives in to finish what the others started. He doesn't even break a sweat, unleashing a wave of blue heat that turns the air into a furnace. The flying monsters screech in agony as they realize they've picked a fight with the wrong human. Blue flames tear through the sky, turning the flying pests into nothing but ash and charcoal. Lee Joo-ho is completely dumbfounded, unable to process the sheer scale of power radiating from the rookie. Our boy touches down with a heavy thud, his every movement carrying the weight of a true predator. He stands calm in the center of the inferno, surrounded by the charred remains of the dungeon's trash-tier mobs. The raid leader rushes over, calling out to him while still reeling from the impossible sight he just witnessed. He demands to know why the kid stayed behind when he was specifically told to run for his life. Hanging his head in shame, the veteran offers a sincere apology for underestimating the monster standing before him. He admits his conscience wouldn't let him abandon a comrade, even if it meant certain death for himself. When asked about the traitorous healer, Soo-hyun coldly notes that the monsters already took care of her mess. Lee Joo-ho scratches his head, feeling like trash tier for being useless while the rookie did everything. Our boy tells the veteran he'll get his chance to help because the real show is starting. Suddenly, a massive orb of golden lightning erupts in the center of the hall, shaking the ground. The energy crackles with intense mana, signaling that the dungeon isn't finished with them yet. A bony, skeletal hand reaches out from the blinding light, clawing its way into their reality. A skull with haunting purple eyes emerges, radiating an aura far beyond anything they've faced. While the raid leader is completely dumbfounded, Soo-hyun just stares, knowing the final boss has arrived. A towering lich in dark robes manifests, brandishing a staff crackling with ancient, forbidden magic. The undead monster lets out a bone-chilling laugh as it prepares to harvest their souls. Lee Joo-ho is completely lost. Unable to process the sheer pressure radiating from the new arrival, he points a trembling finger at the floating skeleton, while our boy calmly confirms it's the final boss. The undead entity takes offense, telling them it's incredibly rude to just call him a mere skeleton monster. Seeing a pile of bones actually speak sends the raid leader into a full-blown panic. The monster ignores the screaming and demands they show some respect by using his proper title. He strikes a pose, introducing himself to the puny humans as the legendary Lich, the Dark Priest. Soo-hyun isn't impressed and shuts him down instantly, calling him nothing more than a pathetic half-baked lich. He explains to his confused teammate that this trash-tier boss is just a failed experiment that never finished evolving. Real liches have massive mana density, making this guy's attempt at a cool taunt look utterly foolish. Our boy keeps the insults flying, calling the boss a half-off sale failure, while Joo-ho just watches in awe. The boss stands there dumbfounded, unable to process how a mere human could see through his fake status. He starts trembling with pure rage, cursing the bastards who dare to treat a dark priest like common trash. The monster levitates while screaming that he will rip their limbs off and turn them into monster feed. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake as the fallen corpses are infused with a sinister, flickering blue energy. Lee Joo-ho's heart sinks when he realizes the dead monsters are getting back up to finish the job. Our boy stays cool, noting that even a half-baked lich still possesses the annoying ability to control the dead. A massive army of undead creatures rises from the rubble, ready to swarm the two hunters at once. Kim Soo-hyun realizes the staff's power is likely the reason this dungeon's difficulty spiked into the yellow rank. The raid leader panics and asks why he taunted the beast, but Soo-hyun admits it was all intentional. Lee Joo-ho is left speechless when Soo-hyun explains he needed to bait the boss into attacking him first. Lee Joo-ho is completely dumbfounded as a massive surge of azure mana suddenly erupts from the cold stone floor. Our boy grips his blade tightly, channeling the divine flames to prepare for the upcoming slaughter. With a burst of blinding speed, he carves a path through the air, leaving a trail of fire. A protective ring of blue flames forms around them, acting as a temporary sanctuary against the rising undead. Soo-hyun turns to the raid leader and bluntly tells him he needs to stay put for a moment. He explains that the man is currently too weak to help and would only be a distraction. If the leader stays inside the circle, the undead won't be able to lay a finger on him. While the trash-tier mobs are busy, our boy sets his sights on the floating skeletal boss. He launches himself out of the safety zone, cutting through the air like a blue comet toward his target. The lich is caught off guard, realizing this human is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. Soo-hyun closes the distance with a lethal strike, but his blade only meets empty air. He realizes something is off, as his target vanishes right before his eyes. Our boy lands hard, realizing the skeletal boss just pulled a fast one on him. The lich mocks his speed from above, confirming that it used teleportation to escape certain death. Soo-hyun knows these monsters hate physical brawls and use the undead to hide their fatal flaws. Their life force is tied to the mana crystal on their forehead, making it a prime target. He strikes again, but the lich keeps blinking away to keep that precious crystal safe. If he can just catch up to the monster's rhythm, the fight will be over in seconds. He lunges forward once more, swinging his blade at the floating purple robes. Turns out, the lich is using its own cloak to mess with his vision and buy time. Soo-hyun realizes the lich is trying to create a blind spot to launch a surprise magic strike. He barely manages to evade the dark energy as it tears through the air right where he stood. Realizing he needs more firepower, our boy taps into his regressor soul to ignite his signature blue fire. He cloaks himself in the divine flames and lunges forward, hoping this heat can melt the undead trash. The impact creates a massive burst of blue energy that lights up the entire dark dungeon floor. As he lands, he wonders if that final desperate strike was enough to put the monster down. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoes through the chamber, making him realize his target isn't finished yet. The lich admits the flames are dangerous but points out they are useless if they never actually land. The skeletal boss continues to mock him, confident that its superior mobility makes it essentially untouchable. Soo-hyun grinds his teeth, frustrated that his timing was off against such a slippery, teleporting opponent. The lich mocks our boy for dangling like a helpless spider while trying to formulate a plan. Suddenly, the skeletal boss tells him to check his weapon, revealing the blade is starting to shatter. This death energy is a total cheat code, slowly eating away at the sword's very life force. Soo-hyun just smirks, knowing he won't need 5 minutes to end this trash-tier boss once and for all. He releases his grip and plummets toward the ground, turning himself into a human meteor. With a desperate roar, he dives straight for the lich, determined to finish the fight right now. The impact sends shockwaves through the chamber, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Nearby, Juho stands amidst the blue flames, completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the battle. He curses his own weakness, realizing he's barely keeping his head above water in this nightmare. Watching the monsters swarm, he hates that he is just being protected instead of actually contributing. Juho watches Suhyun clash with the Lich, realizing he'd only be a burden if he jumped in now. Even the trash tier mobs are frozen in awe as the two monsters above trade world-shaking blows. Our boy Juho feels like a total amateur, knowing a mere B rank would be erased in seconds here. He stands amidst the blue flames, his feet rooted to the spot by the pressure of the battle. However, he refuses to just be a spectator while his comrade puts everything on the line. He tightens his grip on his blade, deciding that sitting still just isn't in his DNA. With a roar that shakes his very soul, he ignites his resolve and charges into the fray. He carves through a reptilian mob, proving that even a B rank can draw blood when pushed. The creature falls instantly, unable to keep up with the desperate speed of Juho's sudden counterattack. He isn't the strongest, but he's determined to clear a path and prove he belongs on this battlefield. Suhyun is left dumbfounded, sensing a sudden surge of power coming from his supposed B rank companion. He watches Juho dive headfirst into the monster swarm, seemingly abandoning the protection of the divine flames. Turns out, the man is actually drawing power from the blue fire, weaving it into his own sword style. Suho-yun realizes Juho's mana pool has expanded mid-battle, proving the man has truly evolved under this intense pressure. Even while gasping for air, Juho's eyes burn with a new determination to finally stand on equal footing. Seeing his ally can handle the heat, our boy smirks and decides it is time for a change of plans. He blitzes across the stone floor with blinding speed, momentarily ignoring the boss to focus on the surrounding trash. The Lich just laughs like a maniac, convinced that the regressor is finally running away in total fear. Instead, Suhan becomes a whirlwind of steel, carving through the trash tier mobs with lethal, high-speed precision. He finishes the rotation with a massive burst of blue mana, incinerating every last monster in a single strike. Juho is completely dumbfounded, struggling to understand why Suhyun would suddenly turn his back on the boss. Our boy just stands tall amidst the blue flames, declaring that the real battle is only just beginning. The heavy silence of the dungeon chamber is broken, as Juho calls out to him in disbelief. Suhyun calmly walks back toward his ally, his expression unreadable despite the chaotic mana swirling around them. He actually offers a rare apology, admitting that he was wrong to call Juho inadequate before. Now that the trash tier mobs are cleared, he explains the next phase of his ruthless plan. He proposes they team up to end the boss, leaving the raid leader absolutely stunned by the suggestion. The Lich cackles from above, mocking their desperate struggle and doubting two humans could ever hope to win. Ignoring the noise, Suhyun leans in to whisper a secret strategy that makes Juho break into a sweat. When asked if such a crazy feat is even possible, our boy simply confirms it with total confidence. Lee Juho admits he lacks confidence but trusts that our boy has a solid reason for this madness. He vows not to be a burden, as they both prepare their blades for the final, desperate showdown. The Lich calls them fools and summons a fresh wave of trash tier mobs to show them true despair. Without a second of hesitation, the duo charges straight into the heart of the growing enemy swarm. Suhyun's eyes turn cold as he begins to carve a path through the monsters with surgical precision. Juho follows the opening, pushing his physical limits to keep up with the regressor's insane combat pace. Using the momentum, the raid leader launches himself into the air, aiming directly for the boss' skeletal head. The skeletal mage is dumbfounded that the weaker human is the one actually initiating the direct assault. It mocks his pathetic speed, completely unaware that Juho is merely the distraction for the real threat. Behind him, Suhyun ignites his divine blue flames, preparing to incinerate everything in a single, glorious burst. Our boy plants his feet, ready to launch a strike that defies all logic. Suhyun's eyes burn with a cold intensity as he accelerates past the point of human recognition. While Juho dives from above, the regressor stays low, weaving a net of blue destruction. The Lich mocks their coordination, claiming that no mere human effort can ever hope to reach it. Juho remains stone-faced, fully aware that his life depends on this single, desperate distraction. He tightens his grip and activates his Tempest Sword, pouring his entire soul into the blade. A massive hurricane of mana erupts as the raid leader executes his high-speed wind dance. The swirling winds instantly catch Suhyun's divine flames, creating a lethal, spiraling vortex of blue fire. Their combined powers merge into a singular, devastating storm that tears through the dungeon's thick mana. The boss is left dumbfounded as the incinerating gale prepares to wipe its smug grin away. The boss is absolutely dumbfounded that these two supposedly weak hunters actually managed to combine their skills. It screams in agony as the incinerating blue gale swallows its skeletal frame and disrupts its mana. Our boy doesn't waste a second, sprinting through the smoke to close the distance before it can recover. While Juho tumbles through the air, he maintains his focus to keep the undead monster's attention divided. Su Hyun slides beneath his ally, perfectly timing his movement to stay deep within the boss's blind spot. They cross paths in a blur of steel, executing a high-speed pincer maneuver that would make veterans jealous. Juho launches himself upward as the ultimate bait, forcing the monster to focus its magic on the sky. The boss snarls that it won't be fooled again, gathering a massive surge of dark, purple energy. A devastating burst of necromantic power slams into Juho, nearly shattering his resolve as he takes the hit. The monster cackles, thinking the fight is over, completely unaware that Soo-hyun is already looming right behind it. Soo-hyun lunges for the kill, while Lee Juho watches, hoping this strike finally ends the nightmare. Our boy puts everything into this swing, determined to finish the boss before his stamina runs dry. The Lich freezes in terror, realizing its dark shield won't be enough to stop this monster's momentum. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes through the chamber as the blade reaches its absolute breaking point. The sword shatters into 1,000 pieces, leaving Soo-hyun completely exposed to the boss's counterattack. Shards of steel rain down like snow, signaling the end of his primary weapon and his advantage. The Lich stands there, dumbfounded for a second, unable to believe its luck as the threat vanishes. A wicked grin spreads across the monster's face as it realizes the regressor has finally run out of options. It mocks him for losing his only tool, laughing that a warrior without a sword is just trash-tier prey. However, Soo-hyun just smirks back, questioning the monster's assumption that he's helpless without a blade. Our boy mocks the monster, asking why it ever assumed he was the only one carrying a blade. The Lich's head snaps back in pure terror as it realizes it completely ignored the real threat. Lee Juho pours every ounce of his B-rank mana into a final, desperate overhead strike. He descends like a meteor, his blade cutting through the air to deliver a decisive, heavy blow. The monster can only stare up in silence, realizing its trash-tier arrogance just cost it everything. The sword connects perfectly, shattering the glowing soul gem embedded deep in the undead's forehead. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the chamber as the Lich's dark essence begins to violently unravel. The resulting shockwave levels the room, signaling the absolute end of the dungeon's corrupt master. Soo-hyun casually explains that their teamwork was the plan all along, leaving the boss utterly outplayed. He knew the Lich would focus on him, using his own breaking sword as the ultimate bait. Looking at the broken blade, Soo-hyun reveals the plan was always to let Juho deliver the final blow. Juho stands firm, having successfully exploited the monster's trash-tier arrogance to land that decisive, heavy strike. The defeated Lich clings to its fading essence, wheezing that this isn't the end for its dark cause. It dissolves into shadows, prophesying a dark rebirth for its king, once the sun is finally cloaked in darkness. A heavy silence fills the chamber as the boss's final promise of unending pain echoes through the ruins. Juho finally exhales, asking our boy if the nightmare is over while trying to process their narrow victory. Soo-hyun confirms the kill, yet he can't shake the feeling that the boss' parting words were a warning. He stares at the lingering smoke, his mind racing as he tries to identify this mysterious king. Meanwhile, Barun puts on a tearful show for the media, acting like she's devastated by the raid's outcome. She wails for the cameras, claiming that our boy is likely dead to cover her own tracks. Hiding in the brush, the duo realizes Barun's rescue call has turned the exit into a media circus. Juho glances over, checking if our boy still wants to keep his god-tier identity under wraps. He specifically mentions the legendary ranking status that would turn the world upside down if leaked. Soo-hyun admits the truth will eventually surface, but he's not ready for that headache just yet. Stepping out of the shadows, Juho decides to face the crowd alone to keep the spotlight off Soo-hyun. Looking at the chaotic scene, he notes he spent plenty of time fixing Baron's trash-tier mistakes. Before leaving, Juho reaches into his suit, preparing a final gesture of respect for his savior. He holds out a heavy bag, insisting that Soo-hyun takes his entire share of the dungeon rewards. Our boy is dumbfounded, realizing these ether stones are worth a literal fortune in the outside world. Even though Juho claims B-rankers struggle, Soo-hyun knows his friend is just being incredibly humble and generous. Juho tries to hand back the rewards, claiming he isn't qualified to keep such a massive haul. He remembers the terrifying Lich, and knows they only survived that nightmare because of Soo-hyun's hidden strength. To Juho, the debt he owes for his life far outweighs any pile of shiny stones. He even realizes our boy could have soloed the boss and only let him help for the experience. Soo-hyun just smirks, realizing his humble act didn't stand a chance against Juho's sharp intuition. Juho insists he takes the bag and disappears while he stays behind to distract the vultures. He quickly calls up a personal contact to arrange a discreet getaway for his savior. The sun begins to set over the winding mountain roads as the plan goes into motion. A lone yellow taxi rolls up the secluded path, far away from the prying eyes of reporters. Soo-hyun finds it hilarious that Juho has such a wide range of friends, even in the taxi business. Soo-hyun sits in the taxi, brooding over the lives lost despite catching the traitorous healer in time. He admits that without Lee Juho's leadership, he wouldn't have been able to pull off such a clean exit. Our boy clenches his fist, feeling disgusted that his current strength is still considered trash tier for the future. He thinks back to his previous life, where surviving until the end made him arrogant about his power. The terrifying image of Fafnir serves as a grim reminder that he needs to get exponentially stronger. His plan involves more than just solo grinding. He needs to bring heavy hitters like Choi Hak-jun along. Suddenly, his fatigue hits 83, making Young-hoon joke about how fragile the youth are these days. He ignores the driver, focusing instead on the massive tasks ahead of him to truly change the timeline. Before tackling the tower, he needs to handle his mother's hospital bills and get out of these clothes. Meanwhile, Young Dong-young kicks back in his office, laughing heartily at the chaos currently trending on the news. Lee Kyung-jong is taking a break when his assistant bursts in with news of a new seller. Being the manager of the auction house, he usually expects only high-level players to grace his office. He initially scoffs, wondering why anyone would make a fuss over a trash-tier C-rank hunter. His heart nearly stops when he hears the kid is carrying over 500 grams of ether stones. In the waiting room, our boy sits calmly, knowing exactly how much leverage he holds right now. He looks up as the door flies open, sensing the manager's desperate scramble to make amends. The manager bows low and offers a frantic apology, suddenly treating the C-ranker like royalty. Without saying a word, Soo-hyun thuds a heavy bag of glowing loot onto the coffee table. The manager pulls out his loupe, his hands trembling as he examines the high-purity stones. He realizes these are high-grade materials that usually only drop in lethal yellow-rank dungeons. The manager asks if these were obtained legally, making our boy wonder if he is being interrogated. Lee Kyung-jong quickly clarifies he isn't accusing him, yet the atmosphere in the room remains incredibly tense. He points out that for a trash-tier C-rank hunter, possessing such high-grade loot is practically impossible. Soo-hyun just smirks, seeing right through the manager's pathetic attempt to lowball the price by targeting the origin. He casually mentions that luck was on his side, and decides to show them the real prize. Reaching into his stash, he prepares to unveil the item that will change the entire negotiation. The manager and his assistant freeze in place, completely dumbfounded by the golden glow emanating from the table. Their eyes nearly pop out of their heads as they realize they are looking at a legendary treasure. It turns out to be a high-grade crystal of life, a material so rare most hunters never see it. This specific ether stone belonged to a lich, making it a masterpiece that few people even know exists. This legendary reward box was a total fluke, a rare drop essential for taking down that high-tier lich boss. Our boy isn't playing games, threatening to walk out if these trash-tier lowballers keep questioning his methods. The manager freezes, his brain short-circuiting, as he realizes the leverage has completely shifted in an instant. He looks down at his empty hands, wondering how the hell the item vanished right under his nose. Turns out Soo-hyun snatched it back with godlike speed, leaving the staff absolutely dumbfounded by his sheer reflexes. He clinches the deal in his mind, knowing he holds all the cards in this corrupt tower system. With a cold smirk, he warns them that he's only giving them one shot to name a fair price. The two of them stand there looking like they've seen a ghost, realizing they've messed with the wrong hunter. As night falls over the city, the power dynamic in the local hunter market begins to shift permanently. A massive deposit of 600 million won hits his account, finally securing the funds for his mother's treatment. Our boy checks his balance, noting that 600 million won is a decent haul for those items. He knows this cash will be trash tier once the apocalypse hits, but for now, it is his lifeline. Walking home, he realizes that financial stress won't be haunting his family for a long time. He steps inside, announcing his return while feeling relieved he no longer needs to rely on his mother. Suddenly, his mother rushes out with a ladle in hand, overjoyed to see him back so soon. She gives him a warm welcome, her face lighting up with a genuine smile he hasn't seen lately. Our boy stands there completely dumbfounded, the weight of his regression and her presence hitting him at once. He can barely process the normalcy of the moment as she continues to greet him with open arms. She fusses about dinner not being ready yet, and asks if he had a good time with friends. Looking closely, he feels a pang of guilt seeing how thin and worn down his mother has become. Soo-hyun notices a fresh scar on her face and immediately asks where she got it. She nervously brushes it off, claiming it happened at the restaurant where she works. Turns out some trash-tier customers got into a brawl, and she caught a stray shard of glass. Hearing that she's in danger for such a pathetic job makes our boy grit his teeth in anger. He tells her to quit right now, refusing to let her get hurt for a few pennies. She just holds his hands tightly, explaining that his college tuition won't pay for itself. Even though they aren't wealthy, she's determined to provide him with the best life possible. She tells him he's her pride and joy, and she wants to be a mother he's proud of. Our boy stands there completely dumbfounded, feeling the crushing weight of her unconditional love. His eyes glow with a cold resolve as he vows to end her suffering once and for all. Memories of a trash-tier past resurface, where someone mocks his pathetic mana and tosses his results aside. A cold voice from his memories tells him that he simply isn't trying hard enough yet. She touches his face, drilling in the idea that his only worth is being a son she can flaunt. With a chilling smile, she claims he's destined for greatness, though it feels more like a curse. The haunting vision shatters when his mother's voice breaks through the silence, calling out his name. Our boy stares back blankly, still caught between his dark past and the worried woman before him. He finally snaps out of it, realizing he's safe in the present with the mother he truly loves. Gripping her hands, he decides the lies have to end, and says he has a confession to make. They sit down together, the steam from their tea rising as the tension in the room thickens. She looks absolutely dumbfounded when he finally drops the bombshell that he's actually an awakened. Soo-hyun explains that being an awakened is a respectable, high-paying career, choosing it over a normal college life. He looks down, apologizing for keeping such a massive secret from her for so long. His mother softly calls his name, her expression unreadable, as she processes the weight of his confession. She looks him in the eye and asks if this dangerous path is truly his own desire. Our boy is caught off guard when she asks if his heart is really in it beyond the money. Recalling the apocalyptic ruins of his past life, he firmly declares that this is exactly what he wants. Seeing his resolve, she lets out a heavy sigh and tells him that she finally understands his choice. Soo-hyun is completely dumbfounded, asking if she's really not angry about him keeping her in the dark. He admits he expected a lecture since he lied for a year about such a life-threatening job. She admits she's definitely worried, but her love for him clearly outweighs any anger she might have. She realizes that after a year of secrets, simply getting angry won't stop him from this path. Instead of forcing him to change, she just wants her son to find his own happiness and purpose. Sitting across from him, she insists he must share his burdens instead of carrying everything alone. Our boy solemnly nods, finally feeling the weight of his mother's unconditional support and trust. He thanks her with a genuine heart, watching her face soften into a warm, relieved smile. Shifting the mood, he mentions his recent earnings and suggests she finally quit her exhausting restaurant job. He slides his phone across the table to show her the results of his recent dungeon raids. She stares at the screen in total disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out at the massive balance. Her shocked scream about the 600 million won echoes through the quiet neighborhood night. She starts trembling with excitement, wondering if every hunter brings home this kind of life-changing loot. Our boy jokes about her being too happy, but she admits nobody in this world hates having extra money. She rushes off to cook a feast, nearly causing Soo-hyun to fumble his phone in her sudden, frantic energy. He smiles softly when she asks for his favorite dish, savoring a level of care he hasn't felt in years. As they share a meal, he realizes this heartwarming atmosphere is something he has been dreaming about for lifetimes. The peace is so comfortable that he almost considers giving up his crusade just to stay in this moment. But the weight of his secret hits hard, reminding him that he is technically an imposter in this home. He knows he was granted this second chance specifically to protect the simple peace of every family on Earth. He silently addresses the original owner of his body, promising to make things right for the kid's eventual return. His ultimate goal is to turn this life into a heroic legacy, so the real Soo-hyun never loses again. With his heart steeled by purpose, our boy finally heads out to face the trials waiting beyond the door. Soo-hyun shuts the door, frustrated that a mere lich actually gave him a run for his money. He realizes that to change the future, he must begin climbing the tower with renewed intensity. Tossing aside his trash-tier gear, our boy decides he needs a legendary blade to survive the upper floors. A smirk plays on his lips, as he recalls a certain cranky old man who knows his craft. Deep in a hidden workshop, the rhythmic sound of a hammer striking hot steel echoes through the air. The forge is packed with professional tools, each one essential for crafting high-tier equipment. Barrels of discarded blades sit nearby, proving the perfectionist nature of the man behind the anvil. Steam hisses as a fresh blade is plunged into the water, tempering the steel for battle. The blacksmith exhales a tired breath, finally finishing a long day of grueling labor at the forge. This is Kim Dae-ho, a master craftsman whose legendary skills are exactly what Soo-hyun needs to reach the top. Dae-ho is deep in his zone when a sudden knock at the door starts testing his legendary patience. He tries to drown out the noise with his hammer, refusing to let some random pest ruin his rhythm. The visitor is persistent, and the constant banging finally pushes the cranky blacksmith over the edge. He bursts out of the workshop, shouting that if nobody answers, it means they should beat it. Our boy just offers a casual greeting, looking entirely too relaxed for someone facing a raging master craftsman. Dae-ho stands there dumbfounded, caught off guard by the kid's lack of fear and strangely familiar presence. He grumpily demands to know who the hell this brat is and what business he has here. Soo-hyun just smiles, keeping his secrets close as he recalls their history from the previous timeline. He remembers his past self, Han Song, seeking shelter from the rain while carrying the weight of the world. In that life, he was a weary soul just trying to survive the apocalypse one day at a time. Soo-hyun steps into the sweltering heat of the forge, announcing his arrival to the busy master craftsman. Dae-ho finally stops his rhythmic hammering and turns around, acknowledging the visitor he remembers from another life. In a memory of the previous timeline, Hansung asks about his request and finds it finally finished. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded as he gazes upon the result of the old man's legendary labor. Resting on the anvil is a magnificent blade, a masterpiece that represents the absolute pinnacle of the smith's career. Looking back at the man who poured his soul into the steel, Hansung feels a heavy weight. He unexpectedly refuses the weapon, claiming he knows exactly what the old man sacrificed to forge such a blade. Daeho freezes in shock when he realizes the kid knows he used his most precious, hoarded materials. Hansung struggles with intense guilt, feeling it is wrong to take a treasure without offering any compensation. He questions what right he has to walk away with a masterpiece built on the blacksmith's personal legacy. Daeho mentions that even in his remote shop, he's heard rumors of the kid becoming a legendary hero. He notices that as the boy's fame grows, he looks more worn out and burdened by the world. It's a trash-tier reality, where people expect everything from him while offering absolutely nothing in return. Hansung feels the crushing weight of being told he's the only one capable of saving everyone. To balance the scales, the old man decides to be just as unfair by gifting his life's work. He believes that sometimes a hero deserves a legendary favor without having to pay a single cent. This master smith was Soo-hyun's savior, but he's also a soul our boy failed to protect before. In the present timeline, the cranky blacksmith stares at our boy with a look of pure, dumbfounded suspicion. Soo-hyun introduces himself with a respectful bow, silently vowing that this time, he won't let the man die. The old man demands to know who this kid is and how he managed to find his secret workshop. The old man explodes, demanding to know who leaked his secret to some random kid. He slams the door shut, making it clear he doesn't craft for trash-tier hunters. Our boy just smirks, realizing the cranky blacksmith is exactly as stubborn as he remembers. Standing before the locked door, Soo-hyun calmly mentions he has already brought the necessary materials. A heavy silence follows as the master smith weighs whether this kid is just bluffing. Curiosity wins out, and the old man peeks out, agreeing to at least check the goods. Soo-hyun reveals his prize, and the blacksmith's skeptical gaze immediately shifts to the glowing stone. The master smith is completely dumbfounded, his eyes widening as he recognizes the legendary treasure. Our boy confirms it is a highest-grade ether stone, a material most wouldn't see in a lifetime. This legendary loot is a relic from the Lich, a prize considered impossible to find right now. Our boy knows the world only learns about these top-tier ether stones after the Gwangju disaster. While these stones have infinite uses, their true potential is unlocked when forged into legendary weapons. The master smith trembles while holding the gem, demanding to know where such a treasure came from. He quickly realizes the origin doesn't matter as much as the sheer quality of the material. When asked what he wants, Soo-hyun simply requests a great sword, worthy of his regressor skills. The blacksmith is so impressed he waives the fee, inviting Soo-hyun inside to begin the masterpiece. As the old man looks for a contract, our boy casually mentions he doesn't need any paperwork. This leaves the smith completely dumbfounded, wondering if this kid is either insane or incredibly brave. He questions if Soo-hyun understands the stone's value, but our boy remains unfazed by the pressure. Soo-hyun just looks him in the eye and says he trusts the man who once forged his future. Kim Daeho realizes Soo-hyun isn't just after a weapon, but the mastery behind the forging process itself. The old man starts to chuckle, finding our boy's bold attitude and unique request incredibly refreshing. He bursts into wild laughter, clearly impressed by the sheer audacity of this mysterious young hunter. Looking at Soo-hyun, the smith admits he's an interesting one, and definitely likes his style. He officially accepts the request, promising to craft a blade that truly does justice to the legendary material. Soo-hyun politely thanks him, knowing he's finally secured the help of the best craftsman in the world. They seal the deal with a firm handshake, marking the start of a partnership that will change everything. Since the masterpiece will take time, the smith offers Soo-hyun any temporary weapon from his personal collection. As the sun sets over the horizon, the weight of the upcoming trials begins to settle in. Our boy steps out into the evening air, armed with a temporary blade and ready for the next floor. Soo-hyun leaves the forge, realizing 10 months is a long wait but necessary for a true masterpiece. He examines the temporary blade, noting that even the smith's leftovers are better than any trash-tier gear. With his resolve hardened, our boy prepares his mind for the brutal grind waiting for him upstairs. He steps into the transfer zone, knowing the only way to change the future is to keep moving. The system welcomes him to the abyss, a place where most hunters lose their lives and their sanity. He passes the floor gatekeeper, who looks completely dumbfounded by the sheer pressure the young man radiates. Without breaking a sweat, he blitzes through the 11th floor trial, like it was just a simple warm-up. He makes sure to stop by home, waving a quick goodbye to his mother before departing again. She sends him off with a smile, unaware he is already dominating the 12th floor with ease. By the 13th floor, the local players can only stare at the leaderboard in total disbelief at his speed. The system announces the 14th floor trial, but for our boy, it's just another day at the office. He carves through the local mobs like they're trash tier, not even breaking his stride as he moves. Before the blood even dries, He's already being welcomed into the 15th floor for the next round. Dark caves and swarming monsters don't slow him down. He just keeps swinging until everything stops moving. The 16th floor arrives in a blur, showing just how much of a monster he's actually becoming. With a single, precise strike, he puts down a massive beast, proving his regressor knowledge is the ultimate cheat. He vanishes into the light of the next floor, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Half a year passes in the blink of an eye, and the world outside the tower has definitely changed. Turns out Lee Joo-ho pushed himself way too hard trying to keep up, ending up in a hospital bed. As Kim Bae-roon scolds him, Lee Joo-ho realizes he'll never catch Kim Soo-hyun if he keeps playing it safe. A phone starts buzzing on the bedside table, cutting through the heavy silence of the hospital room. Lee Joo-ho reaches for the device, wondering who would be calling him while he is still recovering. He is completely dumbfounded when he sees the name of the person flashy on the screen. It is our boy Kim Soo-hyun, sounding way too relaxed for someone who just cleared multiple floors. Standing in the city, he explains he has a few favors to ask of his former leader. First, he needs a high-end place for his mother to live to ensure her absolute safety. The second favor involves the Dump Guild, those trash-tier killers who were part of the Gwangju raid. Since Kim Yoon and her partner are dead, their guild will surely investigate their mysterious disappearance. Kim Soo-hyun wants to handle them before they become a threat, but he needs to stay hidden. Lee Joo-ho tells him to leave the investigation to him, finally feeling like he can contribute something. Lee Joo-ho is absolutely rattled as Soo-hyun predicts a massive monster outbreak hitting Anyang City this coming Christmas. Our boy confirms the grim future, knowing thousands will die if they don't prepare for this historical tragedy. Still stuck in a hospital bed, the former leader wonders how a rookie could possibly know such specific details. Soo-hyun keeps his regressor secrets close to his chest, offering his ally a chance to walk away instead. He emphasizes that this request is built on pure trust, hoping his former captain will believe his warning. Despite the absurdity, the veteran hunter decides to go all in and promises to do his absolute best. Satisfied with the answer, Soo-hyun leaves the logistics to him and prepares for the next phase. This final favor is the key to surviving the upcoming Green Dungeon disaster that once leveled the city. With less than 6 months until the apocalypse, he realizes he needs to grind harder than ever before. Once he secures his new weapon and clears the 20th floor, he'll finally be ready for the real fight. Our boy decides he needs a perfect run on the 19th floor to maximize his growth. He enters the trial and finds himself standing in a desolate desert filled with massive, decaying remains. Suddenly, his instincts scream as he senses a massive presence lurking within the sun-scorched dunes. A literal sea of trash-tier rodents erupts from the ribcage of a long-dead beast. The system confirms he's entered a nest of rats and must survive this disgusting swarm to escape. Soo-hyun grimaces at the sheer numbers, realizing that even weaklings can be lethal in such massive quantities. The vermin lunge with bloodshot eyes, hungry for the fresh meat that just walked into their home. He doesn't hold back, unleashing a massive shockwave that sends sand and rat guts flying everywhere. As the dust settles, he catches his breath. Knowing this is just the warm-up for the real challenge, he stares into the horizon, completely unfazed and ready to slaughter every last one of them. Looking at the picked clean bones, our boy realizes these vermin haven't had a decent meal in ages. He assumes that to these trash-tier pests, he probably looks like a 5-course buffet. The swarm doesn't wait for an invitation, screeching as they charge across the dunes in a frenzy. Soo-hyun doesn't hesitate, lunging forward with enough force to shatter the sun-baked ground beneath his feet. His blade becomes a blur of blue light, effortlessly carving through the first wave of hungry rodents. He dances through the swarm, turning the desert air into a meat grinder with every high-speed swing. Even as they lunge from all sides, he remains a step ahead, treating the trial like a warm-up. One rat tries to catch him off guard, but he just slices it mid-air without breaking his stride. Blue monotrails follow his movements as he systematically dismantles the entire disgusting nest. Despite the easy slaughter, he clicks his tongue in annoyance at how much time these pests are wasting. Soo-hyun realizes he let his guard down when smoke rises from his skin, suspecting the rats carry poison or acid. Our boy stands his ground as the trash-tier rodents surge forward in a never-ending tide of fur and fangs. He unleashes his holy flames, turning the desert floor into a literal furnace that incinerates everything it touches. The blue fire roars toward the sky, leaving nothing but ash where the first wave once stood. He leaps onto a protruding stone pillar to gain high ground while the flames continue to rage below. Even from up here, he notes that while these pests are weak, their sheer numbers are becoming a nuisance. Burning through his mana with constant holy flames isn't ideal since he needs to save energy for later. He stares down at the sea of red eyes, wishing he had a more efficient way to wipe them out. The persistent rats start scaling his pillar, proving that they won't stop until they get a piece of him. Realizing the pillar is no longer safe, he prepares to reposition before the swarm drags him down. Soo-hyun grumbles that these trash-tier rodents aren't even giving him a single second to catch his breath. He sends one flying with a crisp kick, refusing to let the swarm overwhelm his current position. Our boy remains completely composed even as he drops back down into the thick of the chaos. The mindless rats pile onto his previous spot, unaware that their target has already slipped away. He carves through the mob with high-speed swordsmanship, turning the pests into nothing more than experience points. Suddenly, something catches his eye as he scans the battlefield for a more permanent solution to this nuisance. He notices the floor is riddled with structural cracks, suggesting a massive hollow space hidden right beneath him. A dangerous grin forms as he coats his blade in divine flames, finally finding a way to end this. He dives headfirst toward the weak point, pouring every ounce of mana into a single, devastating, downward strike. The ground shatters under the blue heat, likely sending the entire swarm straight into a fiery pit below. Our boy dives down, knowing he just needs to eliminate the very foundation these pests stand on. He slams his blade home, igniting the weak point with a massive surge of blue flames. The desert floor erupts in a violent blast, completely swallowing the trash tier mob in a single strike. A gaping hole remains where the sand once was, revealing the dark, hollow depths hidden below. Dust settles as the light from the surface barely reaches the bottom of this massive new pit. He lands in an ancient chamber, realizing his hunch about the hidden floor was spot on. Looking back up at the opening, he confirms this underground expanse is the real trial grounds. The walls are lined with intricate stone carvings, suggesting this place holds ancient secrets and dangers. Suddenly, he spots a lone survivor from the swarm trembling helplessly right in front of him. He finds it strange that a mindless beast would be so paralyzed with pure, unadulterated fear. Our boy watches as the lone survivor of the trash tier swarm scurries across the cold stone floor. The terrified creature unknowingly steps onto a suspicious tile, triggering a mechanism hidden deep beneath the ancient masonry. Before the rodent can even react, the pressure plate sinks into the ground with a heavy, ominous click. Jagged spears erupt from the floor, skewering the rat instantly as Kim Soo-hyun realizes the room is a trap. The sudden kill seems to awaken the chamber, causing ancient torches to ignite with a violent burst of flame. Light floods the massive hall, revealing the true, daunting scale of this hidden trial ground he just discovered. He senses a massive presence looming in the shadows and immediately tenses up, readying himself for a real fight. His eyes widen as he realizes the pathetic rats were just the appetizers for the true master of this floor. A massive, flickering tongue tastes the air, signaling that a predator of legendary proportions has finally found its prey. A gargantuan armored serpent towers over him, and he knows his regressor knowledge is about to be tested. The armored serpent lets out a deafening roar, signaling that this hidden trial won't be a walk in the park. Before our boy can even blink, the beast whips its massive tail around with bone-crushing force. He narrowly leaps into the air as the stone floor shatters beneath the weight of the monster's strike. The creature doesn't stop, dragging its heavy tail across the arena to keep the pressure on our protagonist. Finding a small opening, he grips his hilt and prepares to test the sharpness of his new blade. His sword connects with a heavy thud, but the armored scales are far tougher than he initially anticipated. He realizes that even a master-crafted weapon from the legendary blacksmith isn't enough to pierce this beast's resistance. Since physical strikes won't cut it, he knows it's time to switch tactics and tap into his magic. He unleashes the divine flames, coating his strike in a brilliant blue blaze that sears through the defenses. As the monster writhes in agony from the holy fire, he lands gracefully, ready to finish the job. Soo-hyun's eyes widen as he realizes his previous attack barely left a scratch on the beast. Our boy is left dumbfounded when the massive serpent towers over him, completely unfazed by the holy fire. He quickly deduces that while its magic resistance isn't peak tier, his divine flames won't be a shortcut here. Before he can reposition, the Guardian lunges forward with a speed that defies its massive armored frame. A thunderous crash echoes through the chamber as its heavy body pulverizes the stone right where he stood. He barely manages to roll away, feeling the wind from a tail swipe that would have crushed his ribs. Thinking fast, he parries a follow-up strike, but the sheer force behind the blow vibrates through his bones. Suddenly, the monster unhinges its jaw, intending to end this fight by swallowing our protagonist whole. He reacts instinctively, jamming his blade into its maw to keep those lethal fangs from closing shut. Gritting his teeth, he realizes this trial boss is moving much faster than his regressor knowledge suggested. The beast slams its massive tail down, turning the arena floor into a pile of useless rubble. It rears its head back, those glowing blue eyes locked onto its prey with predatory focus. Our boy catches his breath amidst the dust, realizing the environment is becoming a total death trap. He wipes the sweat from his face, noting that despite its bulk, this thing is terrifyingly agile. As the serpent flicks its tongue, he scans for an opening but finds absolutely no visible weakness. He remembers that a month ago, this boss would have been a nightmare, but things have changed. With a confident smirk, he readies his blade, deciding this overgrown lizard is no longer a threat. The monster lunges with its maw wide open, desperate to swallow the pesky human in one bite. He easily vaults over the strike, letting the beast crash headfirst into the unforgiving stone floor. Mid-air, he checks his remaining mana and prepares to end this fight before he runs completely dry. Our boy decides to bind the beast's movements, knowing he can't let it keep thrashing around like this. He delivers a heavy blow to its skull, testing the limits of those supposedly impenetrable scales. Spinning like a whirlwind, he uses the momentum to stay out of reach while repositioning himself. His eyes glow with a cold blue light as he calculates the exact timing for his next move. Suddenly, golden energy ropes lash out, weaving through the air to create a makeshift anchor point. He snatches a strand mid-air, planning to use the environment's own mechanics to his advantage. With a powerful swing, he slams back into the monster, making the entire chamber shake from the impact. A system notification pings, confirming his skills are leveling up, even in the heat of battle. He realizes that despite his high magic proficiency, he needs to get up close to finish this. Igniting his divine flames, he strikes the head, mocking how much this little sting will hurt. Our boy leaps onto the beast's back, realizing its scales are tougher than any trash-tier armor he's seen. The massive tail slams down with a heavy thud, intending to crush him beneath its overwhelming weight. He retreats to a high ledge as the guardian lunges again, desperate to protect its hidden trial. Looking up, he sees the creature diving straight for him and knows he can't keep dodging forever. He grips his blade tight, channeling his mana until his divine flames roar to life in brilliant blue. Launching himself into the air, he decides it's time to show this overgrown lizard who really runs the tower. He brings down a massive arc of blue fire, cutting through the serpent's magic resistance with sheer willpower. The beast screeches in agony as the flames sear its flesh, finally realizing it's facing a true monster. He lands a heavy strike right against its side, determined to end this trial before his stamina runs dry. The entire chamber erupts in a cloud of dust and debris as the two forces collide once more. Kim Soo-hyun hits the dirt, gasping for air as the pressure of the trial starts to weigh him down. The armored serpent doesn't give him a second to breathe, lunging forward to finish the job. But our boy just smirks, because everything is going exactly according to his regressor knowledge. The beast freezes in mid-air, sensing something is horribly wrong as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. Hidden traps spring from the floor, wrapping the creature in thick vines that it never saw coming. With the guardian completely immobilized, Soo-hyun stands tall, looking down at the trash-tier lizard. He admits its resistances were impressive, but they won't save it from the sheer destructive power he's holding. He channels his mana into a single point, letting his divine flames flicker to life in his palm. The blue fire erupts into a massive pillar, illuminating the entire chamber with its cold, deadly light. Finally, the divine bird of blue fire manifests, ready to turn this armored guardian into nothing but ash. The blue flames swirl violently, coalescing into a form that radiates pure, unadulterated heat. Our boy's ultimate summon, the divine bird of blue fire, lets out a piercing screech that shakes the chamber. Soo-hyun stands calmly beneath the massive avian, looking like a true king commanding his most loyal subject. This unique summon was a reward from the 18th floor, unlocked once his divine flame finally leveled up. Unlike basic skills, he can actually control this beast, giving it direct orders to tear his enemies apart. He notes the mana drain is insane, but the sheer destructive potential makes every drop of energy worth it. With a confident smirk, he realizes that this bird's power is 10 times stronger than his standard flames. He gives the command to strike, and the phoenix dives forward like a blue comet of certain death. The armored serpent looks up in pure terror, realizing its magic-resistant scales are completely useless against this divine predator. The bird slams into the trash-tier lizard, unleashing an explosion of blue fire that turns the guardian into ash. The blue phoenix tears through the serpent's core, proving its legendary armor is nothing but paper. As the beast falls, the divine bird circles back, its job of incinerating the trial guardian finally finished. Our boy stands tall, watching the notification confirm he just cleared the 19th floor with a perfect score. He remembers the hell of the 10th floor and knows the 20th will be even more brutal. For the last 6 months, he hasn't rested once, pouring every ounce of effort into preparing for this. He returns to a familiar workshop, the rhythmic clanging of a hammer signaling his final piece is ready. Resting on the anvil is a masterpiece, a blade forged specifically to handle his overwhelming mana output. Meanwhile, the hub city is absolutely buzzing because a new name is completely dominating the ranking boards. The local players are dumbfounded, wondering how one rookie managed 9 floor clearing records in just half a year. Even the top-tier guilds are getting desperate, but Soo-hyun keeps ghosting them to focus on his mission. Juho sits alone, wondering if anyone truly realizes the absolute monster hiding behind Soo-hyun's casual facade. The sudden screech of tires outside breaks his focus, making him look toward the window in surprise. Our boy finally arrives, stepping onto the pavement with the quiet confidence of a seasoned hunter. Soo-hyun strolls toward the cafe, looking like a normal student despite the world-shaking power he hides. Juho can't contain his excitement and rushes out the door the moment he spots the young legend. They meet by the curb, where Soo-hyun casually apologizes for keeping his old raid leader waiting. Juho is practically glowing, eager to know if the high-end gift he prepared is to Soo-hyun's liking. While onlookers are dumbfounded by the luxury car, Soo-hyun admits it might be a bit too flashy. Joo-ho just laughs, remembering how shocked he was to learn a top-tier hunter was using public transport. He starts rambling about engine specs, but Soo-hyun quickly steers him inside to get down to business. The conversation shifts as they settle into their seats, ready to discuss the next phase of the plan. Lee Joo-ho leans in, asking how the preparations for the 20th floor are coming along for our boy. Kim Soo-hyun casually mentions things are on track, though he's just waiting to pick up a specific item. He expresses his gratitude for Lee Joo-ho's help securing a new house and a shop for his mother. When Kim Soo-hyun mentions he used to live in Ansan City, Lee Joo-ho's expression turns noticeably pensive. Lee Joo-ho notes the proximity to Anyang City, causing Kim Soo-hyun to freeze mid-sip as memories likely resurface. Lee Joo-ho reveals he secured a meeting with the agency director, hoping their story might earn some official support. Our boy realizes the timeline is tight, with the catastrophic outbreak looming just 2 months away. Shifting gears, Kim Soo-hyun asks for an update on the trash-tier criminals known as the Dump Guild. Lee Joo-ho admits those rats are hiding well, making it nearly impossible to track their current movements. Lee Joo-ho explains that while awakened deaths are rising, it seemingly matches the increasing dungeon difficulty. He checks his data and notes several hunters have been dropping dead right in the streets lately. Kim Soo-hyun is stunned to hear that poison was the actual culprit behind these mysterious urban deaths. He immediately suspects Young Dong-young is behind this, knowing the trash-tier leader's ruthless and underhanded nature. Our boy asks Lee Joo-ho to dig deeper into these suspicious poisonings to confirm his dark suspicions. As the sun begins to set, Lee Joo-ho tells him to get back safely and stay alert. Walking toward his ride, Kim Soo-hyun remains focused on the heavy tasks and looming threats ahead. He realizes he only has 3 months left before the Anyang City outbreak changes everything forever. Considering the Aries Guild and Choi Hak-jun, he admits the current situation is far from positive. He concludes that he must prepare for the worst if he wants to survive the coming apocalypse. Kim Soo-hyun decides the only way to handle the coming storm is to take matters into his own hands. He makes his way to a familiar workshop as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. The walls are lined with weapons that would make any low-rank hunter green with envy. Our boy notes that every piece is high quality, proving the smith isn't some trash-tier amateur. Suddenly, Kim Dae-ho emerges from the back, thanking him for his patience while carrying a mysterious wrapped bundle. The legendary smith admits the material was a nightmare to handle, but he enjoyed the challenge nonetheless. He hands over the commission, guaranteeing its power and telling the young hunter to see for himself. As he takes hold of the hilt, Soo-hyun is completely dumbfounded by the weight and balance. He slowly unsheathes the weapon, revealing a sleek edge that looks sharp enough to cut through reality. While it looks normal compared to his old sword Balmung, the raw power he feels is absolutely insane. As he lifts the blade, Soo-hyun senses a strange pulse, realizing the weapon is actually alive. He tests the draw, finding the mechanical precision of the sheath to be absolutely top tier. Our boy gives it a practice swing, feeling the air scream as the edge slices through. He stands in awe of the balance, knowing this tool is far beyond any trash-tier equipment. The way it handles is surreal, almost as if the sword is anticipating his every move. He notices the blade reacting to his mana, instinctively knowing exactly what needs to be cut. With a faint smile, he realizes that he finally has the perfect sword for his journey. Dae-ho leans back and asks if he has thought of a fitting name for such a masterpiece. The legendary smith insists that the owner must be the one to christen his new partner. Soo-hyun decides to call it Graham, the dragon-slaying blade that will carve his path to the top. Dae-ho is dumbfounded, jokingly asking if our boy named his masterpiece after a simple unit of measurement. Soo-hyun explains that Gram is a legendary name from mythology, a title he refuses to let go. He remembers the god-slaying power it represents, a weight he must carry to defeat the coming apocalypse. With the blade secured, he prepares to leave even as the old smith offers a warm drink. Our boy just smiles and declines, knowing that his schedule is far too packed for social calls. He looks up at the night sky, focused on the urgent mission that finally awaits him tonight. Deep in the shadows of a massive fortress, the next phase of his plan begins to unfold. A lone soldier patrols the silent, cold halls, completely unaware that he is already being watched. As the guard moves through the corridor, a dark silhouette follows him with predatory, silent precision. Suddenly, a firm grip lands on his shoulder, leaving the poor guy frozen in pure, sudden terror. The lone guard spins around in a panic, demanding to know who is lurking in the dark corridor. He immediately snaps to attention upon realizing it is just Commander Maxman, who admits he caught the boy off guard. Maxman asks for a status report on the night watch, and the soldier quickly confirms that everything is quiet. He warns the tired soldier to stay sharp because an invasion from the Odram Kingdom would doom the entire castle. As the guard heads back to his post, Maxman watches him go with a look of deep, silent concern. He gazes into the distance, realizing it has already been half a month since this grueling siege mentality took hold. The commander knows things are getting desperate and fears that the innocent civilians will be the ones to suffer most. He lets out a heavy, weary sigh, feeling completely lost on what his next move should actually be. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, asking if he is troubled, catching the commander completely by surprise. He turns to face the mysterious guest, offering a cautious welcome as he realizes he is no longer alone. The mysterious guest is revealed to be Atash, a masked figure who radiates an unsettling, cold authority. His blank face and pointed hood make him look more like a grim reaper than a royal official. Maxman is immediately wary, asking what business a man of his standing has in this desolate fortress. Atash claims he is simply performing a surprise inspection to ensure the watch is being kept properly. When asked about the war, the commander admits the Odram Kingdom's military might is simply too much to handle. He even suggests that in a worst-case scenario, they might have to abandon the castle to save themselves. Atash leans in with a terrifying intensity, questioning if he actually heard the commander suggest a retreat. Maxman tries to explain the logistics of starvation, but he is clearly rattled by the masked man's presence. The official coldly states that if they plan on giving up, they should just die in the dirt instead. Maxman snaps, accusing the man of treating his soldiers like trash-tier fodder, while he hides safely behind a mask. The king appointed this masked official as the new chief commander, right after the war declaration. To this cold-hearted man, the lives of his soldiers are worth no more than ants in the dirt. He casually orders Maxman to hold the fortress for a month, as if it were a simple task. Maxman stares back, realizing he is being asked to lead his men into a certain death trap. His fist trembles on his blade, knowing the weight of the lives he is about to throw away. As the official walks off, the commander tries to argue that holding out won't solve their problems. Suddenly, a deafening roar shakes the entire foundation of the castle, stopping them both in their tracks. A panicked soldier rushes in to report that something has gone horribly wrong at the perimeter. Maxman is dumbfounded when he hears that the massive castle doors have been completely blown apart. Turns out, our boy Soo-hyun has arrived, standing over the rubble like a true harbinger of destruction. Soo-hyun looks back on the events that led him here, his eyes burning with a cold, focused intensity. Rewinding a few hours, we find our boy at the 20th floor gateway, ready to tackle the next trial. As he approaches the massive portal, he notices a lone figure lounging casually on the cold ground. The man looks up in surprise, wondering what kind of rookie has the guts to wander this far alone. This scruffy-looking guy is actually the floor 20 gatekeeper, and he seems amused to finally have some company. He recognizes Soo-hyun's overwhelming aura immediately, calling him a monster unlike any player he has seen in years. When the old man offers some veteran advice, Soo-hyun cuts to the chase and asks for his direct assistance. The gatekeeper just rubs his fingers together, making it clear that valuable info is never free in this tower. Soo-hyun knows these gatekeepers only get greedier as you climb, but he already has a plan to buy him. The old man nearly chokes when Soo-hyun casually offers a massive 100,000 points just to start the conversation. The gatekeeper bursts into a fit of laughter, clearly entertained by the sheer audacity of the massive point offer. He finally stands up, admitting that Soo-hyun is a total monster for dropping points most people take years to earn. Our boy stays focused, asking for the lowdown on the 10th floor and any specific dangers he should anticipate. The old man laughs it off, claiming Soo-hyun isn't the one in danger, but rather the one doing the killing. Suddenly, his tone shifts as he cryptically suggests that Soo-hyun should try to avoid unnecessary killing if possible. He adds one final, serious piece of advice, telling him to simply do what must be done in any situation. When Soo-hyun questions if that's really all he gets for his points, the greedy old man just shoves him through. Stepping through the light, Soo-hyun realizes these tower gatekeepers are all cut from the same cloth and love riddles. As he plunges into the void, he wonders what that vague warning about his future choices actually implies. The transition hits him like a truck, leaving him completely dumbfounded by the sight that greets him. As he plummets, he's stunned by the sheer scale of the world unfolding beneath his feet. He spots the ground approaching fast and realizes he needs to stick the landing or end up as paste. Reacting with insane reflexes, he snags a sturdy branch to kill his momentum before hitting the dirt. He swings through the canopy and lands like a pro, ready to face whatever this new floor throws. Something catches his eye in the distance, making him realize this isn't just another monster-filled dungeon crawl. From the cliffside, he stares down at a massive fortress that looks way too fortified for a solo player. The system chimes in, announcing that the trial for the 20th floor's 10th stage is officially going live. Turns out he has 1 month to collapse this steel-walled fortress known as Grandalum, and its thousands of guards. The system hints that these rebel soldiers aren't necessarily enemies and might actually be recruited as allies for once. Soo-hyun sighs at the long-winded explanation, knowing the real trick is uncovering the castle's secret to survive. Our boy processes the massive info dump, realizing the system's long-winded description actually holds the key. He stares at the fortress, understanding that just steamrolling through the guards won't clear this tricky trial. He recalls the gatekeeper's warning and decides that avoiding unnecessary bloodshed is the smartest play here. Staring at the massive walls, he wonders how on earth he's supposed to conquer a castle without killing. As night falls, he camps out with his maps, trying to find a loophole in this fortress's defense. He notes the guards are decent C-ranks who use mana, making a head-on assault even more of a headache. Lying by the fire, he weighs the disadvantage of being outnumbered against the strict, no-kill secret mission. A month seems like forever, but he knows he can't waste a single second if he wants top marks. He stares at the stars, his mind racing through every regressor trick to find the perfect infiltration route. Finally, he makes his choice and prepares to move against the steel-walled fortress under the cover of darkness. A guard catches a glimpse of a figure in the darkness and immediately goes on high alert. Our boy just strolls right up to the front gate, completely unfazed by the spears in his face. He decides there is no point in overthinking this and plans to handle the situation head-on. Putting on a fake smile, he tries to convince them he is just a simple passing traveler. The guards aren't falling for it, barking that the fortress is on lockdown and he needs to scram. He realizes the Ansan outbreak is only 2 months away, so he needs to speedrun this entire trial. Since the peaceful route failed, he prepares to move, knowing he cannot afford to waste any more time. The soldiers brace for a fight, totally unaware that they are facing a regressor leagues above them. Instead of drawing his blade, he simply launches himself into the air, soaring right over their heads. The guards and the commander are left absolutely dumbfounded as they watch him effortlessly bypass their perimeter. Our boy decides to stop playing nice and draws his blade while soaring through the air. With a cold glint in his eyes, Kim Soo-hyun focuses his mana for a single, devastating blow. He slams his power into the fortress entrance, sending a massive shockwave through the heavy stone. The rebel soldiers can only watch in terror as their supposedly impenetrable defenses start crumbling like paper. A thunderous boom echoes across the battlefield as the gate is completely obliterated by his strike. He lands softly among the smoking ruins, his modern sneakers looking completely out of place in the wreckage. Emerging from the dust, he stands before the terrified guards who realize they are hopelessly outmatched. He stares them down with chilling indifference, already calculating the most efficient way to finish this trial. The guards panic and shout for everyone to stop the intruder, but their efforts are utterly meaningless. Kim Soo-hyun simply smirks, noting that his control over his abilities grows clearer with every strike he makes. Our boy realizes Gram is a legendary blade that resonates with his mana to perfectly control its lethal sharpness. The rebel soldiers charge in like a bunch of trash-tier mobs, desperately trying to surround the powerful intruder. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't even blink, his cold blue eyes already tracking every pathetic movement the guards make. He unleashes a blinding blue shockwave, sending the front line flying like ragdolls in a single, effortless motion. Moving faster than their eyes can follow, he tears through their formation while leaving a trail of destruction. He knows this sword can slice through anything, but he is currently testing a much more refined technique. The guards are dumbfounded when they check their fallen allies, finding no blood despite the massive impact. Turns out, his mastery allows him to strike with overwhelming force without actually drawing a single drop of blood. Seeing their ground forces fail, the commanders on the wall order the archers to rain hell on him. A volley of arrows whistles through the air, but our boy is already planning his next explosive move. Arrows rain down, but our boy doesn't even flinch as he prepares to show them true speed. He focuses his mana, his cold eyes locked on the projectiles as he readies a countermaneuver. With a series of lightning-fast slashes, he turns the deadly volley into nothing more than useless toothpicks. The archers are left dumbfounded, realizing their ranged support didn't even slow him down for a second. He sets his sights on the wall, deciding it's time to take the fight directly to the leadership. In a single explosive leap, he clears the massive distance and lands right in the middle of the enemy. He delivers a precise strike to Commander Maxman, opting for a non-lethal blow that still packs insane power. The sheer force of the impact sends shockwaves through the stone, scattering the surrounding guards like leaves. He stands calmly amidst the chaos, hoping the commander survived that strike since he still needs information. Our boy pauses as he hears a frantic commotion echoing from the other side of the stone walkway. The rebel soldiers are in a total frenzy, clearly losing their cool as they scramble to regroup. Commander Maxman screams for his men to retreat and let him handle the monster standing before them. Soo-hyun realizes he just found the big fish and figures that capturing the commander is his best bet. Despite his orders, the loyal guards choose to drag their leader away to keep him from being slaughtered. He decides he's done playing around and prepares to end this farce with one final, decisive move. With a sharp burst of speed, he kicks off the ground and launches himself like a missile. He dives toward the retreating group, looking like a literal god of death descending from the sky. The panicked soldiers desperately fire their harpoons, hoping to snag him before he reaches their precious commander. Our boy gets snagged mid-air by a harpoon, but he isn't even breaking a sweat. The rope cinches tight around his ankle, threatening to yank him out of the sky. The rebel soldiers think they've finally caught their prey, pulling with everything they've got. Little do they know, Soo-hyun is just using their own momentum to close the gap faster. He slams into the first guard he sees, turning their desperate trap into his personal slingshot. With a brutal kick, he sends another trash-tier soldier flying, while keeping his eyes on the prize. The guards panic and scream for everyone to hold their fire as the chaos turns inward. Commander Maxman looks back, completely dumbfounded that his elite defense is crumbling this easily. Before anyone can react, our boy lands right in front of the commander, ending the chase. Soo-hyun slices through the capture ropes mid-air, realizing he's finally reached the man in charge. He dives straight for the commander, knowing this is the fastest way to end the fortress breach. Their blades collide with a heavy thud, and Maxman instantly feels the overwhelming weight of Soo-hyun's power. A massive burst of mana erupts from the impact, shaking the very foundation of the stone walls. The shockwave sends the surrounding trash-tier soldiers flying like ragdolls as they scream in terror. Thick clouds of dust and debris kick up, momentarily masking the aftermath of that brutal exchange. As the smoke clears, our boy stands tall, having cleared the area of everyone but the commander. Maxman brushes off his subordinates' concerns, realizing he's the only one left who can stand a chance. He orders his men to focus on the external invasion, while he prepares to face this monster alone. Soo-hyun realizes Maxman isn't just some random grunt, but a leader acting on his own sharp intuition. Our boy is actually impressed, noting that Maxman's tactical judgment and A-rank power are the real deal. Maxman stands firm, telling his worried men to stop acting like cowards despite the overwhelming odds. The soldiers aren't just following orders. They genuinely believe their captain can pull off another miracle. Turns out Maxman is a legendary hero who single-handedly saved the nation from the Audrum Kingdom decades ago. Watching the scene, Soo-hyun understands that this man carries the absolute trust of every soldier present. However, our boy knows all too well that being a hero comes with a heavy, suffocating price. That glorious title will eventually become the very shackles that drag Maxman down to his doom. It reminds him of his own past as Kim Sungjin, weighed down by the desperate souls he couldn't save. Soo-hyun tries the polite route first, asking the commander for permission to enter the castle despite the mess. Maxman isn't having it, calling the request ridiculous since our boy just smashed through their front door. Realizing words won't work, Soo-hyun decides it's time to stop playing nice and draws his blade. He lunges forward with blinding speed, knowing he has to commit one more crime to reach his goal. Our boy isn't looking for a massacre. He just needs a way to seize control without pointless bloodshed. Their blades collide with a sharp clang as Soo-hyun aims to win over the fortress's most trusted pillar. Maxman is completely dumbfounded, struggling to process how a random intruder can match his legendary strength so easily. The commander's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes he's facing someone far beyond a mere rookie. As the pressure mounts, Maxman starts to recognize the terrifying weight behind every single one of Soo-hyun's strikes. Maxman is completely dumbfounded when he realizes our boy is using the same rope he was just tied with. Soo-hyun grips the cord in his teeth, preparing to unleash a skill that will end this duel instantly. He activates a massive transformation called Gigantomachia, manifesting a colossal fist of glowing blue mana above the fortress. The commander's face pales as our boy decides that breaking him is the only way to clear this trial. He vows to free the man from his mental shackles as he prepares to deliver the final blow. A massive explosion rocks the entire structure, sending debris flying as the sheer weight of his power lands. Through the thick clouds of dust, the soldiers start frantically calling out for their captain in a blind panic. The guards stand paralyzed by the sudden destruction, realizing their legendary leader might have actually been taken down. They stare into the smoking wreckage, terrified that they are about to find their commander's body among the ruins. The corridor echoes with pained groans as someone is dragged through the darkness toward an unknown fate. Suddenly, a pitch-black void ripples against the stone wall like a living shadow, defying all logic. A hand reaches out from the abyss, pulling something heavy and defeated into the torchlight. The fortress commander collapses onto the cold floor, completely battered and gasping for his life. Our boy steps out right behind him, looking calm while holding his blade and some rope. While the commander is dumbfounded, he reflects on how useful his Floor 15 purchases actually are. He used shadow assimilation, a dark-tier skill that lets him hop between shadows like a ghost. It is the ultimate stealth tool, allowing him to bypass entire squads of rebel soldiers without a sound. He realizes that investing his hard-earned points into this infiltration ability was definitely the right call. Now that he has the leader isolated, he prepares for the next phase of his plan. After infiltrating the castle, he's certain that a specific, dangerous presence is lurking nearby. He senses the stench of that masked attaché, a man who clearly plays a much darker role. Now, he just needs to extract the fortress's hidden secrets from the defeated leader lying before him. The commander stares up in disbelief, wondering how a mere human could possess such terrifying strength. Our boy begins tying him up, offering a half-hearted apology for the aggressive entrance he just made. He clarifies that he has no interest in the kingdom, despite the chaos he caused at the gates. When the commander questions his violent methods, He admits that nobody was willing to just let him in. He emphasizes that he's in a massive hurry and doesn't have time for standard diplomatic trash tier talk. Staring into the heart of the castle, he prepares for the inevitable chaos he knows is coming. The commander is left dumbfounded when he's warned that a catastrophic problem is about to erupt. Maxman is shaken, asking if an invasion is really coming, but our boy admits he is still investigating. He warns the commander that a standard war is child's play compared to the nightmare he is predicting. To get to the bottom of the mystery, he asks if anything shady has happened inside these walls. Maxman's mind immediately drifts to the mysterious masked attaché who has been pulling the strings lately. Still, the commander hesitates, wondering why he should trust a complete stranger who might just be a spy. Our boy just sighs, explaining that if he were a spy, he wouldn't have bothered with this loud entrance. He bluntly states that he could solo the entire castle if he actually wanted them all dead. The weight of that terrifying statement hangs in the air as the commander stares back in grim silence. He remembers their brief clash, realizing that nobody in the kingdom stands a chance against this absolute monster. Realizing he is out of options, the commander decides to gamble his life on the stranger's warning. Maxman finally caves, admitting there is something he needs to share but hesitates for a brief moment. He decides to lead the way personally, proving he is ready to cooperate with our boy. Seeing the commander finally fall in line, Soo-hyun gives a satisfied smirk, knowing his plan is working. Maxman accepts the request with a nod, leading the way through the dimly lit stone corridors. They move deep into the bowels of the fortress, navigating the cold, silent halls by torchlight. They reach a heavy gate, which the commander opens to reveal a path hidden from the common soldiers. They arrive at a massive, ancient hall that looks like it hasn't seen a visitor in decades. Maxman explains this place was once a prison, where the energy of the dead claimed countless lives. Because of the lingering curse, the kingdom sealed it off, leaving only a handful of people aware of it. Our boy asks about a place of absolute darkness, leaving the commander confused about his true intentions. Soo-hyun senses a foul stench lingering in the air, warning the commander that something is definitely off. The smell of death is thick behind these bars, a scent that never truly leaves a place like this. Suddenly, a voice booms from the shadows, catching both our boy and the commander completely off guard. Maxman freezes in place, his face pale as he realizes exactly who has caught them red-handed. It turns out the royal attaché was lurking in the dark, his masked gaze feeling like cold steel. The masked official demands to know why a high-ranking commander is slacking off in a dungeon during wartime. He immediately spots Soo-hyun, questioning why the very intruder they were hunting is now walking beside the commander. Our boy steps forward, unfazed by the pressure, while the commander struggles to find a believable excuse. The attaché grows more suspicious, wondering how they even managed to unlock a prison sealed for decades. He claims he simply felt a strange presence, proving that even the castle's interior isn't safe from him. Soo-hyun realizes that this timing is actually perfect for what he needs to do next. The masked official wonders if they were actually being tailed this entire time. Maxman is visibly shaking while the official tells him to snap out of his pathetic state. As the official accuses the commander of being a puppet, our boy quietly reaches for his blade. Without a second thought, Soo-hyun draws his sword and cuts down the royal representative in one flash. The commander is absolutely dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out of his head at the sudden execution. The masked official hits the floor like a sack of bricks, dead before he even realized what happened. Maxman panics and screams, demanding to know what kind of madness has possessed the intruder. He draws his own weapon, convinced that Soo-hyun is a spy, sent to dismantle their entire leadership. Our boy just looks back coldly, noting that the man's mask was quite amusing for a dead man. Soo-hyun looks at the commander and asks if he finally understands the reality of their situation. Maxman is left speechless, his mind reeling from the sudden and brutal execution of the royal official. Before the blood can even cool, the corpse begins to twitch as dark mana erupts from the neck. A skeletal monstrosity tears through the purple robes, revealing the true face of the man they served. The commander is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing his nation has been led by a monster in disguise. Our boy isn't surprised, noting that the stench of death has been hanging over this castle for ages. He concludes that a powerful mastermind must be the one truly running the show behind these walls. He recalls the encounter at the Gwangju dungeon, comparing this presence to the imitation he fought before. This is a real lich, a creature of pure malice that makes his previous opponent look trashed here. The undead mage looks at them with amusement, wondering if Soo-hyun was sent by a neighboring king. Our boy plays it cool, giving a vague answer about his origins to keep the monster guessing. He draws his blade, hinting that his world is far beyond anything this skeletal freak can comprehend. The lich doesn't care about talk anymore, declaring that his original plan for the kingdom has just changed. Dark mana begins to coil around the undead mage's finger as he prepares a lethal strike. Maxman stands frozen in terror, but Soo-hyun is already calculating the trajectory of the incoming death magic. The lich decides that leaving witnesses is too risky, and resolves to wipe them both off the map. He unleashes a torrent of concentrated dark energy, aiming to turn the entire hall into a graveyard. The sheer pressure of the mana cracks the floor as the purple tide rushes toward the two warriors. Instead of retreating, Soo-hyun charges straight into the chaos, shocking the commander with his suicidal bravery. His blade connects with a sharp, metallic ring, cutting through the darkness with pure, refined strength. Soo-hyun cleaves through the Lich's dark tide, proving his refined strength is no joke against high-level magic. Both the commander and the undead mage are left dumbfounded as the boy stands his ground effortlessly. Our boy takes a moment to admire his blade, feeling the weight of his recent upgrades mid-combat. He realizes the high-quality ether stone he used gave the weapon far better magic resistance than expected. Recalling his past life, he's relieved this sword won't shatter like the trash-tier gear he once relied on. However, he knows a physical blade isn't enough to permanently put down a darkness attribute monster like this. He glances at Maxman, wondering if the veteran commander has any holy attribute tricks to help finish the job. Seeing the man's terrified and sweating expression, it's clear Soo-hyun is carrying this entire raid solo. Since physical strikes won't cut it, he decides to ignite his divine flames to burn through the darkness. With his blade roaring in blue fire, he lunges through the air to end this undead nightmare once and for all. Soo-hyun slams down with his divine flames, hoping to incinerate the undead monster in one go. But the Lich isn't some trash-tier mob, and immediately counters with a surge of concentrated necrotic energy. Our boy is forced to pivot as the sheer pressure of the dark magic fills the entire chamber. The two opposing forces collide, creating a chaotic storm of blue fire and purple shadows. They are locked in a stalemate, but the darkness seems to be eating away at the holy flames. Suddenly, the volatile mana reaches its limit and erupts in a blinding flash that shakes the fortress. Soo-hyun is left dumbfounded, realizing his current output isn't enough to instantly overwhelm this opponent. He notes that this Lich is leagues stronger than the imitation one he faced back in Gwangju. If he keeps burning mana like this, he will run dry before the real fight even starts. He decides his only choice is a precision strike, right at the life stone embedded in its skull. Soo-hyun lunges forward, aiming to end this quickly before his mana reserves hit rock bottom. The Grandalum Lich effortlessly shifts through the air, making our boy's strike hit nothing but empty space. He realizes this monster isn't just a bag of bones. It has the instincts of a seasoned warrior. Soo-hyun kicks off the stone wall, repositioning himself as dark energy begins to saturate the room. He floods his blade with divine flames, hoping the holy heat will burn through the undead's defenses. The blue fire roars, but the Grandalum Lich counters with a surge of corrupt mana that chills the air. Shadowy tendrils lash out, forcing Soo-hyun to stay mobile while looking for an opening in the chaos. A massive blast of energy rocks the fortress, yet neither side is willing to back down just yet. Exploiting a split-second delay, Soo-hyun blurs past the magical interference to get within striking distance. He connects with a devastating blow, sending the skeletal mastermind crashing through the chamber. Soo-hyun slides across the floor, keeping his eyes locked on the skeletal mage as it stumbles back. The Grandalum Lich looks genuinely rattled, clearly not expecting a mere human to possess such overwhelming physical power. Our boy doesn't give it a second to breathe, immediately lunging forward to finish the job. Suddenly, a violent surge of necrotic energy erupts from the monster's back, acting like a dark safety net. It manifests into massive purple wings, allowing the undead mastermind to stabilize itself mid-air, while Soo-hyun watches. He realizes the creature used its own mana as a propellant to stop its fall, showing high-level combat IQ. The Lich hovers mockingly, adjusting its posture as it prepares to turn this duel into a long-range nightmare. It points a bony finger, unleashing a barrage of concentrated dark bolts that whistle through the chamber. Soo-hyun's blade becomes a blur of steel, parrying the projectiles with the precision of a master swordsman. Even with its wings spread, the Lich realizes this regressor is far more dangerous than any previous intruder. The Lich looms with its necrotic wings, but our boy stays grounded, ready for the next move. Maxman checks in on him, but Soo-hyun brushes it off, focused entirely on the skeletal threat. Despite his composure, a gut feeling tells him that something about this fight feels completely wrong. He realizes the monster has been holding back its true necrotic output, treating their clash like a game. If it's not going all out, he wonders what kind of twisted scheme the undead mastermind is plotting. Suddenly, the Lich's aura shifts as it senses something, its hollow eyes glowing with a renewed, sinister light. A heavy metallic thud echoes through the chamber as the gates behind them begin to react. The monster mockingly asks if he's ready, leaving our boy dumbfounded as the atmosphere turns suffocatingly heavy. A jagged, skeletal grin spreads across the Lich's face, signaling that the warm-up is officially over. Maxman can only watch in terror as the Lich declares that their little playtime has finally reached its end. A violent surge of purple mana erupts, signaling the start of a much deadlier phase of the fight. Maxman watches in horror as the necrotic energy towers over him like a god of death. The veteran commander is completely paralyzed, realizing there is absolutely nowhere left to run or hide. Just as the darkness closes in, our boy moves like a blur to snatch Maxman from certain doom. Maxman is left dumbfounded, unable to believe this young hunter is keeping his cool amidst the chaos. Soo-hyun remains silent, his cold blue eyes scanning the environment for the source of this magical anomaly. He focuses on the dark threshold, realizing the Lich has turned the entire chamber into its personal domain. The pieces finally fall into place, as he understands how the monster is manipulating shadows from a distance. He explains that they are trapped in a sanctuary of death, where the Lich is effectively omnipotent. Every stone is soaked in ancient hatred, providing the undead mastermind with an infinite supply of necrotic power. The Grandaloom Lich mocks Soo-hyun for finally realizing the truth about the necrotic energy filling the room. He boasts that this chamber is his sanctuary, a place where the screams of the dead never stop. Suddenly, the monster shifts his tone, claiming this hellish landscape is actually a home for all of them. Maxman recoils in horror, his veteran instincts screaming that something far worse is about to happen. The commander is visibly shaken, realizing the sheer scale of the dark magic suffocating the air around them. Another skeletal figure, draped in blood-red robes, emerges from the shadows, pulsing with the same vile energy. The yellow gem embedded in its skull glows, acting as a conduit for the ancient hatred fueling its existence. Even our boy is momentarily caught off guard, trying to calculate how another high-tier undead could just appear. Two of these trash-tier monstrosities now stand side by side as the room shakes with a heavy kukung. The duo realizes they've been led into a perfect trap as a third Lich seals their only escape route. Three of these trash-tier Liches now surround them, their purple mana flaring up as they continue to multiply. Our boy remains calm, his eyes narrowing as the pieces of this twisted puzzle finally click into place. He realizes these monsters didn't just appear. They've been hiding as the king's assistants within this enclosed fortress. With three high-tier undead present, the situation is far more dire than a simple infiltration mission. The Liches bicker amongst themselves, one mocking the other for failing to kill the intruders on the stairs. Maxman watches them in total confusion, unable to grasp what kind of dark plan these monsters are discussing. Soo-hyun turns to the veteran and asks if he's ever heard of the legendary King of the Dead. He explains that the Lich King can be summoned, but the cost is something truly horrific. The commander is completely dumbfounded when he realizes the ritual requires a massive human sacrifice. If they can't abandon the castle, the Lich confirms they're all destined to die together as ritual fuel. The kingdom's soldiers were never meant to be defenders. They were just cattle being prepared for mass slaughter. Our boy realizes the true goal is summoning the Lich King, a legendary calamity that would end everything. The undead are actually impressed by his intuition, mocking the humans for even knowing about their dark master. One of the monsters confirms his theory, relishing the sheer terror that usually follows such a dark revelation. They explain how they stumbled upon this fortress while hunting for the perfect, high-quality sacrifices to fuel them. It turns out they murdered the true king long ago, using his cold corpse as a disgusting political puppet. By pulling the strings from the shadows, these monsters turned the entire kingdom into a massive, self-destructive trap. Maxman is absolutely livid, realizing he's been taking orders from the very filth that butchered his sovereign. The Lich taunts him further, explaining that the ritual altar is finished way ahead of its original schedule. As the commander prepares to throw his life away in rage, Soo-hyun steps in to keep him grounded. The skeletal monster sneers, claiming that once they're dead, the real summoning ritual can finally begin. Our boy and the commander find themselves cornered by three of these high-tier undead freaks. Soo-hyun calculates his odds, figuring he can solo this trash if he just keeps his mana in check. One of the Liches starts channeling a nasty purple glow, preparing to drop a heavy spell. Suddenly, a jagged line of dark energy tears through the floor, right at Soo-hyun's feet. He barely manages to leap back as the ground begins to fracture into a perfect, glowing square. Before they can escape, a massive cage of pure darkness erupts, trapping them inside a spatial prison. Looking at the shimmering walls, Soo-hyun realizes they are in much deeper trouble than he first thought. This is Darkness Guidance, a top-tier skill capable of literally crushing the space within its boundaries. Hes dumbfounded because a standard Lich shouldn't possess this power, hinting at a much bigger threat. The situation turns south as the Grandaloom Lich reveals his apostles, making it a 3-on-1 nightmare. The lead undead bids them a cold farewell, knowing he is about to drop a world-ending spell. He clenches his fist, signaling the end for the puny humans standing in his way. Purple energy floods the room as the Darkness Guidance skill begins to warp the very fabric of reality. Our boy realizes his divine flames are useless here, as this high-tier magic operates on a different level. Maxman reaches out in desperation, while the undead trio casually prepares to leave through a shimmering portal. Suddenly, a blinding white slash cuts through the oppressive dark mana with surgical precision. The spatial prison shatters like glass, proving that even top-tier traps have a breaking point. The Liches are completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how their ultimate move just got dismantled. Soo-hyun stares them down, acknowledging that while Darkness Guidance is impressive, it is not enough to stop him. Maxman is absolutely dumbfounded that the barrier shattered. while our boy just stands there with a cold, calculating gaze. The lead lich is reeling in shock, unable to comprehend how a physical blade bypassed his absolute spatial guidance. The undead trio starts panicking, desperately assuming the commander must be wielding a legendary holy sword to break their magic. Maxman just scoffs at them, clarifying that his weapon is actually trashed here, and the real power is his own. Turns out the old war hero was hiding a massive trump card, finally revealing himself as a true holy knight. Soo-hee-yoon watches as the commander confronts the monsters for murdering the king and trying to sacrifice his loyal soldiers. He grips his glowing blade with righteous fury, refusing to let these trash-tier skeletons get away with their crimes. With a burst of speed, he lunges toward the gate, to ensure their dark plans end right here and now. The liches find his sudden bravery bothersome, yet they still look down on him as nothing but a mere human. One apostle begins channeling a crushing dark spell, hoping to end the knight's charge before he can close the distance. The trash-tier skeletons panic, ordering their minions to drag in the dead and seal every exit immediately. Maxman isn't having it. Charging forward while swearing, he won't let another soul be sacrificed today. Suddenly, a lich teleports right above him, mockingly asking the old hero where he thinks he's going. The monster fires a concentrated blast of death magic, telling the commander to just give up and die. Maxman finds himself pinned down by the overwhelming pressure, realizing his holy power might not be enough. That's when our boy steps in, whispering the command for his divine flames to finally consume the darkness. Soo-hee-yoon leaps into the fray and summons his legendary phoenix, leaving the commander completely dumbfounded by the sight. The massive bird of blue fire screeches, radiating a heat that makes the undead's magic feel like child's play. It slams into the dark spell with a violent explosion, proving that these skeletons are out of their league. The divine flames tear through the corruption, completely erasing the lich's attack in a brilliant flash of blue. The divine bird of blue fire dives toward the trash-tier skeletons, its heat turning the dungeon into an oven. One of the apostles panics, realizing his dark magic is utterly useless against a literal divine predator. The bird doesn't give them a chance to breathe, closing in for the kill as the lich screams in terror. Our boy watches as his summon completely erases the undead, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. Maxman is left dumbfounded, staring at this mysterious stranger and wondering where such monstrous power even came from. Soo-hee-yoon acknowledges the commander's grief over the murdered king and the horrific betrayal of his own soldiers. The old hero is at his breaking point, asking what a soldier is supposed to do when everything is lost. Soo-hee-yoon just stares him down with those cold eyes, unbothered by the heavy emotional weight of the situation. He reminds the veteran that despite the chaos, the responsibility of leading this battle still rests on his shoulders. As he reaches out, it's clear Soo-hee-yoon isn't here to take over, but to provide the spark they need. Our boy extends a hand, asking the broken commander if he's finally ready to let him take the lead. Maxman just stares, completely dumbfounded that a total stranger is offering a way out of this hellish nightmare. Soo-hee-yoon doesn't blink, his cold gaze demanding an answer while the clock keeps ticking on their survival. Suddenly, the divine bird lets out a screech, diving through the air like a streak of blue lightning. It slams into the lich with enough heat to turn the undead's trash-tier magic into literal steam. While his summon wreaks havoc, Soo-hee-yoon calls out to the captain, checking if he's actually prepared for battle. The veteran is clearly shaken, sweating buckets as he weighs the heavy burden of his next move. He grips his sword until his knuckles turn white, still doubting if following this kid is the right call. Maxman worries about leaving his savior behind, but Soo-hee-yoon isn't interested in any sentimental garbage right now. He tells the commander to choose quickly between saving the fortress or saving the lives of his men. Maxman stands there completely dumbfounded, his mind racing as he tries to process the weight of the ultimatum. The veteran grits his teeth in pure agony, struggling to abandon the rigid knightly code he followed for decades. Our boy just offers a cold, subtle look, knowing the commander is finally ready to face the truth. Without waiting for a reply, Soo-hee-yoon turns his back on the captain, leaving him to handle his own men. He tightens his grip on his blade, suddenly remembering the cryptic advice he received earlier in his journey. The gatekeeper had warned him that in any desperate situation, he must focus only on his specific task. He realizes there is a massive difference between his own path and the responsibilities others must carry. Since the soldiers aren't his concern, he decides to leave their survival entirely in the hands of the commander. With his mind clear, Soo-hee-yoon lunges forward, his body coiled and ready to unleash a devastating strike. He transforms into a blur of lethal speed, cutting through the air as he targets the true enemy. Soo-hee-yoon decides to stop holding back, focusing solely on the mission, while Maxman watches from the sidelines. The undead mastermind senses a shift in the air, his hollow eyes glowing with a sudden, chilling unease. For a brief moment, the entire fortress falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as the world holds its breath. The Grandolem Lich is completely dumbfounded, unable to process the sheer speed of the human standing before him. Before the monster can even react, our boy has already repositioned, leaving the creature questioning its own senses. He slowly draws his blade, the cold steel humming with the weight of his regressor knowledge and intent. With a steady grip, he prepares to unleash a strike that transcends the simple physics of this tower floor. A blinding flash of light carves through the very foundation of the room, splitting the stone with ease. The structural integrity of the fortress gives way as debris and mana collide in a chaotic, violent burst. Soo-hyun walks through the falling rubble like a god of ruin, his path finally cleared of trash-tier obstacles. The Grandaloom Lich and his lackeys are absolutely dumbfounded as their secure ritual site begins to fall apart. A massive shockwave ripples through the floor, shattering the stone under the weight of pure, unadulterated power. Outside, the rebel soldiers can only watch in terror as a violent blast erupts from the fortress heart. The guards are left wondering what kind of monster could possibly cause such a catastrophic level of destruction. Years of history crumble in seconds as the entire castle structure begins to collapse under its own weight. Massive chunks of masonry rain down, turning the once grand hall into a graveyard of dust and broken dreams. Amidst the wreckage, a sinister purple aura begins to flicker, signaling that the real nightmare is just beginning. Soo-hyun looms over the undead mastermind like a shadow of death, calling the monster's pathetic efforts a bother. Our boy gives the creature a final ultimatum, demanding he summon his undead army or face immediate erasure. Terrified by the overwhelming pressure, the apostle desperately agrees to comply before he is permanently extinguished. The Grandaloom Lich orders his subordinate to check the altar, knowing the ritual depends entirely on its stability. As the apostle rushes to comply, a sudden surge of blue energy cuts him off mid-stride. A massive explosion of mana erupts, catching the trash-tier undead completely off guard. The force of the impact sends the skeleton flying through the air like a discarded ragdoll. He gasps for breath while desperately trying to stabilize his floating form amidst the chaotic winds. Our boy suddenly appears on a nearby ledge, watching the pathetic creature with a cold, predatory gaze. The apostle spins around in terror as Soo-hyun mockingly asks if he really thought he could just leave. Before the monster can even blink, Soo-hyun delivers a vertical strike that splits the creature perfectly in two. The apostle disintegrates into nothingness, leaving the mastermind behind him completely dumbfounded by the sheer speed. The Grandaloom Lich can only stutter in disbelief as he realizes his elite guard was just fodder. The Grandaloom Lich loses his mind, screaming that a mere human shouldn't be this arrogant. He unleashes a massive wave of dark mana, hoping to finally crush the pest in front of him. Soo-hyun doesn't even flinch, his regressor instincts already predicting the trajectory of the desperate attack. With a burst of speed, our boy smashes right through the magical barrier like it's made of glass. He maneuvers through the air, looking down at the skeletal mastermind who's clearly running out of options. Refusing to go down easily, the Lich gathers every ounce of his remaining power into a concentrated sphere. Suddenly, a spatial cube snaps shut around Soo-hyun, trapping him mid-air while he realizes he's wide open. The Lich clenches his fist, intending to trigger the spatial collapse and turn our boy into paste. The trap detonates in a digital-like explosion, seemingly erasing everything inside the purple prison. Soo-hyun survives the blast and immediately calls for his divine bird to finish the job. The divine bird of blue fire descends like a meteor to incinerate the Lich's desperate trap. It slams into the spatial cube, shattering the purple energy into a million useless shards. Our boy lands heavily on the floor as the blue flames finally begin to flicker out. He's gasping for air, wondering if he overextended himself by maintaining such a massive summon. The Lich just sneers, telling him that any further resistance is completely pointless at this stage. Floating arrogantly, the skeletal trash-tier boss offers a painless death since the bird drained all his mana. Instead of panicking, Soo-hyun just gives a chilling smirk and admits the monster is actually right. He dismisses the remaining flames, acknowledging that the divine beast is indeed a massive mana hog. Suddenly, he draws his blade, asking the monster who exactly said he needed mana to be lethal. The Lich stands there absolutely dumbfounded, realizing he just made a fatal mistake by underestimating a regressor. Maxman calls out to stop him, but our boy just keeps walking toward the final showdown. The commander desperately asks if there is anything else he can provide before the real fight starts. Soo-hyun just gives a confident smirk and tells the old hero that he has everything he needs. He admits he already owes the commander plenty, leaving the veteran warrior completely stunned by his composure. Suddenly, a holy transformation triggers as he coats his blade in a blinding, sacred light. With a cold glare, he decides it is finally time to get serious and end this trash-tier monster. Outside, the rebel soldiers are in a total panic, struggling to track the chaos erupting within the fortress. A massive explosion rocks the courtyard, sending the guards into a frenzy as the ground shatters. The skeletal Lich finally reveals itself, floating above the ruins like a harbinger of death. Even the undead boss seems rattled, nervously complaining about how terrifying his opponent's temper can be. The Grandaloom Lich begins pulling the strings of fate, calling upon a forbidden power to raise the fallen. Violent streaks of red mana rain down, turning the fortress courtyard into a literal graveyard. Purple energy erupts from the cracks in the pavement as the ritual takes hold of the earth. shadows of the deceased begin to manifest, their twisted forms signaling a total disaster for the living. The rebel soldiers stand frozen, unable to process the nightmare unfolding right before their very eyes. A massive horde of skeletons emerges, their hollow sockets glowing with the Lich's corrupting influence. The undead mastermind cackles with glee, commanding his new army to slaughter everyone in sight. Drowning in despair, the guards realize they are just fodder for this monster's sick game. One panicked soldier looks for an escape, but there is nowhere to hide from the rising tide. Commander Maxman stands his ground, knowing that his old strength might not be enough to stop this. Maxman is relieved his subordinate is safe, noting that his quick evacuation orders have prevented any casualties. The soldier remains tense, asking if the repairs on the castle doors are enough to hold back the tide. Outside, the undead horde begins swarming the walls, forcing the defenders to prioritize blocking every possible entrance. Maxman decides to hunt the mastermind himself, telling his men to focus on keeping the remaining troops together. His soldiers aren't having it, insisting they'll provide cover while questioning how to handle the rising dead. They refuse to let their commander face the nightmare alone, showing a loyalty that even surprises the old hero. Maxman finally relents, ordering them to follow closely in a strict defense formation as they push forward. He knows he can't fight head-on. His real mission is protecting his men from being slaughtered. Suddenly, our boy Soo-hyun blitzes past, leaving the commander to realize the heavy lifting is already handled. A violent burst of mana erupts as the first strike connects, tearing through the air with absolute lethality. The smoke clears as the battlefield turns into a chaotic mess of mana and flying debris. Beams of holy light and dark energy collide, signaling the start of a high-stakes magical duel. Sparks fly everywhere as their powers clash at speeds the average soldier could never hope to track. Our boy Soo-hyun takes to the air, closing the distance to finally end this trash-tier mastermind. He swings his holy blade with enough force to shatter the very foundations of the dark fortress. With a cold and weary gaze, he locks onto his target, knowing exactly where the weakness lies. The blade bites deep into the Grandalum Lich, tearing through its dark defenses like they were paper. A massive shockwave erupts from the impact, sending a clear message that the ritual is officially over. Soo-hyun lands perfectly while the undead boss stares in disbelief, completely dumbfounded by his sudden defeat. The Grandalum Lich breaks down, sobbing about how a century of training was wasted against a real monster. Our boy prepares for the final blow, his blade humming with the power of a true regressor. He lunges forward with blinding speed, determined to end this trash-tier nightmare once and for all. A vertical strike of pure holy energy cleaves right through the undead mastermind's skull. The yellow gem on its forehead shatters into pieces, signaling the destruction of its core life crystal. As the dust settles, the once mighty boss collapses while Soo-hyun watches with a cold, weary gaze. The Lich desperately crawls on the floor, unable to accept that its century-long plans are crumbling. However, Soo-hyun notices the monster hasn't vanished yet, realizing this undead freak is far from ordinary. He coldly tells the creature to stop wasting time since every single one of its schemes has failed. Instead of dying, the Lich just cackles, mocking the idea that he is the one wasting time. It drops a bombshell, laughing that they weren't the only ones working to bring the king back. The broken Lich screams that his apostles are working day and night to revive their dark king. Our boy just sighs, completely unimpressed by the villain's cliché threats of world-ending darkness. He levels his sword, reminding the undead freak that he already called this a total waste of time. Soo-hyun coldly promises that the Lich King will meet his end by his blade no matter what. The monster can only stare back in silence as it realizes its end has finally come. With a swift thrust, he ends the monster's suffering by piercing its skull with holy energy. The Lich finally disintegrates into ash, leaving Soo-hyun alone in the cold, quiet fortress. He stares into the void, knowing his claim about killing their master wasn't just a bluff. In the previous timeline, the Lich King was a nightmare that brought reality to its knees. Having already slain that monster as Kim Sung-in, he realizes these liches are all cut from the same cloth. Seeing the vision of the Lich King, he worries the monster's revival is happening way faster than before. Our boy decides to focus on the present, knowing there is still one more trash-tier Lich to handle. Meanwhile, Maxman is busy holding the line, swinging his blade with everything he has got. He carves through the undead fodder, but the sheer number of enemies makes him wonder if he will survive. One of the apostles just laughs at his struggle, leaving the commander fuming with rage. Maxman realizes he is at a total disadvantage because he cannot keep up with the monster's aerial movements. The undead freak is not even trying to kill him. It just wants to keep the soldiers distracted. It plans to stall until its master arrives, but suddenly feels a terrifying chill down its spine. Maxman and his men stand there dumbfounded as the atmosphere shifts and the enemy stops attacking. The apostle realizes its companion has been erased, leaving it completely shaken as it faces the end. The apostle is losing its mind, unable to process how its boss was just deleted from existence. Maxman is just as stunned, barely believing that our boy actually pulled off the impossible. The remaining undead freak screams in pure agony as the reality of its defeat finally sinks in. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts over the entire fortress, signaling a shift in the battlefield's energy. The regular soldiers start choking, realizing they can't even breathe under the weight of this dark mana. Maxman rushes to his falling comrade, desperate to save his men from this suffocating nightmare. High above, the Apostle demands an end to this madness, looking down at the chaos it can't control. The commander knows his trash-tier troops are done for unless he taps into his ultimate hidden skill. A blinding pillar of light erupts, cutting through the darkness as the tide of battle shifts again. Our boy doesn't waste a second, lunging toward the last standing monster, to finish this once and for all. Soo-hyun slams his fist into the skeletal freak, determined to wipe this trash-tier monster off the map. Our boy doesn't even flinch, his cold gaze already calculating the next move to ensure total victory. He follows up with a strike so powerful it sends the Apostle reeling back into the fortress walls. The monster finally shatters in a massive explosion, leaving Maxman completely dumbfounded by the sheer display of strength. When the commander asks if the deed is done, Soo-hyun simply confirms the kill with a weary expression. Maxman looks at his struggling men, realizing they would have been finished if they arrived a second later. A sinister technique begins absorbing the life force of the living and dead to empower the remaining undead. It finally clicks for Soo-hyun why he was warned not to kill anyone during this chaotic breach. If more of these soldiers had fallen, the ritual would have reached a level of power he couldn't stop. Despite the victory, another Apostle remains shielded in purple mana, proving these underlings are a serious threat. The Grandalum Lich is losing his mind, chanting about how he'll never forgive our boy for this. He starts vomiting a fountain of dark blood onto his staff, fueling a desperate, final curse. Both Maxman and Soo-hyun realize the trash-tier undead is planning something suicidal and absolutely massive. The Lich thrusts his staff upward, summoning a chaotic storm of purple mana that shakes the entire fortress. A giant magic circle manifests in the sky, signaling the start of a catastrophic high-level spell. Maxman shouts that the monster is using its own life force to shield the ritual from any interference. Soo-hyun dives in, knowing he has to shatter the lifestone before the chi absorption wipes everyone out. His blade slams into the barrier with a deafening crack, but the shield holds firm against the strike. The Lich just cackles, mocking Soo-hyun because this blood-soaked spell is far beyond a simple physical attack. He reveals the only way to stop the apocalypse is to take his life before the timer runs out. Our boy slams his blade against the barrier, but the trash-tier undead's shield won't budge an inch. Soo-hyun grits his teeth, realizing that if he doesn't break through soon, the surrounding soldiers are toast. Just as despair starts to creep in, a familiar voice tells him to keep his head in the game. Maxman steps up, reminding the regressor that his only job is to put that monster in the ground. The commander channels every ounce of his A-rank mana, prepared to handle the defensive side of this nightmare. With a thunderous roar, he slams his sword down to unleash a massive wave of holy protection. A brilliant blue dome erupts from the fortress, acting as a literal umbrella against the Lich's dark ritual. The barrier expands across the entire battlefield, shielding thousands of lives from the impending mana explosion. The soldiers look up in total shock, dumbfounded by the sudden change in the chaotic atmosphere above them. They realize the soul-crushing pressure has vanished, leaving them wondering who just pulled off such a miracle. Soo-hyun watches in awe as a massive sanctuary barrier begins to envelop the entire chaotic battlefield. Maxman explains this is his ultimate Holy Knight skill, a move that boosts morale while burning his lifespan. The commander is ready to trade his very existence if it means keeping his men safe from darkness. He puts his full trust in our boy, telling him to handle the offensive while he holds the line. Taking the opening, Soo-hyun lunges forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for the ritual's heart. He knows he can't afford to hesitate now that everyone is counting on him to end this nightmare. He watches the soldiers fight like absolute demons against the endless swarm of skeletal trash-tier mobs. Seeing them put their lives on the line gives him the final push he needs to finish things. He blurs through the air, closing the distance before the skeletal mastermind can even react to his speed. The undead boss rages about its fallen friends, but our boy is only interested in taking its head. The Lich screams about how weak humans are, but Soo-hyun just focuses on finding a lethal opening. Their weapons collide with a violent spark, the monster desperately trying to keep our boy at bay. Soo-hyun mocks the creature, noting how even a trash-tier undead seems to care about its fallen comrades. He grabs the staff with a burning grip, reminding the Lich of the thousands of lives it extinguished. Looking into those hollow eyes, he tells the monster that every single victim was someone's precious family. Blue flames erupt as they clash, the holy energy beginning to overwhelm the Lich's dark mana. As the flames lick its bones, Soo-hyun asks if it finally understands the agony of losing everything. He prepares his final move, telling the creature to carry that despair back to the pits of hell. With one clean, vertical strike, our boy splits the skeletal mastermind right down the middle. The core gem shatters into a million pieces, ending the nightmare and silencing the Lich forever. The Grandalum Lich is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to process how its dark existence is being snuffed out so easily. As its physical form crumbles, the monster's last thought is the sheer humiliation of losing to a mere human. Its cursed staff tumbles toward the ground, but the divine bird of blue fire isn't letting it escape. With a screech of holy fire, the avian beast shatters the artifact, ensuring the mastermind has no way back. A massive wave of blue mana washes over the entire fortress, purifying the dark filth that choked the air. The rebel soldiers freeze in shock, watching as their skeletal enemies suddenly lose their murderous drive and go still. Without the master's mana, these trash-tier undead dissolve into purple dust, ending the siege in a single breath. Commander Maxman collapses onto his sword, his body pushed way past its limits after holding the line for so long. He looks up at the clearing sky, barely able to believe that the horrific nightmare is finally over. Despite the exhaustion etched into his face, the old war hero realizes they've actually survived this impossible ordeal. Soo-hyun catches the old commander before he hits the deck, preventing the war hero from collapsing in the dirt. Supporting the man's weight, our boy looks like he's been through the ringer himself after that insane battle. He gives a small, tired smile and tells the commander he did a hell of a job today. Standing together on the fortress edge, the commander asks if the nightmare is finally done, and Soo-hyun confirms it. With a heavy sigh, Maxman slides down the stone wall, finally letting the weight of the world drop. He admits he just wants to close his eyes for a bit before they even think about celebrating. The old man starts to ask if our boy is doing okay, but he stops mid-sentence. He looks at the young hunter and realizes that despite his monstrous power, he's still just a kid. Soo-hyun plops down right there on the ground, letting out a long breath as the adrenaline finally fades. He agrees that a nap sounds perfect, and the two warriors just share a well-earned laugh under the sun. We cut to the awakened management agency, where things are definitely not peaceful today. Inside, a heavy hand slams against a desk as tempers start to flare over some impossible news. Chairman Song Kyung-tae is losing his mind over a claim that Anyang City will face a massive outbreak soon. He demands to know if Lee Joo-ho actually expects him to buy this trash-tier prediction without any proof. Joo-ho stands his ground, even though he knows how insane his warning sounds to the bureaucratic higher-ups. The chairman rants about how predicting dungeons is impossible, pacing around his office like a cornered animal. He claims common sense says outbreaks take months to form, but Joo-ho knows the old rules no longer apply. Our boy's contact argues that they can't gamble with the lives of 600,000 people just for protocol. Kyung-tae snaps back that his own career is on the line if they cause a nationwide panic for nothing. Just as the tension peaks, a new presence enters the room to shut down the pointless bickering. Kim Do-hee steps in, trying to cool the room down before the bickering gets out of hand. The A-ranker tells the chairman that despite the lack of precedent, Joo-ho's warning actually carries weight. Joo-ho knows he is walking a tightrope, but the lives at stake are worth the risk. Do-hee is not easily convinced though, demanding to know exactly who handed over this top-secret intel. Our boy keeps it cool, claiming his source is a name they have definitely heard of before. The room goes dead silent when he reveals the message actually comes from Kim Soo-hyun himself. They recognize the name immediately as the mysterious super rookie who is currently tearing through the rankings. The chairman is dumbfounded, struggling to believe a mere C-rank hunter could predict a national disaster. He takes a moment to process the weight of that name, his skepticism finally starting to waver. But just as Joo-ho thinks he has won, the old man doubles down and refuses to budge. The chairman remains skeptical, arguing there is zero data to verify the source or trust this mysterious intel. He warns Joo-ho that evacuating an entire city for a false alarm would be a political suicide mission. As the man in charge, he refuses to gamble his career on a rookie's hunch without concrete proof. He gets right in Joo-ho's face, coldly stating that natural disasters happen and casualties aren't his responsibility. Joo-ho is absolutely livid, realizing this trash-tier leader is willing to let people die just to save face. Even with Do-hee watching, the chairman doubles down, insisting that the final decision and the consequences are his. He gives a chilling smile and tells them to just act like this conversation never even took place. Meanwhile, our boy Soo-hyun is busy raking in rewards after absolutely crushing the trial on the 20th floor. He catches his breath, thinking about how insane it was to face 3 apostolic liches at once. Looking over his new stats, he realizes his growth is finally reaching a level that commands real respect. Our boy checks his stats and realizes he has finally reached the S-rank standard he was originally aiming for. Suddenly, a flood of system notifications overwhelms him, mentioning hidden assists from legendary heroes he didn't even notice. He stares in disbelief at the list of kingdoms that apparently provided support while he was busy fighting. It turns out the trial actually allowed for recruiting allies, a mechanic he completely overlooked during his solo rampage. Soo-hyun sighs, wondering if his habit of doing everything alone made him miss out on some major benefits. Looking down from the wall, he watches the soldiers tirelessly hauling supplies to repair the battered fortress courtyard. Maxman is already back in the zone, directing his men to move quickly and secure the perimeter. A small smile plays on the regressor's face as he admits he wasn't entirely alone in this fight. The commander emphasizes that fixing the outer walls is the top priority since the war is far from over. Maxman catches his eye and warns him that things are only going to get busier from here on out. Maxman finally tracks down our boy, relieved he didn't just vanish without getting his battle wounds treated. The commander wants to give him a public shout-out, but Soo-hyun admits he actually ran away to avoid it. Our boy confesses that all those compliments and high expectations from others just feel like a heavy burden. He scratches his head, clearly uncomfortable with being put on a pedestal after everything he's been through. Maxman looks away, mentioning how people have called him a war hero ever since the last big conflict. He admits that while the title sounds cool, it eventually started weighing him down like a ton of bricks. Soo-hyun stays quiet, realizing that even legendary figures struggle with the same mental pressure he feels every day. Looking at the commander, he sees a reflection of the same crushing responsibility he carried as Kim Sungjin. Maxman brings up Soo-hyun's own words, reminding him of the perspective that helped shift his mindset. He smiles, saying his only job is protecting his men, and that his mind finally feels a lot lighter. Our boy realizes that his perspective actually reached the old soldier and shifted his heavy mindset. Maxman notes that life's answers are usually closer than they think, and Soo-hyun can't help but agree. Even with a dead king and a broken country, the commander decides to start rebuilding right here. When Soo-hyun announces his departure, the veteran is dumbfounded that he is taking off so soon. He simply tells the commander that his work here is done and leaves the cleanup to him. Maxman watches him go, finally seeing the young man for the absolute powerhouse he really is. He acknowledges that while Soo-hyun hates the pressure of expectations, he cannot ignore the objective truth. With a sharp salute, he declares that to every soldier here, Soo-hyun is the only true hero. Our boy just offers a small wave, heading back toward his own world as the sun sets. Suddenly, the system rewards his selflessness with a legendary achievement and the broken new skill, Hero Immortal. Kim Baroon is grinding through her workout when a persistent ringtone starts echoing through the gym. Lee Joo-ho stops his set, wondering who on earth would be blowing up his phone this late at night. His eyes go wide as he realizes exactly who is on the other end of the line. Without a word, he bolts for the door, leaving Kim Baroon completely dumbfounded by his sudden departure. He answers with a grin, telling our boy that he has been waiting for this call for ages. However, his excitement turns to pure panic when he hears that Soo-hyun is currently at the hospital. Inside the clinic, the staff is losing their minds because Soo-hyun refuses to stay put for proper treatment. Our boy just strolls out with his arm in a sling, looking like he has seen much worse. He grumbles about the staff being too fussy, knowing his awakened body will knit itself back together eventually. Suddenly, Lee Joo-ho skids onto the scene, looking absolutely frantic as he checks if his powerhouse is okay. Lee Joo-ho is still fussing over that creaking arm, but our boy just shrugs it off like nothing happened. The broker is absolutely floored that Soo-hyun cleared 20 floors in a day and begs for some pro tips. Soo-hyun admits he is just playing it by ear, making Joo-ho wonder if that recklessness caused his injuries. Realizing his powerhouse is just built different, Joo-ho finally gets down to business regarding the request they discussed. He regretfully reports that the persuasion attempt failed, and Soo-hyun's secret identity has officially been leaked. Our boy isn't even surprised, knowing that trash-tier director was his incompetent boss in his previous life. Joo-ho pivots, mentioning he managed to snag some intel on one of the director's inner circle, Kim Do. He warns that a green dungeon is opening in Anyang, and Soo-hyun realizes the inevitable disaster is arriving. He remembers how everyone was diverted elsewhere in the past, leaving the city defenseless against the monster swarm. It all traces back to Song Kyung-tae, a man more interested in dodging blame than saving lives. Soo-hyun vows to make that trash-tier director pay, while Joo-ho reels from how accurately our boy predicted the dungeon. The atmosphere shifts when Soo-hyun suddenly declares he'll be handling the next phase of the operation entirely solo. He calmly explains that Joo-ho has already done more than enough, but his partner isn't buying it for a second. Joo-ho snaps that a simple thank you isn't nearly enough given the life-or-death stakes they are currently facing. He reminds Soo-hyun that, since the agency is compromised, they have to stick together to stand any real chance. Our boy falls silent, weighing the risks of involving his only reliable ally in the upcoming bloodbath. A small smirk plays on his lips as he realizes Joo-ho's loyalty is actually cut from a different cloth. Giving in, Soo-hyun finally agrees to let him in on the details of his high-stakes plan for Anyang. 2 months fly by, and as Christmas approaches, the city is buzzing with rumors about a mysterious online warning. A viral post predicts a dump guild massacre, but most civilians are too dumbfounded to believe the threat is real. A reporter goes live, announcing that the viral post about the dump guild is now a massive public issue. The news crew scrambles to cover the story, claiming they've finally found a witness who saw the guild. Turns out, that witness is Joo-ho, who steps up to confirm the organization's existence to the entire world. While playing the part, he silently curses Soo-hyun for dumping such a high-profile, annoying task on his plate. Watching from home, Barun is completely dumbfounded that her partner is actually pulling this stunt on live TV. Back at the agency, a heavy fist slams down in rage as the broadcast causes a total meltdown. Chairman Song screams that using mass media like this is insane, especially with the Ansan dungeon crisis looming. Doi calmly pushes up his glasses, noting that even the agency can't suppress a hunter's individual freedom. The chairman demands Soo-hyun's head, but Doi reminds him our boy has been MIA in the abyss for weeks. Staring at his phone, Doi wonders why Soo-hyun is causing such a fuss when he's supposed to be hiding. Doi stares intensely, trying to figure out what kind of crazy stunt our boy is planning to pull. Deep in the abyss, Soo-hyun chugs a high-grade potion, his body trembling from the sheer mana density. The empty bottle clatters to the floor as he gasps, the liquid burning his throat like liquid fire. He clenches his fist, blue veins bulging as his mana circuits scream under the intense pressure. A surge of raw energy explodes from his core, turning his entire nervous system into a glowing map. Gasping for breath, he realizes that surviving this transformation is the only way to reach the top. Back at the inn, a trash-tier landlord starts banging on the door, demanding his overdue rent money. He shouts that it's been a month, and he's tired of being ignored by his mysterious tenant. Finding the door unlocked, the old man grumbles that even a dead tenant needs to pay up first. He bursts in, relieved to see the kid is still alive and hasn't skipped town on him. The landlord freezes in his tracks, feeling a monstrous pressure that makes his heart hammer against his ribs. Our boy steps forward with a flickering purple aura, casually apologizing for the intense commotion he caused. He promises to pay an extra amount for the trouble, leaving the trash-tier landlord completely dumbfounded and speechless. With a sharp smirk, he tells the old man that he is finally ready to leave this room. Before the landlord can even process the words, a sudden gust of wind signals that his tenant moved. He looks down in disbelief to find a heavy bag of gold sitting right on the wooden floor. It is a small fortune for rent, making the old man wonder just what kind of monster he hosted. Turns out, he spent the last month consuming a top-tier magic catalyst to force a brutal mana evolution. Even the floor gatekeeper was shaken when our boy dropped 2 million achievement points on a single item. Despite the agonizing pain and the foul taste, the massive power surge was exactly what he needed. Our boy leaps into the sky, feeling his body finally peak after that brutal and agonizing mana evolution. He smirks with confidence, knowing that tomorrow's definitive battle will finally put his regressor knowledge to the test. As he descends toward the city, he prepares to unleash the overwhelming power he spent a month refining. Meanwhile, back in the modern city, the gears of the major guilds are starting to turn toward chaos. A sharp-looking assistant informs his master that it is finally time for their scheduled move to begin. Young Dong-young throws on his jacket and tells his genius rookie that it is time to head out. Choi Hak-jun sits silently on the sofa, seemingly focused on his phone while ignoring the world around him. He gives a cold, short response, hiding the murderous intent that once made him a legendary mass killer. News of a terror attack involving the notorious Dump Guild begins to circulate through the high-end guild offices. Young Dong-young wonders if an internal whistleblower leaked the criminal guild's secrets to cause this sudden public outcry. Choi Hak-jun questions the odds of a terror attack, weighing the risks of the recent dungeon outbreak in Ansan. As they walk, our boy wonders if there is even a point in taking things this far today. Jung Dong-young is clearly agitated, focusing all his spite on the mysterious bastard who leaked the guild's secrets. He explains that he spent time investigating who would dare spread knowledge that only a few elites possessed. Hak-jun is left dumbfounded when he hears the name Kim Soo-hyun, realizing the rookie is behind the chaos. Dong-young is determined to find out why this brat is so desperate to drag the Dump Guild down. Their high-end ride screeches to a halt as the Ares Guild prepares to move out and take control. Hak-jun watches his boss carefully, sensing the growing tension as they prepare to confront the unknown. Dong-young shuts the door, his mind already plotting how to handle the person who disrupted his business. Our boy finds it strange that a man who only cares about profit is suddenly acting so out of character. Hak-jun climbs into the car, wondering why his boss is so obsessed with the rookie's grudge. He settles into the seat, his mind racing with the implications of this sudden guild mobilization. Looking at Young Dong-young, he starts suspecting a dark link between the Ares and Dump Guilds. His thoughts drift back to Kim Soo-hyun. Trying to piece the puzzle together, he recalls the heavy atmosphere of the tower, where shadows of the past still linger. Our boy had introduced himself with such confidence that it left a lasting impression. Hak-jun narrows his eyes, unable to shake the feeling that he is missing something vital. He finds it hard to believe a mere trash-tier C rank could be the monster from the rumors. He remembers when a simple card was offered, a gateway to a potentially dangerous alliance. Kim Soo-hyun just gives a knowing smirk, offering his help whenever the situation turns south. Choi Hak-jun remains deep in thought, unable to shake the feeling that something is seriously off. He keeps pondering the situation, feeling like a heavy weight is pressing down on his mind. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the quiet streets of Ansan-si, under a bright, clear sky. A group of local trash-tier thugs are just hanging around, complaining about how bored they are. Looking at the empty Christmas streets, the leader grumbles, because there is absolutely no one left to rob. When one lackey suggests they should flee like everyone else, the blonde leader just laughs at his cowardice. He dismisses the warnings as nothing more than some crazy bastard trying to bait the public with lies. Just as he claims it was all a hoax, a masked figure appears behind him to correct him. The entire group is left dumbfounded as they turn around to face the mysterious, hooded intruder. Our boy stands there in a traditional mask, making the thugs wonder who this bastard actually is. The thugs circle around, mocking the weird mask and asking if he's dressed up for a Christmas party. The blonde leader laughs, thinking this crazy bastard is the perfect target for a quick holiday mugging. Before he can even blink, our boy reaches out and grabs the trash tier leader by the throat. He effortlessly hoists the bully into the air, leaving the rest of the group completely paralyzed with fear. As the lackeys panic, the regressor calmly clarifies that he isn't crazy, just very focused on his goal. With a sudden movement, he slams the loudmouth onto the hard pavement like he's nothing but garbage. Standing over the fallen thug, the masked hero radiates a cold pressure that suffocates the entire area. He slowly draws his blade, the cold steel reflecting his intent to finally clean up these streets. The leader is terrified, realizing he's facing a monster, as the sharp edge of the sword nears him. Suddenly, a massive explosion of blue flames erupts, signaling the start of a very painful lesson for them. The trash tier thugs are left coughing in the smoke, absolutely dumbfounded by the sudden chaotic explosions. Massive pillars of fire consume the city streets, making the entire area look like a literal war zone. Our boy stands amidst the inferno, calmly evaluating the scale of the destruction he's just unleashed. He wonders if this level of carnage is sufficient to convince everyone that a dangerous terrorist is on the loose. Turns out, it's all a clever illusion. The buildings and cars are untouched despite the terrifying visual of the flames. With his Divine Flames proficiency hitting a new peak, he can now manipulate heatless fire for these theatrical displays. Checking his map, he notes 0 casualties while planning his next move toward the heart of Anyang. Suddenly, a firm voice commands him to halt as a mysterious figure finally catches up to his trail. He just smirks under his mask, thinking that the predictable pests from the agency have arrived right on schedule. Kim Doi and his squad from the Awakened Management Agency step forward, demanding an end to this supposed terrorism. Kim Doi adjusts his glasses, formally identifying himself as an associate director before demanding our boy's immediate surrender. Our boy just stands there, his ha-ho mask hiding the smirk of a man who is 10 steps ahead. The director reveals he knows about the secret alliance with Lee Juho, shocking the surrounding agency squad members. Tired of the chatter, Soo-hyun slowly draws his blade, signaling that negotiations were never actually on the table. He taunts the entire group to stop wasting time and bring everything they have got if they want him. The trash tier hunters in the back are dumbfounded by his sheer audacity and the overwhelming pressure he exudes. Suddenly, the agency's combatants lunge forward, but they are quickly sent flying by a single, casual movement. Our boy effortlessly parries a heavy strike, his movements far too refined for a simple rookie hunter. One hot-headed attacker screams about the dump guild, convinced he has finally cornered a dangerous criminal. As their blades clash, Soo-hyun calmly realizes this guy's power level sits comfortably above the B-rank threshold. Soo-hyun and the elite combatant trade blows, their blades ringing out in a violent shower of sparks. Seeing the stalemate, Kim Doi steps in and orders his team to clear a path for his intervention. He begins condensing his mana into a concentrated sphere, preparing a strike meant to end the fight quickly. A beam of pure energy erupts toward our boy, who barely flinches as the blast streaks toward him. Behind his mask, Soo-hyun remains utterly unimpressed, internally mocking the attack for being weaker than a B-rank skill. Commander Maxman watches the chaos, questioning why the strongest man present is still holding back his true power. The veteran commander narrows his eyes, sensing that something about this entire confrontation feels fundamentally wrong and staged. The blonde combatant refuses to back down, lunging forward once more with a desperate burst of high-speed movement. Soo-hyun effortlessly reads every move, landing a clean kick that leaves the elite hunter completely dumbfounded and reeling. A massive impact shatters the pavement between them, forcing both sides to momentarily retreat and reassess the situation. Soo-hyun leaps back, thanking the fodder for the distraction while he prepares his next big move. He realizes these B-rank hunters are just trash tier and won't be enough to stop the coming disaster. Kim Doi watches the chaos with a cold gaze, his sharp mind already piecing the truth together. Suddenly, our boy manifests a pair of ethereal blue wings, leaving every witness nearby completely dumbfounded. Doi notes that despite the intense heat, there isn't a single scratch on him or the pavement. Standing amidst the flames, Soo-hyun waits for the director to finally stop playing games and get serious. Doi demands to know if this fake terrorism is actually a cover to evacuate people from an outbreak. Realizing he's up against a high-level mage, our boy tells him to save the talk for later. The director accepts the challenge, gripping his tome as he prepares to use force for his answers. As the city burns, Doi realizes he has no choice but to take down this masked intruder. Our boy and the director take their scrap to the air, leaping across the urban battlefield. Doi decides he's had enough games and flips to a specific bookmark in his magical tome. He unleashes a 5-star thunderbolt, calling down a massive pillar of electricity to incinerate the intruder. Even as the lightning closes in, Soo-hyun just smirks behind his mask, ready for the impact. A violent explosion of mana erupts, turning the entire street into a blinding flash of white heat. The shockwave rattles the nearby skyscrapers, leaving the city walls scorched and covered in thick smoke. Doi sticks a perfect landing on the pavement, his floating book already preparing the next spell. His confidence vanishes instantly when he spots a figure emerging from the dust cloud completely unscathed. The director's mind races as he realizes dodging a point-blank blast mid-air should be physically impossible. Seeing our boy standing there without a single scratch leaves the elite director feeling completely dumbfounded. Soo-hyun casually brushes dust off his jacket while Doi realizes his target is far above a mere A-rank threat. Behind that creepy mask, our boy is just getting started, and his calm demeanor is starting to feel suffocating. Doi stands there frozen, wondering how any hunter could possibly survive a direct hit from his ultimate lightning spell. Soo-hyun flares his blue mana, mockingly telling the director that they aren't even playing in the same league. The elite director narrows his eyes, his pride taking a massive hit as he calculates his next move. As Soo-hyun lunges forward to end this, Doi's internal monologue shifts from pure shock to a murderous resolve. Hakjun rushes over to check on his superior, but Doi brushes him off, his focus entirely on the monster. He asks the rookie to buy him some time, leaving the red-haired genius feeling completely dumbfounded and hesitant. Adjusting his glasses, Doi decides to swallow his pride and call the agency for some serious tactical backup. He plans to summon every available awakened hero, realizing that soloing this masked freak is a total suicide mission. The standoff intensifies as Soo-hyun looms like a literal god of war amidst the swirling embers. Doi is completely dumbfounded, realizing the masked freak hasn't even tapped into his real power yet. He wonders why someone this brokenly powerful would wait until now to reveal such a terrifying identity. One thing is certain for the director: he's dealing with a monster that defies every known ranking. Soo-hyun just scoffs, thinking these people haven't even seen a fraction of what he's truly capable of. Doi's sweat turns to ice as he calculates that this masked man must be S rank or higher. He signals his team to hold their ground, knowing any reckless move means an instant one-way ticket. Pulling out his magic tome, Doi orders everyone to focus purely on defense until the heavy hitters arrive. Our boy notices the quick shift in tactics and respects the director for actually having a functioning brain. He reveals to himself that there are two specific reasons for this grand performance and his hidden face. Soo-hyun's first goal is simple. He needs to gauge the actual combat level of today's top-tier hunters. His second move is baiting that old snake, Song Kyung-tae, into sending every spare body he has. If he causes enough of a scene to hit the national news, the agency won't have any choice. Our boy just needs to stall for 2 hours until the real nightmare outbreak finally begins. Doi is sweating bullets, wondering why this monster is just standing there instead of finishing them off. Suddenly, the sound of heavy boots hitting the pavement echoes through the burning streets. A group of elite hunters finally arrives on the scene, looking ready to throw down. The associate director breathes a sigh of relief as his long-awaited backup finally makes their grand entrance. However, a familiar voice from the crowd makes everyone freeze in their tracks. Even behind the mask, our boy is genuinely surprised by the unexpected face joining the party. The reinforcements finally appear atop the blazing building, signaling that the real heavy hitters have officially arrived. Doi wipes his brow, nervously noting that the director must be absolutely fuming over this entire disaster. These aren't your average hunters, but the elite nationally affiliated organization straight from the management branch. This is the Special Forces unit known as ACT, a group cut from a completely different cloth. Our boy stares up and quietly remarks that it has been a long time since they last crossed paths. The blonde combatant is left completely dumbfounded, his jaw dropping at the sight of the legendary figures above. The man leading the charge is none other than the S-rank powerhouse, Park Young-yu, looking cool as ever. The excited hunter immediately begs for a spot in the unit, but Doi tells him to stay focused. Soo-hyun remembers him vividly as one of the strongest S-ranks from his previous life as Kim Seung-jin. As he watches the veteran, our boy begins to reflect on the deep personal connection they once shared. Park Young-yu assesses the battlefield, hearing reports that the masked intruder is supposedly just a lowly C rank. However, the sheer pressure radiating from the man suggests his true power is S rank, or even beyond. Kim Doi is clearly on edge, leading his peers to mock him for being terrified of a youngster. The arrogant A-rank vice leader, Kang Seung-chul, just laughs while hauling his massive blade over his shoulder. Park Young-yu cuts through the trash talk, sternly reminding his team that underestimating an opponent is a fatal mistake. Feeling the weight of the situation, Doi decides to hang back until the enemy's strength is fully revealed. The legendary S-rank leader doesn't hesitate, deciding he will be the one to initiate the confrontation. In a coordinated strike, the elite ACT members leap from the building to swarm the target below. Sung-chul leads the charge with a wild grin, eager to impress his teacher by crushing the masked man. Our boy remains calm as the elites descend, sensing that his old acquaintance is finally making his move. Kim Do-hee is sweating bullets, doubting if even an A-rank elite can handle this masked monster. Park Young-yu remains unfazed, his legendary aura proving that ACT operates on a completely different level. The S-rank hero finally stands face to face with the rookie, the tension between them turning the air heavy. Our boy looks at him and realizes the veteran hasn't changed a bit since the old days. Memories of being a trash-tier weakling flood back, recalling when he was just a bloody mess on the pavement. Back then, the legendary commander stood over him like an unreachable wall of pure, intimidating strength. Even now, that stoic gaze carries the same weight that once defined the very peak of humanity. Soo-hyun decides it's time to see if the man's talent for training students is still top tier. He digs his heel into the ground, ready to show how much he's grown since his past life. The elite squad and Kang Seung-chul close in, but they have no idea who they're actually hunting. Soo-hyun prepares to test his former mentor's strength, determined to see if the legend still holds up. Kang Seung-chul doesn't waste a second, lunging forward with his massive blade and a wild, aggressive grin. Our boy just smirks behind his mask, completely unfazed by the vice leader's explosive entrance. As the elite squad closes the distance, Soo-hyun remains calm, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He finally draws his blade, sensing the veteran commander's heavy presence moving in for the kill. The rest of the Special Forces unit swarms him, thinking they can overwhelm him with sheer numbers. They move like a blur, but to a regressor, these high-speed maneuvers are basically child's play. One of the combatants freezes in shock, realizing the masked rookie's aura is far beyond any normal hunter. Their movements turn into a lethal whirlwind, clashing so fast that the untrained eye can't even keep up. Kim Do-hee watches the chaos, noting that this isn't just a simple skirmish, but a high-level tactical dance. The elite squad launches a coordinated assault, their blades whistling through the air with lethal precision. Our boy just dances through the storm, parrying every single strike with almost insulting ease. The backup hunters are left completely dumbfounded, unable to believe a rookie is handling an elite barrage. Kim Do-hee pushes up his glasses, realizing the masked hunter is reading every movement like an open book. It is a systematic execution of defense, proving numbers mean nothing against someone with regressor-level instincts. Park Young-yu remains stoic, knowing this perfect coordination is the very pride and specialty of his unit. Kang Seung-chul loses his cool and screams for Soo-hyun to stop running and fight like a man. He slams his massive heavy blade down with enough force to shatter the earth, but Soo-hyun blurs away. The surrounding combatants curse their luck as they realize their target is far too fast to pin down. Refusing to accept defeat, the vice leader grits his teeth and prepares to push his limits even further. Seung-chul predicts our boy will lose his footing the second he touches the uneven, shattered ground. As his boot hits the debris, the trap is set for a moment of perceived vulnerability. The vice leader smirks, thinking he finally has the upper hand to end this annoying chase. Suddenly, glowing mana chains snake around Soo-hyun, binding him tightly before he can even react. The elite unit executes their signature coordinated attack, the entangled spiderweb, to lock him in place. Our boy grunts as the cold iron of the mana-infused chains bites deep into his neck and torso. One of the hunters cheers, convinced that no rookie could ever escape such a high-tier lockdown. Seung-chul doesn't waste a second, hoisting his massive blade high to deliver a final, crushing blow. The earth screams as his heavy blade connects, creating a massive explosion of dust and debris. However, the hunters are left dumbfounded as the shockwave ripples out, sensing something is very wrong. The students watch in horror, wondering if the mysterious rookie actually got obliterated by that massive strike. The elite hunters are stunned to find their high-tier mana chains snapped like cheap toys. Through the settling dust, our boy calmly walks forward, his footsteps echoing with an intimidating rhythm. Everyone is losing their minds, but the legendary Park Young-yu just watches with a cold, calculating gaze. Turns out Soo-hyun isn't just free, he's left one of the hunters dangling like a caught fish. Seung-chul screams in pure rage, realizing the pincer maneuver was a total bust from the very start. His subordinates can only stare in silence, wondering how a mere rookie could outplay their specialized tactics. The vice leader recalls the exact moment he swung his blade, a realization dawning in his eyes. Instead of crushing his target, his massive heavy blade was used to slice through the reinforced mana chains. Our boy perfectly timed his movements, using the enemy's own momentum to shatter his restraints and turn the tables. The subordinate is utterly humiliated, realizing our boy used their own specialized chains to tie him up like trash. Kim Do-hee is completely dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend how a rookie could move that fast under intense pressure. Park Young-yu remains deathly silent, his cold gaze piercing through the chaos as he evaluates the masked threat. Soo-hyun checks a scratch on his mask, bored because he spent his past life mastering these exact tactics. Realizing his men are outmatched, the legendary commander finally decides to draw his own blade for a fight. He steps forward, admitting that he should have been the one to handle this monster from the beginning. Yoongyu addresses Soo-hyun directly, remarking that his youthful talent is far beyond what he initially expected to see. The two warriors face off in the burning street, with the commander admitting he'd normally offer him a job. He simply wants to ensure that such overwhelming power isn't being used for the wrong cause. Doi quickly warns his leader to wrap it up since other high-ranking hunters are starting to swarm the area. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut as the crowd watches the two monsters face off. Even Choi Hakjun pauses his exit, sensing that this clash is about to change everything in the city. Our boy notices more high-tier hunters closing in, and realizes his window for a clean exit is shrinking fast. He admits to himself that he's been itching for a real dance with the legendary commander for ages. His hand tightens on his blade, ready to show the S-rank hero exactly what a regressor can do. But then, he suddenly lets go, letting his weapon clatter uselessly against the pavement to everyone's shock. In a move nobody saw coming, he throws his hands up and declares his total surrender right then. Park Yoongyu is completely dumbfounded, unable to process why such a powerhouse would just give up like that. The elite ACT members are just as stunned, their brains short-circuiting at the sight of the masked threat quitting. Behind that mask, our boy just smirks, knowing he successfully baited the biggest fish in the pond. The legendary commander can't believe his ears, wondering if this masked freak is actually serious about quitting. The elite hunters stand frozen as our boy keeps his hands high, looking completely non-threatening amidst the flames. Park Yoongyu narrows his eyes, trying to sniff out the trap he knows must be hidden behind this surrender. Checking his watch, our boy notes the time is exactly 6 and says fighting now is just a waste. He cryptically hints that the real nightmare is only just beginning for everyone standing in this burning city. Suddenly, a massive tremor rips through the pavement, making it clear that his surrender wasn't an act of cowardice. Kim Doi and the surrounding agents struggle to keep their balance as the world starts shaking like an earthquake. The associate director realizes with a sinking heart that this isn't just a natural disaster hitting the area. High above the ruins, a green dungeon gate tears open, signaling a catastrophic outbreak that nobody was prepared for. Kang Seung-chul and the rest of the squad watch in horror, finally realizing why our boy just stopped fighting. The green dungeon gate tears open with a violent crack, signaling a disaster that is way ahead of schedule. Kang Seung-chul stands there completely dumbfounded, realizing that the situation has spiraled far beyond their petty skirmish. As the sky fractures further, the sheer speed of the dungeon generation makes it clear this outbreak is unpredictable. Panicked bystanders watch as our boy calmly walks through the chaos, seemingly the only one who expected this nightmare. Suddenly, he ignites into a pillar of intense heat, drawing in every stray spark from the surrounding wreckage. Kim Doi watches in disbelief, finally connecting the dots that this overwhelming fire belongs solely to the masked rookie. Clenching his fist, our boy prepares to make a desperate plea to the agents who just tried capturing him. He finally sheds his mask and stands before the elite squad, his body wreathed in powerful blue flames. With a cold but determined gaze, he asks them to set aside their grudges and fight alongside him. Drawing his blade, he stares down the massive portal, ready to protect the city from the impending monster swarm. Kim Doi watches in silence as the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place within his mind. He realizes with a cold sweat that the overwhelming monster before him was Kim Soo-hyun all along. Our boy stands firm, his blade ready as he prepares to face the unprecedented disaster looming above. The sky screams as a green rift tears open, signaling a catastrophe the world is not prepared for. Usually, these outbreaks take time, but this one is breaking every rule by manifesting during the dungeon's birth. Looking up, our boy knows this is just the beginning of the countless tragedies he must prevent. He turns to Kim Doi, asking exactly how many reinforcements the agency can provide for this fight. With a faint smirk, he thanks the director for finally seeing reason and choosing to cooperate. Kim Doi admits that the chaos our boy caused actually helped them mobilize their forces much faster. Nearby hunters watch in total confusion, wondering how these two seem to have predicted the entire disaster. The local hunters can't believe their eyes as they point toward the terrifying phenomenon unfolding above them. Sharp claws tear through the fabric of reality, signaling that the nightmare has officially arrived in the city. A monstrous beast lunges out from the green light, letting out a screech that chills everyone to the bone. Panic spreads instantly as the realization hits that the city is about to become a literal war zone. Kim Doi stands frozen, the reflection in his lens confirming that their worst fears have come to life. The massive rift shatters the sky above the city, turning a normal day into a literal living hell. Vicious flying monsters pour out of the gate, swarming the urban landscape like a plague of death. A hulking brute crashes into the streets, immediately putting the low-rank hunters on the defensive. Min-seok starts trembling uncontrollably, his courage failing the moment he sees the carnage on the ground. His allies desperately yell for him to move, realizing that standing still is just a death sentence. A massive yellow brute towers over Min-seok, winding up a punch that looks like a total death sentence. The monster slams its fist down with enough force to turn the concrete into a cloud of debris. Minsok is absolutely dumbfounded, tears streaming down his face as he realizes he is completely out of his league. Suddenly, Park Young-yu steps in, catching the massive strike with his glowing red blade like it is nothing. The legendary leader realizes this trash-tier mob is actually on par with a high-rank dungeon boss. He warns the rookie to wake up and pay attention if he actually plans on surviving this nightmare. Meanwhile, Kang Seung-chul gets the order to organize the survivors into a proper support formation immediately. The cocky vice leader thinks they should just slaughter everything themselves instead of babysitting a bunch of amateurs. However, he quickly realizes the situation is spiraling, as the other hunters are paralyzed by pure, unadulterated fear. Just then, our boy steps into the fray, knowing the first priority is to stop the spreading panic. Seung-chul is left dumbfounded, watching our boy pull off maneuvers that should be exclusive to the elite special forces. Soo-hyun doesn't have time for chatter, simply telling the vice leader to focus on his own survival for once. He launches himself into the sky, leaving the stunned hunter behind to deal with the massive aerial swarm. Seung-chul can only seethe in silence, realizing this rookie has the same annoying presence as his own master. Our boy becomes a blur of blue light, tearing through the trash-tier flyers like they were made of paper. He knows he has to clear the path quickly before the real disaster manages to fully manifest itself. After sticking the landing, he calculates that the legendary leader is more than enough to handle the remaining trash. He looks up at the cracking sky, relieved that the support team is finally doing their part below. His pensive aura intensifies as he realizes the main event is about to make a grand entrance. The massive purple nightmare known as the half-dragon Aigulus finally descends, signaling the start of the real fight. Kim Do-hee is completely dumbfounded as the sky literally begins to fall apart right before his eyes. The massive purple nightmare known as Aigulus finally descends, casting a shadow of pure death over the city. Do-hee checks the evacuation progress, realizing they are only halfway through while the monsters begin their descent. Knowing he cannot wait any longer, he prepares his magic tome to hold the line against the chaos. If this draconic calamity is not stopped here, the entire country is basically a buffet for the monsters. The sky is suddenly choked with trash-tier flyers, turning the urban outbreak into a full-scale war zone. The authority staff scrambles to keep civilians safe, ordering everyone to follow the instructions of the awakened heroes. Mana-infused explosions rock the air as the hunters desperately try to thin out the overwhelming aerial swarm. Do-hee unleashes a torrent of flames from his book, determined to keep the monsters from reaching ground level. Amidst the fire and screams, he looks up and spots our boy watching the carnage from a rooftop. Soo-hyun watches from above, knowing he's the only hope left despite the overwhelming odds against them. Do-hee stares in disbelief, doubting if a single person can actually stop a dragon and this entire swarm. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the director, threatening to end his mission before it even begins. He freezes in terror as the monster prepares to strike, realizing he's completely cornered and out of options. Park Young-yu crashes down and executes the beast instantly, mocking the director for his lack of focus. Do-hee is completely dumbfounded to see the legendary captain of ACT appearing right in the middle of the carnage. Young-yu casually rests on the monster's carcass, telling the director he's skipping the pleasantries to save time. He commands Do-hee to focus on support, while ACT handles the trash-tier mobs and the civilian evacuation. Just then, our boy lands on the scene, ready to step up and face the real disaster. Young-yu asks if he can trust him with the dragon, and Soo-hyun confidently confirms he's ready. Young-yu wishes him luck, and our boy simply nods, knowing the weight of the task ahead. He reaches out to his divine beast, feeling the familiar surge of blue flames through his fingertips. With the bird's power, he launches himself toward the massive dragon looming over the city. He kicks off the side of a skyscraper, using the momentum to close the gap in an instant. Our boy weaves through the air, delivering a blindingly fast slash that cuts deep into the beast's hide. He takes a sharp breath, staying focused as the adrenaline of the life-or-death struggle kicks in. Flipping through the sky, he positions himself for a lethal follow-up, while the dragon struggles to track him. The purple calamity lets out a deafening roar, realizing this human isn't just another easy snack. Their powers collide in a massive burst of light, shaking the very foundations of the surrounding buildings. Gritting his teeth, Soo-hyun puts every ounce of his mana into a strike meant to end this nightmare. Soo-hyun's blade grinds against the dragon's scales, but the beast's defense is far higher than he anticipated. Our boy grits his teeth, pouring more mana into his grip to keep the weapon from shattering. He carves a bloody path down the massive leg, finally drawing first blood in this high-stakes aerial duel. Realizing he needs more firepower to win, he calls out for his divine beast to join the fray. The blue phoenix descends, clashing with the purple calamity, as the city streets become a literal war zone. Soo-hyun sticks the landing on the asphalt, his sword wreathed in blue flames for the next round. He wipes away sweat, acknowledging that this monster is far tougher than any trash-tier mob has faced. The The dragon snarls in fury, confirming his suspicion that this fight won't end with just a few scratches. He realizes that dragging the true mastermind out of hiding will require an even more desperate gamble. Without wasting a second, he launches himself back into the chaos with a thunderous burst of speed. Aigulus takes a direct hit to the face, his draconic pride shattered as the explosion rocks his massive skull. The purple calamity tries to retreat, but a mass of dark energy pursues him through the smoke-filled sky. He stares down the encroaching shadows, realizing that this human isn't just another bug to be squashed. Our boy summons the divine bird of blue fire, standing tall as his legendary partner prepares to incinerate everything. The dragon shrieks in agony when the blue flames sear his scales, proving that divine heat beats draconic hide. Suhyun hitches a ride on his beast's massive talons, looking for the perfect opening to end this nightmare. The two titans collide mid-air, creating a shockwave that levels the surrounding buildings into mere piles of dust. Debris rains down on the desolate streets as the sheer power of their clash tears the environment apart. He sticks a rough landing in the center of a crater, his blue flames flickering with intense killing intent. Suhyun admits the beast is tough for a second encounter, but he's confident this timeline ends much differently. Our boy remembers how the Anyang outbreak was a total disaster in his previous life. Over 15,000 people died back then, and this purple dragon was responsible for most of it. The city was turned into a literal hellscape as buildings crumbled under the weight of draconic fire. Because the dungeon phenomenon was so unexpected, the government didn't have enough hunters to save everyone. In that timeline, he arrived completely drained, leaving him absolutely powerless to stop the slaughter. Now, the beast roars with the same arrogance, but the situation has changed completely this time around. As the dragon maneuvers through the smoke, it thinks it still holds the upper hand. He grips the hilt of Graham, acknowledging that while the dragon's flames are strong, his blade is stronger. With a single focused thought, he dives into the chaos, ready to cut through anything. He swings with everything he's got, determined to rewrite history and put this monster down. Our boy knows the dragon is wide open after it finishes spitting its trash tier flames. He takes the leap, closing the distance before the beast can even process what's happening. His eyes are locked on the target, cold and calculating, as he prepares his final move. He realizes this is the perfect opening to strike the monster right where it hurts most. Reaching into his inventory, he pulls out a secret weapon he's been saving for this exact moment. It's the Dragon Slayer Spear Near, a single-use artifact from the Abyss shop with legendary destructive power. He grips the glowing blue shaft, knowing this one throw will decide the fate of the city. Purple mana surges around him as he prepares to unleash a strike that defies his previous destiny. He vows that, in this life, not a single soul will perish under this dragon's watch. The spear streaks down like a bolt of divine judgment, aimed straight for the creature's heart. The Dragon Slayer Spear Near splits into dozens of purple light beams, raining down like a divine execution. Aigulus looks up in pure terror, realizing too late that this human isn't just some trash-tier hunter. The mana-infused projectiles tear through the dragon's scales, shredding its wings and body in a bloody display. Blood sprays across the city skyline as the creature is pinned by the sheer force of the artifact. Gravity takes over as the massive beast plummets toward the asphalt, looking like a pincushion of purple energy. The impact shakes the entire district, sending a massive plume of dust and debris into the air. Our boy stands on the edge of the rooftop, his divine bird hovering nearby as he watches the carnage. The once mighty calamity now lies broken in the middle of the street, silenced by the regressor's hidden trump card. He stares down at the wreckage, silently questioning if that single strike was enough to end the nightmare. Looking at the mangled remains, it's clear the dragon won't be getting back up to terrorize anyone else. The dragon's lifeblood erupts as the mana spears finally tear through its core. Our boy smirks, satisfied that his high-tier gamble actually managed to ground the beast. Suddenly, a dark and visceral silhouette begins to crawl out from the dragon's mangled remains. He watches closely, knowing the death of the physical body triggers the arrival of the real threat. A twisted soul manifests in a surge of red energy, groaning about the sheer agony of its birth. The shadow glares at him with a murderous intent, demanding to know who dared to interfere. Kim Soo-hyun remains unfazed, telling the creature it should probably worry about its own identity first. The entity falters, its aggressive aura replaced by a sudden and deep sense of existential dread. Its single glowing eye flickers as it tries to grasp onto memories that are slipping away. Completely dumbfounded, the fragmented soul can only wonder what it has truly become. The soul hunches over, feeling the crushing weight of its own fading existence. It desperately tries to hold its head together as the pain of being a fragment becomes unbearable. While the dragon's physical shell finally gives out, our boy watches the real monster begin to unravel. He doesn't show a hint of pity, knowing exactly what kind of trash-tier entity he's dealing with. The spirit's agony echoes through the void, its mind fracturing under the pressure of its sins. Suddenly, sharp needles of red mana pierce the air, signaling the end of this pathetic spectacle. Our boy stands firm against the rising storm, ready to erase every trace of this draconic nightmare. The soul lets out one final, glitchy scream, as its very essence starts to dissolve into nothingness. Walking through the chaotic energy, he uses his blue flames to shield himself from the spiritual backlash. Nearby, the associate director and the legendary commander are left dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the destruction. Kim Soo-hyun takes the full brunt of the mana needles, his body finally screaming for him to stop. The half-dragon collapses under its own weight, its physical form completely failing as it plummets towards the city. It slams into the earth with a deafening thud, sending a massive shockwave through the surrounding streets. Dust and smoke billow out from the impact site, masking the carnage left in the monster's wake. Our boy lies motionless among the ruins, his grip on his blade finally loosening as consciousness fades away. The dragon's dark silhouette looms over him like a reaper, refusing to let its killer survive the fall. Kim Do-hee and Lee Joo-ho rush onto the scene, desperately calling out for any sign of their friend. Joo-ho's blood runs cold when he realizes the beast is standing right over the spot where Soo-hyun landed. He watches in absolute terror as the monster opens its jagged maw, ready to swallow the hero whole. A gruesome crunch echoes through the silence, and the dragon's silhouette is suddenly drenched in fresh, red blood. Joo-ho stands frozen, his eyes wide with horror as fresh blood spatters across the wreckage. He can barely find his voice, his breath hitching as he tries to call out for his fallen friend. Finally, he screams the hero's name into the chaos, certain that his comrade has just been crushed. Inside the dragon's maw, a system alert triggers, activating the hero undying skill while the beast watches in confusion. The half-dragon's desperate attack backfires, inadvertently triggering a massive surge of health and physical power for our boy. A bloody grin spreads across Soo-hyun's face as he feels the raw strength of his new trait take hold. He jams his arms against the massive fangs, physically prying the beast's jaws apart with sheer, unadulterated force. With his eyes glowing a cold blue, he mocks the monster for giving him such a perfect power-up. Deep within the spiritual realm, the dragon's true soul awakens, completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift in reality. It stares at the human, holding its physical body open, wondering what kind of monster it actually tried to eat. Eagleos stares at the tiny human, wondering if this puny creature is actually some kind of demonic dragon. Deep within the spiritual realm, the dragon's soul is completely baffled by the strange energy it feels. Soo-hyun remains focused while falling, certain that the beast in front of him is his true target. A glitchy memory of a legendary warrior flickers, hinting at the dragon's past encounters with real power. The soul realizes it has somehow merged with the calamity, becoming one with the very monster it inhabits. Our boy doesn't waste a second, raising his blade to deliver a finishing blow to the confused beast. He brings down a massive strike right on the dragon's skull, shattering the creature's defenses in one go. Falling through the air, he realizes his body feels lighter than ever, and his condition is absolutely peak. A system notification confirms that the hero undying skill has triggered, granting him near immortal regeneration and power. With his strength fully restored, he lands with a cold gaze, ready to end this fight once and for all. Soo-hyun launches himself at the beast. Knowing he can't just swing blindly at such a trash-tier defense, he grits his teeth, realizing the dragon's hide is way too thick for a standard frontal assault. While hovering mid-air, our boy desperately scans the massive creature for any sign of a hidden weak point. Suddenly, he spots a gap in the scales, and knows exactly where he needs to drive his blade. A savage grin spreads across his face as he prepares to unleash a strike that'll end this nightmare. He carves through the dragon's flesh with a single, fluid motion, proving his regressor strength is the real deal. As the monster roars in agony, Soo-hyun asks if it's finally time for the beast to wake up. Deep within the calamity, the glitchy soul of the former warrior begins to stir from its long slumber. The entity is dumbfounded, hearing its old title being called out by a human it was meant to kill. Haunting visions of the people who once believed in him flicker through his mind, fueling the internal chaos. Memories of being the kingdom's last hope against the dragon, Eagleos begin to flood the entity's fractured mind. Master Falcon remembers kneeling amidst the carnage, cursed to fight a battle that seemingly had no end. He spent an eternity watching the beast soar above the ruins, trapped in a cycle of absolute despair. Eventually, he realized that only one desperate, final method remained to stop the total annihilation of his people. Even as his body broke, his eyes never left the monster that would eventually become his eternal prison. Back in the present, the soul desperately wishes he could wrestle back control from the beast's primal instincts. The dragon roars in agony as the past and present collide in a chaotic blur of fire and blood. He sees his own bloodied reflection from centuries ago, a hero who lost everything to become a calamity. From deep within the darkness, the fallen warrior watches as his long-awaited end finally approaches. Our boy doesn't hesitate, unleashing a blue-flamed strike to finish what started an eternity ago. Soo-hyun strikes with lethal intent, his blue flames carving through the air as blood sprays across the battlefield. He looks on coldly, reminding the beast of every life it took and every soul he failed to protect. The dragon lies broken while the ancient warrior's spirit begins to manifest from its bloodied, scaly back. Deep within that darkness, the old hero's memories flicker, haunted by the faces of those he once cherished. Eagleas lets out a final, gut-wrenching roar as its physical form starts to fall apart under the pressure. Even as the monster towers over him, our boy remains unfazed, ready to deliver the final blow. He channels every ounce of his mana, his body glowing with the intense heat of his divine blue flames. The trapped soul finally wakes up, realizing he spent centuries as the very monster he once fought to slay. Soo-hyun dives through the chaos like a falling star, determined to put this tragic cycle to an end. The warrior's single glowing eye widens as he realizes his long-awaited salvation has finally arrived in human form. Flashbacks reveal the ancient warrior once stood alone against the very calamity that would eventually consume his soul. Back in the present, the broken dragon collapses as the warrior's spirit finally begins to emerge from the gore. The beast lets out a final, agonizing shriek while its physical vessel starts to crumble under the pressure. Our boy watches the scene with a cold gaze, fully aware of the tragic fate that befell this hero. The dragon's body erupts in a violent spray of blood as the spiritual seal finally shatters for good. The ancient warrior's spirit tears itself open, exposing the core of his centuries-long suffering to the world. He forces his own essence apart, desperate to escape the nightmare of being the monster he once hated. The spirit recognizes Soo-hyun as a hero from another world and begs him to grant a merciful death. Our boy tightens his grip on his blade, letting the divine blue flames roar to life for one last strike. With a massive explosion of mana, the dragon and the trapped soul are finally erased from existence. The dragon hangs in the air like a cursed omen over the terrified city. Our boy isn't letting up, pushing his bloodied body past the limit with his blue flames. He unleashes a massive pillar of mana that pierces the heavens and the beast itself. The dragon is caught right in the center of the blast, its wings finally failing. As the light intensifies, the monster's physical form begins to lose its grip on reality. Within the chaos, the tortured soul of the ancient hero finally stands exposed and vulnerable. The blue energy tears through the spirit, finally granting him the merciful release he prayed for. The dragon lets out one last roar of pure agony before its life force snuffs out. Down below, the elite hunters and the red-haired rookie can only watch the sky in shock. The massive calamity finally plummets toward the earth, marking the end of this urban nightmare. The massive pillar of mana erupts, signaling the absolute end of the dragon's reign over the city. As the light fades, the heavy clouds begin to settle over the silent, battle-scarred streets. The massive beast lies dead, but a strange, red-veined silhouette crawls out from its cooling corpse. This is the tortured soul of Master Falcon, finally separated from the monster that once imprisoned him. Our boy Soo-hyun casually walks over, still holding his divine bird like it is a common pet. He looks down at the fading spirit and asks if his memories have finally returned after the purge. The spirit confirms he remembers everything now, including every single failure and mistake he ever made. He recounts how he once tried to seal the dragon in another dimension to save his nation. But the battle lasted so long that they eventually fused, turning him into the very monster he hated. Despite his best efforts to kill the beast from within, he only ended up failing time and again. A single tear falls as the fallen hero finally feels the crushing weight of his long-forgotten sins. Master Falcon laments the innocent lives he took while his soul was trapped inside that draconic beast. Our boy Soo-hyun bluntly tells him that too much time has passed to keep drowning in regret. He argues that the nation only survived because the master chose to become a sacrificial living prison. When the spirit asks if he's being comforted, Soo-hyun admits he's pretty trashed here at being nice. The master realizes that despite the agony, he would still make that same choice to save everyone. Soo-hyun watches him fade, his own expression hardening as he thinks about the difficult choices ahead. He remembers the previous timeline when swarms of flying monsters turned the sky into a living nightmare. His blue eyes flare with mana as the memories of the coming apocalypse begin to resurface. He recalls the overwhelming power of the Lich King who once brought the entire world to its knees. The spirit thanks our boy for ending his eternal torment and offers a final gift for the journey ahead. He presents the legendary Tessaram Empire armor, the very gear he wore to face the dragon centuries ago. Soo-hyun accepts the glowing essence, officially obtaining the sacred pauldron once belonging to the legendary Master Falcon. As he begins to fade, the master expresses his final gratitude for the end of his long, agonizing battle. His spiritual form starts to crumble into light, finally breaking free from the dragon's cursed influence. With a peaceful expression, the ancient hero realizes he can finally close his eyes and find eternal rest. Our boy bows his head in silence, showing genuine respect for a warrior who sacrificed everything for humanity. He bids the hero of Tessaram a peaceful sleep as the last remnants of the spirit vanish into light. The heavy atmosphere finally lifts, leaving behind only the cold winter air and the silence of the aftermath. Soo-hyun lets out a long, weary breath, knowing he's just barely survived another step toward preventing the apocalypse. Someone calls out to our boy, snapping him back to reality amidst the snowy city ruins. Two suits from the agency come charging in, looking like they have seen a total nightmare. One staffer frantically checks for injuries, but Soo-hyun calmly assures them he is still in one piece. He casually mentions the beast was actually a threat, leaving the poor guy absolutely dumbfounded by his nonchalance. Kim Do-hee approaches from the shadows, feeling genuinely relieved that the casualty count did not skyrocket today. The associate director knows his boss will not be happy, yet he cannot ignore the miracle he is witnessing. In a rare show of humility, the high-ranking official bows low to thank our boy for his service. Our boy just gives a small, tired smile, finally feeling the weight of the long day lift. He tells them to skip the apologies, because seeing everyone safe is more than enough reward for him. The agency veterans can only stare in silence, stunned by the selflessness of such a powerful rookie hunter. Our boy is running on absolute fumes, his body finally giving out after such a high-intensity battle. He tries to speak, but his consciousness slips away, causing him to collapse right there in the street. A nearby staffer screams in a panic, terrified that their savior might have actually sustained a fatal injury. Relief washes over the scene when they realize he is just fast asleep, completely drained from his efforts. Kim Do-hee watches him, internally noting that this rookie is about to be the center of a massive storm. The director adjusts his glasses and smirks, finding it ironic how peacefully the catalyst of chaos can sleep. While the world starts to burn with questions, our boy is busy catching up on some much-needed rest. Every news outlet in the country begins broadcasting the details of the Anyang outbreak and the guild terrorism. The media officially names him as the hero who saved the city, making his name known in every household. As a quiet mourning settles over the city, the weight of his actions begins to reshape the future. Soo-hyun remains dead to the world in a sterile hospital room while the morning sun finally creeps in. After pushing his limits to the absolute brink, his body finally demanded a long overdue and deep reset. Eventually, our boy starts to stir, his eyes fluttering open as the heavy fog in his mind clears. He suddenly bolts upright in a cold sweat, gasping as the memories of the brutal battle rush back. Confused, he looks at the IV in his hand and realizes he worked himself way too hard again. When he checks his phone, he's dumbfounded to find out he's been sleeping for 3 straight days. His eyes then drift to a mysterious folded note sitting right next to a fresh basket of fruit. He reaches out and picks up the paper, wondering which of his allies bothered to leave a message. Turns out Lee Joo-ho stopped by and decided to act as his shield against the annoying media circus. Realizing his broker handled the fallout without being asked, a small, appreciative smile finally crosses his face. The note mentions how he saved a lot of people, and really deserves some well-earned rest. He reaches for the fruit his broker left, thankful for the snack since he's starving after his coma. Our boy feels a rare moment of gratitude, realizing he finally has allies he can actually count on. Tossing an apple, he reflects on successfully stopping the Gwangju dungeon and the Anyang outbreak from spiraling. This timeline is already looking much better than his last, but he knows he can't get too comfortable. Just as he starts planning his next move, a sudden knock on the hospital door breaks his concentration. He turns his head, instantly on guard as he wonders who would be visiting him at this hour. The door slides open and a familiar pair of sneakers steps into the room with a heavy presence. His eyes widen in surprise when he recognizes the intense figure standing right there in the doorway. Turns out Choi Hak-jun decided to drop by, looking pretty beat up, but still carrying that massive blade. Choi Hak-jun looks like he has been through the ringer, his head wrapped in bandages and eyes full of exhaustion. Our boy sits up in his hospital bed, eyeing the unexpected visitor who just waltzed into his room. Soo-hyun notices the rookie's rough state and bluntly asks what business he has visiting a hospital at this hour. Hak-jun brushes off the concern about his injuries, clearly having something much more important on his mind. He leans heavily against the wall, his body reaching its limit after the chaos of the recent outbreak. Standing tall despite the pain, he drops a bombshell by asking how Soo-hyun feels about joining his guild. A faint, weary smile crosses his face, as if he has finally found someone worth recruiting to his side. Soo-hyun is completely dumbfounded, never expecting a recruitment pitch from a guy who was just a rival. Meanwhile, at the towering Ares Guild headquarters, the atmosphere is far less friendly and much more corporate. Jung Dong-young wears a trash-tier grin as he prepares to share some sinister news with his gathered subordinates. Jung Dong-young gathers his subordinates to emphasize how crucial the upcoming advancement test is for the guild's future. The trash-tier members focus on the fat stacks of support funds they will receive upon reaching large guild status. However, the mood shifts instantly when the boss promises to personally execute anyone who dares to mess up. As the meeting breaks up, the guild leader singles out Hak-jun, signaling that their conversation is not over. Our boy Hak-jun stays behind while the others scurry off, sensing the heavy tension filling the room. Dong-young looks down on him with cold eyes, suggesting that it is finally time for a private chat. Without warning, he delivers a brutal strike that sends the exhausted rookie crashing across the floor in pain. While Hakjun struggles to breathe, the boss calmly adjusts his sleeves and begins a lecture on loyalty. He claims that personality flaws like being mean or sly do not bother him in the slightest. But his expression turns murderous as he warns that he will never forgive anyone who dares to betray him. Dongyung grabs Hakjun by the hair, demanding to know why the rookie tried to play him for a fool. Our boy desperately gasps that he never lied, but the boss isn't buying any of his trash-tier excuses. Hakjun keeps insisting he was clueless, even as blood drips from his face onto the cold floor. Dongyung just laughs with a cold, haha, reminding him they took the rank determination exam together in the abyss. The guards stand frozen as the boss asks how it's possible to miss a monster like Soo-hyun. Dongyung gives Hakjun one final ultimatum to deliver the regressor, so they can pass the upcoming advancement test. Hakjun desperately wonders how he's supposed to bring such a monster in when they've barely even spoken. He realizes he has no way to contact him, and certainly lacks the power to force a confrontation. He knows better than anyone that Soo-hyun is cut from a different cloth and won't be moved easily. Dongyung flickers his lighter with a soft chick, completely indifferent to the impossible task he just handed his subordinate. Dongyung sighs, wondering why a genius like Hakjun is acting so pathetic after a little beating. He walks over the fallen rookie, showing absolutely zero respect for the talent he's currently crushing. Crouching down, the boss makes it clear that he doesn't care how it happens, just that it happens. A twisted grin spreads across his face as he prepares to play his most disgusting card yet. He brings up Yoon-sun, subtly hinting that she might be the next one to suffer for his failures. Hakjun's eyes widen in pure terror, realizing his loved ones are now directly in this monster's crosshairs. With one final puff, Dongyung demands that our boy Soo-hyun be delivered before the next advancement test. Later, a gentle hand dabs at the gashes on his forehead, but the physical pain is nothing. Yoon-sun worries over his state, while Hakjun puts on a brave face to keep her from panicking. He forces a weak smile and lies about the pain, desperate to protect her from his dark reality. Yoon-sun stares at the blood on the cotton, her heart sinking as she realizes the truth. Hakjun flinches when she asks if that trash-tier boss Dongyung is responsible for his battered state. He tries to blame stronger monsters, but she knows no beast targets a face with such calculated cruelty. Suddenly, Yoon-sun is hit by a violent coughing fit that threatens to tear her apart. Hakjun panics instantly, desperately screaming for her medicine while he holds her trembling frame. He fumbles with a small blue vial, his hands shaking as he begs her to take it quickly. As she drinks the liquid, Hakjun can only watch in silence, his heart breaking for his loved one. Our boy looks down, the weight of his helplessness crushing him as he contemplates his dark reality. He remembers how Dongyung mocked her incurable disease, dangling the only effective painkiller like a leash. The boss made it clear that Hakjun's total obedience is the only thing keeping Yoon-sun's agony at bay. Dongyung reminds the broken warrior that their deal is the only thing keeping his precious girl alive. Hakjun lies in his own blood, forced to swallow his pride for the sake of a blue vial. He knows Yoon-sun is far from fine, her fragile state a constant reminder of his own weakness. Our boy promises that as long as she is suffering, he will never find a moment of peace. He holds her close, the weight of the world pressing down on their small, desperate sanctuary. For her sake, he is willing to become a monster or a servant to the highest bidder. Later, Hakjun puts on a manic mask of confidence, though his bandages tell a much grittier story. He approaches our protagonist in the hospital, trying to sell him on joining the Ares Guild ranks. The pitch is desperate, as he claims their guild can protect him from any unwanted attention. However, Soo-hyun isn't buying the act, pointing out how staged and unnatural this entire encounter feels. Soo-hyun cuts through the fluff, demanding Hakjun stop the recruitment pitch and explain the real situation. Our boy stares him down, sensing the thick layer of secrets hidden behind Hakjun's nervous sweat. He recalls their previous encounter, where Hakjun played the role of a helpful senior offering a lifeline. Hakjun hesitates, wondering if the truth is really all the regressor needs to hear before making a choice. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Hakjun grips his blade, deciding that words alone won't settle this. He points his weapon at our protagonist, issuing a desperate challenge right there in the hospital room. Hakjun bets the truth on a duel, promising answers only if he loses to the mysterious rookie. In the previous timeline, this red-haired genius was hailed as the nation's youngest A-rank prodigy, but on the eve of his S-rank promotion, he turned into a nightmare, leaving a trail of bodies behind. He became a mass murderer who single-handedly wiped out the entire Ares Guild in a blood-soaked frenzy. Our boy remembers Hakjun from his past life as Kim Sungin, where the guy was a cynical jerk. Back then, he was a cold-hearted hunter who couldn't care less about playing the hero for anyone else. But in this timeline, the red-haired prodigy has done a total 180, acting like a genuine, nice guy. He even tried to reach out before, clearly burdened by a secret he was too afraid to share. He even played the fool in front of young Dongyung just to keep our boy out of the crosshairs. During the Anyang chaos, he didn't run, choosing to risk his neck to save civilians from the dragon. So why is he suddenly swinging his blade with such murderous intent in a cramped hospital room? The floor shatters as our boy narrowly dodges the strike, realizing this isn't just a simple sparring match. Hakjun lunges forward with desperate eyes, taking the silence as a green light to settle things with steel. Soo-hyun realizes something is dead wrong, as forcing an injured man to fight isn't Hakjun's usual style. A brief memory of Hakjun smiling makes his current murderous intent feel like a sick joke to our boy. Soo-hyun resolves to uncover the truth behind this betrayal, even if he has to beat it out of him. Downstairs, the staff is completely dumbfounded, as the ceiling begins to groan under the weight of the combat. A nurse panics and shouts about a potential earthquake, unaware that two monsters are leveling the floor above. Hakjun brings his massive blade down with enough force to shatter the very foundation of the building. Our boy narrowly rolls away as the heavy steel carves a jagged trench through the hospital floor. He plants his foot firmly against the wall, using the leverage to launch himself into a desperate counter. Mid-air, Soo-hyun connects a heavy strike against the blade, trying to disrupt the red-haired prodigy's lethal flow. Before his opponent can reset, Soo-hyun's heel finds its mark, slamming into Hakjun's guard with a dull thud. He realizes he needs to end this quietly, before the entire hospital is reduced to a pile of rubble. Soo-hyun frantically searches the room, realizing he can't win this scrap without his legendary blade, Graham. His eyes narrow as he scans the chaos, knowing one wrong move means a one-way trip to the morgue. Finally, he spots the black steel resting on the floor, just a few desperate meters away. Suddenly, Hakjun drops from the ceiling like a demon, bringing his heavy blade down for a finishing blow. Our boy grits his teeth and grabs the nearest thing available, which happens to be a hospital bedsheet. With a sharp snap, he flings the fabric upward, using the simple cloth to create a momentary smokescreen. The red-haired prodigy is completely caught off guard, his vision obscured by the white linen mid-swing. Taking advantage of the distraction, Soo-hyun slides across the tile, his hand reaching for his weapon. The sword sits waiting, the only thing capable of stopping a monster cut from the same cloth. Hakjun's expression softens with a hint of regret, silently apologizing for the violence he is forced to unleash. Hakjun decides to play dirty, knowing he can't let the regressor reach his weapon. Even with his talent, the red-haired prodigy admits he's outclassed if this becomes a fair fight. He unleashes a devastating vertical strike that tears through the hospital floor like wet paper. Our boy barely manages to scramble away, dumbfounded by the sheer destructive force behind the blow. The shockwave shatters the building's exterior, sending glass and concrete raining down onto the streets. Soo-hyun is blasted out into the open air, surrounded by a chaotic whirlwind of debris and kitchenware. He braces himself mid-fall, realizing that Hakjun's raw pressure is far beyond any normal A-rank hunter. Among the flying rubble, a stray kitchen knife spins past his head in the clear blue sky. With a hunter's reflex, he snatches the blade from the air, finally gaining a makeshift edge. Noticing the people below, he decides to lure this monster to the rooftops to avoid civilian casualties. Soo-hyun calls upon his divine flames, a power that once incinerated high-tier calamities with ease. His divine beast manifests as a massive blue phoenix, soaring above the hospital to provide cover. Hakjun watches from the wreckage, his eyes cold and fixed on the reggressor's every move. Despite his bandages, the rookie mass murderer radiates an aura of pure, unadulterated violence. Our boy touches down on a nearby rooftop, his summon circling overhead like a guardian spirit. He knows he could win barehanded if healthy, but his current state is far from peak performance. The Anyang outbreak left deep scars that haven't healed, making every movement a painful struggle. Suddenly, Hakjun drops from the sky, swinging his heavy blade with enough force to crush a tank. The killer thinks the weapon is trash tier, but Soo-hyun just gives him a confident, knowing smirk. Though the knife lacks magic resonance, it somehow holds its own against the massive heavy sword. Hakjun swings with lethal intent, but our boy somehow parries the massive blade with a simple kitchen knife. He knows his body is trashed, so he relies on his perfect magic control to reinforce the blade. Sliding through the opening, Soo-hyun channels purple mana into his makeshift weapon for a decisive counterattack. The strike connects, drawing blood, and leaving the rookie mass murderer completely dumbfounded by the sudden reversal. Hakjun grits his teeth in pure rage, unable to accept that a hospital patient is outclassing him. He lets out a frustrated roar, cursing his inability to land a clean hit on the regressor. Desperate to end this, he grips his heavy sword and prepares a high-tier sword-slash technique. Soo-hyun watches with those weary blue eyes, calculating the trajectory of the incoming disaster. Hakjun unleashes his full moon blast, a massive wave of energy designed to erase everything in its path. The rooftop explodes in a violent burst of power as the killer pours everything into one final strike. Yoon-soon is the only reason Hakjun keeps pushing, representing the one light in his dark, trash-tier world. They grew up side by side, sharing a bond that started long before the towers ever appeared on Earth. She was his closest confidant, always there to pick him up whenever life tried to beat him down. Eventually, that friendship blossomed into something deeper. making Yoonsun the center of his entire universe. While he struggled to find his path, she worked the family flower shop and supported him without hesitation. Her constant encouragement was the fuel he needed to keep going, even when he felt utterly worthless. When he finally awakened as a hunter, he thought he had finally found a way to give her everything. He was genuinely happy for once, believing his new powers would secure a peaceful future for them both. But as our boy soon learned, the life of an awakened is rarely cut from a cloth of gold. Reality came crashing down like a dead leaf underfoot, signaling the beginning of a nightmare he could not escape. Hakjun returns to the flower shop, but the heavy silence hanging in the air feels completely wrong. He bursts through the door, his heart hammering against his ribs as he screams for Yoonsun. His world shatters when he sees her collapsed on the floor, coughing up dark, metallic-smelling blood. Rushing to her side, he desperately demands to know what happened and who could have done this. She can barely whisper his name through the crimson staining her lips, her strength fading fast. Our boy is paralyzed by a mix of pure terror and a soul-crushing sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a chillingly calm voice cuts through his panic, making the hair on his neck stand up. A man in a sharp suit strolls in, casually commenting on the mess like a bored customer. Young Dong-young looks down with a predatory grin, clearly enjoying the absolute despair he has orchestrated. Hakjun freezes as he senses the man's overwhelming mana, realizing he is facing a high-tier awakened. Dong-young casually walks over, noting that the girl is suffering from a lethal poison he knows all too well. He looms over the desperate couple, mockingly asking the young warrior if he is looking for a savior. This trash-tier villain wears a sickening grin, offering his help as if he did not cause this misery. Watching this unfold, our boy finally understands the tragic reason behind his rival's fall from grace. It turns out Hakjun was just a pawn, forced to serve a monster to keep his girlfriend alive. With a hollow look, Hakjun admits that the villain was the only one capable of providing the medicine. He reaches for his heavy blade with trembling hands, his spirit crushed by the weight of his choice. Suddenly, a memory of their first meeting flashes back, reminding him of the help Soo-hyun once offered him. Despite everything, he confesses that he truly wanted to believe our boy's words back then. Abandoning his pride, he begs Soo-hyun to save them both from the nightmare of Dong-young's absolute control. Hakjun admits that accepting help now would mean he'd never be able to trust his own strength again. Our boy watches him closely, sensing that his rival is finally ready to break his chains. He believes that continuing to depend on others will only lead to the same tragic cycle repeating. Realizing he has no other choice, Hakjun turns his back on the only person who offered him salvation. He offers a small, weary smile and thanks Soo-hyun for everything before heading off to finish the job. Meanwhile, Detective Park breaks a sweat while reading a classified document that reveals a much larger conspiracy. His informant swears the intel is solid, emphasizing that their lives depend on keeping these secrets buried. Park heads out as the old man yells at him to stay away from the coming storm. His phone rings, and he is surprised to find Soo-hyun on the other end, checking in after the chaos. Soo-hyun assures the detective that he is fine despite the hospital attack, keeping his cool as always. Our boy isn't just checking in. He has a specific question about the red-headed swordsman's next move. Detective Park listens closely, sensing that the regressor knows far more than he is letting on. Holding the classified files, the detective realizes he has the perfect information to share with his mysterious ally. He warns Soo-hyun that everything traces back to the Ares Guild and their shady operations in the city. Far away, the trash-tier leader of Ares relaxes in his office, thinking he still holds all the cards. Young Dong-young smokes with an annoyed expression, wondering who would dare interrupt his quiet time without knocking. He stares at the intruder's sneakers, his arrogance briefly flickering into a moment of sudden, dumbfounded confusion. Seeing Hakjun standing there, the boss wonders why his most valuable tool has returned from vacation so early. Hakjun looks like he just crawled out of a meat grinder, but still has a chilling question for his boss. The Ares leader is clearly thrown off by his pawn's sudden return and blood-soaked appearance. Fresh blood drips slowly from a sharp blade, as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. Young Dong-young narrows his eyes, trying to figure out if his most talented killer has finally snapped. Standing over a fresh corpse, the swordsman wonders about the mechanics of an awakened person's lingering power. He specifically asks if a unique ability simply vanishes the moment its owner finally stops breathing. The trash-tier boss clenches his jaw, realizing the dynamic between them has shifted into something far darker. Instead of being intimidated, he just lets out a cold smirk, as if he has found a new game. Enveloped in a toxic green aura, he mockingly asks what a mere tool plans to do with such knowledge. Yoonsun clutches her phone as a sense of dread washes over her from the urgent news broadcast. The news reporter announces a violent awakened attack at a hospital in Gangnam, sending shockwaves through the city. Standing dumbfounded in her living room, she watches the screen as the investigation into the chaos begins. Her heart stops when our boy Choi Hakjun is named as the primary suspect behind the brutal assault. She desperately tries to reach him, but the call just cuts to a cold, automated voicemail message. Tears well up in her eyes as she whispers his name, unable to believe he would do this. She wonders what he is actually up to, fearing that the Ares Guild has finally pushed him too far. Suddenly, a heavy knock at the door echoes through the apartment, demanding she answer her phone immediately. The sudden sound makes her jump, her anxiety spiking as the world outside starts closing in on her. As the news mentions the target was also an awakened, she realizes the situation is far more dangerous. Yoon-sun cautiously opens the door to find a stranger, while the news reports on the Anyang heroics. The man offers a polite greeting, his calm demeanor contrasting with the chaotic reports on the television. Our boy Kim Soo-hyun introduces himself with a friendly smile, hoping to put the terrified woman at ease. Yoon-sun stares at him in silence, her mind racing as she tries to process why a hero is here. They sit down for coffee as Soo-hyun thanks her for the hospitality, despite his sudden, unannounced visit. She admits she knows him because Choi Hak-jun used to talk about him all the time in the past. Gripping her mug tightly, she recalls how her boyfriend always had someone he truly looked up to. She insists that despite the news reports, the man she loves would never actually try to kill someone. Soo-hyun listens intently, realizing he finally has enough pieces to solve the puzzle behind the recent hospital attack. Yoon-sun is dumbfounded when he reveals the Ares Guild leader is using her medicine to blackmail her boyfriend. Yoon-sun remembers how desperate Choi Hak-jun looked when he last visited her, clearly burdened by some heavy secret. Soo-hyun realizes that because the red-haired swordsman insisted on handling everything alone, stopping his rampage was nearly impossible. He explains that he came here specifically to hear her side of the story and understand her feelings. In her memories, Hak-jun used to comfort her, promising that as long as they were together, everything would work. He would hold her hands tightly, begging her not to give up on her life despite the illness. The genius swordsman was determined to find a way to save her, even if it meant making a deal. Back in reality, Yoon-sun breaks down in tears, begging our boy to help the man she loves. She admits with a heavy heart that she has never been able to truly stand by his side. The guilt of being a burden eats at her as she cries, feeling useless while he suffers for her. She pleads with Soo-hyun not to leave Hak-jun to face his dark fate all alone in that trash-tier guild. Our boy finally agrees, deciding that he's seen enough of her tears to finally get involved. He admits that this desperate plea was the final push he needed to start moving. Over at the Ares Guild, the atmosphere is far more brutal as a violent confrontation unfolds. Jung Dong-young delivers a heavy blow, showing no mercy to the man who dared to defy him. Hak-jun is left gasping on the floor, his body suddenly surging with a restrictive green energy. The guild leader erupts into a chilling laugh, clearly amused by the rookie's failed attempt at independence. He stares down at the bloodied swordsman, mocking him for making such a foolish and disappointing choice. Dong-young questions how he ever thought gaining a bit of power would make him a real threat. Paralyzed and bleeding, Hak-jun realizes with dread that he can no longer move a single muscle. The agony is unbearable, feeling as though thousands of sharp thorns are stabbing into his very soul. Jung Dong-young looks down with pure arrogance, asking if the rookie finally understands the massive gap in their power. He mocks the bloodied swordsman, claiming he could end his life right now without even breaking a sweat. Hak-jun spits out blood and tells the guild leader to shut his trash-tier mouth once and for all. The truth finally comes out as Hak-jun reveals that Yoon-sun's incurable disease was actually Dong-young's own poison. It turns out the entire tragedy was a sick setup just to force him into joining the Ares Guild. Dong-young just sighs and scratches his neck, looking completely bored by the heavy accusation. He lets out a chilling laugh, admitting he doesn't even remember doing something so insignificant to him. Our boy clenches his fist in regret, realizing his past weakness made him a puppet for this monster. The weight of the betrayal hits him hard, sending him into a fit of pure, unadulterated rage. He forces himself to focus, knowing he isn't that same helpless kid anymore and things are finally changing. Hak-jun spots a desperate opening, realizing this is his one and only chance to end the monster's reign. He lunges forward with a suicidal charge, putting every last drop of his mana into one final strike. With blood coughing from his lungs, he screams that they are both going down together this time. Dong-young just stands his ground, looking completely unimpressed by the trash-tier struggle unfolding before him. He coldly mutters that the boy's arrogance is getting old, and he hates having to repeat himself. With a simple, lethal snap of his fingers, the guild leader decides to end the pathetic rebellion. Suddenly, dark energy spikes impale Hak-jun from every direction, instantly shredding his hopes and his body. The overwhelming pain leaves him breathless as he realizes just how wide the gap in their power truly is. His heavy blade clatters onto the pavement, signaling the total collapse of his desperate, last-ditch effort. As Dong-young mocks the fallen swordsman's stupidity, our boy finally steps onto the scene to handle the mess. Dong-young reveals that poison isn't just a slow burn. There are layers to his absolute cruelty. While Yoon-sun suffers from a slow toxin, Hak-jun has been a walking time bomb this entire time. The guild leader knew the boy would eventually snap, so he prepared for this betrayal years ago. Every friendly pat on the back was actually Dong-young, injecting more volatile energy into the boy's system. He kept his pawn close, ensuring the detonator was always within reach for the perfect, soul-crushing moment. Dong-young just laughs, mocking the swordsman for thinking his trash-tier acting could ever fool a real predator. With a thought, the internal poison erupts, blasting Hakjun back and shattering his remaining resolve into pieces. Fresh blood soaks through his bandages as the reality of his total failure finally starts to sink in. His vision begins to fade, the world turning into a dark, hazy mess of physical pain and regret. He realizes he has failed to kill his tormentor or save Yoon-sun, leaving him utterly broken and defeated. The thought of Yoon-sun haunts the boy's mind as he realizes his failure has left her completely alone. Our boy Hakjun falls through the air, mentally apologizing for being too weak to save the one he loves. In his final moments of consciousness, he starts to see the ugly truth behind his own desperate actions. He crashes into the floor, admitting to himself that he was just trying to escape this hellish reality. Dong-young just sighs at the mess, clearly annoyed that his plaything broke so easily before the fun started. Suddenly, a new set of sneakers enters the room. As the guild leader wonders why everyone is crashing his party, Soo-hyun stands in the room, noting that it really did look like the swordsman was all out of luck. The guild leader is completely dumbfounded, not expecting the super rookie to show up in the middle of this. Standing over the bloodied mess of his former rival, Soo-hyun casually mentions that they have definitely met before. He lets out a chilling smirk, ready to show this trash-tier guild leader what a real predator looks like. Our boy drops a massive bombshell by announcing he actually wants to join the guild. He slides over a formal application, making his unexpected move look completely official. Dong-young admits this is a total shock since the rookie usually avoids guild politics. Soo-hyun shoots a cold glance at the broken mess of Hakjun lying nearby. The guild leader leans in, dying to know what finally convinced such a talent to flip. Dong-young smirks, acknowledging that he is far from a saint and operates in the shadows. Soo-hyun just scoffs, claiming he is no hero and actually despises people who act righteous. With a chilling glow in his eyes, he says he will work with anyone for results. This news is music to the trash-tier leader's ears, thinking he has found a kindred spirit. However, Soo-hyun cuts the mood by stating he does not trust a single word about profits. Dong-young pushes the paperwork forward, promising to meet any demand if our boy just signs the dotted line. The trash-tier leader watches intently, sensing he is about to land the ultimate asset for his guild. Looking at the mangled mess of Hakjun, Dong-young gloats internally about how perfectly his twisted plan is unfolding. He officially opens the floor for negotiations, asking Soo-hyun exactly what kind of prize he is after. Now that he is officially an Aries member, Soo-hyun keeps his cool, hiding his true intentions. He does not hesitate for a second, preparing to drop a condition that catches the leader off guard. Pointing at the dying swordsman, Soo-hyun demands that Dong-young immediately neutralize the poison, eating away at Hakjun. Dong-young is completely dumbfounded, wondering why a new recruit would waste a favor on a discarded failure. With a cold glow in his eyes, Soo-hyun claims he has his own personal score to settle. Misunderstanding the intent, Dong-young laughs and agrees, thinking Soo-hyun just wants to keep Hakjun alive for torment. Dong-young warns that even if the poison is gone, the lingering damage will leave Hakjun practically useless. Our boy doesn't care about the damage, knowing a broken genius is still worth more than 100 trash-tier hunters. Seeing the logic, the guild leader decides to play along with this strange request. He casually strolls over to the fallen swordsman, ready to fulfill his end of the bargain. Without a shred of mercy, he seizes Hakjun by the throat, making the poor guy choke on his own blood. The air thickens with mana as Dong-young begins forcefully extracting the toxic energy from Hakjun's shattered body. Glowing green poison pulses under the skin, being dragged out by the very man who planted it there. A final drop of the lethal sludge is pulled free, leaving the swordsman barely clinging to life. With a bored expression, Dong-young kicks the body aside like a piece of garbage and declares the job finished. As Soo-hyun checks on his new asset, the leader moves on to discuss the cold, hard profits of their partnership. Soo-hyun reaches down to the broken swordsman, calling out his name to see if he's still with them. He leans in close, whispering the one name that will actually wake him up, Guak Yoon-sun. Hakjun looks like he's at death's door, his body battered and his spirit completely crushed by the betrayal. Suddenly, his eyes snap open in pure shock, wondering how this stranger could possibly know about his girlfriend. Our boy just signals him to stay quiet, knowing the guild leader is watching their every move. Dong-young tries to sweeten the pot, offering a massive cut of the loot and a high-ranking title. Soo-hyun repeats the terms back to him, his mind already calculating how to tear this trash-tier guild apart. He looks the boss dead in the eye and tells him his business management skills are absolutely pathetic. Turning his back on the powerful hunter, he makes it clear that he never accepts a losing deal. The insult hits home, leaving the sadistic leader visibly twitching as his pride takes a massive hit. Dong-young asks what price our boy wants to finally walk away from this mess. Soo-hyun doesn't hesitate, demanding total control and every single cent of the guild's future profits. He looks back with those cold, glowing eyes, making it clear he wants the entire guild. the sadistic leader just scoffs, thinking this rookie has finally lost his damn mind. He bursts into a fit of laughter, amused that a mere kid thinks he can play boss. His amusement turns to pure rage, as he warns the brat not to mess with his authority. Soo-hyun reminds him how he built this trash-tier empire by stepping on the weak and desperate. Since strength is the only law here, our boy plans to take everything using those same methods. Dong-young just grins, claiming he didn't extort anyone but simply used them like the tools they are. He compares himself to a predator, believing the weak only exist to be devoured by the strong. Young Dong-young continues his rant, claiming society itself turned people into tools meant for his personal use. He believes weakness is a crime, and that in this awakened world, the winner takes everything. Our boy just stands there with his arms crossed, surprisingly agreeing with that twisted, trash-tier logic. But with a cold smile, he points out that the guild leader missed one crucial, fatal detail. Suddenly, fresh blood spatters across the floor as the atmosphere in the room shifts in an instant. It turns out even the weak will bite back when they have something left to protect. Before the tyrant can even react, a blade pierces through his arrogance and his chest. Soo-hyun stares him down, asking how it feels to finally be defeated by someone he considered weak. With a sickening crunch, the prodigy he exploited finally delivers the killing blow from the shadows. The leader falls, leaving a bloodied corpse as a mysterious figure in pink sneakers approaches the chaos. Hak-jun stands there, trembling and barely holding onto his consciousness as the weight of the battle finally settles. He reaches up to his blood-soaked bandages, his mind racing to process how he's even still standing right now. Staring at the crimson-stained cloth in his hand, he weakly asks himself if this nightmare is finally over. Our boy just watches him from across the room, maintaining his usual calm and calculating composure while Hak-jun struggles. Hak-jun vividly remembers the moment the poison took hold, certain that his life was slipping away in a spray. He recalls how that trash-tier leader choked him, knowing his broken body was far beyond any normal medical help. As the darkness closed in, he couldn't feel his limbs or see anything, fully expecting to meet his end. Suddenly, he feels a firm hand on his shoulder, grounding him back to reality amidst his spiraling, painful thoughts. A warm, golden light begins to radiate from the touch, surging through his veins with a strange, restorative power. His eyes snap open as the energy takes hold, realizing that his life was saved by the very man he doubted. Hak-jun is dumbfounded, realizing the lethal poison has been completely neutralized and he actually feels fine. Our boy signals for him to keep quiet, knowing the real threat hasn't been dealt with just yet. Hak-jun demands to know why a stranger would go to such lengths to save a failed assassin like him. Covered in his own blood, he struggles to understand the motive behind this unexpected act of mercy. Soo-hyun remains cold, telling him that now isn't the time for a heart-to-heart, while the enemy still breathes. Suddenly, the trash-tier leader erupts in a fit of coughing, spewing vile green energy across the floor. Jung Dong-young just laughs through the gore, praising the sneak attack as if he's proud of the betrayal. He activates a hemostasis skill, a low-rank healing ability that begins to stitch his external wounds back together. Our boy is surprised, having known about the poison but not expecting the cockroach to have healing magic too. Hak-jun steps up, warning the bastard that he stands no chance in a lopsided 2-on-1 fight. The trash-tier leader has the audacity to offer a plea deal, promising jail time if they stop now. He suddenly breaks into a manic laugh, clearly having no intention of going quietly into the night. Refusing to play along, he unleashes a surge of toxic mana that begins to flood the entire room. He screams out his ultimate move, a lethal poison skill known as the Green Zone. A massive puddle of corrosive slime expands across the floor, turning the office into a literal death trap. Hak-jun panics and leaps for safety, shouting for our boy to get clear of the rising toxic tide. They scramble onto the furniture as the rank 4 magic begins to eat away at everything it touches. This area of effect skill is a total nightmare, designed to melt anyone caught within its ever-growing radius. Standing in the center of the rot, the bastard admits he exploited the weak to build his empire. Soo-hyun just stares him down with those cold eyes, unimpressed by the villain's desperate attempt at a monologue. Young Dong-young sneers, firmly believing that even the most ruthless extortion is just a natural privilege of the strong. He manipulates the toxic sludge with a crazed look, determined to drown his enemies in his vile green mana. Our boy and Hak-jun instantly scramble back as a massive wave of the corrosive liquid splashes across the office. Curiously, the poison pools on the desk, but doesn't seem to be eating through the wood or the electronics. Perched high on a bookshelf, Soo-hyun realizes the bastard can only control the poison directly beneath his own feet. Hak-jun isn't one for waiting, and lunges forward with a desperate roar, aiming to end this trash-tier villain. The guild leader remains slippery, narrowly avoiding the strike while keeping his toxic defense active and ready to strike. Even as the green slime coats Hak-jun's blade, the steel remains perfectly intact despite the supposedly corrosive nature. Our boy puts the pieces together, deducing that this deadly skill only targets living flesh rather than inanimate objects. Seizing the opening, Soo-hyun vaults onto the safe surface of the desk to deliver a decisive blow to the tyrant. Hak-jun and the guild leader exchange tense looks as the battle reaches a fever pitch in the office. Young Dong-young just sneers, asking if they really think a simple desk can protect them from his reach. He reveals his trump card, the Violet Zone, an acid specifically designed to dissolve anything in its path. The purple sludge splashes against the heavy wood, proving it is far more than just a simple poison. Our boy is dumbfounded as the solid desk melts like butter, realizing his previous deduction was dead wrong. He barely manages to vault away before the corrosive liquid can touch his skin and melt him down. Landing safely, Soo-hyun finally understands the terrifying balance of the trash-tier villain's dual-threat abilities. Turns out he uses Green Zone for living flesh and Violet Zone to strip away any physical cover. Young Dong-young cackles like a madman, mocking the supposed hero for thinking he could ever dismantle his empire. Soo-hyun admits his mistake, realizing the solution to this toxic puzzle was staring him right in the face. Jung Dong-young prepares his next move, but he's starting to lose his grip on the chaotic situation. Choi Hak-jun watches the blood rain down, his body battered but his spirit refusing to break just yet. He realizes something is off, sensing a massive shift in the mana density suddenly filling the room. A memory of the Anyang disaster flashes through his mind as he recognizes the aura of a dragon slayer. Our boy simply mutters the command for transformation, ready to show this trash-tier villain what real power looks like. He activates his Blood Needle Spears trait, manifesting hundreds of lethal crimson projectiles that hover in the air. Young Dong-young's eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes he is no longer the predator in this room. Soo-hyun dares the guild leader to try and dodge every single one if he's actually as strong as he claims. The crimson needles swarm the office, leaving absolutely no room for the corrupt leader to escape his fate. With a simple flick of his wrist, our boy commands the spears to end this pathetic excuse for a fight. The impact sends the trash-tier guild leader flying as Soo-hyun's mana completely overwhelms the room's defenses. Young Dong-young hits the floor hard, coughing up blood, while his own poison starts leaking everywhere in a mess. Our boy just watches the pathetic display, knowing the corrupt leader is finally cornered by his own sins. Suddenly, Hak-jun leaps into the chaos, swinging his blade to clear the toxic mist despite his battered body. He shouts for Soo-hyun to be careful, but feels a steady hand on his shoulder, signaling him to stop. Soo-hyun steps forward and prepares to finish this, manifesting a storm of crimson needles to seal the deal. His cold gaze shows he has zero mercy left for a man who treated lives like disposable pawns. The guild leader looks up in absolute despair, realizing these blood-red spears are the end of his reign. Hak-jun watches in awe as the regressors' killing intent paralyzes the man who once held his life hostage. Desperate to survive, the villain tries to scramble away, but his own toxic trap ends up slowing him down. Young Dong-young lashes out in a desperate frenzy, screaming that he won't be played with by some rookie. He slams his hand down, channeling every bit of his toxic mana into a final, desperate defensive maneuver. A massive wave of green poison erupts, creating a lethal barrier that he believes is absolutely impenetrable. Our boy just stares through the haze, realizing his previous strike was neutralized by the trash-tier leader's gimmick. The villain wipes the sweat from his brow, a twisted smirk forming as he thinks he's found a way out. He starts cackling like a madman, boasting that his poison is the perfect balance of offense and defense. Soo-hyun calmly admits that the skill is indeed a bit of a headache to deal with normally. However, he has no intention of playing by the rules, and begins to ignite his true power. The corrupt leader's eyes widen in pure terror as he feels a heat that shouldn't exist in this world. Engulfed in a pillar of blue fire, Soo-hyun decides he'll simply burn the entire mess to the ground. Soo-hyun doesn't hesitate, channeling his blue flames into a single, devastating strike to end this farce. The trash-tier leader is instantly swallowed by the azure heat, his pathetic poison barrier evaporating like mist. He screams in absolute agony as the divine fire begins to sear through his very soul. The sheer pressure of the mana makes the entire room tremble, turning the battlefield into a literal furnace. A massive explosion rocks the building, signaling the end of the corrupt guild leader's reign of terror. When the smoke clears, Dong-young is barely standing, his body broken and pinned against the shattered wall. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, realizing too late that he picked a fight with a monster. The toxic green mist that once filled the room begins to settle into a useless puddle on the floor. Without the mana to sustain it, the lethal poison starts to recede and lose its potency entirely. Hak-jun watches in disbelief as the skill deactivates, forcing all that concentrated toxin back into the dying villain. Dong-young's grip fails, as his lethal poison leaks out like useless trash-tier sludge onto the cracked floor. Our boy and Hak-jun look down at the pathetic sight of the guild leader finally losing his grip. Realizing he is cornered, Dong-young screams out Hak-jun's name, desperately trying to find a way to survive the slaughter. He tries to play his final card, claiming that killing him won't save Yoon-sun from the poison inside. The villain laughs through the blood, asking if Hak-jun is really willing to gamble with his girlfriend's life. Hakjun freezes, his mind racing as he realizes the weight of the choice the dying leader is forcing. Just as the tension peaks, Soo-hyun's cold voice cuts through the air, demanding that the madness stop immediately. Hakjun is completely dumbfounded, turning toward his savior while still reeling from the psychological blow Dong-young just landed. Soo-hyun places a firm hand on his shoulder, warning him not to let that bastard's lies cloud his judgment. With a calm but deadly resolve, our boy steps forward to handle the situation himself, leaving Hakjun behind. Without a hint of hesitation, our boy steps directly into the pool of lethal green poison. Hakjun and the villain are both paralyzed with shock at such a reckless, suicidal move. The toxic sludge immediately begins to cling to him, threatening to dissolve his very essence. Green veins bulge across his face as the toxin tries to take hold of his internal system. Dong-young laughs hysterically, boasting that even the strongest hunter cannot survive his special, lethal brew. But his triumph is short-lived as he realizes Soo-hyun isn't collapsing like a normal human should. Suddenly, a surge of golden mana erupts from within, acting as a natural antidote to the corruption. He stares down the trash-tier leader, his body already neutralizing the supposedly fatal strike with ease. Hakjun can only watch in silence, realizing just how massive the gap between them truly is. The poison is completely burned away, as Soo-hyun prepares to end this pathetic charade once and for all. Hakjun stands there, dumbfounded, sensing our boy's mana surging back as if the poison never even existed. The golden energy flows through his system, completely purging the toxic sludge that was supposed to kill him. Soo-hyun just gives a cold look, telling the trash-tier leader that his pathetic poison is useless against him. Turns out he's using the treasure of the Charles clan, a top-tier artifact that heals any injury instantly. He explains that this cheat code item has a limit of 5 uses, and he's been saving them carefully. He first tapped into its power back on the 10th floor when things got a bit too hairy. Then he used it again on the 15th floor to recover after a brutal fight with a monster. Counting the time he's saved Hakjun and this recent purge, he's already burned through 4 charges. Without a second thought, he tosses the glowing necklace through the air toward his new ally. Hakjun catches the final charge, stunned that Soo-hyun would just hand over such a legendary treasure like that. Hakjun stares at the artifact, his mind racing as he realizes the weight of the gift he just received. Soo-hyun stands there with a casual vibe, telling him that he doesn't need to overthink the gesture. Hakjun remembers Yoon-sun's gentle smile, realizing this is the miracle he needs to finally save her life. He looks down at the glowing gem, understanding that Soo-hyun is giving him a second chance at happiness. Our boy just smiles, knowing that the former mass murderer is the only one who can use it right. Hakjun trembles while clutching the treasure, his eyes welling up as the hope for his girlfriend's recovery returns. He bows his head in deep gratitude, finally feeling the heavy burden of his past sins start to lift. Suddenly, a mysterious figure rushes into the room, aiming to take control of the chaotic situation immediately. A powerful hand clamps around the villain's throat, cutting off his desperate gasps before he can even beg. Pinned against the crumbling concrete, the Ares Guild leader realizes his reign of terror is officially coming to an end. Soo-hyun decides he's done playing nice and won't hold back his power against this trash-tier human. He chokes the life out of the villain, who desperately asks if he's truly planning to kill him. The guild leader tries to hide behind his status, claiming his elite connections make him untouchable. Our boy admits that murdering a public figure would normally be a massive headache for his reputation, but everything changes when he mentions the villain's secret ties to the infamous criminal organization, the Dump Guild. He reveals he's already dug up all the dirt, leaving the corrupt leader completely dumbfounded and cornered. Later, Soo-hyun takes a call confirming that the Ares Guild is just a front for international filth. It turns out these criminals used the local guild as a bridge to spread their influence across Korea. Detective Park warns that they've been silencing anyone who suspects the truth with cold-blooded efficiency. Now that he's kicked the hornet's nest, the most dangerous organization alive is targeting Soo-hyun specifically. Soo-hyun lists every crime the guild leader committed, making it clear his death is well-deserved. Jung Dong-young stares back in pure terror as he realizes his life is now measured in seconds. Our boy smiles, explaining that he knew the Dump Guild was watching and planned for this all along. He looks the villain dead in the eye, revealing that the corrupt leader is nothing more than bait. The desperate trash-tier leader tries to act tough, screaming that Soo-hyun shouldn't make him laugh. Without a word, Soo-hyun lifts him higher, letting the crushing pressure do all the talking. Suddenly, Jung Dong-young activates a hidden poison, vowing to take his killer down to the grave. Green veins surge through Soo-hyun's neck as the lethal toxin begins to eat him from the inside. He winces from the sudden burn, feeling the poison attempt to shut down his vital systems. But his regressor's constitution kicks in, and his eyes snap open as he prepares to finish the job. Soo-hyun keeps his grip firm while the green toxin swirls, completely unfazed by the supposed lethal strike. Our boy just closes his eyes, letting the trash-tier villain realize his trump card is actually a dud. Jung Dong-young is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why his signature poison is simply vanishing into thin air. With a smug grin, Soo-hyun reveals that he was just playing along because of his high magic resistance. He wonders aloud what would happen if he turned that very same poison back on its master. The corrupt leader's face pales as he realizes he is no longer the predator in this dark room. Soo-hyun quietly triggers a transformation, preparing to feed the villain a taste of his own medicine. Suddenly, the poison surges through Jung Dong-young's own veins, causing his body to reject its own toxic creation. He collapses to the floor in pure agony, screaming as the corrosive liquid begins melting him from within. Desperate to survive, the dying leader fumbles for an antidote, but his time has finally run out. Soo-hyun stares down with eyes like ice, ready to end this pathetic excuse for a hunter once and for all. He grips his blade, knowing that the time for talk is over, and the time for execution has begun. With a swift strike, he carves through the villain, letting the blood spray as a final payment for his sins. Our boy just watches coldly, telling the trash tier leader that he won't be getting any mercy today. He shatters the antidote right in front of the dying man, forcing him to feel every ounce of his victim's pain. The corrupt leader screams for a quick death, but Soo-hyun wants him to suffer for every life he ruined. Leaving the trash to rot in his own filth, he turns his back on the pathetic sight of the dying man. Suddenly, a sharp sound catches his attention, making him realize that the cleanup crew might already be here. He surveys the bloody mess in the office, noting the broken glass and the silence that follows a slaughter. Standing at the edge of the shattered window, he prepares to vanish before anyone can link him to the scene. Soo-hyun looks at the mess, thinking how disgusting it is that the trash tier leader enjoyed hurting others. He raises his hand, fueling his blue flames, as he decides that everything ends right here and now. His divine bird of blue fire manifests, ready to carry out the final sentence on this corrupt empire. With a simple gesture, he sends the legendary predator soaring through the shattered window into the night sky. Our boy stands amidst the glass, watching the embers drift as he prepares to wipe away a stain. The bird circles the skyscraper, marking the target that was built on the suffering of innocent people. His eyes glow with a cold light, promising that every trace of the villain's work will be erased. A pillar of divine fire descends from the heavens, striking the building with the force of a god. For a split second, the tower stands silent before the overwhelming mana begins to tear it apart. The entire headquarters erupts in a massive blue explosion, turning the Ares Guild's legacy into nothing but ash. News reports flood the airwaves as the Ares Guild headquarters is officially declared a pile of smoking rubble. First responders struggle to manage the aftermath of the divine strike that leveled the corrupt guild's entire base. A chalk outline marks where the trash tier guildmaster finally met his end, finishing his cycle of crimes. The broadcast is cut short by a man who prefers to get his answers directly from the source. An association executive demands to know why a single hunter decided to play judge, jury, and executioner today. Our boy remains perfectly composed, looking like a king who just finished a minor chore rather than a massacre. He dismissively states that his actions were a necessity, showing zero regret for the chaos he just unleashed. The official loses his cool, screaming that destroying a city landmark is nothing short of a full-scale terrorist act. Soo-hyun counters by highlighting the association's cowardice for letting the guild's filth slide for so many years. His eyes glow with cold authority as he asks if he didn't just do their dirty work for them. The assistant is sweating buckets, clearly realizing that being in the same room as Soo-hyun is a death wish. The executive tries to regain control, claiming our boy has crossed a line that no hunter should ever touch. He demands hard evidence linking the fallen guild to the international criminal organization known as DUMP, even if they were trash-tier criminals. The official questions what right a single rookie has to play God. He mocks Soo-hyun, asking if the fame from the Anyang incident made him delusional enough to think he's a hero. Our boy just lets the word hero hang in the air, a title he never actually asked for. He sighs, realizing that no matter the timeline, these pencil pushers are always cut from the same cloth. A cold smile plays on his lips as he admits that while this lecture is repetitive, it still feels satisfying. He looks the assistant dead in the eye and clarifies that he is the farthest thing from a savior. Memories of the desperate souls he failed to save remind him that his path isn't paved with pure philanthropy. Soo-hyun admits that everything he has done so far was simply him following his own primal instincts. He leans forward and warns the two officials that they should be very careful with their next words. Our boy makes it clear he will do whatever he wants, even if it means killing them both. The association executive breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he is dealing with a genuine monster. Suddenly, the old man starts laughing nervously as if he just heard the funniest joke in the world. He tries to play off the threat, claiming the title of hero is actually a massive compliment. However, he quickly pivots, offering to make the entire Ares incident disappear if Soo-hyun accepts one condition. Soo-hyun narrows his eyes, already anticipating the kind of trash-tier deal these pencil pushers usually offer. He correctly guesses they want him under their thumb as a contracted hunter, leaving the executive completely dumbfounded. Without a second thought, he declines the offer and walks out, leaving the desperate official shouting after him. The association executive screams that our boy is a criminal, trying to regain some semblance of control. Soo-hyun just stares at his phone, completely unfazed by the threat of being blacklisted by the awakened community. When the executive asks what he's doing, Soo-hyun brings up the safety of the hundreds of thousands of civilians. The official freezes as he realizes Soo-hyun has dirt that could bury his entire career in an instant. Our boy plays back a recording of their past conversation, reminding the old man of his pathetic negligence. The recording captures the executive's trash-tier attitude, proving he didn't care if innocent people died during the outbreak. Terrified of a massive scandal, the director finally breaks and asks exactly what price he needs to pay. Soo-hyun coldly wonders if the public would prefer a vigilante hero or a director who abandoned them to die. The executive slams his desk in a desperate rage, threatening to retaliate if this blackmail continues. Suddenly, Soo-hyun flashes a chilling smile and tells the old man to relax because it was all just a joke. The association executive slams his desk in a fit of rage, realizing he's been completely outplayed by a rookie. His desperate scream echoes throughout the entire building as he realizes his career is hanging by a single thread. Our boy just strolls out of the headquarters, looking completely unbothered after shaking the foundation of the Hunter Association. He briefly wonders if he pushed the old man too far, but decides the trash-tier director deserved a lesson. Since things are getting heated in the city, he plans to lay low in the tower for a while. As he walks, he reflects on a title that used to haunt him and make him want to run away. He remembers his mother's wish for him to become a hero, a burden that felt impossible to carry before. Turns out his perspective is changing, and he can no longer ignore the weight of his own growing influence. He recalls how little Melly looked at him with pure joy, calling him a savior after he cleared the serpent. Even the weary villagers offered their thanks, making him realize that his path as a hero has already begun. He reflects on the image of a true warrior, realizing that being a hero is about more than power. Even a hardened killer like Hakjun is left dumbfounded, struggling to accept the mercy has been shown. Clenching his fist, Hakjun finally sheds his past and offers a sincere thanks for this second chance. The memory of his mother's smile warms his heart as she thanks him for being her protector. He realizes that if the world needs a hero, he might as well be the one to step up. Our boy accepts the burden, deciding that he'll become the very hero his mother always wanted. With the trash-tier Ares Guild reduced to rubble, the court of public opinion begins to turn. He doesn't give a damn about the gossip, focusing only on the next threat lurking in the shadows. People start questioning if he's a genuine savior or just a monster looking for an excuse to fight. Despite the doubt, the agency brass can't ignore the fact that he single-handedly prevented the Anyang massacre. An agency official argues that without Soo-hyun, hundreds of thousands would be dead, crediting his quick thinking for the save. But the association executive isn't buying it, shouting that our boy is just a power-hungry human flaunting his prowess. He points out that the Ares Guild was vital, yet Soo-hyun dismantled them simply because he didn't like them. The old man fumes over the special treatment Soo-hyun receives, questioning how a rank C awakened gets exclusive passes. He argues that if Soo-hyun truly wanted power, he'd be climbing the tower instead of wasting time clearing dungeons. While the suits argue, Soo-hyun slips into the shadows, his blade already drawn for the next inevitable conflict. A blood-soaked, bandaged monster lunges forward, but it's clearly out of its league against a regressor of his caliber. Our boy doesn't give a damn about the public's trash-tier gossip, focusing solely on the life-or-death struggle before him. With a single, fluid motion, he carves through the creature, leaving nothing but a spray of blood in his wake. His cold blue eyes remain fixed on the path ahead, proving that a true hero doesn't need anyone's permission. Soo-hyun dances through the mob, his blades humming with mana as he carves through these trash-tier trial monsters. He doesn't miss a beat, knowing that every strike brings him closer to the power he needs to survive. With a heavy stomp, he crushes the last of the resistance, grounding his resolve in the blood-stained arena. Our boy takes a moment to breathe, his mind already calculating the next move in this twisted game. Sitting atop a mountain of corpses, he clears the floor with perfect marks before the system pulls him back. The scene shifts to a quiet cafe, a stark contrast to the carnage he just left behind in the tower. Detective Park is buried in his work, likely digging up more dirt on the guilds, while sipping his coffee. The detective is suddenly dumbfounded when a familiar voice calls out to him, breaking his intense focus. It turns out Hakjun is looking much better, sporting a smile that's a far cry from his murderous past. The two sit down to catch up, noting that a whole month has passed since their world turned upside down. Detective Park looks absolutely drained, ranting about how the association and tower trials are eating up his precious time. Hakjun jokingly mentions that since he is basically working for our boy now, he should probably start charging him. He looks genuinely at peace. A massive change for someone who used to be a trash-tier killing machine. Park takes a slow sip of his coffee, finally getting a rare moment of silence in his chaotic life. Hakjun expresses his deep gratitude for the detective helping clear his name so he could finally see Yoonsun. The detective just smirks, knowing that helping the kid find some normalcy was worth the mountain of paperwork. The bell at the door chimes, signaling the arrival of the man who started this whole crazy journey. When Park asks about Yoon-sun, Hakjun admits she is doing great, but is terrified of him returning to danger. Soo-hyun walks in and remarks that having someone care enough to stop him is actually a very good sign. Our boy sits down and plays the ultimate mother card to explain his lateness, leaving his friends completely dumbfounded. Park asks if he's finally settled, and our boy casually mentions he has some business to handle. Hakjun gets annoyed when Soo-hyun steals his drink, but the mood shifts when he asks for their attention. Both the detective and the rookie look completely dumbfounded by whatever Soo-hyun is about to show them. He pulls out a massive, glowing white egg that radiates an aura far beyond any trash-tier loot. They nearly jump out of their seats, realizing it's a legendary divine beast egg from the 10th floor. Hakjun is shaking with excitement over its rare powers, while Park wonders if this was the secret task. Soo-hyun explains that the egg finally started warming up after he cleared the 20th floor of the tower. Since it's a living artifact, he decides it's time to consult a real expert on these mythical creatures. He has his sights set on Song Hyun-ki, a top-tier S-ranker who knows everything about divine beasts. Park remains skeptical, knowing this conglomerate heir is famous for ignoring everyone who isn't in his inner circle. Hakjun looks skeptical, wondering how they'll ever get a reclusive S-ranker to help when he ignores everyone. Our boy just smirks, explaining that the man's obsession with rare divine beasts is his ultimate weak point. He logs into the Abyss Online Network, the exclusive digital hub where the world's top hunters gather. Soo-hyun sends a direct, provocative message to the elite heir, claiming he has a legendary divine beast egg. He tells his companion to stay calm, because a true enthusiast will eventually come crawling to them. Somewhere in a luxury estate, a high-end tablet glows with the notification of Soo-hyun's bold claim. Song Hyun-ki stares at the screen in silence, his cold eyes narrowing as he processes the message. His massive guardian dragon stirs behind him, sensing its master's sudden interest in this mysterious new lead. The S-ranker sits motionless in his private lounge, already weighing the possibility of this being a genuine find. A servant knocks to deliver a routine report, but Hyun-ki is already consumed by thoughts of the egg. The massive blue dragon lets out a low rumble, sensing a shift in the air that demands attention. Song Hyun-ki calmly soothes his beast, telling it to relax while he prepares for the coming storm. He signals for his subordinate to enter, eager to see if the messenger is worth his time. The secretary starts his report, revealing that they've finally identified the man behind the bold claims. It turns out our boy is officially registered as a C-rank mage, which sounds like a total joke. Hyun-ki is dumbfounded that a trash-tier ranker would have the audacity to demand a meeting with him. However, the records show he's actually the undisputed #1 on every floor of the tower. Considering he single-handedly saved Anyang, his real strength is likely cut from the S-rank cloth. The elite hunter stays silent, weighing whether this mysterious rookie is a genius or a dangerous liar. He sets the tablet down, realizing that a massive story is finally beginning to take shape. Song Hyun-ki lounges with his dragon, convinced that everyone in this world is just hiding behind a facade. He strokes the beast's head, certain that our boy is just another fraud playing a high-stakes game. His secretary adjusts his glasses, admitting he initially agreed until he heard the latest rumors from the association. The elite hunter is visibly stunned when he hears about the rookie's impending S-rank advancement procedure. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun leads his crew toward the association, finally ready to step out from the shadows. Our boy is casually carrying a massive white egg, looking like he's about to drop a total bombshell. A swarm of reporters is already waiting outside, proving that the secret reevaluation is anything but private. Park and Hakjun are stunned by the crowd, realizing their low-key entrance is officially a total bust. Hakjun is dumbfounded, asking if he really plans on walking into the association holding that mysterious egg. Soo-hyun just smirks, knowing this artifact is exactly what will make Hyun-ki come looking for him. The media swarm spots Soo-hyun immediately, shouting his name like they've just found a massive gold mine. Reporters bombard our boy with questions, desperate to know why a rookie is suddenly getting an S-rank evaluation. Hakjun tries to shove through the crowd, telling the trash-tier reporters to back off and let them pass. The atmosphere shifts when a reporter points at the mysterious egg, demanding to know what he's actually holding. Another man looks completely dumbfounded, wondering if this is the legendary egg mentioned in the latest hunter rumors. Soo-hyun doesn't even flinch, calmly confirming that their wild guesses about the object are actually spot on. He holds it up high, revealing to the stunned crowd that he's carrying a literal divine beast egg. Blinding camera flashes erupt as the media realizes they've just stumbled onto the biggest story of the year. Our boy just smirks, telling the crowd he's looking for experts who actually know how to handle it. As they leave the chaos behind, Park finally understands that this public spectacle was Soo-hyun's plan all along. Soo-hyun figures the divine beast egg was the perfect bait to lure out his next high-tier target. Suddenly, a sharp cry from the crowd catches his attention, breaking his train of thought. A trash-tier reporter shoves a mic forward, desperately demanding answers from the man who just upended the city. The guy starts barking questions about the Ares Guild incident, acting like he has some moral high ground. He even goes as far as calling Soo-hee-yun a terrorist for single-handedly wiping a major guild off the map. Our boy stops dead in his tracks, the atmosphere around him growing heavy enough to crush a normal person. He slowly turns back, wondering when these bottom feeders grew enough spine to actually challenge him. Soo-hee-yun stares them down, noting that the media seems to have forgotten who they are actually dealing with. With a chilling smirk, he asks what they would even do if he actually was the monster they claim. The reporters instantly freeze up, their newfound bravery vanishing as they realize they just poked a sleeping dragon. Soo-hee-yun cuts through the crowd like a ghost, holding the mysterious egg that serves as his ultimate trump card. Choi Hak-jun remarks on the chaos, but our boy admits he couldn't care less about his public image right now. He checks the item's progress, confident that this bait will finally lure the big fish out of their holes. They arrive at the testing grounds where the authority staff is already waiting to begin the high-stakes evaluation. The lead evaluator greets him, noting that he has the right to bring an audience for his official certification. He asks who Soo-hee-yun wants to bring along, as the surrounding guild scouts practically beg for a front-row seat. Our boy shuts them down instantly, telling the evaluator to send everyone except his 2 trusted allies back home. The crowd is left dumbfounded, realizing their dreams of scouting the top rookie just went up in smoke. Watching from the sidelines, a scarred man reports back that Soo-hee-yun isn't interested in playing nice with any guilds. It turns out Kim Sok-jin of the Reaper Guild is personally tailing him, clearly planning something for the future. The evaluator starts laying out the heavy responsibilities and terms that come with reaching the S-rank peak. High above, Choi Hak-jun listens, as they discuss the massive stipends and the mandatory dungeon rotations required. The staff member keeps his focus on the tablet, ready to explain the brutal mechanics of the test. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of dress shoes hitting the floor signals that someone important is approaching the group. A man in a sharp suit steps forward, confidently announcing that he will handle the rest of the briefing. Our boy is momentarily surprised, sensing a powerful presence that definitely wasn't part of the original plan. This newcomer is Kim Doi, an association-affiliated awakened who claims the legal right to oversee every official evaluation. Soo-hee-yun stares him down, realizing the association is desperate to see if he's actually worth the hype. Kim Doi makes it clear that he won't miss this rare chance to gauge the rookie's hidden capabilities. Realizing he is being watched by the big players, Soo-hee-yun calmly heads toward the next stage of the trial. Soo-hee-yun learns that this S-rank evaluation is a whole different beast compared to the trash-tier tests he's seen. The proctors explain that they aren't just looking at his muscles, but his actual control over mana. Every single factor that could turn the tide of a life-or-death battle is about to be scrutinized. Turns out, this entire high-tech testing environment is actually the manifested power of a high-ranking awakened. The system utilizes the hallucination-based skills of Johnny Brad, a top-tier American hunter who can create realistic battlefields. Our boy steps onto the platform, ready to face whatever mental hellscape the association has cooked up. Kim Doi warns him to stop being stubborn and just let the magic take hold of his mind. Soo-hee-yun locks in, his eyes glowing with that cold blue light as he prepares for the mental shift. He closes his eyes and lets the hallucination wash over him, knowing he can't afford to fail here. While Hak-jun and the staff watch the monitors with bated breath, the real trial finally begins. The association announces the tests start as our boy lies flat on the cold ground. Above him, the sky churns with dark clouds, signaling the shift into a simulated reality. Soo-hee-yun admits that even with his experience, these high-tier hallucinations still feel disturbingly real. Suddenly, a massive shadow stretches across the floor, signaling he isn't alone in this mental arena. His eyes flash with a cold blue light as he realizes the first wave is already here. A massive, gray fist crashes down with enough force to pulverize ordinary hunters into paste. He narrowly evades the strike, feeling the shockwave ripple through the air as the platform shatters. A hulking trial monster stands in the wreckage, its mindless aggression mimicking a real-world threat. Soo-hee-yun just smirks, thinking the system is being rude for not giving him a moment's rest. Turns out, that big guy was just the appetizer as a whole pack of monsters surrounds him. Soo-hee-yun grips his weapon tightly, ready to show the system that he is not just any ordinary hunter. Our boy smirks, thinking it is about time he started warming up for the real challenge ahead. A massive explosion of energy erupts, testing his efficiency at wiping out entire waves of trash-tier mobs. He dives headfirst into the slaughter, knowing the examiners are watching his every move for survival instincts. With a sharp swing, he demonstrates the raw physical strength required to dominate a high-rank dungeon. Blue slashes carve through the air as he maintains his mental fortitude under the weight of the swarm. One monster realizes too late that it is standing in the path of a literal human calamity. He crushes the beast with ease, proving his decision-making and stamina are far beyond the S-rank standard. Even with blood splattered everywhere, his cold gaze remains fixed on the next target with perfect composure. Standing amidst the carnage, he shows the world that his boldness is what truly defines a top-tier regressor. The system warns him not to get drunk on power or fall for these simulated illusions. Our boy steps through the fresh gore, his focus remaining sharper than any blade he carries. He stands over hundreds of trash-tier mobs, reflecting on the weak heroes who died before him. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the ground as a high-tier threat finally decides to make an entrance. Facing the giant serpent, he knows surviving the future means crushing every obstacle in the present. He tightens his grip on his weapon, ready to unleash the raw power of a true regressor. With a cold gaze, he prepares to prove to the world that he is the ultimate hero. Back in the control room, the staff watches the screens in total silence, mesmerized by the slaughter. The first test concludes in record time, leaving the examiners absolutely dumbfounded by his efficiency. Even Choi Hak-jun is left shaking his head, realizing his boss is truly cut from a different cloth. Kim Doi just chuckles to himself, clearly amused by the absolute monster he is witnessing on the monitors. He observes that the clear times are already rivaling the top-tier S ranks currently in the association system. Even though survival tests are designed to break most rookies, this guy is proving he is built different. It is rare to see a candidate who looks like they are actually enjoying a life-or-death evaluation. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun stands amidst the digital ruins, looking up at the artificial sky with total indifference. The simulation shifts as the environment grows darker, preparing to escalate the difficulty for our boy. He shuts his eyes for a split second, mentally preparing for the next inevitable wave of carnage. His eyes snap open with a sharp blue glow the moment the system chime echoes through the air. He sighs about not getting a break, but his steady grip on his weapon says he is ready. A massive surge of blood-red energy manifests, signaling that a much nastier trial monster is finally spawning. Soo-hyun locks in, his gaze sharpening as he senses the simulation preparing the next stage of his evaluation. The environment swarms with shadowy figures as the system initiates the second trial for our boy. This round is all about magic control, forcing him to face an army of regenerating trash-tier soldiers. He doesn't waste time, immediately incinerating the first wave with a burst of his signature blue flames. Despite the flashy kill, he remains calm, watching the dark energy swirl as the monsters refuse to stay down. The trial monsters stare back with glowing eyes, proving they are far more persistent than the previous batch. Soo-hyun realizes these things will just keep coming back, unless he can pinpoint and destroy their hidden cores. He gathers his mana, knowing that precision and output rate are the only things that matter right now. To clear this with a perfect score, he needs to balance his stamina and focus for one decisive strike. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches forward to end this tedious test once and for all. Our boy doesn't flinch as the first trash-tier soldier lunges, his blue flames already licking the air. The monster swings with desperate speed, but it's clear these mindless puppets are completely outclassed. Soo-hyun focuses his mana, his eyes glowing with the cold intensity of a man who's seen the end. He becomes a blur of azure light, tearing through the ranks before they can even register his presence. Finally, he snatches the pulsating dark core, the very heart of the simulation's regenerative power. With a single, effortless squeeze, he shatters the orb, ending the cycle of endless respawns. He stands amidst the fading embers, deciding that he's finished playing around with these low-level distractions. Back in the observation room, the staff stares at the record-breaking clear time in absolute silence. His former bullies can only sweat, wondering how they were ever stupid enough to challenge him. They realize that Soo-hyun has evolved into something far beyond their pathetic, trash-tier comprehension. The management staff can't help but feel a chill, realizing the higher-ups are definitely going to be rattled. They aren't just here to watch a show. They're trying to gauge if this monster is a threat. Kim Doi suspects the director sent observers specifically to sniff out any potential weakness our boy might have. The staff is dumbfounded because, while 15 minutes is a top-tier clear time, Soo-hyun finished in mere seconds. One researcher practically loses his mind, realizing Soo-hyun just absolutely demolished the previous legendary record. The lead evaluator stands there completely frozen, unable to process the sheer absurdity of the data before him. Looking at the screen, he realizes Soo-hyun might not just be a local hero, but a world-class calamity. Suddenly, the feed glitches out into a static mess, cutting off their view of the god-tier performance. The evaluator stares at the blank screen in total shock, his reflection showing the sudden loss of signal. They scramble to fix the equipment, but the connection is completely fried, as the simulation buckles under Soo-hyun's power. The observers are completely lost, wondering what kind of monster they've actually let into the testing chamber. Purple sparks of mana flicker around our boy, as the simulation starts to lose its grip on reality. One staffer is dumbfounded, sensing a pressure that shouldn't even exist in a mere training exercise. Trapped in the pod, Soo-hyun becomes the center of a glitchy storm that threatens to tear the facility apart. He braces himself, realizing the system is pulling a nightmare from his deepest memories to stop him. A massive shadow hand descends from the sky, obliterating the landscape with a single crushing blow. Soo-hyun grits his teeth and demands to know why the system is suddenly playing so dirty with him. Before him stands the draconic calamity, Fafnir, a purple titan of death that once ended the entire world. Even facing a god-tier threat, he just scoffs and tells the simulation it's taking the joke too far. The beast lets out a world-shaking roar, signaling that this test has turned into a fight for survival. Our boy barely dodges the strike. Feeling the raw power of a calamity he knows all too well, he realizes something is fundamentally wrong with this simulation as the pressure continues to mount. Back in the control room, the staff loses their cool and demands the tech department fix this immediately. They desperately try to reach Johnny Brad, but the connection to the US institution is taking too long. Kim Doi grits his teeth, sensing that the situation has spiraled far beyond their administrative control. He notes that, despite the system's failsafes, Soo-hyun's consciousness remains trapped deep within the nightmare. It becomes clear that an external force or a glitch is actively blocking him from waking up. Surrounded by his signature blue flames, Soo-hyun prepares to fight back against the overwhelming draconic energy. Fafnir lunges forward with a world-ending strike, determined to crush the regressor once and for all. Crashing into the dirt, he wonders why this test is deviating so wildly from his previous timeline. Soo-hyun stares up at the purple beast, wondering where this trash-tier monster even crawled out from. The creature doesn't wait for an answer, and slams its massive fist down with bone-crushing force. Our boy narrowly evades the strike, realizing the simulation has turned into a genuine deathmatch. He ignites his blade with blue flames, deciding that this nightmare picked the wrong person to mess with. With a burst of speed, he carves through the monster's arm, letting his mana burn through its defenses. Fafnir shrieks as its limb is severed, but Soo-hyun isn't done with his counterattack yet. He focuses every ounce of his regressor's experience into a single, decisive strike to end this farce. His blade descends like a guillotine, splitting the beast's skull and silencing its roar forever. The simulated horror begins to dissolve into nothingness, unable to withstand the heat of his blue fire. All that remains is a twitching limb on the dirt, proving even a legendary calamity can bleed. Just as he thinks it's over, our boy feels a chill and realizes he's still being hunted. Suddenly, a massive purple hand snatches him out of the air before he can even blink. Fafnir towers over him like a god of death, proving this simulation is far from finished. Instead of being dumbfounded, Soo-hyun's eyes glow with a cold blue light as he analyzes the threat. The beast roars, intending to crush the life out of him. But our boy is just getting started. He activates a mana amplifier, a rare item that forces his energy output way beyond its natural capacity. His fist clenches tight as he prepares to unleash a level of power this tower hasn't seen yet. He releases his mana all at once, erupting in a violent explosion of blue flames that scorches everything. Wielding his blade now wreathed in divine fire, he prepares to turn this draconic nightmare into ash. Standing defiantly on the monster's own limb, he's ready to show this trash-tier simulation who the boss is. Fafnir unleashes a devastating breath attack, but Soo-hyun doesn't even flinch at the incoming heat. The two massive forces collide, creating a blinding shockwave that threatens to tear the simulation apart. Our boy's blue flames prove superior, completely swallowing the dragon's purple energy in a display of pure dominance. The legendary calamity roars in agony as the blue fire begins to consume its massive, prideful form. Within seconds, the beast is reduced to a mere silhouette, as the divine flames incinerate its very existence. As Fafnir's massive limb crumbles into nothingness, Soo-hyun stands calm, knowing this was just a hurdle. He sticks the landing perfectly, his blade still humming with the residue of that massive mana output. Looking toward the sky, he wonders if this nightmare is finally over, or just a taste of what's coming. Despite the victory, his expression remains cold, knowing the real battles haven't even started yet. Our boy shakes off the simulation's intensity, his mind already shifting back to the real world's boring problems. His classmates rush over in a total panic, shouting about how they thought he was a goner. The red-haired kid shakes him so hard, Soo-hyun feels like his brain is actually turning into mush. Kim Doi approaches with a worried look, checking to see if he survived the system's sudden meltdown. The official apologizes profusely, admitting that a massive technical error almost fried the entire testing facility. Soo-hyun doesn't care about the glitch, and just wants to know if he actually passed the test. The staff whisper in disbelief, dumbfounded that this kid is more worried about his rank than dying. Kim Doi just smirks, realizing they've stumbled upon a monster that's truly cut from a different cloth. He confirms the pass and reveals they've already fast-tracked his new S-rank identification card. Kim Doi and his assistant nod in relief, finally wrapping up the most chaotic evaluation in the association's history. They present the ultimate prize, a shiny new S-rank identification card that officially cements his status as a powerhouse. The official explains the massive perks, from priority dungeon access to basically having a blank check at the bank. Our boy looks at his old trash-tier C-rank card, knowing those days of being looked down upon are over. He realizes that with this rank, he can finally tackle dungeons worldwide and stop the coming global apocalypse. This was the final step in his preparation, and now he's finally ready to start the real climb. He's not just playing for high scores anymore. He's training to become the hero the world actually needs. Suddenly, the blue dragon beast tears through the sky, signaling that Song Hyunki has officially entered the chat. Soo-hyun's eyes narrow as he senses a presence that's clearly cut from a different cloth than average hunters. The air suddenly turns heavy as the association staff are nearly blown away by a crushing, invisible pressure. They can't believe the sheer volume of mana flooding the room, realizing this isn't any normal hunter. High above them, the elite heir, Song Hyunki, looks down with the cold indifference of a true predator. One staffer is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a single human can possess such an overwhelming, suffocating energy. With a light thud, the white-haired monster steps onto the ledge, his presence alone commanding the entire area. He looks down with a bored expression, clearly unimpressed by the commotion he's causing among the lower ranks. Our boy looks up and realizes that the big fish he was waiting for has finally arrived. Hyunki's red eyes flash with interest as he wonders if the new S-rank has already taken his bait. Flanked by his legendary blue dragon beast, he calls out for Soo-hyun to finally show his face. Our boy walks toward the ledge, unfazed by the massive beast looming over the facility. The two S-ranks finally lock eyes, creating a tension so thick you could cut it with a blade. Soo-hyun just smirks, commenting on how Hyunki sure knows how to make a flashy, rowdy entrance. Hyunki remains silent, his cold gaze sizing up the rookie who dared to cause such a scene. Without missing a beat, Soo-hyun reaches into his inventory and pulls out a mysterious, glowing white egg. He casually mentions that Hyunki is likely here for this unidentified divine beast egg he is holding. The conglomerate heir's eyes widen slightly, clearly caught off guard by our boy's bluntness and the prize. Soo-hyun continues to poke the bear, admitting he is surprised the elite hunter moved so quickly. Hyunki's expression shifts as he prepares to respond to the bold claims of the new S-rank hunter. He finally lets out a small smile, claiming he is simply responding to the provocation Soo-hyun started. Hyunki demands our boy drop the egg, his legendary dragon looming over the scene like a final boss. He waves his hand dismissively, clearly thinking Soo-hyun is just some trash-tier rookie not worth his time. Suddenly, the massive blue beast lunges forward, its jaws wide enough to swallow our boy whole. Hyunki just wears a chilling smile while telling Soo-hyun to get lost before things get ugly. Our boy stands there dumbfounded, unable to believe this elite hunter is actually throwing down in public. The dragon dives with lethal intent, forcing Soo-hyun to clutch the precious egg tight while he moves. A massive gust of draconic mana sweeps through the area, nearly blowing Soo-hyun off his feet. He grits his teeth, realizing this conglomerate heir is crazy enough to start a war right here. Turns out Hyunki is done playing nice, and plans to take that divine prize by absolute force. Soo-hyun panics internally, knowing his mana is bone dry after that brutal S-rank evaluation he just finished. Soo-hyun realizes he can't win a head-on fight right now, so he shifts into a desperate defensive stance. He barely dodges the dragon's massive head, knowing one slip-up means losing the egg in his life. Our boy desperately tries to prioritize the egg's safety, as a strange system notification suddenly flickers to life. Before he can react, a powerful grip clamps onto his arm, stopping his escape dead in its tracks. Hyunki gets uncomfortably close, smugly suggesting that Soo-hyun should just hand over the prize to avoid more pain. Soo-hyun curses his luck, feeling completely cornered by this S-rank monster of a man, while his mana stays empty. Suddenly, the egg begins to vibrate with a blinding light, reacting violently to the intense mana in the air. A sharp cracking sound echoes through the courtyard as the shell finally begins to give way under the pressure. Both hunters freeze in total shock, realizing that the divine beast is choosing this chaotic moment to hatch. The shell shatters completely, leaving nothing but empty fragments as the newborn creature disappears in a flash. A tiny, red-scaled claw suddenly pokes through the shell, signaling the arrival of a literal legend. Soo-hyun stands there completely dumbfounded, his mind racing as he realizes exactly what is emerging. It turns out the prize is a pint-sized red dragon, cooing softly as it greets the world. Our boy knows that dragons are the absolute peak of divine beasts, making this an insane stroke of luck. The little guy looks a bit grumpy at first, clearly exhausted from the effort of breaking free. Suddenly, it flashes a bright, toothy grin, instantly taking a liking to its new master. Before he can react, the hatchling lunges forward and latches onto his face with pure affection. Even the arrogant Hyunki is left speechless, his smug attitude replaced by genuine disbelief at the sight. The chaos intensifies when the massive blue dragon looms over them, sensing a powerful new presence. To everyone's surprise, the legendary beast actually bows, showing deep respect to the tiny red newcomer. Hyunki is completely dumbfounded as his own legendary beast suddenly starts acting like a subservient pet. He desperately asks what has gotten into the dragon, while our boy just tries to handle the hatchling. It is a total ego check for the conglomerate heir, watching his pride and joy bow to a newborn. The realization that he is utterly outclassed starts to sink in, leaving him sweating bullets under the pressure. Deciding to take the conversation somewhere private, they head back to a secure location within the city. Hyunki probes for info, and Soo-hyun casually mentions he got the beast for a perfect tower clear. The little red menace is not interested in talk though, growling fiercely at a snack offered its way. Our boy is stunned to learn that even among dragons, there is a hierarchy he never knew existed. With a savage chomp, the hatchling proves its dominance by devouring the treat in a single go. Seeing the bond is unbreakable, Hyunki finally backs off and admits he is no longer interested in stealing it. Hyunki cradles the little red menace while dropping a heavy question about how long dragons actually live. Our boy admits he is clueless, so Hyunki explains they hit adulthood fast, but live for a millennium. Turns out divine beasts are pure souls that choose their master's hearts before they even leave the shell. Hyunki reveals his true mission is hoarding eggs to keep them from being used as mere trash-tier tools. He is dead serious about making sure these powerful creatures never fall down a dark, demonic path. Soo-hyun listens as the heir explains that their ultimate happiness and safety are his only real priorities. Seeing a different side to the guy, our boy can't help but feel a bit of respect. The conversation shifts to the massive blue dragon nearby, with Soo-hyun wondering just how old the beast is. Hyunki pets his loyal companion, Young, revealing the giant is actually just a 5-year-old child in dragon years. It is a bittersweet realization that the dragon will spend centuries alone once his human master is long gone. Soo-hyun sits across from the conglomerate heir, processing the heavy weight of their deep conversation. Our boy realizes he completely misjudged the guy, thinking he was just some trash-tier rich kid playing with pets. It turns out Hyunki is surprisingly thoughtful when it comes to the welfare of these powerful divine creatures. Suddenly, the little red dragon hatchling perks up, munching on a snack while eyeing its chosen master. Without hesitation, the tiny beast leaps onto Soo-hyun, claiming him as its own with a playful pounce. Hyunki notes that the divine creature has officially made its choice, sensing something unique in Soo-hyun's mana. He explains that these beasts only hatch for those they truly favor, making this bond a rare occurrence. However, the heir warns that he'll be watching closely and will reclaim the dragon if it is mistreated. With his massive blue dragon looming behind him, he makes it clear that Soo-hyun better not screw this up. As the little guy lets out a tired yawn, Hyunki asks if our boy has picked a name yet. Soo-hyun takes a quiet moment to process everything, finally deciding on a name for his new little companion. He settles on naming the hatchling Mir, officially welcoming the tiny beast into his increasingly chaotic life. As night falls over the city, our boy heads out, feeling the weight of his new draconic responsibility. While walking, he reflects on Hyunki, realizing the elite heir is actually much nicer than he first assumed. It is a relief, especially since Hyunki was such an unpredictable and dangerous wildcard in his past life. He even recalls Hyunki's playful yet firm insistence on visiting just to check in on how Mir is doing. Looking down at his jacket, he realizes the little dragon is already completely zonked out and comfortable. Mir is sleeping like a total log, clearly unbothered by the fact that he is a legendary divine creature. A rare, genuine smile crosses Soo-hyun's face as he enjoys this brief, quiet moment of peace. He wonders what Mir truly is, unaware that Seokjin is already tracking his every move from the shadows. Seokjin keeps a sharp eye on our boy from the rooftops, ensuring the target doesn't slip away. He checks in with his superiors, asking if he should keep following now that the target has the beast. A cold, female voice on the other end demands he report every single move the regressor makes. Sitting in her luxury office, this mysterious superior muses that their grand script is still far from completion. Seokjin acknowledges the order with a grim nod as his earpiece clicks to signal the end of the call. He stands up to continue the pursuit, unaware that he isn't the only one hunting tonight. Nearby, a masked assassin adjusts a glowing blue artifact, its light pulsing with a dangerous, magical intent. Suddenly, the assassin strikes with a silent swoosh, catching the submaster in a chokehold before he can even react. The sound of steady footsteps rings out on the pavement as the hidden players begin their move. Soo-hyun stops in the middle of the street, already sensing the trash-tier schemes unfolding in the dark around him. Soo-hyun notices the stalker's presence has vanished, and wonders if they finally decided to back off for the night. He reaches his front door, silently hoping these trash-tier goons aren't bold enough to break into his sanctuary. The lock clicks open as our boy steps inside, his instincts still screaming that something is definitely off. He walks through the dark hallway, his footsteps echoing in a way that feels far too heavy and deliberate. As he reaches for the light switch, he prepares himself for whatever mess might be waiting in the shadows. The darkness clings to him, but his expression remains cold, as he realizes the silence is just a facade. His eyes flare with a sharp blue light, a clear sign that his mana is already surging for combat. He stops dead in his tracks, feeling the air shift as a hidden killer prepares to make their move. With a subtle shift of his weight, he readies his body to counter the inevitable strike from the dark. Suddenly, a Reaper assassin drops from the ceiling, launching a lethal kick aimed straight at our boy's head. Our boy barely dodges the strike as the floor shatters under the weight of the assassin's lethal kick. He sighs internally, thinking about how much he hates the idea of a messy brawl inside his house. Planting his hand firmly against the ground, He prepares to turn the momentum back against his mysterious attacker. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself upward to meet the killer head-on in the air. The two clash mid-flight, their movements a blur as our boy flips through the air with predatory grace. The assassin's eyes widen behind the mask, clearly not expecting a mere rookie to react this quickly. Soo-hyun remains completely unfazed, his cold gaze locked onto his target as he calculates his next move. A flurry of strikes erupts between them, the sound of their high-speed exchange echoing through the quiet house. The killer realizes with growing dread that this kid is effortlessly matching every single one of their professional moves. As the gap in power becomes obvious, the assassin finally admits that our boy is far stronger than reported. The assassin throws a heavy kick, but our boy shuts it down instantly with a perfectly timed block. Soo-hyun warns the intruder that while trespassing is one thing, touching the little dragon is a death sentence. He grips the killer's leg with crushing force, his priority remaining the safety of the hatchling in his jacket. With a sharp grunt, he delivers a brutal counterstrike that sends the masked hunter reeling backward. The assassin skids across the living room floor, quickly repositioning himself as he realizes he is totally outclassed. Our boy notes his mana has recovered, but he refuses to leave Mir's side until he knows the target. The killer adjusts his tactical gloves, his movements becoming more calculated as the pressure of the fight mounts. He beckons Soo-hyun to come at him, trying to maintain his composure despite the obvious gap in power. Suddenly, Soo-hyun's eyes narrow as he notices a strange pattern in the way his opponent is attacking him. He realizes the assassin is strictly using hand-to-hand combat to ensure the dragon hatchling isn't harmed during the scuffle. Our boy smirks, realizing this guy is just looking for a high-stakes test of strength. He checks on Mir, glad the hatchling is still tucked away, while the house gets trashed. Soo-hyun finds it weird that someone would risk their life trespassing just to measure their power. The tension snaps as they collide, the force of their mana shaking the very foundations. They exchange a rapid-fire sequence of strikes, neither one willing to give an inch of ground. The assassin's eyes glow with a predatory light, showing he is fully committed to this dangerous dance. Soo-hyun barely blocks a heavy strike, feeling the raw speed and weight of a professional killer. He winces as the pressure increases, realizing he cannot afford to hold back any longer. Finding a small opening, he winds up for a strike meant to end this nonsense once and for all. His fist slams into the killer's chest, delivering a brutal reminder of who actually runs this house. The impact sends the assassin reeling, his armor barely absorbing the shock of that heavy blow. He quickly recovers, skidding across the floor and planting a hand to keep from falling over completely. Our boy doesn't let up, digging his heels in to maintain his momentum for the next exchange. Their eyes lock for a split second, both realizing they're dealing with someone way above trash tier. Red flashes of lethal energy fill the air as they trade a flurry of high-speed strikes. The dust begins to settle, leaving a thick silence, where the sound of clashing steel once rang out. The masked killer is gasping for air, his stamina clearly flagging after that intense burst of movement. Soo-hyun isn't doing much better, sweat dripping down his face as he tries to regulate his breathing. Suddenly, the assassin lets out a dry laugh, seemingly amused by how difficult this job has become. He reaches up to discard his disguise, finally deciding to address the young hunter with some respect. Our boy is caught off guard, as the mysterious assassin finally reveals her true face. He stands there dumbfounded, trying to process why a high-tier killer is suddenly acting so casual. Turns out, she is actually Park Ji-yeon, the master of the Reaper Guild, and she wants him to join. She stares him down with a confident smirk, waiting to see if he will take the bait. Soo-hyun hesitates, wondering if this is some kind of trap or just a very aggressive recruitment tactic. He calls her out for attacking him first, but she just brushes it off since he survived anyway. The tension breaks into petty bickering as they realize they are not actually that far apart in age. Our boy locks in, realizing a guildmaster would not show up personally just to gauge his combat power. He remembers her from his past life as a legendary hero who was supposed to lead all of humanity. Tragically, she was cut down by the Dump Guild before she could ever reach her full potential. Soo-hyun realizes that Park Ji-yeon and her Reaper Guild are actually sworn enemies of the trash-tier Dump Guild. She watches him closely, her gaze sharp as she evaluates the potential of the regressor standing before her. Our boy questions why Shed seek him out, especially since he briefly used the Dump Guild's name. Park Ji-yeon remains silent for a moment, her expression unreadable, as she weighs her next move carefully. Suddenly, she starts questioning her own motives out loud, leaving Soo-hyun completely dumbfounded by her strange behavior. The atmosphere turns awkward as they both realize how bizarre this recruitment attempt has actually become. Soo-hyun thinks she's even weirder than the rumors suggested, and bluntly tells her to leave if she's done. When he flatly refuses to join any guild, Park Ji-yeon just sighs, looking genuinely disappointed by his stubbornness. However, he hesitates, feeling like sending a legendary hero away empty-handed might be a massive mistake. His eyes glow with intent as he wonders if he should test her strength to see her true worth. Park Ji-yeon asks if he is just sniffing around the Dump Guild because he is curious about them. Our boy wonders if his guess hit the mark while she finds his sharp intuition pretty interesting. Suddenly, a wave of pure bloodlust washes over him, making his skin crawl from the sheer pressure. She realizes they are cut from the same cloth and finally starts taking this conversation seriously. He notices the subtle traces left behind, realizing she has been tracking his every move like a predator. Soo-hyun looks completely done with her games, his patience wearing thinner than a trash-tier artifact. He pulls up a chair, deciding it is time to stop standing around and actually talk business. The two sit across from each other, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a blade. He admits he used the Dump Guild's name as bait, hoping to lure those rats out into the open. Since they operate like a lizard cutting its own tail, he knew finding them normally would be impossible. Park Ji-yeon notes our boy knows the enemy well, asking if that's why he crushed the Ares Guild. Soo-hyun admits that was part of it, but his real motivations go much deeper than simple revenge. He remembers his mother, the one anchor he had to protect in this cruel, regressed timeline. A rare smile touches his face as he thinks about the person he was desperate to save. Park Ji-yeon takes a sip, acknowledging that the Ares Guild was destined to fall sooner or later. She points out that he is systematically hunting down every single Korean guild tied to the Dump Guild. She lets out a small laugh, finding his ruthless efficiency to be far beyond her initial expectations. The Reaper Guild Master reveals her own hands aren't clean, admitting she was the one who finished them. Her eyes flare with a terrifying intensity as she declares her ultimate goal is total obliteration of the enemy. Soo-hyun feels that familiar, suffocating bloodlust again, realizing she is just as dangerous as he first thought. Our boy watches as Ji-yeon's magic flares, fueled by her uncontrollable hatred for the Dump Guild. He realizes her ability to weaponize that raw emotion is a talent far beyond normal hunters. She explains that while she's been hunting them in Korea, she's only ever caught the tail. To strike the head of the organization, she needs to know their true identities and numbers. Turns out, our boy appearing was the exact variable she needed to finally change the game. She is certain the recent guild collapses will finally force the hidden leaders to make a move. Soo-hyun just keeps his cool, realizing he successfully aligned his goals with a powerhouse. She asks if he intends to use her, suggesting he shouldn't take the transaction personally. Since the enemy of her enemy is a friend, she promises her full support for the upcoming war. Our boy accepts the deal, but prepares to ask a very specific question of his own. Soo-hyun asks why she's so obsessed with the Dump Guild, his blue eyes searching for the truth. Ji-yeon sets her cup down, the weight of the question hanging heavy in the air. She begins to explain, her gaze softening as she prepares to reveal a painful secret. A memory flashes back to a time when she was covered in blood and tears. She remembers holding a dear associate close as he bled out from a brutal backstab. The dying man's final plea was for her to survive and escape the nightmare. Back in reality, she admits her motivation is fueled by pure, unadulterated resentment. Her expression turns cold as she declares the enemy guild master's life belongs to her alone. Our boy listens intently, realizing her grudge is just as deep as his own. With the air cleared, she regains her composure, ready to lead the charge into battle. Park Ji-yeon dissolves into a swirl of dark mana, leaving behind a promise to meet again soon. Alone in his room, our boy watches the lingering smoke, feeling the weight of their new alliance. He dwells on the concept of resentment, understanding that it is the only thing keeping her going. Everything makes sense now, especially why her guild was so hell-bent on destroying those trash-tier criminals. He finds her honesty refreshing, but a sudden chime from his phone interrupts his dark reflections. He reaches for the device, curious about who would be messaging him in the middle of the night. Our boy is left dumbfounded by her sheer audacity, wondering if she has any sense of boundaries. It is a text from the Reaper Guild Master herself, casually dropping her digits like they are old pals. Before he can even reply, a loud shout from outside the building echoes through the air. His former bullies-turned-fans show up with huge smiles, acting like they are his best friends in the world. Soo-hyun welcomes them inside, explaining how swamped he has been with the tower climb and his recent re-evaluation. He gets straight to the point, asking the duo what exactly brings them to his place so unannounced. Hakjun reveals that Yoonsoon insisted on coming over to properly thank him for everything he has done lately. She looks at him with genuine gratitude, calling him the hero who saved both her and Hakjun. She offers him a massive basket of roses, hoping he will accept their humble token of appreciation. Hakjun admits he is usually too stoic to say it, but he has actually been singing Soo-hyun's praises. Our boy just stands there, watching the two of them bicker like a couple of happy, normal people. A rare, genuine smile tugs at his lips as he realizes how much their lives have truly changed. He picks up a single red rose, the word hero echoing in his mind like a distant, strange memory. Taking in the scent, he finally feels a moment of peace after a lifetime of gritty, endless warfare. Yoonsoon spots something moving and curiously asks if our boy has finally gotten himself a pet. Soo-hyun awkwardly explains that while he is a dragon, calling the little guy a pet feels totally wrong. He tries to play it cool, mentioning that Mir is likely sleeping since he is still just a newborn. Suddenly, the little red dragon manifests right on top of his head, proving his master wrong immediately. Mir lets out a tiny yawn, while Hakjun eagerly asks if the creature remembers him from the egg stage. The hatchling just sits there looking grumpy, clearly not interested in the sentimental ramblings of a former assassin. Without warning, Mir takes flight, leaving Soo-hyun's head and heading straight for their surprised guest. He lets out a soft cry as he settles comfortably on Yoonsun's shoulder, shocking everyone in the room. Soo-hyun is dumbfounded, noting that the dragon never acts this friendly toward anyone besides himself. Seeing the bond, Hakjun tries to coax the little guy over, hoping he will find his shoulders cozy. Mir isn't exactly playing nice, letting out a low growl that makes Yoonsun freeze up in terror. While the hatchling acts up, our boy gets interrupted by a sudden ringtone from his phone. He looks down and is stunned to see Park Ji-yeon is the one actually calling him. Hakjun recognizes the name immediately, asking if it is really that famous S-rank hunter on the line. The former assassin explains that people like her are basically the legendary superheroes of their world. Soo-hyun heads off to take the call in private, while Yoon-sun playfully tells her man to stay safe. Ji-yeon cuts straight to the chase, warning him about a green dungeon about to spawn in Busan. She admits the association is panicking because these high-tier gates are appearing way too frequently lately. This news hits hard since even in his past life, these dungeons never popped up this often. Our boy realizes the timeline is shifting and wonders if his presence is actually breaking the future. Ji-yeon asks who the exploration captain is, and our boy notes that Song Hyun-ki actually turned it down. Since the spot is open, Soo-hyun decides he needs to personally scout the situation and take charge. He knows nothing in this world is free, so he asks what she expects to get in return. The conversation shifts to the Dump Guild bastards, who are apparently planning their move on a specific date. Ji-yeon looks determined as she promises to handle any issues the criminal guild causes within Korean borders. Hearing this, Soo-hyun is genuinely dumbfounded, because the timeline is deviating even further from his memories. In the past, this trash-tier guild launched simultaneous terrorist attacks across the globe to show their true colors. They assassinated S-ranks during a dungeon raid, triggering a massive outbreak that the world wasn't prepared for. That single failure led to a horrific bloodbath, where countless innocent people were slaughtered in the chaos. Realizing the stakes, he agrees to let Ji-yeon handle the guild while he starts his own investigation. Ji-yeon listens as the voice on the phone warns her that acting recklessly will only get her killed. She hangs up without a second thought, her face already painted with the blood of her latest victims. Our girl is clearly fed up with the interference, telling them to stop nagging her about her survival. Standing over a pile of dead trash-tier thugs, she scoffs that she wouldn't die such a pathetic death. Meanwhile, the official roster for the upcoming dungeon raid is released, listing several prominent guilds for the mission. Soo-hyun looks at the list and wonders if these veteran hunters will actually follow a rookie captain's orders. His intuition is spot on because Lee Kang-hee is already throwing a fit about a newbie leading them. A nearby association official tries to keep the peace, reminding the hothead that an S-rank is still an S-rank. The guildmaster refuses to listen, demanding a famous hero like Ji-yeon or Hell pull his men out. He looks absolutely livid, convinced that the association is playing a sick joke by putting a rookie in charge. The association official just laughs, clearly amused by the chaos surrounding the new raid leader's appointment. Lee Kang-hee slams his desk in a rage, demanding to know why anyone would find this life-threatening situation funny. Wiping a tear, the official mocks the idea that tower records actually translate to real-world leadership skills. He reminds the guildmaster that Ji-yeon personally chose our boy, but the hothead just calls him a bastard. The staffer remains calm, suggesting they simply keep an eye on the rookie to see his true worth. Little do they know, seeing the regressor's blue flames in person is enough to make anyone change their attitude. Meanwhile, at Busan Gwangali Beach, a massive green gate hums with energy as the dungeon raid finally begins. Soo-hyun arrives with Mir on his shoulder, while Hakjun complains about the long trip down to the coast. The loyal swordsman offers to help manage the raid, but our boy is confident he can handle the orders. Hakjun just scratches his cheek, hinting that he didn't just come along to play the role of an assistant. Hakjun admits he can't just stand around while his juniors grow, feeling the pressure to finally get stronger. Our boy just gives a calm smile, while Mir lets out a massive, sleepy yawn on his shoulder. As they walk, Hakjun suspects the regressor is secretly mocking his sudden burst of motivation and senior pride. Looking at the crowd, the sheer scale of the 50-man raid team is actually quite impressive for a debut. However, the atmosphere is thick with doubt, as the veteran hunters whisper about the kid leading the charge. The seasoned fighters look completely unimpressed, clearly thinking our boy is just some lucky rookie with no backbone. Soo-hyun realizes that to these veterans, he's just a beginner who hasn't bled enough in real dungeon raids. Suddenly, a boisterous voice cuts through the tension as a massive figure approaches the pair with forced enthusiasm. It turns out to be Lee Kang-hee, the Papillon Guildmaster, putting on a fake smile for the cameras. Despite knowing this guy is likely trash tier, Soo-hyun politely reaches out to begin the formal introductions before the chaos. Lee Kang-hee starts patronizing our boy, suggesting he must be terrified due to his lack of real-world experience. He grabs Soo-hyun's hand while mocking the fact that he brought a tiny dragon hatchling for protection. Hak-jun immediately loses his cool and tells the guildmaster to watch how he treats their leader. The trash-tier master just laughs it off, claiming it's a joke while offering his expert help. He flexes his scarred hand, reminding everyone that he's a veteran who has survived countless bloody raids. Soo-hyun just gives a chilling smirk, completely dumbfounded that this guy thinks scars make him a boss. He politely thanks him but firmly reminds the group that he expects them to follow his orders. The atmosphere turns ice cold as the veterans realize this rookie won't be easy to push around today. Lee Kang-hee's fake smile twitches, internally cursing the arrogant brat for having the audacity to talk back. Suddenly, the association staff member walks over, noticing the thick tension radiating between the two leaders. Kim Tae-kyun, the Red Devil Guildmaster, steps up with a fake friendly smile to shake hands with our boy. He mentions how Soo-hyun already seems acquainted with Lee Kang-hee, playing the role of a diplomatic, veteran hunter. Without missing a beat, the man turns the attention toward another heavy hitter, joining the beach raid today. Park Mo-young, leader of the Gambler Guild, offers a greeting while sized up by the regressors' sharp, analytical gaze. Our boy maintains a polite mask but internally notes that managing these ego-driven veterans will be a massive headache. He senses Taekyun's mana is completely on edge, while Mo-young is suspiciously skilled at suppressing her own energy. Even if they can hide their power levels, Soo-hyun notices something far more damning than a simple mana signature. He realizes that while Mo-young can mask her flow, she can't scrub away the pungent, unmistakable scent of blood. When she asks if something is wrong, he just plays dumb while mentally marking her as a major threat. The group finally prepares to head out, but Soo-hyun knows he is walking into a den of vipers today. Our boy tells the group there is no point wasting time on preparations for a raid like this. He immediately proves his point by effortlessly slicing through the first wave of aquatic monsters. The dungeon erupts into chaos as the hunters begin their systematic clearing of the infested zone. One of the veterans scoffs, claiming this infamous green dungeon is actually a total walk in the park. However, the atmosphere shifts when the Gambler Guild leader starts moving with terrifying, silent efficiency. Taekyun watches in silence as Mo-young executes her targets, without wasting a single drop of mana. He realizes her movements aren't just refined, they are the instincts of a seasoned, cold-blooded killer. She descends into a frenzy, stabbing a fallen beast far more than necessary to just end it. Taekyun stands there dumbfounded, seeing the mask of a professional hunter slip to reveal a monster. He finally steps in to stop her, reminding her that the creature is already dead. One of the hunters wipes away some blood, finally realizing this raid isn't the easy payday he expected. His teammate acknowledges the shift in the air, sensing that the dungeon's atmosphere has suddenly turned incredibly heavy. He looks around dumbfounded, unable to pinpoint exactly where the suffocating pressure is coming from in the cave. Our boy Soo-hyun stays low to the ground, using his regressor experience to read the dungeon's hidden flow. Little Mir starts growling aggressively, his draconic blood boiling as he detects a hidden predator lurking nearby. Soo-hyun mutters that there is definitely something here, his cold blue eyes scanning the shadows for any movement. Choi Hak-jun asks if it's a trap, but Soo-hyun is already certain that something is waiting just beyond. Choi Hak-jun tells everyone to keep their guards up, though the veteran hunters seem annoyed by his caution. One trash-tier veteran just scoffs, clearly thinking he's too good to take advice from a younger hunter. He mockingly brings up Choi Hak-jun's recent A-rank promotion, trying to assert dominance despite the obvious danger ahead. The arrogant hunter continues his trash-tier taunting, mockingly asking if they aren't glad to have him around. Soo-hyun ignores the noise, his instincts screaming that the real threat is finally making its move. Before the loudmouth can finish his sentence, the atmosphere shifts, catching the veteran completely off guard. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blue mana erupts from the earth, shaking the very foundation of the cave. Our boy immediately screams for everyone to run, realizing the hidden trap has finally been sprung. The surrounding hunters scramble in a total panic as lethal spikes of energy burst through the floor. A single droplet of concentrated mana hits the ground, causing the stone to shatter like fragile glass. The veterans are left dumbfounded, realizing their arrogance just led them straight into a lethal death trap. A colossal geyser of water and mana explodes upward, signaling the arrival of a powerful hidden boss. A massive tidal wave of energy sweeps through the cavern, threatening to swallow every hunter and monster whole. The arrogant veteran is left completely dumbfounded as the mana surge transports the entire group to an impossible location. The rest of the raid party looks around in total confusion, wondering where the hell they just landed. Our boy remains dead silent, his little dragon companion Mir sensing the heavy shift in the atmosphere. They realize they aren't in a cave anymore, but standing in the middle of a massive underwater city. The sheer scale of the ruins makes the hunters realize this isn't just some trash-tier dungeon they can steamroll. Even the loudmouth veteran is impressed, noting how the architecture looks like something straight out of ancient legends. Kim Tae-hyun tests the air and realizes they can breathe perfectly fine despite being deep under the sea. One hunter finds the silence unsettling, feeling like they've walked into a graveyard rather than a city. He can't shake the feeling that this ghost city is watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake. Suddenly, Park Mo-young spots something moving in the distance and urgently shouts for the others to look. The hunters squint into the blue abyss, spotting a massive, haunting silhouette drifting through the ancient ruins. It is a decaying ghost ship, looking like a trash-tier nightmare that has no business being here. The vessel groans as it moves, releasing a pulse of mana that vibrates through the very water. Mir senses the shift immediately, baring his teeth as he prepares to protect our boy from whatever's inside. One hunter trembles, telling Lee Kang-hee that an icy chill is suddenly washing over her entire body. Lee Kang-hee realizes the atmosphere has turned toxic and wonders if Soo-hyun has noticed the danger too. Deep within the wreckage, a single, blood-red eye snaps open, radiating pure, unadulterated malice at the group. While the veterans are dumbfounded by the sudden pressure, Soo-hyun remains the only one standing perfectly still. The command to prepare for battle rings out as the hunters desperately scramble to draw their weapons. The massive ship surges forward with a violent wake, intent on crushing the hunters into the seabed. A horde of shadowy figures with glowing red eyes emerges from the deck of the cursed ghost ship. A heavy boot thuds against the wood as their leader finally decides to make a grand, terrifying appearance. The skeletal captain lets out a bone-chilling laugh, commanding his crew to wake up and start the slaughter. He stands tall with a wicked grin, declaring that it is finally time to hunt some living prey. The massive vessel looms over the terrified hunters, casting a shadow of certain death across the entire beach. Swarms of undead pirates leap from the railings, eager to join the chaotic party and tear everyone apart. Our boy isn't even flinching, his purple mana flaring up as Mir growls in anticipation of the fight. With a single, fluid strike, he carves through the trash-tier skeletons like they were made of wet paper. The monsters shatter into nothingness, proving that even ghost types can't withstand the raw pressure of his mana. Soo-hyun realizes that while divine flames are ideal, his basic mana manipulation is more than enough for these weaklings. Arrogant Hunter barks that basic mana is more than enough to handle these trash-tier skeletons. He even threatens to personally execute any coward who tries to retreat from the front lines. Our boy sighs, realizing that while their teamwork is sloppy, they are managing to survive. He decides to leave the beach defense to the guild leaders and focus on the main threat. When a nearby hunter is nearly caught off guard, Soo-hyun knows he must move immediately. He summons the divine bird of blue fire, hitching a ride while the others watch him, dumbfounded. They soar toward the massive vessel, cutting through the salty air with legendary speed. Mir growls in anticipation, sensing the dark energy radiating from the spectral ship ahead. A ghostly pirate levels his flintlock, the hammer clicking back as he prepares to fire. Lead flies through the air with a loud bang, forcing Soo-hyun to dodge the incoming projectiles. Soo-hyun sticks the landing on the deck, his eyes already scanning for the source of the rot. Our boy isn't here to play games, and Mir looks just as ready to tear something apart. He locks eyes with a tall, skeletal figure, and realizes this must be the captain running the show. The undead captain doesn't hesitate, unleashing a barrage of lead that Soo-hyun narrowly avoids with a quick dash. He charges ahead, knowing that closing the distance is the only way to end this spectral nightmare quickly. With a swift swing, he ignites his blade in blue flames to cut through the lingering spiritual pressure. Suddenly, a massive flaming skull erupts from the captain, leaving even his own crew members shaking in fear. The spectral entity lets out a bone-chilling roar that vibrates through the very wood of the ghost ship. In a horrific display of power, the captain's manifestation begins devouring his own men to fuel its strength. Soo-hyun watches in disgust, wondering if the monster really just absorbed the souls of its own loyal subordinates. The captain lets out a mocking laugh as his head erupts into a pillar of eerie blue flames. He flares up with intense spiritual pressure, looking like a true nightmare straight out of the abyss. The monster hungrily declares his intent to devour every soul present, to fuel his own twisted evolution. Our boy realizes that with so many souls nearby, this trash-tier captain could potentially regenerate indefinitely. But as he listens to the spectral wails, something about their suffering triggers a deep, familiar anger. The captain looms large while the trapped spirits desperately beg for someone to finally end their misery. A sea of translucent hands reaches out, exhausted from being used as mere batteries for a monster. Soo-hyun goes silent, his face shadowed as he decides that this cruelty has gone on long enough. Suddenly, his eyes glow with a cold blue light as he finds the captain's very existence utterly repulsive. With Mir perched on his shoulder, he prepares to dismantle the skeletal giant and free the stolen souls. The ghost captain draws his blade, ready to show this human the true weight of 1,000 souls. He unleashes a massive spectral wave, but our boy is way too fast to be caught by that. Even with Mir clinging on, Soo-hyun feels the pressure of the captain's overwhelming spiritual energy. He doesn't back down, instead launching a blue flame strike that cuts right through the captain's defenses. The skeletal monster is dumbfounded, as the impact sends him stumbling across the deck of his own ship. Suho knows he can't let up for a second if he wants to end this nightmare. Their powers collide in a massive burst of mana that shakes the very foundation of the spectral vessel. The mainmast shatters under the force of the blast, sending splinters flying everywhere. His blade bites deep into the wood and spirit alike, proving that even ghosts can bleed. After the massive exchange, our boy lands gracefully, already calculating his next move to finish the job. Soo-hyun looks down from the rigging, wondering how he should handle this stubborn undead captain. He notes the monster isn't overwhelmingly strong, but that trash tier recovery rate is a real headache. If the fight drags on any longer, our boy knows he might actually find himself in a dangerous spot. Even the skeletal captain feels the pressure, realizing this isn't just some random hunter he's facing. The monster is annoyed that Soo-hyun keeps spamming holy fire while remaining completely untouched by spectral strikes. Still, the captain laughs, betting that the human's mana pool will hit 0 before his own. Suddenly, the spectral crew begins to dissolve into pure energy, fueling their master's next desperate move. With a chilling cackle, the captain gathers the stolen souls into a concentrated burst of necromantic power. He claims he's getting bored and decides it's finally time to devour Soo-hyun's soul, once and for all. Soo-hyun and Mir tense up as a massive wave of spiritual energy surges toward them with lethal intent. Soo-hyun barely manages to evade the crushing weight of the captain's newly empowered spiritual pressure. The undead monster revels in the sensation of countless souls overflowing within his rotting, spectral frame. Our boy refuses to back down, igniting his blue flames for what might be his final stand. He pours everything into a massive blast, hoping the holy fire can incinerate this trash-tier nightmare. However, the strain is clearly showing as sweat beads on his face and his breathing grows heavy. The captain senses the shift, mockingly pointing out that the human's mana pool is finally running dry. He laughs at the flickering flames, claiming they've lost their bite and can no longer harm him. Realizing he's out of options, Soo-hyun takes to the air with Mir to deliver a desperate physical strike. With his companion clinging tight, he puts every ounce of remaining strength into one last piercing blow. The two forces collide in a deafening explosion that threatens to tear the ghost ship apart. The impact rattles the entire ghost ship, sending violent shockwaves through its rotting, spectral timber. Swirling blue energy and tormented souls scream as the clash reaches a chaotic boiling point. The ghost captain begins absorbing his own crew, his skeletal form twisting into something even more grotesque. Down below, Kim Taekyun watches the sky in disbelief as the spectral vessel is engulfed in light. He nervously wonders if our boy can even survive such a suicidal maneuver against that trash-tier nightmare. Soo-hyun grits his teeth, pushing his mana past the breaking point to keep the momentum going. Suddenly, Mir lets out a roar, his small body vibrating with an ancient and terrifying draconic power. Our boy is left dumbfounded, desperately calling out to Mir as he realizes his companion is doing something reckless. The captain just laughs, basking in the stolen souls as he prepares to finally crush the exhausted hunter. A massive pillar of pure mana finally erupts, threatening to erase the entire ship from existence. The captain is caught off guard as blue flames begin to consume his spectral form. He screams in agony, realizing that this heat is unlike anything he has ever felt before. Meanwhile, our boy feels a sudden surge of mana and strength coursing through his veins. He looks down at Mir, wondering if his little companion is the source of this miracle. Mir just gives him a happy look, clearly proud of helping his master in a pinch. The captain is losing it, baffled that a human he thought was drained is now overflowing with power. He stares in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how this hunter is still standing. Soo-hyun doesn't waste words, gripping his spear as blue flames erupt around him once more. He coldly tells the monster that he will just keep killing him until he finally stays dead. With a burst of speed, our boy dives back into the fray to finish this trash-tier nightmare. The spectral vessel drifts silently across the dark waters, unaware that its doom is rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blue fire erupts, tearing through the ship with absolute, soul-scorching, destructive force. Watching from the sidelines, Hakjun realizes he was worrying for nothing because our boy is clearly on another level. Soo-hyun lands a devastating blow, his fist connecting with the monster's face in a violent burst of spiritual energy. The captain is sent reeling, his skeletal form burning as he realizes he's completely outmatched by this human. He starts to panic, realizing he's burned through almost all his souls and will die if this continues. Desperate to survive, the trash-tier boss starts begging for his life. As Soo-hyun prepares to end the fight, he starts spilling everything, claiming the Lich King forced him to guard the ship and a mysterious pet. Our boy pauses, his mind racing as he wonders what kind of nightmare the Lich King would keep. The captain laughs like a maniac, thinking he finally scared the hunter by explaining he merely feeds the beast. The captain is absolutely losing it, screaming that he only wanted to survive while the blue flames consume him. Our boy just watches the trash-tier boss crumble, knowing the information he squeezed out is far more valuable. He gives a chilling smirk thanking the pathetic spirit for the tip about the hidden beast. If he wants to clear this stage, he realizes he'll have to hunt down whatever nightmare the Lich King left. Back on the shore, Li Kanghe is itching for glory, demanding they charge the ship immediately. But the other hunters aren't idiots. They refuse to budge until they get a signal from their heavy hitter. The loudmouth just laughs it off, mocking them for being cowards who hide behind a rookie's back. It's honestly dumbfounded how a guy this reckless even became a guild captain in the first place. Tae-kyun stays quiet, listening to the bickering while his mind is focused on something much more suspicious. He ignores the drama entirely, wondering where the hell the Gambler Guild master has disappeared to. The raid hunters realize the Gambler Guild is missing and suspect they're trying to ninja all the loot. Tae-kyun finds it suspicious that an entire guild vanished without leaving a single trace behind. He looks at the massive ghost ship, doubting they could have boarded such a visible target completely unnoticed. Meanwhile, the deck of the spectral vessel remains eerily silent, hiding whatever horrors lurk in the dark. Deep inside, Soo-hyun is surrounded by a suffocating red energy that would crush any trash-tier hunter instantly. He stares at a strange, eye-like crystal, wondering if this pathetic-looking thing is actually the stage boss. A ghostly voice mocks him, realizing our boy isn't alone and has brought a little pet along. Soo-hyun holds Mir tightly, sensing the Lich King's deathly energy clinging to this surprisingly weak creature. Even though the spiritual pressure is intense, Mir seems to be doing just fine in his master's arms. Thanks to his divine armor and high magic resistance, Soo-hyun remains completely unfazed by the surrounding corruption. Most hunters would lose their minds or die instantly just by stepping into this suffocating deathly energy. Turns out, this entire vessel is a twisted nursery designed by the Lich King to hatch a kraken. Soo-hyun realizes the ghost captain is just a middleman, harvesting souls to feed the growing monster below. He spots the seal, a crystal meant to keep the beast's power in check until it's fully grown. Our boy smirks, realizing the Lich King actually made his job easier by keeping the beast sealed up. Just as he prepares to strike, some trash-tier hunters decide to stage a pathetic ambush from behind. These idiots are clearly cut from the same cloth, thinking numbers can overcome a true monster like him. Soo-hyun effortlessly blocks their blades with a mana shield before counterattacking with a single, fluid motion. A massive burst of energy erupts as he decides to stop playing around with these weaklings. Without breaking a sweat, he sends the attackers flying, leaving them dumbfounded by the massive gap in strength. Soo-hyun's blade hums with blue mana as he carves through the fools who thought they could touch him. He wonders if he underestimated the situation, as the timing of this ambush feels a bit too calculated. Looking at a dead iron turtle, he's glad he converted its defense into a permanent trait back then. Our boy senses another presence in the shadows and demands the hidden rat finally show their face. A mysterious figure approaches with a chilling laugh, clearly impressed that their hiding spot was blown so easily. A trash-tier assassin emerges from the darkness, surrounded by a swarm of bloodthirsty eyes waiting for the signal. Soo-hyun notes, the stench of blood is a dead giveaway that the infamous Dump Guild has arrived. The woman peels off her mask, mocking how hard it should be for even an S-ranker to see through. He just sighs, tired of their repetitive cycle of dungeon assassinations and manufactured terror outbreaks. With a cold gaze, he lays out their entire plan, knowing exactly what these bottom feeders intend to do next. The assassin is completely dumbfounded that our boy already knows about their plan to frame him for US outbreaks. She wonders how a mere hunter could access restricted intelligence that only a few high-ranking officials should know. Soo-hyun stands calm with Mir by his side as the killer admits their time to terrorize the world has arrived. She envisions a literal mountain of corpses, imagining the global chaos and the thousands of lives they'll soon extinguish. The plan is to make Soo-hyun the face of this tragedy, labeling him the murderer of every fallen S-ranker. She cackles like a maniac, utterly obsessed with the grandeur of their twisted scheme to ruin his reputation forever. Our boy just smirks and points out the obvious flaw that her grand plan requires him to actually die. He stares her down with cold eyes, asking if a trash tier like her truly believes she has the power. The assassin grits her teeth in pure rage, her ego bruised by the sheer audacity of his calm defiance. She draws her blade and tells him to keep yapping, because she's done talking and ready to start cutting. The Dump Guild lackeys charge in blindly, convinced that they can finally put an end to our boy. Soo-hyun ignites his blue flames, suspecting that the organization's high-ranking executives are already lurking nearby in Korea. He decides to leave the remaining trash-tier enemies to Jiyeon, knowing she's more than capable of handling them. A new player enters the scene, his polished shoes stepping over the threshold of the unfolding chaos. Seokjin checks in with his superiors, confirming that the advance party has already moved into the dungeon. He remains arrogant, believing that even if Soo-hyun survives the trial, he can personally finish the job later. His eyes flash with a cold, murderous intent as he prepares to coordinate the next phase of their plan. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, dumbfounded by the mountain of corpses littering the warehouse floor. Jiyeon sits amidst the bloodbath, her calm demeanor proving she's cut from a completely different cloth than these mobs. She stares at the fallen men, noting that unlike these weaklings, the man standing before her looks somewhat promising. Ji-yeon smirks, sensing that the man before her might actually provide a decent challenge for once. Polished shoes stop right at the edge of the bloodbath, marking the arrival of a much bigger threat. The man stands dumbfounded by the carnage, finding it hard to believe a lone girl caused this destruction. She sarcastically asks if he thinks a random passerby did the job while she just sat there. He is genuinely insulted, realizing this girl isn't cut from the same cloth as his weak subordinates. Ji-yeon stands up, noting that every trash-tier hunter she kills says the exact same arrogant lines. She knows they always underestimate her, never realizing they are already dead the moment they speak. Taking off his glasses, he reveals glowing red eyes and complains about the annoying insects in this country. He slides on his spiked brass knuckles, determined to crush her before moving on to hunt our boy. They both charge with lethal intent, the warehouse floor shaking as their combat styles finally collide. Our boy wastes no time, meeting the trash-tier assassin's blade with a cold, calculated strike. Mir lets out a roar, fueling Soo-hyun with mana as he dances through the enemy's desperate formation. With a single fluid motion, he carves through the first attacker, proving these thugs are utterly outclassed. Two more goons charge in, thinking their numbers can compensate for their lack of actual talent. He casually deploys a mana shield, watching their weapons bounce off like they're hitting a brick wall. Turning the defense into a lethal offense, he catches them off guard with a lightning-fast counter. The lead assassin grits his teeth, realizing he is dealing with a monster instead of an easy mark. He barks orders to his squad, screaming at them to stop being idiots and avoid direct confrontation. They activate their camouflage skills, vanishing into the shadows to try a more cowardly, indirect approach. Soo-hyun just stands there, inwardly praising their judgment, since a surprise attack is their only prayer. Our boy knows he has Mir by his side, giving him a massive edge in detecting any incoming danger. However, the Lich King's overwhelming murderous chi is thick enough to mask even the slightest trace of an ambush. Realizing his own senses might be clouded, he decides his best bet is to put full trust in Mir. He asks his little companion if those trash-tier assassins are still within sniffing distance of their position. He makes it clear that if things get dicey, the little dragon needs to give him a heads up immediately. With his eyes closed, he focuses entirely on the bond, letting the hatchling act as his supernatural radar. Suddenly, the dragon chirps a warning, and he drives his blade right through a cloaked rat's chest. The assassin is completely dumbfounded, wondering how a mere rookie could possibly see through his high-tier camouflage. It turns out the little guy is way better at sensing bloodlust than any human hunter could dream. Without missing a beat, he swings his sword to greet the next fool jumping out of the shadows. The trash-tier assassins realize their invisibility is useless and desperately consider trying a different disguise to trick him. Their leader immediately shuts that down, knowing a simple costume change won't fool a monster like our boy. He recalls how Soo-hyun effortlessly handled the ghost captain, proving that cheap tricks are beneath a real powerhouse. Looking at the rookie standing calmly with his dragon, the assassin admits this guy has completely exceeded his expectations. It dawns on him that they were never meant to capture someone this far out of their league. The air grows heavy with a suffocating murderous chi that threatens to drive the entire squad into madness. As the pressure mounts, the lead assassin can barely process the sheer intensity of the bloodlust radiating nearby. A chilling laugh echoes through the shadows as the reality of their situation finally breaks his mind. He finally spots the source of the nightmare, a core of pure malice that signals their absolute doom. Our boy stands ready with Mir, sensing the trash-tier goons finally coming out of the woodwork to play. The lead assassin steps forward, mockingly asking if the rookie is done hiding behind his little surprise tricks. He orders his squad to charge, convinced that Soo-hyun is utterly useless in a direct, face-to-face brawl. Soo-hyun immediately proves him wrong, effortlessly carving through the first wave with a cold and surgical strike. As he dances through the chaos, he suddenly feels a shift in their formation that makes no sense. It hits him like a freight train that these cowards were never actually aiming for his head. The lead assassin ignores the blade at his throat and lunges toward the real prize behind him. Our boy is completely dumbfounded as he realizes he fell for the oldest bait and switch in the book. He desperately tries to pivot, but the squad is already closing in on the defenseless dragon hatchling. Soo-hyun suddenly realizes the true horror beneath the surface as the name of a legendary terror crosses his mind. A sharp, decisive strike cuts through the air, but it is already too late to stop the ritual. The lead assassin ignores his own safety, plunging his blade into the heart of the ancient seal. With a sickening crack, the blue crystal shatters, releasing a surge of mana that signals a nightmare's awakening. Deep beneath the waves, the ghost ship begins to tremble as the true master of the abyss stirs. A violent explosion erupts from the wreckage, tearing through the water and destroying the last of the containment. The assassin falls into the churning depths, completely unbothered by the fact that he is likely doomed. He laughs like a total lunatic, relishing the chaos he has unleashed upon the world and our boy. As the massive kraken rises from the dark, the trash tier villain gloats that this is finally Soo-hyun's end. The kraken's massive tentacle lashes out, catching our boy off guard while the trash tier assassin watches in shock. He quickly recovers and severs the limb, proving that even a legendary calamity can bleed if hit hard. Soo-hyun lands gracefully on the floating wreckage, his eyes fixed on the true threat rising from the depths. He leaps back into action, clutching his little dragon companion as he prepares to face the abyssal nightmare. He stares down the beast and coldly remarks that it has been a long time since they last met. Facing the enormous kraken, he realizes this fight is the only way to protect everyone on the beach. He calls out to Mir, who responds by erupting with a surge of powerful, ancient dragon mana. The energy flows into his blade, coating the steel in a lethal glow that hums with destructive potential. With a decisive swing, he aims straight for the monster's glowing eye, intending to end this chaos. Our boy goes for the kill, aiming a mana-charged strike right at the kraken's massive, glowing eye. He knows if he blinds the beast now, he can finally put an end to this trash tier nightmare. Suddenly, he's dumbfounded as the powerful buff on his blade begins to flicker and fade away into nothing. Turns out little Mir is still just a hatchling, and his unstable powers are reaching their absolute limit. Soo-hyun realizes he burned through his mana reserves just trying to survive that massive explosion from the seal. With his tank completely empty, he begins to sink into the dark abyss, feeling his consciousness start to slip. He stares into the deep, knowing that if he doesn't find a second wind, this ocean becomes his grave. As the tentacles close in, he decides his only shot is triggering his undying skill to force a recovery. Meanwhile, Taehyun is losing his mind on the surface, frustrated that the kid is pulling such reckless stunts. Just as our boy is about to hit rock bottom, Taehyun dives in, scolding him for being such a headache. They cut through the water in a frantic rush to escape the crushing pressure of the deep. Soo-hyun looks completely dumbfounded, barely processing that his guild leader actually came down to save his sorry hide. Taehyun hauls him up, lecturing the kid about how he treats his own life like it's some trash tier loot. He demands Soo-hyun fix that lone wolf habit of his because trying to solo everything is just plain stupid. When asked how he even got here, Taehyun explains that the Gambler Guild's disappearance forced them onto the boats. Turns out a massive explosion rocked their ship, but he couldn't just sit back while Soo-hyun was in danger. As they swim away, Taehyun reassures him that the blinded beast won't be following them anytime soon. Meanwhile, the rest of the hunters stare at the massive kraken, wondering if this nightmare can even be killed. The veteran hunters are losing their minds because the raid leader and the Gambler Guild just vanished. They suddenly sense someone approaching and turn around, hoping for some actual answers to this mess. Our boy Soo-hyun steps out of the shadows, looking like he has seen way too much for one day. He recalls the trash tier dump guild assassin who was laughing like a maniac while triggering the disaster. These bottom feeders did not just show up to watch. They were ready to slaughter everyone in the chaos. The assassin finished his ritual, plunging his blade down to ensure the calamity would wake up hungry. Soo-hyun wraps up his explanation, leaving the rest of the group completely dumbfounded by the betrayal. The hunters realize the dump guild played them, but they still wonder why Soo-hyun tried to solo everything. He assures them that the kraken has a fatal flaw, and they can win if they actually cooperate. The hunters realize they look like amateurs, and finally agree to follow the regressors' lead before things get worse. Deep below, the kraken's massive eye twitches as it senses the sudden, coordinated surge of mana from above. The ancient terror lets out a muffled roar, completely unaware that its predictable movements are now its greatest liability. Taehyun steps up as the field commander, screaming for everyone to get their heads in the game right now. The first row of hunters unleashes a synchronized storm of elemental magic, lighting up the dark ocean depths. Their combined fire and ice spells slam into the beast, successfully drawing its attention away from the vulnerable backline. Massive explosions ripple across the kraken's thick hide, proving that even a calamity can bleed if hit hard enough. Taehyun grins as he sees the strategy working, immediately calling for the second row to prepare their follow-up. Our boy Soo-hyun calmly explains that the monster's lack of speed is the key to keeping everyone alive. The plan is simple. Keep the pressure on with long-range magic to keep the beast at bay. Taehyun realizes that while they can stall, actually putting this mountain of a monster down is impossible. Our boy Soo-hyun sits focused, desperately trying to recover his mana, while his allies buy him every second. Beams of pure energy continue to rain down, keeping the kraken's massive tentacles from reaching the shore. Seeing the strategy hold, Taehyun cheers them on, knowing they just need to last until their leader wakes up. Suddenly, a hunter spots something crazy, and shouts that someone is actually charging toward the calamity. Taehyun whips around, wondering if Soo-hyun managed to recover his strength way faster than anyone expected. Hes left dumbfounded when he realizes it isn't their ace moving out to finish the job. That arrogant hunter and his squad are rushing in, completely ignoring the plan and risking everyone's lives. The arrogant hunter leads his squad in a reckless charge, shouting for them to keep attacking the beast. The support team hesitates, worried that their magic barrage will end up hitting their own allies. Seeing the chaos, Taekyun orders a total ceasefire to prevent a disaster while they monitor the situation. This trash-tier veteran mocks our boy's talent, convinced he's the one destined to slay the calamity. His smug attitude disappears instantly when he realizes his best strike didn't even slow the monster down. He stares in disbelief at the shallow scratches, realizing the beast's hide is far tougher than he imagined. The Kraken's massive red eye fixes on him, unleashing a wave of killing intent that paralyzes his soul. A deafening roar echoes across the beach as the monster opens its terrifying maw to end the intrusion. The sheer spiritual pressure is so overwhelming that the nearby hunters begin collapsing from intense nausea. Forced to his knees, the arrogant hunter finally understands that he's just a bug to this ancient terror. The Kraken's wails are absolute poison, turning this veteran's mana into a chaotic, destabilized mess inside his own body. Realizing he is way out of his league, he desperately tries to order a retreat before everyone gets slaughtered. Suddenly, a dark shadow looms over him, making the trash-tier hunter freeze in pure, unadulterated confusion. A flash of blue energy tears through the air as our boy finally decides to make his move. The sheer speed of the strike leaves the veteran dumbfounded, unable to even track the lethal movement. Soo-hyun calmly walks forward, his footsteps echoing with a heavy pressure that completely dwarfs the monster's killing intent. The hunter tries to play it cool, stammering about how quickly our boy recovered from his previous injuries. With a cold, glowing gaze, Soo-hyun asks the pathetic man if he truly has a death wish today. Terrified, the veteran tries to plead for his life, realizing too late that he messed with the wrong person. Our boy does not want to hear it and delivers a brutal reality check right to the man's smug face. A massive shockwave sends the trash-tier hunters flying as the battlefield turns into a complete disaster zone. One of the raid hunters looks on in pure horror, realizing their meager strength is absolutely useless here. Our boy tells the terrified group to head toward the main squad, while he handles the heavy lifting. Soo-hyun ignites his mana, summoning the divine bird of blue fire to incinerate everything in its path. The massive flaming avian dives straight for the Kraken calamity, clashing with the ancient terror of the deep. It aims directly for the monster's glowing red eye, hoping to blind the beast in one clean strike. Blue flames erupt across the creature's hide as the divine bird delivers a punishing blow to its massive head. Taking advantage of the distraction, Soo-hyun leaps through the air, closing the distance with lethal intent. He positions himself perfectly before the Kraken's eye, ready to end this nightmare once and for all. Even though he draws blood, our boy realizes the beast instinctively moved, causing his strike to narrowly miss. Our boy notes that his previous strike did nothing but piss the ancient beast off. He realizes that with the monster thrashing like a madman, a sneaky approach is off the table. A massive tentacle looms overhead, threatening to crush him into the seafloor with its sheer weight. Soo-hyun takes a deep breath, accepting that he has no choice but to go all out. He decides to systematically dismantle the terror by carving through its massive limbs one by one. Taekyun watches in pure shock, dumbfounded that Soo-hyun is slicing through hide they couldn't even scratch. The surrounding hunters are still reeling from the creature's spiritual wails, barely keeping their feet. Taekyun stares blankly, realizing the massive gap in power between a regular hunter and a true monster. He warns his men to stay back, knowing they would only get in the way of that slaughter. Everyone watches as Soo-hyun prepares to end the raid, his blue flames burning with absolute authority. Our boy Soo-hyun moves like a blur, making every other hunter's previous confidence look like a total joke. Standing in the surf, Juhu finally realizes his skills are trash tier compared to that overwhelming blue flame. Taekyun approaches the veteran, telling him it is finally time to face the harsh reality of their situation. He explains that Soo-hyun is cut from a different cloth, destined to become the world's strongest awakener. Taekyun warns that trying to keep up with a monster like that will only end in total despair. To those standing too close, Soo-hyun's brilliance is a blinding light that can utterly consume their spirits. He offers Juhu a place in his guild, suggesting they stick together as fellow ordinary people. Taekyun remains silent for a moment, reflecting on the terrifying gap that separates them from true greatness. He knows the truth as he watches Soo-hyun fearlessly charge back into the fray against the massive beast. With a wet thud, more of the calamity's limbs are severed, proving that the slaughter is far from over. Our boy stares down the massive beast, declaring that its reign of terror ends right here and now. The monster reveals its hideous maw, but it's nothing compared to the hell Soo-hyun has already survived. He leaps into the air, his blue flames flickering as he targets the creature's most vulnerable spots. The Kraken's eye widens in pure agony as it realizes it's no longer the predator in this ocean. A blinding streak of blue mana tears through the darkness, cleaving the calamity's massive form in two. His master swordsmanship shines through the chaos, leaving nothing but a trail of azure fire in its wake. With one final, explosive burst of power, the underwater nightmare is reduced to a heap of shredded meat. Soo-hyun lets out a long, weary breath, the adrenaline finally starting to fade after such a brutal encounter. He wipes the grime from his face, complaining that the beast's blood smells just as foul as he remembered. Nearby, The veteran hunter sits in stunned silence, completely broken by the sheer scale of Soo-hyun's overwhelming power. Lee Kang-hee groans as he finally regains consciousness. His head still ringing from the Kraken's earlier assault, he rubs his eyes and wonders if he passed out, only to realize someone is looming over him. It's our boy Soo-hyun, looking absolutely terrifying with those glowing blue eyes and a face devoid of any mercy. Soo-hyun stares him down and asks if he has anything he wants to say to the surviving hunters. The guildmaster scrambles up in a panic, desperately asking if the massive calamity has actually been defeated. Surrounded by the silent crowd, Soo-hyun's presence is so heavy that the air itself feels like it's thickening. Realizing the threat is gone, the trash tier leader immediately shifts gears to calculate the raid's potential profits. He begins shamelessly arguing that his guild deserves the most loot since they supposedly dealt the most damage. For a guy like him, the lives lost don't matter as much as the exploits they can take home. Soo-hyun's gaze turns even colder as he asks one more time if the man truly has nothing else to say. Lee Kang-hee realizes he is in deep trouble as Soo-hyun's killing intent begins to suffocate the entire area. Our boy doesn't wait for a response and moves with a speed that completely defies human logic. He reminds the trash tier master that his blatant selfishness nearly cost every single hunter their lives today. Gritting his teeth in a fit of rage, the guild leader refuses to accept a rookie looking down on him. He throws a desperate, clumsy punch while screaming, but Soo-hyun doesn't even bother to flinch at the strike. Soo-hyun catches the fist effortlessly, noting that he actually wanted to give the man a final chance to apologize. He lifts the coward into the air by his own hand, proving that seniority means nothing against absolute power. The man pathetically screams for release, threatening to report this assault to the association to save his pride. Soo-hyun just tells him to go right ahead while looking at him like he is nothing more than a bug. He explains that leadership isn't just about taking command, but carrying the heavy responsibility for every life lost. Soo-hyun reminds the coward that leaders who prioritize loot over lives forfeit their right to lead. He draws his blade, stating that someone this dangerous to their own allies deserves an immediate execution. Our boy looks him dead in the eye and coldly tells the trash tier master to just die. The nearby hunters are left dumbfounded, watching as the atmosphere turns suffocatingly heavy under Soo-hyun's killing intent. A sharp whistle of wind follows as his sword flashes toward the man's exposed throat. Lee Kang-hee is paralyzed with fear, realizing just how close he came to meeting his maker. Soo-hyun tells Taekyun that he had to instill true terror to prevent the man from harming others later. Taekyun observes that the guildmaster's reputation is officially trashed, making his retirement from the scene inevitable. Clapping his hands, Soo-hyun commands the group to wrap things up and prepare to leave the area. While Mir rests on his shoulder, Soo-hyun ponders the Lich King's next move and his own future plans. Soo-hyun realizes he needs to check on Park Ji-yeon because the dump guild is packed with absolute powerhouses. We jump back a few hours before the raid's success to see Ji-yeon already deep in the trenches. The battlefield is a chaotic mess of dust and debris as the high-tier combatants trade lethal blows. A Reaper enforcer lunges forward, his spiked brass knuckles whistling through the air with bone-crushing intent. Ji-yeon barely flinches, her movements a blur as she weaves through the brute's reckless and heavy-handed assault. The enforcer grows desperate, realizing his target is far more dangerous than any ordinary hunter he's faced before. She triggers her shadow assimilation skill, melting into the darkness to completely nullify the man's next strike. Before he can even process where she went, Ji-yeon reappears like a vengeful ghost right in his blind spot. Looking him dead in the eye, she coldly declares that his time has officially run out. With a single, fluid motion, she delivers a lethal slash that puts an end to the trash tier enforcer's life. The enforcer smirks, activating a specialized skill that grants him absolute immunity to all physical damage. Ji-yeon continues her relentless assault, but the brute remains unfazed, confident that her blade cannot pierce his skin. He acknowledges her speed is impressive but remains certain that such a high-level technique must have its limits. While tracking her movements, the thug assumes her shadow-based powers are bound by a very strict time limit. Spotting what he thinks is a gap in her defense, the enforcer believes he has finally found his opening. He lunges forward with a heavy strike, forcing Ji-yeon to take the impact of his massive, bone-crushing power. The force of the blow rattles her, making Ji-yeon realize that a clean hit would be absolutely fatal. The enforcer doesn't let up, swinging again with the intent to completely shatter her fragile human frame. She quickly concludes that his insane durability makes her current attacks nothing more than a waste of energy. Realizing she's cornered, our girl decides it's time to pull out a hidden trump card to end this. Our girl finally draws her jagged black blade, ready to slice through this tank's massive ego. She moves like a blur, her shadow-infused strike cutting deep into the enforcer's seemingly impenetrable defense. The bald thug is actually impressed, wondering if that wicked blade is her secret trump card. He retaliates with a ground-shattering punch, but Ji-yeon effortlessly dances away from the massive shockwave. This battle-hungry freak is actually having the time of his life, begging her for more entertainment. Suddenly, His grin vanishes when he realizes something is horribly wrong with his own body. Ji-yeon just stands there, looking completely bored, as if she's already calculated his inevitable defeat. She tells him it's useless to continue because the outcome was decided the moment she drew her sword. The enforcer refuses to accept it, desperately trying to bait her back into a trash-tier brawl. Our girl just gives a casual shrug, totally dumbfounded that he still thinks he has a chance. The Reaper enforcer is absolutely livid, screaming about how she dare ignore his presence. He decides to force her hand, lunging forward with every bit of trash-tier strength he has left. Even with a full power strike, our girl just leans back, making his desperate punch look like child's play. Suddenly, the big guy freezes mid-motion, his eyes wide with a sudden, gut-wrenching realization. He is completely dumbfounded as his own body refuses to obey. Locked in place by some invisible force, panic sets in as he gasps for air, wondering what kind of monster he actually picked a fight with. His legs finally give out, sending him crashing to the floor while Ji-yeon just watches him crumble. Her cold gaze pierces right through him, showing that she never even considered him a real threat. She calmly walks toward her broken opponent, each step sounding like a death knell in the silent room. Standing over him, she looks down at the pathetic enforcer, who is now shaking like a leaf. Ji-yeon stares him down, mockingly asking if she hadn't already warned him about this inevitable outcome. The enforcer is left gasping for air as our girl casually lifts his chin to face his failure. She looms over him like a true reaper, coldly stating that his time has officially run out. A wave of pure agony washes over the big guy as his internal systems start to haywire. He panics, realizing his defense skills are dead, and his body is completely locked in place. Ji-yeon just smirks, asking if he's dying to know why his own mana has turned against him. She reveals her secret weapon, a jagged blade that she only pulls out for special trash-tier occasions. Turns out, this nasty piece of work distorts mana, slowly suffocating the target from the inside out. The enforcer finally connects the dots, realizing he was doomed the second her blade first drew blood. Now that he's neutralized, Ji-yeon grips his throat to start her own gritty interrogation session. The enforcer's eyes dart around in terror as he realizes he's completely at the mercy of a total monster. Ji-yeon stares him down with ice in her veins, demanding to know the identity of his boss. When he stays silent, she starts tenderizing his face, screaming for him to just talk already. His head bounces off the concrete as she demands to know who exactly is pulling the strings. She's losing her patience, her face twisting into a mask of pure rage as she repeats the question. Another heavy blow lands, but it seems like this trash-tier goon is tougher than he initially looked. Suddenly, a bloody smirk creeps across his face, showing he's not nearly as broken as he should be. He just chuckles through the pain, mockingly claiming he hasn't got the slightest clue who his boss is. Instead of begging for life, he has the audacity to invite her to join the dump guild instead. Ji-yeon isn't interested in career changes, so she raises her blade to end his miserable life right then. Ji-yeon's blade is inches from the kill when a hand suddenly clamps down on her wrist. Seokjin steps in, telling his guildmaster to cool it before she ruins their only lead. He reminds her that this trash-tier enforcer is a dump guild higher up, with way too much intel. Ji-yeon glares at him, clearly not happy about being told to let her prey go so easily. Seokjin doesn't blink, knowing that killing the guy now would flush their entire mission down the drain. She stays silent for a moment, the weight of her rage battling against her tactical common sense. Finally, she lets out a long breath, forcing her bloodlust back into the shadows where it belongs. She fixes her hair and offers a half-hearted apology for getting so worked up over a nobody. They start discussing their next move, but the bloodied goon on the floor just can't stay quiet. When he starts whining about her butting in, she shuts him up with a brutal kick to the teeth. The trash-tier enforcer hits the wall hard after Ji-yeon's brutal kick sends him flying across the room. Seokjin notes that Soo-hyun's intel is dead on, especially regarding the blue dungeon opening in the States. The goon's eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes the Dump Guild's terror plans are already leaked. While Seokjin checks on the status of the Busan raid, he realizes their mysterious ally is always steps ahead. The enforcer panics, wondering if his own team was snatched up by Soo-hyun before they could even move. He realizes our boy isn't just some rookie, he's a monster who somehow knows every detail of their operation. Ji-yeon stands tall, feeling the weight of the situation as the scale of the conspiracy starts to unfold. The bloodied enforcer tries to move his fingers, but his body is completely broken from the one-sided beatdown. He knows he has to stall for time, or his boss' grand plan will crumble before it even starts. Ji-yeon remains dumbfounded, unable to fathom how a single hunter could possess such high-level, prophetic information. The enforcer finally connects the dots, realizing why everything has gone so sideways for his crew. Seokjin and Ji-yeon exchange a look, wondering if the trash-tier goon has finally snapped under the pressure. Suddenly, the enforcer bursts into a fit of hysterical laughter that echoes through the cold, empty warehouse. Ji-yeon watches him with a cold stare, questioning if the beatdown actually scrambled his brains for good. He catches his breath and points out the sheer irony of their secret alliance with the Dump Guild. The enforcer mocks them, noting how they're essentially working with the enemy to destroy their own kind. Seokjin is left dumbfounded, his face tightening as he realizes their top-secret plan isn't so secret anymore. He explains that only a handful of high-ranking members should even know that the script exists. The enforcer's eyes narrow as he admits that Kim Soo-hyun is the only real threat they face. He warns them that if they aren't careful, they'll all end up dancing in our boy's palm. The enforcer realizes his only play is to pit the Reaper Guild against our boy to save himself. He tries to strike a deal, claiming that Kim Soo-hyun is playing both sides like a fiddle. If they take out the biggest threat first, he promises to spill every secret about his trash-tier guild. Seokjin is left dumbfounded by the claims but prepares to end the interrogation right then and there. He draws his blade, refusing to trust a murderer who claims Soo-hyun is a backstabbing traitor. The enforcer doubles down, warning that if they lose their only lead, the Dump Guild vanishes forever. Seokjin tells Ji-yeon to ignore the noise, convinced the prisoner is just trying to spark a civil war. Ji-yeon stays silent, her mind racing as she weighs the possibility that the enforcer might be right. Seokjin finally snaps, and demands they summon Soo-hyun and the rest of the guild to settle this. Ji-yeon agrees, because regardless of the lies, she needs to know how Soo-hyun knows so much. Seokjin nods firmly, finally deciding to put an end to this trash-tier interrogation once and for all. The enforcer laughs hysterically, offering to become their loyal spy if they just agree to kill Soo-hyun. Seokjin stares him down with pure contempt, telling the prisoner that he is gravely mistaken about their resolve. Ji-yeon smirks with a chilling gaze, making it clear she would rather die than ever partner with a murderer. She vows to annihilate the Dump Guild, even if it means starting over by taking out Soo-hyun himself. Tires screech against the cold pavement as a high-end ride pulls into the desolate industrial docks. The red sports car drifts through the shipyard, carrying the one man who holds all the answers. Our boy Soo-hyun steps out of the car, looking completely unbothered by the late-night summons to this location. Seokjin greets him but keeps things vague, insisting it will be faster for him to see the truth personally. Soo-hyun follows him into the dark building, wondering if the guild finally managed to corner the elusive Ji-yeon. A cold blade flashes through the darkness, signaling that the pleasantries are officially over. Seokjin demands to know what the hell is going on as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. Our boy finds himself at the center of a lethal circle, with multiple blades pressed against his throat. He remains calm even as he's told that a serious explanation is required for his recent stunts. From the shadows, Park Ji-yeon manifests her terrifying presence, her eyes glowing with a lethal purple light. The very air seems to fracture as her dark mana begins to swallow the entire room. Soo-hyun instantly recognizes the shadow assimilation skill, a high-tier ability that lets the user become one with darkness. He realizes she's using the power to freely transform her body and the environment into a living weapon. It's rare to see someone shroud an entire warehouse, effectively hiding the presence of every assassin in the room. Ji-yeon admits she only brought him here because the trash-tier prisoner mentioned something that piqued her interest. The trash-tier assassin Ethan mocks our boy, claiming he was actually a secret member of the Dump Guild. Even with a blade at his throat, Soo-hyun calmly agrees that he isn't the type to be easily swayed. Park Ji-yeon steps through the shadows, demanding to know what his true end goal actually is. She admits a single nagging question has been eating at her since they crossed paths. Ji-yeon stares him down, wondering how a supposed rookie obtained top-secret intel that only guild elites should know. Her gaze sharpens as she prepares to verify if he's a traitor or just incredibly well-informed. She demands the source of his information, leaving no room for his usual tactical deflections. Looking at the laughing Ethan, Soo-hyun realizes this battle maniac is just trying to spark a deadly confrontation. Our boy sighs, thinking a simple answer might end this. But the truth is far too complicated. He remembers the desperate souls from his past life, knowing Ji-yeon would never believe he's a regressor. Surrounded by blades, Soo-hyun realizes Ethan has successfully backed him into a corner where words carry heavy weight. He knows a simple lie won't save him now, and will only haunt his future plans if he fails. Ji-yeon loses her patience, telling him to stop calculating and start talking before things get even messier. Our boy decides to reclaim the lead, promising to provide undeniable proof that he isn't a Dump Guild rat. Ji-yeon remains skeptical, demanding to know exactly why he's keeping the source of his information a secret. He maintains his composure, explaining that while they share interests, he isn't obligated to reveal every single card. To prove his sincerity, he suggests she accompanies him home alone to see the evidence for herself. The atmosphere turns lethal as the sharp edge of a blade draws blood from his neck. Seokjin calls the proposal a joke, but Soo-hyun remains unfazed, knowing only the guildmaster's opinion truly matters. The surrounding guards grow restless, shouting that this is clearly a trap designed to let him escape their grasp. The tension is thick enough to cut as they lock eyes in a silent, lethal battle of wills. Ji-yeon finally blinks first, raising her hand to signal her restless guards to stand down for now. She decides to take the gamble, telling our boy to lead the way to his supposed proof. One of her subordinates panics, shouting that this is way too risky and clearly a trash-tier trap. Jiyeon remains unfazed, calmly telling her crew not to worry because she can handle any potential betrayal. Her gaze turns murderous as she warns that she will end his life if he is playing games. Moments later, the cold guildmaster finds herself standing in a regular hallway, looking completely dumbfounded. Soo-hyun's mother greets him with a radiant smile, thrilled to see her son after his long absence. The mood shifts instantly when she spots the guest, eagerly asking who the beautiful woman is. Before he can even speak, his mom's imagination runs wild, assuming Jiyeon is his new girlfriend. Mom aggressively shakes Jiyeon's hands, gushing about how our boy finally brought home such a beautiful girlfriend. The legendary guildmaster is completely out of her element, sweating as she faces a mother's overwhelming energy. She is used to life or death battles, but this domestic ambush has her feeling more cornered than any monster. Mom brings out a massive feast, insisting that a special guest deserves nothing less than her best cooking. She laughs off her earlier outburst, admitting she just couldn't contain her joy at seeing her son's friend. As she places a choice piece of meat on the bowl, she tells her to eat up and enjoy. Jiyeon stares at the simple gesture, her cold exterior cracking under the weight of such genuine, motherly kindness. Seeing that warm, sincere smile, Jiyeon realizes this home is a world away from her gritty hunter life. She falls silent, perhaps reflecting on the family warmth she lost or never truly had in her past. With a respectful bow, the lethal assassin softly offers her thanks, finally letting her guard down for a moment. Park Ji-yeon takes a bite, the simple home-cooked meal tasting far better than she ever expected. Our boy watches his mother beam with pride while enjoying a rare, peaceful moment with her. He laughs, feeling the heavy burden of his past lives lift slightly in this warm, domestic atmosphere. Park Ji-yeon goes quiet, her sharp eyes scanning the room as she processes this alien sense of belonging. For the first time, a genuine, soft smile touches her lips, acknowledging the kindness she rarely sees. Later in his room, she admits the food was incredible, noting his surprisingly strong family bond. Soo-hyun asks if this domestic scene finally proves he isn't some trash-tier criminal from the dump guild. She remains unconvinced, arguing that even the worst monsters can have people they truly care about. Realizing talk is cheap, he sets his drink down, deciding it's time for a more direct approach. Without a word, he starts stripping, leaving the lethal guildmaster completely dumbfounded by his sudden move. Jiyeon is completely flustered, screaming at our boy for suddenly stripping down right in front of her. Soo-hyun calmly explains that since dump guild trash always carry tattoos, his clean skin proves his innocence. He even offers to drop his pants for total transparency, making the lethal guildmaster sigh in exhaustion. She finally caves, admitting that someone with such a strong family bond couldn't be one of those monsters. While getting dressed, Soo-hyun pushes his luck and asks what really happened between her and that criminal guild. Jiyeon shuts him down immediately, claiming their alliance is strictly business and she owes him no secrets. Our boy just scratches his head, hoping that they can eventually reach a level of complete, genuine trust. The sheer absurdity of his honesty actually makes her break out into a rare, genuine fit of laughter. However, the mood shifts instantly as she retreats into her thoughts, haunted by a past she cannot escape. Her mind drifts back 2 years to her days as a solo hunter, long before the Reaper Guild existed. A random hunter named Kim Ki-hyun approaches her, admitting he's been keeping an eye on her skills. He quickly clarifies he isn't some creep, just a solo player looking to form a temporary party. The association allowed independent entries, but without a leader, the forest was becoming a total death trap. He insists that sticking together is their best bet for survival in this chaotic, uncoordinated mess. Ji-yeon doesn't even blink, coldly rejecting his offer before walking away without a second thought. The guy is left completely dumbfounded, sweating as his trash-tier social skills fail him once again. His actual teammates call him over, signaling that it's finally time to head into the fray. While he runs back to his group, Ji-yeon continues her solitary path, unbothered by the surrounding noise. Inside the dungeon, the chaos erupts as hunters clash with a swarm of green reptilian monsters. Amidst the carnage, Ji-yeon charges forward, her eyes locked on the target with cold, murderous precision. Ki-hyun carves through the reptilian trash, realizing these monsters are way tougher than they look. He catches his breath, admitting to himself that this dungeon crawl is turning into a real grind. Suddenly, he senses a chilling presence nearby, and turns to see the absolute carnage ahead. There stands Ji-yeon, surrounded by a mountain of corpses she dismantled with terrifying, cold efficiency. The rest of the squad catches up, completely floored by the sheer number of kills she racked up solo. His teammate brings up the earlier rejection, noting that a monster like her clearly doesn't need any help. Watching her walk away, they realize she's just cut from a different cloth than these average hunters. Ki-hyun sighs, wishing he could roll with a beauty like her instead of his current dull teammates. A massive hunter named Wushik snaps him out of his daydream, wondering what's going through his head. Our boy just stares off, unable to shake the feeling that Ji-yeon is carrying a heavy, mysterious burden. Ji-yeon walks away, leaving a trail of isolation that even the onlookers can feel. Back in the thick of it, Ki-hyun struggles to keep his head in the game against these trash-tier monsters. He is clearly off his rhythm, barely holding back a strike that should have been an easy parry. Suddenly, his movements falter as he realizes his focus is completely shot from thinking about that mysterious woman. His teammate tries to cover for him, blasting the area with fire while questioning his strange behavior. She screams a warning as a monster lunges at his blind spot, but he is too slow to react. Thankfully, Wushik steps in with a massive shield bash, pulverizing the creature before it can land a hit. Blood splatters across our boy's face as he stands there dumbfounded, realizing how close he came to death. Wushik checks in on him, and Ki-hyun can only offer a weak apology for being so out of it. Even the big guy is left puzzled, wondering why their usually reliable lead is suddenly acting so fragile. Wushik delivers a sharp wake-up call, snapping Ki-hyun out of his dazed state with a heavy-handed slap. He tells our boy to quit stalling and just talk to the others if he's that bothered. Wushik gives a thumbs up, encouraging him to chase after the girl before he ends up regretting it. Ki-hyun pauses, realizing that his teammate is right and that he can't keep hiding his true feelings. With a newfound sense of resolve, he flashes a determined grin and thanks the big guy for the push. As the group moves deeper into the cavern, the echoes of battle begin to resonate through the walls. Elsewhere, Park Ji-yeon is a whirlwind of purple steel, carving through trash-tier reptilian soldiers with lethal precision. Her focus is absolute as she dances through the fray, her eyes locked onto her next scaly target. She remembers a time when survival was her only goal, back when she simply didn't want to die. But as a massive foot slams down, it's clear that her reasons for fighting have evolved since then. Park Ji-yeon stares down the hulking beast, reflecting on how she once didn't care about staying alive. The monster lunges, but she dances through the air, parrying the heavy strikes with her twin daggers. Even with her elite skills, this isn't some trash-tier fight, and the fatigue is taking its toll. She pushes her body to the limit, sliding across the dirt, while desperately searching for an opening. Our girl is completely gassed, realizing that the sheer fatigue is finally pinning her to the ground. The massive orc doesn't give her a second to breathe, closing in for a final, crushing blow. She looks up, her eyes wide as she realizes her body won't respond to her commands anymore. As she huddles on the ground, she wonders if this is where her journey finally ends. The beast looms over her like a shadow of death, raising its massive axe to finish her. Instead of panic, a strange calm washes over her as she prepares to accept the inevitable. Ji-yeon closes her eyes, fully prepared to leave this world behind, since she has no lingering attachments left. Suddenly, a strange sound catches her off guard, making her wonder if death is finally knocking at her door. She looks up, her eyes wide with confusion, as the expected killing blow never actually lands. The orc warrior looms over her, but a calm voice reminds her that soloing dungeons is a death sentence. Before the beast can strike, a massive impact sends dark blood spraying everywhere in a brutal display of power. A mysterious hunter stands before her, his presence alone shifting the entire flow of the desperate battle. Ji-yeon stares in utter shock, realizing this life-saving moment is burned into her memory forever. With the monster neutralized, Ki-hyun casually stands over the beast like it was just another trash-tier mob. He offers her a spot in his party, becoming the man who made her future possible. Ji-yeon is left completely dumbfounded, staring at the savior who just snatched her from the jaws of death. Ji-yeon smirks, the adrenaline of surviving that near-death encounter finally starting to settle in her chest. She tries to walk away, but Ki-hyun realizes he can't let a potential S-rank talent just slip away. He is completely dumbfounded when she gives him the cold shoulder, clearly not used to being rejected. Our boy starts chasing her through the tunnels, desperately yelling for her to wait and hear him out. Little did she know, a persistent shadow would start tailing her through every dark corner of the tower. It turns out Ki-hyun is cut from a different cloth, refusing to take no for an answer. He corners her again with a cheesy grin, insisting that their repeated meetings are nothing short of destiny. Even while she is sprinting away from giant insects, he is right on her heels pitching his guild. Whether she is battling the undead or clearing graveyards, his constant pestering becomes a daily occurrence. Exhausted after another solo kill, she wonders if she will ever catch a break from her persistent stalker. Ji-yeon recalls how he never stopped reaching out, leaving her completely dumbfounded by his relentless attitude. She eventually reached a point where his persistence made her realize he was cut from the same cloth. Taking Ki-hyun's hand felt like a massive gamble, but it was the start of her new life. After joining the guild, the cold isolation she once embraced began to slowly fade away into the past. She follows behind as our boy Ki-hyun leads his rowdy crew through the city like a family. Even when the other hunters started bickering like children, she found their trash-tier arguments strangely comforting. Wushik asks how the situation was handled, and Ki-hyun casually confirms that everything went perfectly fine. Watching them walk off together, she realizes that being part of a team isn't so bad after all. She stands there for a moment, reflecting on how much her world has changed since that first meeting. Suddenly, someone calls her name, pulling her out of her thoughts and back to the mission. Our boy Ki-hyun and the crew wave her over, shouting for her to stop lagging behind and join them. Ji-yeon watches them with a faint smile, finally feeling the icy walls around her heart start to melt. She steps forward to join her new family, realizing she finally found a place where she truly belongs. Their journey takes them to the rugged rock dungeon, a place known for its brutal terrain and golems. She and Ki-hyun move in perfect sync, tearing through a massive stone guardian like it is trash-tier fodder. After the dust settles, Ki-hyun cheers her on, clearly impressed by how quickly his new recruit is growing. He gives her a playful head pat, a simple gesture that makes her feel a strange, warm connection. Later, they grab ice cream while checking the news about a fresh dungeon outbreak appearing in Suwon. As Ki-hyun rambles on, Ji-yeon finds herself lost in thought, wondering how long this peaceful life can last. She glances toward the horizon, knowing that whatever comes next, she won't have to face it alone anymore. Ki-hyun reads about the spike in missing hunters, but the news can't distract him from his companion. The two sit together under the falling petals, a rare moment of peace in their chaotic lives. Ji-yeon feels her heart racing again, unable to ignore the strange heat rising to her cheeks. She clutches her chest, wondering why this simple proximity is hitting harder than any dungeon boss. Their hands are inches apart, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a high-tier blade. It is driving her crazy, and she tries to hide her embarrassment by looking away from him. She questions why her heart won't stop pounding, while Ki-hyun notices her sudden change in mood. Our boy catches her eye, sensing that something is definitely up with his usually stoic recruit. Ji-yeon avoids his gaze, feeling completely exposed by the gentle atmosphere surrounding them. Ki-hyun just gives her a soft smile, silently reassuring her that she has finally found her home. Ki-hyun gently takes her hand, suggesting they spend some quality time together after tomorrow's dungeon raid. Our boy looks her in the eye, asking if she wants to go have some fun, just the two of them. Ji-yeon is completely dumbfounded, her face turning bright red as she processes this unexpected invitation. They sit together in the peaceful park, finally finding a moment of quiet before the storm. Little did they know, news of a serial killer targeting hunters would soon shatter this fragile peace forever. After the raid concludes, Ki-hyun is in high spirits, ready to finally start their long-awaited date. Ji-yeon is practically radiating intensity, her mind solely focused on the romantic evening she has planned. Even as they pack up their gear, she can't stop thinking about their time alone together. Suddenly, a voice interrupts Ki-hyun's thoughts, catching him completely off guard during their departure. Woo-shik and the rest of the party look on in confusion, wondering who would dare disturb their leader. A man claiming to be from the association explains he's currently investigating the recent string of hunter murders. Ki-hyun listens as the stranger mentions they are conducting on-site investigations and asks for their cooperation. Ji-yeon is internally fuming, wondering why this guy had to ruin their date with such terrible timing. Our boy Ki-hyun stays professional, asking the man exactly how they can help with the ongoing investigation. The mood shifts as the stranger's face goes dark, claiming they don't need to do much before striking. Ki-hyun is caught in a violent clash as the supposed official reveals his true, lethal intentions with a blow. The attacker is impressed Ki-hyun blocked the strike, while Ji-yeon angrily demands to know who he really is. The mysterious man brushes off her question with a smirk, his hand radiating a dangerous, fiery aura. He lunges forward again with a chilling smile, telling them to just call him a bit of sudden misfortune. Ki-hyun desperately shouts for Ji-yeon to stay alert as the situation turns into a life-or-death struggle. The fake agent unleashes a flurry of fiery strikes that force Ji-yeon onto the back foot immediately. He wears a twisted smirk, clearly finding her desperate attempts to keep up with his pace absolutely amusing. The nearby raid hunters are dumbfounded, unable to believe someone could actually counter Ji-yeon's legendary S-rank speed. Ki-hyun watches with a sinking feeling, knowing that despite appearances, his partner is being completely and utterly outclassed. Ji-yeon grits her teeth as she realizes the trash-tier disguise hides a monster who is always one step ahead. Every clash sends a jolt of terror through her, making her realize she is staring certain death in the face. Suddenly, the attacker halts his lethal momentum, his expression shifting as he decides on a sudden change of plans. With a chilling grin, he invites Ji-yeon to abandon her current path and join his new guild instead. Ji-yeon stands frozen as he explains that he needs elite lunatics to help him accomplish his dark, solitary goals. He finally reveals the name of his future organization, Dump, a group destined to be filled with absolute psychos. The stranger thinks she's qualified and asks if they should grow this new guild together. Ji-yeon isn't buying the offer and wonders what would happen if she simply decided to refuse. The mysterious man goes silent, his gaze turning cold as he evaluates her sudden defiance. He drops the friendly act, stating that if she won't join him, she's better off dead. Before he can strike, Ki-hyun lunges into the fray, refusing to let his partner face this monster alone. The agent just dances around the blade, clearly bored by Ki-hyun's desperate attempt to save her. Two more hunters jump in, but the agent just sighs at the hassle of dealing with trash-tier interference. Ki-hyun tells Ji-yeon to run while he buys time. Fully aware he's outmatched by this dangerous freak, Ji-yeon is dumbfounded when he refuses to leave her side, proving they really are cut from the same cloth. Ki-hyun orders his team to lock down the agent's skills, hoping a coordinated strike can bridge the gap. The fake agent realizes the current suppression isn't enough to stop the relentless assault from the guild leader. Ki-hyun lets out a guttural roar, pouring every ounce of his remaining mana into one final, desperate charge. He tries to distract the monster, but the agent just scoffs at the predictable moves of a lower-tier hunter. Ki-hyun demands to know why a supposed official is slaughtering the very people he is meant to protect. The assassin just stares back with dead eyes, claiming he needs no reason to erase trash like them. With a swift, mana-infused strike, the agent slams a fist into Ki-hyun, clearly annoyed by his persistent interference. Even with blood dripping from his lip, our boy Ki-hyun wears a chilling smile because the plan is working. He ignores the pain and wraps his arms around the agent, sacrificing his body to create a single opening. Ki-hyun screams for his partner to take the shot, knowing this is their only chance to end this. Emerging from the shadows, Ji-yeon prepares to deliver a lethal strike, while the target is finally pinned down. A purple flash cuts through the air as the ambush finally begins with a lethal strike. Ji-yeon lunges forward with lethal speed, her blade aimed straight for the assassin's exposed throat. The team watches in breathless silence, praying this desperate gambit is enough to tip the scales. The agent touches the shallow wound on his neck, annoyed that he actually bled for a change. Ji-yeon grits her teeth, knowing that a mere scratch won't be enough to put this monster down. She worries about her finishing power, but Ki-hyun reminds her they aren't fighting this battle alone. Right on cue, Wushik drops from above, pouring every ounce of mana into a flaming hammer strike. A massive explosion rocks the ground as the heavy weapon connects with a thunderous, earth-shaking boom. Yet, the dust clears to reveal the agent casually stopping the entire impact with a single hand. Our boy Wushik is completely dumbfounded, realizing the power gap between them is absolutely trash tier. The agent just smirks, telling them that their little games are officially over. Ji-yeon's mind flashes back to the moment he effortlessly knocked her out with a single, cold strike. She slowly opens her eyes, struggling to remember how she ended up face down on the cold ground. Suddenly, the fog clears, and her eyes widen as the brutal reality of the situation hits her. She finds herself in the arms of Ki-hyun, who is barely holding on while soaked in his own blood. He looks at her with a weak smile, just relieved to see that she's finally back among the living. Ji-yeon panics, demanding to know what kind of nightmare took place while she was out cold. She desperately calls out for the rest of the team, praying that someone, anyone, can still stand. But as she looks around the battlefield, her heart sinks into her stomach at the sight before her. Our boy Wushik and the others are scattered across the dirt, looking like trash-tier leftovers after a slaughter. Ji-yeon is dumbfounded, holding Ki-hyun's mangled body, while a mocking voice calls their bond tear-jerking. The weight of the situation sinks in as her eyes start to glow with a lethal purple light. Standing amidst the carnage is the fake association agent, looking like he just finished a light workout. She glares at the trash-tier assassin, knowing he is the one who turned her team into a bloodbath. Consumed by pure hatred, she screams that she will never forgive him and promises to end his life. Suddenly, a weak, blood-stained hand reaches out to stop her from doing something suicidal. Ki-hyun coughs up blood, desperately pleading with her to leave him behind and run for her life. He presses a necklace into her palm, insisting that she is the only one with enough power to escape. His strength finally fails, and his hand slides into the growing pool of blood on the cold ground. Despite the agony, they both struggle to their feet, preparing for a final, desperate stand against the monster. Ki-hyun stands his ground despite his wounds, resolved to buy enough time for his comrade to escape the slaughter. Ji-yeon hesitates, her heart breaking as she realizes this might be the last time she sees her friend alive. He screams for her to leave immediately, knowing every second she wastes brings them both closer to death. With tears in her eyes, she flees while Ki-hyun charges headfirst into the glowing assassin's overwhelming power. Back in the present, she admits she escaped alone and never found a single trace of him afterward. Clutching the necklace he left behind, she begs Soo-hyun to finally stop hiding the truth from her. Soo-hyun stares back with those cold eyes, realizing she is finally ready to face the world's dark reality. She demands to know the identity of the monster leading the dump guild, the one responsible for everything. A memory of a burning city flashes by, where Ki-hyun once cradled a fallen ally amidst the hellish flames. Finally, our boy takes a step forward and agrees to reveal the name she has been searching for. Our boy begins to reveal that the mastermind behind the dump guild is someone the world actually adores. In a buried memory, Ki-hyun desperately struggles against a man draped in crimson robes and suffocating spiritual pressure. This hidden monster is a first-generation awakened, one of the original few who shaped the New World Order. To the masses, he is a golden god of the silver screen, constantly hounded by adoring, screaming fans. He plays the role of the humble celebrity perfectly, masking his lethal nature behind a wall of camera flashes. Even the media is fooled, asking if the rumors about his massive charitable donations are actually true. Turns out, the famous Chinese Hollywood actor Huang Zunfeng is the devil leading the world's worst criminals. Hearing that a global icon is responsible for her trauma leaves Ji-yeon completely dumbfounded and shaking with intensity. Her eyes narrow as the sickening reality sets in, realizing how deep the Dump Guild's roots truly go. Staring at the mental image of her slaughtered comrades, she finally understands the scale of the monster she's fighting. Ji-yeon is completely crushed by the revelation, her head hanging low as the weight of the truth sinks in. She can't stop seeing the bloodied remains of Kim Ki-hyun, a man who deserved so much better. Tears finally spill over as she realizes the monster responsible for everything is the world's favorite movie star. She remembers his kind smile, a memory that now feels like a jagged blade twisting in her heart. The grief quickly turns into a cold, sharp focus as she identifies the one target she must kill. Her eyes burn with a lethal intensity, promising a slow and painful end for the one who took everything. Our boy stands up, telling her that if she hasn't moved yet, she must have a damn good reason. She tries to play it cool, claiming she doesn't want her emotions to mess up the mission. Kim Soo-hyun just watches her silently, knowing exactly what kind of hell is raging inside her soul right now. Even though she talks a big game, our boy realizes she's barely holding back her murderous rage. Our boy points out that Huang Junfeng is meticulous enough to hide his awakened powers from everyone. To the world, he is just a top-tier actor playing the part of a kind and humble celebrity. But once the cameras are off, the mask slips to reveal a calculating and dangerous mastermind. That trash-tier smile is just a tool he uses to manipulate the masses while he pulls the strings. He looks down on everyone like they are annoying bugs, proving he is cut from a different cloth. Kim Soo-hyun knows that rushing in now would just make their target disappear into the tower depths. They need a perfect plan to ensure the Dump Guild is wiped off the face of the earth. He decides to handle the dungeon terror attack himself, while the others strike the enemy heart. Park Ji-yeon remains silent, her mind already picturing the moment she finally tears that actor apart. The pieces are moving, and the countdown to the movie star final performance has officially begun. The executive enters the room, immediately questioning where their missing assassin, Ethan, has disappeared to. His colleagues couldn't care less, even joking that they're glad the annoying show-off is finally out of the picture. Mac River snaps at them, fearing that if Ethan was captured, their guild secrets are now completely exposed. Chloe Lafferty remains unimpressed, dismissing our boy as a mere nobody who isn't worth their precious time. As a high-ranking executive, Chloe's arrogance is backed by her lethal status within the criminal Star Guild. Mac River keeps his guard up, knowing that anyone capable of dropping Ethan is far from a trash-tier threat. Huang Zunfeng just laughs, finding the idea of a rookie causing them trouble utterly hilarious. Staring at his reflection, he admits it's a shame they missed their chance to kill Kim Soo-hyun earlier. He believes their only mission now is to keep stacking bodies until no opposition remains on the board. With a cold gaze, he prepares to squash those annoying insects in his own twisted and brutal way. Chloe watches the horizon, sensing that the perfect moment to strike is finally within their reach. Mac remains stoic, knowing that the splendid city they are targeting won't stand a chance against them. They find the idea of urban destruction thrilling, proving they are truly cut from the same villainous cloth. Meanwhile, a private jet glides through the sky, transporting our boy and his allies to their next destination. Hakjun is sweating bullets, feeling completely out of his league among the high-tier powerhouses in the cabin. The awkward silence is driving him crazy, making him wish someone would just say something already. He finds Seokjin way too scary to talk to, especially with that intimidating scar and cold demeanor. Jiyeon isn't any better, as her lethal aura makes it clear she isn't in the mood for small talk. Hakjun wonders what Soo-hyun is staring at, noticing how focused the regressor has been since they took off. Our boy is actually analyzing dungeon data, spotting a massive anomaly that didn't exist in his previous timeline. Hakjun finally gathers the courage to ask where they're actually headed, while our boy keeps a watchful eye. Soo-hyun casually drops the bombshell that their destination is America, leaving his companion completely dumbfounded. The mention of a blue dungeon opening stateside sends Hakjun into a total state of shock and panic. As their jet cuts through the clouds, Hakjun demands to know why such critical info was kept secret. Stepping into the massive terminal, the rookie's fear vanishes, replaced by the pure excitement of his first flight. Soo-hyun nearly slips up about his past timeline before quickly denying he has ever set foot in America. Hakjun wonders how a world-first event stayed under the radar, questioning why the media hasn't exploded with news. Our boy explains that the U.S. is gatekeeping the situation, though Hakjun fears a catastrophic outbreak is imminent. Despite having the most awakened on the planet, most American hunters are considered trash tier and lack real skills. They are desperate to prove they have the quality to match their quantity, using this dungeon as a stage. Hakjun is deeply unsettled, fearing that American pride will lead to innocent lives being lost in the dungeon. Our boy agrees that pride is worthless, comforting his subordinate, while Ji-yeon handles the necessary logistics. Ji-yeon steps away to make a high-stakes call, her expression hardening as she prepares to pull strings. She reaches out to a contact named Robert, knowing his influence is the key to their entry. Getting straight to the point, she mentions the Blue Dungeon to hook his interest with the potential merit. The group soon finds themselves in a private office, meeting with the medical guild's top brass face-to-face. Robert William greets them with a plastic smile, claiming to be a massive fan of the legendary S-ranker. Soo-hyun remembers Robert from the past timeline as a man dangerously obsessed with climbing the social ladder. When Ji-yeon offers to translate, Soo-hyun shocks the room by cutting in with surprisingly fluent English. He demands a spot in the Blue Dungeon raid, leaving Hakjun absolutely dumbfounded by his leader's hidden skills. Robert hesitates for a moment, weighing the massive risks of letting a foreign outsider into a top-secret dungeon. He sighs and admits that fulfilling such a bold request is nearly impossible under the current strict regulations. He reminds them that America takes pride in its own and rarely relies on foreign awakened forces. Our boy doesn't flinch, offering to hand over half of his personal raid merits as a sweet bribe. Robert nearly chokes on his tea, absolutely stunned that an S-ranker would offer up such a valuable reward. Soo-hyun just gives a cool smile, knowing this greedy guildmaster can't resist the lure of a massive payday. Robert breaks into a cold sweat as he calculates the immense political and financial power of those merits. He realizes that adding a powerhouse like Soo-hyun would turn his guild into legendary national heroes overnight. A trash-tier smirk creeps onto his face as he decides that half a share simply won't cut it. He puts on a fake professional act, pretending to worry about how the government might view the deal. Our boy drops some insider knowledge about America's S-rank shortage, leaving the greedy guildmaster completely dumbfounded. He paints a picture of the medical guild becoming national heroes if they manage to recruit him. Robert starts sweating buckets, terrified that this kid is actually reading his greedy mind like an open book. Seeing the hesitation, Kim Soo-hyun plays it cool and wonders aloud if his request was just too unreasonable. He starts to stand up, casually mentioning that he will just take his business to another guild instead. Robert panics instantly, lunging forward to stop our boy from walking out the door with his meal ticket. He quickly backtracks, claiming it was all a misunderstanding and that they will do whatever he wants. Kim Soo-hyun stops and decides to pivot, suggesting a high-stakes gamble that catches Robert off guard. He offers to fight for free if other S-rankers return, knowing full well the tower's current state, but if they do not show up, he demands every single merit and right the medical guild possesses. Robert is sweating bullets, weighing the massive risk against the potential reward of this crazy deal. He suddenly decides that Kim Soo-hyun is just a naive sucker, and gleefully accepts the high-stakes gamble. Eager to lock it in, he calls for the contract and asks Park Ji-yeon to act as mediator. Our boy looks down, struggling to hide the fact that he is leading this man straight to ruin. He literally has to cover his mouth to stop himself from laughing at Robert's misplaced confidence. Once the signatures are dry, the trap is set because Kim Soo-hyun already knows the future. Robert celebrates his supposed victory, foolishly believing that the missing S-rankers will eventually return. In reality, he is the one being played like a fiddle by a master of the timeline. Time skips forward as Kim Soo-hyun monitors the countdown for the upcoming Blue Dungeon raid. Robert begins to spiral into a panic, realizing that not a single hero has come back to save him. With 2 days left, the villains are laughing because they think our boy is walking into his own funeral. Huang Zunfeng sips his wine, absolutely delighted that his plan to bait the hero is working perfectly. A day before the raid, Park Ji-yeon sharpens her blade, her eyes cold and ready for the coming slaughter. Kim Soo-hyun pushes Choi Hak-jun to go faster, knowing they need every bit of strength to crush their enemies. Deep inside a remote forest in Los Angeles, the silence is about to be shattered by total war. Checking his watch, a high-ranking hunter notes they arrived early, but the tension is already through the roof. Jordan Rogers, the S-rank vice guildmaster of Maximum, stands ready to oversee this high-stakes dungeon operation. He asks his men if the Korean genius has arrived yet, clearly curious about the kid's legendary reputation. Even when mocked for trusting a rookie, Jordan stays silent, relying on the instincts that kept him alive. Nearby, Chloe Lafferty and Mac River wait in the shadows, prepared to turn this raid into a total bloodbath. Jordan reminds Chloe that our boy is the only one to ever conquer the level 10 trial. He emphasizes that they can't be picky, since this dungeon requires at least 5 S-rankers to survive. Chloe smugly reveals that her star guild brought along a mercenary who is supposedly on another level. She laughs about how eager he was to help, while Mac just stands there looking completely dumbfounded. Jordan can't help but wonder if Mac is just eccentric, or if Chloe is actually blackmailing the guy. He starts questioning if this mercenary is even worth the hype, or just another trash-tier addition. Things take a sharp turn when Jordan makes the fatal mistake of calling Chloe an old auntie. Chloe snaps instantly, unleashing a freezing aura and promising to end him if he says it again. Jordan isn't backing down and ignites his flames, claiming she was the one who started this mess. The surrounding tower players panic, realizing that getting between these two S ranks is a straight-up suicide mission. Amidst the chaos, our boy casually weaves through the crowd like he has somewhere much better to be. He walks directly into the center of the elemental storm, treating the lethal fire and ice like a breeze. Chloe is seeing red, promising to systematically crush Jordan's limbs for the disrespectful comment he just made. Jordan doesn't flinch, mockingly inviting her to give it her best shot while his flames roar even higher. The disrespect pushes Chloe over the edge, her murderous intent spiking as she prepares to end the argument permanently. Mac watches the disaster unfold, worried that their entire plan will fall apart if these two actually start swinging. A sudden, heavy command echoes through the air, instantly freezing the three elites in their tracks with pure shock. Soo-hyun finally steps in with a cold purple aura, making it clear that their little tantrum ends right now. Jordan is completely dumbfounded by the sheer weight of the magic power suddenly pressing down on him. Our boy steps out and introduces himself, offering to join the fray if they really want to continue. Realizing he's outclassed, Jordan immediately drops his guard and tells Chloe they need to pack it in. Mac steps in to play peacemaker, urging a fuming Chloe to just take a breath and calm down. With a frustrated click of her tongue, Chloe turns her back on the mess and starts walking away. Mac watches her go, his mind racing as he tries to process the monster that just appeared. Soo-hyun keeps his eyes on the pair, knowing exactly who these elites were in his past life. He watches the group depart, worried that the leader of the dump guild might change the script. If the big boss chooses the dungeon over the headquarters, it will be a whole different game. As they retreat, Mac asks if she felt that terrifying pressure, and she can only quietly agree. Chloe is fuming because she realizes our boy actually suppressed her magic like it was nothing. Mac realizes that if Soo-hyun could take out Ethan, their current strategy is basically trash tier. He decides to pivot, figuring they should prioritize killing Soo-hyun before dealing with Jordan's mess. Jordan tries to brush off the previous humiliation and decides to play nice with an official introduction. He offers a handshake, introducing himself as the Maximum Guild's vice leader, while Soo-hyun plays along. Jordan acts like a hero, claiming his only goal is to clear the dungeon without losing anyone. Soo-hyun just stares him down, bluntly telling him that he's vastly underestimating the nightmare they're entering. Looking at the glowing blue portal, he warns that surviving at all should be their only concern. Jordan just laughs it off, calling our boy a cautious genius, while clearly ignoring the life-saving advice. With his pride blinding him, he marches toward the gate, convinced his elite squad is untouchable. Soo-hyun watches Hakjun run over, silently noting that Jordan's massive ego is going to be their biggest liability today. Hakjun is clearly starstruck, asking if that really was the legendary Jordan Rogers who famously conquered the world's largest dungeon. He is practically buzzing with excitement, thrilled to be raiding alongside heavy hitters like Jordan and the Glacial Witch. The kid starts stretching to loosen up, feeling way too relaxed now that he thinks these elites have their backs. When Soo-hyun doesn't share the enthusiasm, Hakjun is left dumbfounded, wondering why our boy looks so damn serious right now. Soo-hyun knows a truth they can't even imagine, simply telling his ally it is time to move as they begin. Jordan stands before the swirling blue portal, completely unaware that his pride is leading him straight into a meat grinder. As the executives approach the gate, Soo-hyun realizes the Dump Guild's planned terror attack could let monsters devour everything. Visions of the previous apocalypse flash through his mind, fueling his resolve to prevent another city-level outbreak at any cost. He checks in with Hakjun one last time, making sure his loyal shadow remembers the grim instructions he gave earlier. Our boy and his loyal shadow stand before the gate, knowing dungeons always bring unexpected, lethal chaos. Soo-hyun reminds him that the real fight starts the second they step through that swirling blue mess. They dive headfirst into the portal, leaving the safety of the real world behind for this simulation. The system announces the grim rules, forcing them to find an exit or survive 10 days of hell. Deep in the jungle, Jordan starts getting twitchy and demands to know where the extra baggage went. Hakjun finds himself alone in the thick brush, looking around like a lost puppy in a death trap. Jordan looms over him, pressuring the kid to reveal where the hell Soo-hyun disappeared to so suddenly. The language barrier hits Hakjun like a truck, leaving him panicking and internally screaming for his leader's help. They both watch as Soo-hyun's presence completely vanishes, leaving them stranded and vulnerable in this green nightmare. Jordan realizes the situation is trashed here now. The two heavy hitters have already vanished into thin air. Chloe looks visibly shaken, wondering if Soo-hyun's sudden disappearance is the reason for her growing unease. Jordan doesn't have time for her nerves, sensing that the atmosphere in this jungle just turned lethal. Suddenly, a swarm of flying monsters descends from the canopy, signaling that the simulation's first trial has begun. Amidst the chaos, Mac River slips away, moving through the dense foliage with the grace of a professional. He stops dead in his tracks, his instincts screaming that a shadow is tailing him through the brush. He knows it isn't his allies, as none of them possess the sheer speed required to keep pace. Landing firmly, he demands his pursuer reveal themselves instead of playing games in the dark. Our boy Soo-hyun casually steps out, admitting he almost lost the slippery executive in the thick greenery. Mac tries to play it cool, claiming he was merely tasked with scouting the area for the group. Soo-hyun just smirks, calling out Mac River's blatant lie and suggesting that assassination was the real objective. Soo-hyun walks forward, pressuring Mac by mentioning his rank right under the big boss Hwang Jun-fung. Mac is completely dumbfounded, wondering how this random kid could possibly know the name of his secret leader. He tries to steady his breathing, rationalizing that the info must have leaked from that trash-tier failure Ethan. Our boy just smirks, noting that for an elite assassin, Mac is surprisingly bad at hiding his panic. Realizing talk is cheap, Mac gathers his wind mana, deciding that dead men can't share any guild secrets. He unleashes a flurry of high-speed slashes, aiming to turn the regressor into a pile of minced meat. Mac boasts about his unreachable speed, confident that a mere rookie could never hope to track his movements. He dives back in with a wind-boosted strike, screaming about how he is going to tear Soo-hyun apart. The executive goes full psycho, promising to slaughter everyone in the city just so Soo-hyun won't be lonely. Soo-hyun remains cold, calmly drawing his blade while revealing that he has been waiting for this exact moment. Soo-hyun lands a devastating blow, shredding through the wind defense like it is nothing but wet paper. Mac River coughs up blood, realizing his grand scheme was dead on arrival against a monster like our boy. Elsewhere, the raid turns into a bloodbath as the Beastmen army catches the trash-tier hunters off guard. Chloe Lafferty freezes the front line, while Jordan Rogers incinerates the rest, showing their elite powerhouse status. Choi Hak-jun watches the carnage in awe, dumbfounded by the sheer gap in power between himself and the top tiers. While Chloe acts as the party's unbreakable shield, Jordan serves as the spear, melting everything in their path. Not wanting to be dead weight, Hak-jun grips his blade and charges, refusing to lose to these mindless beasts. Jordan catches a glimpse of the kid's movements, his interest piqued by the raw desperation in his eyes. Even bloodied and battered, Hak-jun keeps swinging, proving he might actually have the spark of a true hero. Jordan stands over the corpses, unimpressed by the dungeon's difficulty while keeping a close eye on the rookie. Chloe walks with total confidence, claiming that their current raid party is easily the strongest in history. Jordan fully agrees, convinced that no dungeon on Earth could possibly stand against a group of this scale. Suddenly, Chloe's expression shifts into a chilling smirk as she mentions forgetting to share one tiny detail. Jordan is immediately suspicious, wondering what kind of nonsense the Ice Queen is about to spout now. His heart drops when she casually reveals that this entire dungeon raid is actually destined to fail. A massive surge of mana erupts instantly, as the two S-rank powerhouses finally turn on each other. The surrounding trash-tier hunters are blown apart, screaming in agony as the shockwave shreds through the forest. Hak-jun barely manages to brace behind his massive blade, realizing he'd be dead if he were any slower. Looking through the carnage, our boy realizes with pure horror that this wasn't a monster's doing. It's a total bloodbath as Chloe's ice clashes against Jordan's flames, turning the raid into a civil war. A desperate hunter screams for the Star Guild to help move their wounded comrades before they lose anyone else. Instead of helping, the trash-tier traders just stand there watching with cold, vacant stares that scream trouble. One of them finally steps forward, giving a chilling affirmation that they will help in their own twisted way. He drives a blade straight through the man's chest, proving these snakes were never on the same side. With a twisted grin, the trader announces that their true operation is finally underway as the real bloodbath begins. The forest turns into a slaughterhouse as the supposed allies begin butchering every regular hunter in sight. Hak-jun watches the madness unfold, completely dumbfounded by the sudden and brutal betrayal happening right before his eyes. He barely has time to process the horror before the traders lunge at him from every possible direction. Our boy tightens his grip on his blade, knowing he is the next big target on their hit list. The assassins realize he is no pushover and decide to swarm him together to finish the job quickly. Hak-jun stands there sweating, wondering why the hell the Star Guild is suddenly turning on their own allies. He suddenly remembers Soo-hyun's warning that the real battle would kick off the second they stepped inside. Realizing his leader predicted this mess, he shakes off the shock and steels his resolve for the fight. Our boy draws his massive blade, knowing that survival is the only thing that matters in this slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, Jordan Rogers is struggling to breathe as a jagged shard of ice encases his entire right limb. He curses his own stupidity for letting his guard down, realizing his dominant arm is now completely useless. As Chloe approaches through the mist, he wonders if this betrayal was a calculated move from the beginning. With blood dripping from his mouth, he demands to know what she is actually after behind this stunt. Chloe just laughs like a maniac, claiming he has no idea how deep her personal grudges actually run. Her eyes turn lethal as she screams about how long she has been waiting to finally end him. Jordan struggles against the freezing pressure, while Chloe mocks his desperate attempt to defend with a single limb. He knows his body is failing after the initial ambush, making a long, drawn-out battle a total death sentence. Relying on his elemental advantage, he decides to gamble everything on one final, explosive strike to break free. The Vice Guildmaster ignites his remaining mana, charging through the frost like a living comet of pure rage. Chloe doesn't flinch, summoning a localized blizzard of jagged ice to impale the incoming fire user. Jordan roars that her trash-tier ice can't stop him, determined to incinerate every frozen shard in his path. A massive pillar of fire erupts, completely vaporizing the obstacle as he pours his soul into the attack. However, he spots a chilling smile through the heat, realizing his opponent isn't even breaking a sweat. His heart sinks as he stares at the figure, realizing something is horribly wrong with his successful hit. Turns out he just wasted his final trump card on a hollow ice decoy, leaving him completely wide open. Chloe mocks him for only just realizing he's been played like a fiddle this entire time. Before he can even move, she completely freezes him solid, leaving our boy totally helpless. Jordan panics as the cold sets in, realizing she intentionally lured him into this lethal trap. He desperately asks how her guild expects to clear this high-rank dungeon without his help. Chloe just scoffs at his stupidity, finding his concern for the raid's success absolutely hilarious. She drops the bombshell that their actual plan is to ensure the entire raid fails miserably. Jordan screams that she's being ridiculous, unable to comprehend why anyone would want a dungeon outbreak. If they fail here, thousands of high-tier monsters will flood through the gate into the real world. With no S-rank heroes left in the country, the resulting massacre would be completely unstoppable. The entire country would fall into total chaos as major cities burn to the ground. Jordan desperately offers her all his merits, begging her to reconsider this madness before it's too late. Chloe just claps mockingly, finding his desperate attempt to negotiate with a traitor absolutely hilarious. She reaches for her collar, preparing to show him the dark truth behind her cold-blooded betrayal. Revealing the Dump Guild tattoo on her chest, she confirms she was never on his side. She leans in close to the ice, wondering aloud how many lives will be snuffed out today. Chloe bursts into laughter, absolutely loving the look of pure terror frozen on his face. Trapped in the ice, our boy realizes he isn't dealing with a human, but a literal monster. Her eyes glow with a twisted light as she admits that seeing despair is her greatest pleasure. She promises that once America is in ruins, his expression will be even more delicious to witness. As she turns to leave, Jordan finally steals his resolve, knowing he must stop this catastrophe. Chloe leaves Jordan frozen in a block of ice, mockingly promising to see his despair later when everything falls. Sensing the shift in mana, our boy sprints through the woods, desperate to stop the impending slaughter. He knows if he doesn't reach the raid party in time, everyone will be cut from the same cloth. Back at the clearing, Chloe waits impatiently, her boredom showing as the massacre unfolds around her. Trash-tier assassins from the Dump Guild continue their work, mercilessly gutting the unsuspecting hunters from behind. The surviving hunters are huffing and puffing, realizing too late that their supposed allies are actually monsters. Mac River wipes the sweat from his brow, thinking the cleanup is almost finished and the trap is set. Chloe looks down at the carnage, wondering where the real prize is hiding while her goons finish the job. She screams for the boss to show himself, eager to see if he's as strong as the rumors say. Getting frustrated by the silence, she sighs, annoyed that their target is taking so long to arrive. Chloe follows her boss for the thrills, but his obsession with secrecy is starting to get under her skin. She worries that if the Dump Guild gets targeted, their leader will abandon her and the Star Guild instantly. When she hears footsteps, she complains that Mac River is much later than she originally expected him to be. She begrudgingly admits that Soohyun must have been a lot stronger than they initially gave him credit for. Her heart drops when a voice apologizes for being late, realizing the person standing there isn't her partner. Our boy Soohyun casually strolls into the clearing, looking like he just finished a light stroll instead of a battle. He looks over the frozen remains of his enemies, feeling a bit of regret for not arriving sooner. Chloe is completely dumbfounded, unable to wrap her head around the fact that Mac River was actually defeated. Even the executive himself is forced to acknowledge that he was totally outclassed by our boy's overwhelming skills. A violent pillar of mana surges forth as Soohyun prepares to clean up the rest of this trash-tier guild. Soohyun locks eyes with the enemy, his gaze cold and filled with a lethal intent that screams trouble. Chloe is absolutely fuming, her frustration boiling over as she realizes her perfect plan is falling apart. She screams for her subordinates to ignore everyone else and focus all their firepower on killing Soohyun first. The trash-tier assassins try to retreat, but Hakjun slams his massive blade down to block their only exit. Our boy's loyal ally stares them down, coldly asking who gave them permission to just walk away. One of the veteran assassins grinds his teeth, clearly annoyed that a mere brat is standing in their way. Chloe desperately unleashes a massive wave of ice, hoping to freeze Soohyun in his tracks before he gets closer. It doesn't work, as Soohyun's blue flames roar to life, effortlessly melting through her strongest defensive barrier. She can only watch in horror as he shatters her ice like glass, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Glancing at the chaos, Chloe wonders where her boss is and realizes she cannot win this fight alone. Chloe grits her teeth, finally admitting to herself that our boy is just way too strong to handle. She figures her boss is just waiting for an opening, so she decides to create one herself. A massive ice golem towers over the battlefield as she acknowledges that Soo-hee-yoon is a formidable opponent. Chloe smirks, convinced this frozen titan won't be as easy to shatter as her previous trash-tier defensive barriers. Her confidence instantly vanishes when she hears the sound of her ultimate creation starting to crack and crumble. Soo-hee-yoon tears through the ice with his blue flames, mockingly asking if this was really her best effort. Just as he closes in, Chloe lets out a manic laugh, thinking she finally has him right where she wants. She mocks him for thinking she'd ever be dumb enough to take on a monster like him without backup. Our boy doesn't hesitate, slicing through the remaining ice to end this annoying distraction once and for all. Desperate and cornered, Chloe screams for her boss to strike now while Soo-hee-yoon is fully committed to his attack. Chloe screams for her boss to intervene as her massive ice golem prepares a final, desperate strike. Meanwhile, high above the city at the Star Guild headquarters, the atmosphere is chillingly calm and detached. Huang Zunfeng stands by the window, watching the distant chaos while sipping a drink with total indifference. He just smirks, clearly having no intention of helping his subordinate, as he enjoys the unfolding disaster. Back in the forest, a wounded Chloe shouts that she has finally created the perfect opening for him. She tries to convince herself that their combined power is enough to finally put our boy in the ground. Her voice echoes through the trees as she demands to know why the guild leader hasn't appeared yet. The reality of her situation sets in as she begins coughing up blood from her mounting internal injuries. Looking at her stained palm, she curses the man she once trusted for leaving her to rot. Tears stream down her face as the crushing realization hits that she was always just a disposable pawn. Our boy stands frozen in a massive block of ice, seemingly caught in Chloe's desperate last-ditch trap. He had a feeling this might happen, but he remains calm, analyzing the situation with his regressor's cold calculation. With a sudden burst of overwhelming mana, he shatters the frozen prison into 1,000 glittering shards. Landing gracefully in the brush, he realizes that the real mastermind, Huang Zunfeng, is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, inside the opulent Star Guild headquarters, the atmosphere is thick with the scent of expensive tea and betrayal. Mac River sits nervously before his boss, trembling as he tries to explain why their elaborate plan fell apart. Huang Zunfeng just sips his drink, coldly demanding to know why his subordinate returned without finishing the job. The villain looks completely unbothered, as if the lives of his executives are nothing more than a boring show. Mac recalls the chaotic scene where Jordan and Chloe were tearing each other apart amidst a sea of flames. A cold-eyed guild member scoffs at Jordan's reputation, claiming the so-called S-rank hunter was never actually a big deal. Mac River stretches casually and thinks that killing our boy wouldn't even be fun at this point. He decides he has seen enough and prepares to end the confrontation before things get too heated. As he watches Soo-hyun, he confirms that this monster is indeed the target they were warned about. He realizes that this kid is actually leagues better than a veteran hunter like Jordan ever was. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock as he senses a terrifying shift in the atmosphere. The sheer weight of Soo-hyun's immense magical power starts to crush his confidence and makes him tremble. He knows better than to stick around, deciding that taking any more risks against this freak is suicide. Mac River quickly retreats into the shadows, leaving his subordinates behind to deal with the fallout. Back at the office, Robert William looks completely dumbfounded and admits he has no idea what's happening. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he can't even begin to fathom what Soo-hyun is actually planning. Huang Junfeng calmly lights a cigar, wondering how he should handle the crumbling state of his global operation. The silence is shattered when a panicked subordinate bursts in, screaming that they have a massive problem on their hands. He reveals that associations in every target country have already intercepted their terrorists, completely ruining their carefully laid plans. Our boy Huang Zunfeng's eyes sharpen as he realizes that their secret movements were leaked to the world. His executive is absolutely livid, demanding to know how the associations could have possibly known about their classified strikes. Instead of showing fear, the Dump Guild boss starts laughing hysterically, finding their total exposure to be quite amusing. His subordinate is completely dumbfounded, unable to understand why his leader is laughing while their entire world burns down. Turning his back on the panicking trash-tier underlings, the boss coldly announces that he has finally made his decision. The executive continues to bark questions, failing to realize that he's already crossed a line he can't come back from. Without even slowing down, Huang Junfeng ruthlessly silences the man, proving that he has no patience for loud failures. Huang Junfeng claims it hurts him to do this, but his cold eyes suggest he doesn't feel anything. The Dump Guild boss admits building this empire was fun before ruthlessly ending his executive's life for being trash tier. He simply can't risk his secret identity being leaked, knowing he would have to disappear if ever exposed. With a chilling smile, the villainous actor decides his public fame is worth more than any loyal subordinate's life. Back at the raid site, the frantic shouts of the survivors finally pull a dazed man back to reality. Jordan Rogers wakes up, completely dumbfounded, his head throbbing as he tries to figure out where he even is. He immediately demands to know about the raid's outcome, only to learn that the battle is already over. Seeing the traitorous Chloe tied up like common trash leaves him stunned, realizing their luck has finally turned around. The Ice Queen just laughs maniacally when she hears that our boy Soo-hyun was the one who saved them. Deep in the woods, Soo-hyun tries to explain his sudden disappearance, while Hak-jun looks on with pure skepticism. Hak-jun calls him out for the sudden disappearance, making our boy sweat as he tries to maintain his cover. He senses someone approaching, his sharp instincts picking up a heavy presence through the dense forest trees. Jordan Rogers steps forward with a grim face, finally coming face to face with the man who changed everything. He realizes that Soo-hyun was steps ahead of everyone, somehow predicting the Dump Guild's every treacherous move. Looking at the trash-tier thugs rotting on the ground, Jordan admits his own arrogance nearly doomed them all. The atmosphere turns suffocatingly tense as Hak-jun and Soo-hyun wait for the veteran hunter to make his move. Soo-hyun tells him to just spit it out already, instead of staring like he's seen a ghost. Jordan hesitates, the weight of his words feeling heavier than any S-rank mana he's ever felt before. He remembers the chaos that would have consumed the states if those flying monsters hadn't been stopped. Jordan Rogers looks him dead in the eye, offering his deepest thanks to the hero who saved America. Jordan Rogers offers his deepest thanks to the man who saved their country from total annihilation. Our boy realizes that for a high-ranking hunter like Jordan, swallowing his pride is no small feat. Jordan genuinely believes he's standing in the presence of a truly amazing person who deserves every bit of respect. Soo-hyun just scratches his head, feeling a bit dumbfounded and embarrassed by all the sudden limelight and praise. Deep in the shadows, a hooded reaper lurks while muttering about finding his next piece of prey to hunt. Suddenly, Soo-hyun senses spike, as he realizes a hidden threat has finally been detected within the dark tree line. Without a second of hesitation, a lethal strike tears through the air toward the unsuspecting assassin's position. Soo-hyun ignites his blue flames, clarifying that his job of saving America isn't actually finished just yet. The heat intensifies as he prepares to unleash a devastating blow that will leave nothing but ashes behind. To be precise, our boy is about to show this trash-tier stalker exactly why he's the ultimate predator. The divine bird of blue fire screams across the sky, diving toward the target with absolute predatory intent. A violent explosion of blue mana follows, completely erasing the hidden threat in a single, blinding flash. Jordan Rogers stands there completely dumbfounded, finally realizing the true, monstrous gap between their respective power levels. However, the shadows begin to crawl, as dozens of glowing red eyes emerge from the dark, thick tree line. Our boy and the Vice Master find themselves surrounded by a massive swarm of bloodthirsty forest dungeon monsters. The beasts lunge with savage hunger, but these trash-tier mobs have no idea who they are actually hunting. Jordan realizes that these forest-type dungeons are designed to drown intruders in endless waves of specialized, high-speed predators. Instead of feeling pressured, our boy simply steps forward, ready to turn this entire forest into an oven. Standing back to back, the two hunters prepare to show these creatures exactly why they are the ultimate apex predators. Soo-hyun decides to end the games quickly, suggesting they combine their powers to burn everything to the ground. Our boy and the Vice Master ignite their mana, blending blue and orange flames into a singular, volatile force. The resulting firestorm incinerates the forest, proving that even a dungeon's environment is no match for their combined power. Choi Hak-jun watches the spectacle with wide eyes, realizing just how far beyond human limits his boss has climbed. As the smoke clears, a dark familiar circles overhead, while the survivors desperately try to reorganize their broken ranks. The raid hunters stand their ground in the clearing, completely oblivious to the cold eyes tracking their every move. A hidden Reaper assassin watches the chaos from the tree line, mocking the hunters for their utter lack of strength. A fresh horde of trial monsters erupts from the brush, driven by a frantic instinct that seems almost like panic. Jordan Rogers commands everyone to sweep the trash away, refusing to let a few mid-tier mobs ruin their momentum. He charges forward with burning resolve, ready to personally incinerate the front line of the incoming beastly swarm. Jordan Rogers stands dumbfounded as the monsters sprint right past him, realizing they are actually fleeing from something terrifying. The monsters ignore the leaders and target the injured, leaving the hunters scrambling in a state of total panic. It quickly turns into a bloodbath as the trash-tier mobs start tearing through the ranks of the unprepared. One poor soul realizes he is absolutely cooked as a beast lunges, certain that his journey ends right here. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the chaos as our boy finally decides to stop playing around. Soo-hyun carves through the front line while a hidden observer realizes he is the only real threat present. The entire swarm shifts its focus onto him, sensing a power that shouldn't exist in this lowly trial. A massive eruption of mana levels the surroundings, proving that the gap in their strength is simply insurmountable. When the dust settles, he stands alone among the wreckage, looking completely unfazed by the surrounding carnage. He utilizes his Kraken defense to soak up the pressure, though he knows he cannot stay reckless forever. Touching his shoulder, he realizes that taking any more hits like that would be dangerous even for him. Hak-jun rushes over, panicking about the explosions and checking if our boy is actually okay. Soo-hyun remains calm, explaining that those suicidal outbursts were actually triggered by the boss's unique ability. Turns out they're facing a troll druid, a high-tier caster that controls every beast in this forest. Looking at the wounded survivors, he notes that protecting the weak while fighting a swarm is a nightmare. He decides to take the direct approach, telling the group he'll hunt down the boss himself. Jordan watches him go, knowing that killing the leader is the only way to disperse the remaining monsters. Suddenly, Jordan grabs his shoulder, stopping him before he can charge into certain death. He asks if our boy has a death wish, clearly dumbfounded by such a reckless plan. If the boss focuses all its mana on one target, even a monster like Soo-hyun might get overwhelmed. Soo-hyun just smirks and reminds Jordan that he was the one who called him a hero earlier. Soo-hyun admits he always hated being called a hero, because the title felt like a suffocating burden. However, hearing it from this group actually made him feel a little bit happy for once. Our boy flashes a rare smile, deciding that this time, he'll actually try to become a real hero. Jordan realizes he can't stop him, and just hopes the kid returns before the defense line collapses. He feels a bit embarrassed, having spent his whole life thinking he was the top dog in America. Turns out the real hero was someone else entirely, as Soo-hyun dives headfirst into the swarm of monsters. Mid-dash, he decides it's time to bring out his secret weapon to even the playing field. He summons Mir, the tiny red dragon hatchling, who lets out a fierce roar to signal his arrival. With the divine dragon's blessing active, blue flames erupt as his stats skyrocket for the coming slaughter. He becomes a blur of blue light, tearing through the forest with speed that defies all logic. The hidden boss watches from the shadows as his mindless minions get absolutely shredded by an unseen force. Realizing the intruder is no joke, the druid pulses his mana to command every beast in the vicinity. A massive green wave of energy ripples through the woods, signaling that the real hunt has finally begun. The human hunters struggle to hold the line, desperately hoping their reinforcement arrives before they are completely overrun. A fresh wave of trash-tier monsters surges forward, driven into a lethal frenzy by their master's command. Our boy finally makes his move, diving into the chaos like a blue comet of pure destruction. With his eyes glowing, Soo-hyun calculates the most efficient way to wipe these pests off the map. A massive beast tries to roar in defiance, but its life is cut short by a single strike. He dances through the air, leaving nothing but a trail of blood and broken monsters in his wake. After clearing the area, Soo-hyun takes a breather, while Mir lets out a proud little roar for them. The druid watches the carnage, wondering if the trial is even close to being finished yet. Our boy surveys the trash-tier horde, realizing that taking on hundreds of them alone is just too exhausting. Instead of a frontal assault, Soo-hyun decides it is time to use a little trick to divert attention. He activates a doppelganger skill he snagged from the shop, manifesting glitchy clones to bolster his numbers. With the squad ready, Soo-hyun gives the signal for his new copies to move out. They blitz through the woods, turning the solo mission into a full-blown tactical raid. The druid is left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how there are suddenly so many versions of this guy. Even little Mir is caught off guard, staring at the multiple masters with a look of pure confusion. The little guy quickly realizes that more masters just means 4 times the praise and snacks for him. Meanwhile, the boss can only watch in stunned silence as his carefully planned ambush falls apart. The boss is completely lost, trying to figure out which of our boy's clones is the real deal. Frustrated and unable to tell them apart, the druid decides to just slaughter every single one of them. A pack of trash-tier monkeys ambushes Soo-hyun, proving that his little doppelganger trick didn't shake everyone off. He grabs Mir and gives the order to let loose, prompting the little dragon to unleash a massive flamethrower. Soo-hyun gives the little guy some well-deserved praise, and Mir looks absolutely thrilled to be helping his master. The boss finally spots the real target through the smoke, convinced he's finally found his opening to strike. He commands his horde of monsters to charge forward, hoping to overwhelm Soo-hyun with sheer numbers and brute force. Suddenly, a massive burst of blue energy slams into the druid, catching him completely off guard mid-command. A rain of lethal blue spears descends from the sky, pinning the boss down in a relentless tactical barrage. Even after that heavy hit, Soo-hyun realizes this boss is tougher than he looks and won't go down easily. Soo-hyun and Mir tear through the trash-tier mobs, combining blue mana and dragon fire to clear a path. Even with his regressor experience, our boy is starting to feel the physical toll of this relentless trial. Before he can catch his breath, 2 hulking beasts lunge from the shadows, aiming to end his run early. A massive shockwave erupts as the monster's strike connects, sending a lethal blast of energy through the clearing. Thick smoke blankets the forest floor, leaving the outcome of that brutal collision hidden from the boss's sight. Soo-hyun emerges from the debris, clutching Mir tightly while realizing the difficulty spike is no joke. He safely stores the little dragon away, deciding to handle the rest of this mess with his own hands. With a cold resolve, he steps forward, his boots crunching against the dirt as he prepares for the real fight. He stares down the entire monstrous horde, daring them to find out who the real predator is in this forest. Igniting his blade with blue fire, our boy gets ready to show these monsters why he's an S-rank regressor. Soo-hyun charges forward, noting that a level 5 difficulty blue dungeon is a massive step up from his expectations. Even for a seasoned regressor, the sheer scale of this LA-based nightmare is pushing the limits of common sense. He recalls how the world's top hunters barely survived this outbreak in his past life, yet he's soloing it. Suddenly, his instincts scream a warning as something moves much faster than the trash-tier mobs he just cleared. Before he can react, a beast sinks its fangs into his shoulder, drawing blood and catching him completely off guard. Our boy grits his teeth in pure frustration, cursing his own slow reaction time as the stinging pain flares. Things go from bad to worse when the boss begins gathering a terrifying amount of green mana in its palm. A massive explosion of emerald energy tears through the clearing, threatening to vaporize everything in its path. He realizes that the odds of soloing this dungeon are dropping to 0 faster than he ever anticipated. As the dust settles, the hulking boss looms over him, proving that this timeline is far more lethal. Soo-hyun fights the urge to pass out, realizing his survival odds are practically non-existent right now. His consciousness slips, dragging him back to the horrific memories of the apocalypse from his previous life. He recalls standing over a burning city, realizing that even with his power, he was utterly failing. Back then, our boy was already losing his humanity, his expression turning cold amidst the rising smoke. He looks at the carnage and realizes he failed to protect anything that actually mattered to him. Even after the initial outbreak, he walked through a sea of corpses, haunted by those he couldn't save. He questions the title of hero, feeling like a fraud who only managed to keep himself alive. Eventually, the desperate souls reaching out from the darkness became nothing more than a blur to him. The sight of people dying before his eyes stopped sparking any emotion in his hollowed-out heart. Only a grim sense of duty remained as he prepared to face the world-ending threat of Fafnir. Kim Sungjin dwells on his past life, finally admitting that he was never the hero everyone needed. He shuts his eyes, letting the bitter memories of his previous failures wash over him one last time. But then he remembers his mother and the allies who actually believe in this new version of him. Our boy decides that Kim Soo-hyun is different, his gaze burning with a brand new golden intensity. He unleashes a massive golden aura, looking down at the monster like it's just another piece of trash. This time, he's not just surviving the apocalypse, he's becoming the undying hero he failed to be. His wounds knit shut instantly as the dungeon boss realizes he's no longer dealing with a regular hunter. The creature starts panicking and tells him to leave, but Soo-hyun's regeneration speed only kicks into overdrive. He scoffs at the monster's sudden change of heart, reminding it that it was just calling him prey. With a cold look, he charges in to show this boss why you don't mess with a regressor. System alerts confirm his stats are skyrocketing as he moves with blinding speed to finish the job. Our boy looks the monster dead in the eye and declares its hunting days are officially finished. He stands tall over the cowering creature, letting it know that the tables have finally turned. The dungeon boss is absolutely dumbfounded, barely able to process that it is facing a literal pro-hunter. Desperate to survive, the creature begs for protection while unleashing a frantic wave of green energy. Its jagged armor and dark cloak cannot hide the fact that it is completely outclassed right now. Slumped on the forest floor, the boss wonders how a mere human could possess such overwhelming power. Nearby, the remaining trash-tier mobs are crushed instantly under the weight of his relentless assault. The forest is littered with the corpses of the wolf-like beasts that once thought they were predators. Soo-hyun ignites his hand with a searing golden flame, ready to end this pathetic excuse for a boss. A squad of hunters surveys the aftermath, finding the battlefield littered with the corpses of trash-tier mobs. Their leader scoffs at the boss, warning the creature not to underestimate the strength of human persistence. He closes the distance, pointing out that the monster is now completely defenseless and utterly alone. Terrified, the boss tries to muster its remaining green energy while pathetically begging to be spared. Its desperate cries are cut short as a sharp blade begins to dismantle its once intimidating form. Hakjun takes the lead, swinging his sword with a lethal focus that proves he is no longer a pawn. The boss is left dumbfounded, staring at the hunter who is moving far too fast for it to track. Hakjun reminds the beast that the innocent people it slaughtered felt this exact same despair. He becomes a whirlwind of steel, feeling his mind and body finally align in a perfect strike. A small smile plays on his lips as he thanks Soo-hyun for giving him this path toward redemption. The dungeon boss lets out a final, pathetic scream as its life force finally flickers out. Our boy stands tall, reflecting on the opportunity he's been given to rewrite this bloody history. Meanwhile, the Reaper Guild soldiers are getting restless, wondering why they haven't raided the Dump Guild's base yet. They look toward their leader, desperate for the order to finally start the slaughter. She remains silent, her eyes cold as she recalls the deal she made with the mysterious regressor. Back then, Soo-hyun sat her down to propose a high-stakes plan that sounded like pure insanity. He suggested a split-and-conquer strategy, ensuring only one of them would face the ultimate target, Huang Zunfeng. Infuriated by his audacity, she grabbed him, unable to believe he was still making demands after her warning. She made it clear that she's the one who will take Huang's head, threatening anyone who interferes. Realizing his resolve isn't shaking, she finally lets go, silently accepting the terms of their dangerous pact. Soo-hyun admits she is strong, but warns that taking down Hwang Junfeng solo is a suicide mission. He explains that the first generation awakened has spent years hoarding power, making a direct assault incredibly risky. Our boy stares her down, making it clear that the Reaper Guild is currently walking into a total slaughter. The Guildmaster realizes she cannot let her thirst for revenge cost her the things she actually values. She lets out a heavy breath, claiming her own life is forfeit as long as her goal is met. Her sudden change in attitude leaves her subordinates dumbfounded, as they wonder why she is acting so strange. While some protest, Seokjin tells them to back off, realizing she is actually trying to keep them alive. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the building, turning the entire area into a chaotic hellscape of fire. The Guildmaster panics, wondering if another player knows the Star Guild is just a front for trash-tier criminals. Amidst the rubble, a dark figure looms over a survivor, who is desperately begging for his pathetic life. The mysterious silhouette looms over the wreckage as his subordinates cry out to him in pure desperation. The survivor pathetically begs for mercy, swearing he will never breathe a word about the man's true identity. Watching from the shadows, the Reaper Guildmaster's eyes widen as she recognizes the monster standing before her. She realizes this isn't just some random player, but the infamous Hwang Junfeng himself. Hwang Junfeng just smiles coldly, wondering aloud how he could ever trust the word of a coward. He looks at the surrounding corpses, noting it would be unfair to the dead to let this one live. Without a hint of hesitation, he silences the man forever, ending his pleas in a spray of blood. He lets out a tired sigh, casually declaring that the Dump Guild is officially disbanded as of today. Standing amidst the carnage, he mockingly asks the remaining silence if anyone actually has an objection. The Reaper Guild Master can only stare in disbelief as she calls out to the man who slaughtered everyone. Just as Hwang Junfeng thinks his work is done, a blade whistles toward his throat out of nowhere. He barely blocks the strike, meeting the murderous gaze of a woman demanding to know his true identity. The force of their collision sends her skidding back through the debris of the ruined guild hall. She glares through the dust, claiming she has waited an eternity for the chance to take his head. Hwang Junfeng just adjusts his cuff, looking more annoyed by the interruption than the actual threat. Her killing intent flares as she swears to end his life regardless of the consequences or his power. Despite her screaming his name in rage, the legendary hunter remains completely unfazed by her dramatic declaration. He tilts his head in genuine confusion, wondering if he should even remember who this trash-tier person is. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun sits calmly beside the mangled remains of the dungeon boss he just finished off. He examines a massive, glowing mana crystal, surprised that such a weak monster was hoarding such a high-tier treasure. Our boy Soo-hyun figures the mana crystal would be a perfect gift for old man Daeho back home. Suddenly, his little dragon mirror decides the high-tier treasure looks way more like a delicious midday snack. Soo-hyun panics and yells that it definitely is not food, while his voice echoes through the humid jungle. Heavy footsteps splash through the swampy terrain as the rest of the raid party finally catches up. Hakjun and the American hero Jordan stand completely dumbfounded by the absolute mess left in Soo-hyun's wake. Ignoring the newcomers, Soo-hyun desperately tries to pry the crystal out of the dragon's stubborn, greedy little jaws. The entire clearing is a literal graveyard of trash-tier monsters that he single-handedly slaughtered without breaking a sweat. Hakjun and Jordan approach cautiously, still trying to process how one rookie could cause such a massive bloodbath. Jordan admits he never expected the kid to actually bag the dungeon boss along with everything else. When Hakjun mentions they already found the exit, Soo-hyun is genuinely surprised by their unexpected level of efficiency. Jordan explains that following the monsters Soo-hyun terrified actually led them straight to the exit. They have secured the Dump Guild survivors, deciding it is better to let the association handle the trash. Jordan studies our boy closely, realizing this rookie is operating on a completely different level than expected. Soo-hyun does not miss a beat, demanding the medical guild's share of the reward for his solo efforts. While Jordan laughs at the audacity, the medical leader is back at base, absolutely fuming over his loss. Jordan even offers his own merits, admitting that Soo-hyun basically carried the entire raid by himself. Instead of the reward, our boy asks for a favor, his mind already focused on a bigger goal. He states there is still one more person to help, pivoting the focus to a much deadlier conflict. Elsewhere, the Reaper Guildmaster launches a desperate, shadow-infused strike against the monstrous Hwang Junfeng. Junfeng effortlessly parries the blow, mocking the assassin for letting her messy emotions ruin her technique. Junfeng realizes the assassin recognizes him, but he couldn't care less about her petty grudge. The Reaper Guildmaster lashes out with a shadow-infused strike, desperate to draw blood from the monster. He effortlessly catches the blow, clicking his tongue at how trash-tier her current power level feels. Junfeng retreats as the shadows erupt, admitting that her mobility in the dark is actually quite annoying. The assassin does not let up, her form flickering through the darkness like a vengeful ghost. A massive explosion of shadow energy tears through the concrete, yet Junfeng remains completely untouched. He stares into her glowing eyes, noting that her agitation is the only thing keeping her from winning. Deciding to have some fun, he puts on a smug grin and tells her to just calm down. She screams for him to die, but he just dances around her strikes while mocking her identity. Junfeng covers his eyes and laughs, hoping her desperate reaction will finally help him remember her name. Junfeng shifts his features mockingly, asking if this specific face is the one haunting her nightmares. The guildmaster is absolutely livid, her blood boiling as she realizes he is just playing with her trauma. He morphs again, effortlessly dodging her shadow blades while wondering if this version of him rings any bells. Our boy cycles through identities like cheap clothes, finding it hilarious that she cannot even pinpoint her target. Suddenly, he hits a nerve, and the look in her eyes tells him he is finally getting warm. He settles on a smug, silver-haired look, realizing this must be the man who originally ruined her life. Consumed by a trash-tier rage, she screams her intent to slaughter him, regardless of which mask he wears. Junfeng just sighs, admitting he has caused so much chaos that he honestly cannot keep track anymore. He stares her down with a chilling grin, questioning if her desire for revenge is worth certain death. As she lunges one last time, he points out that her shadow skill is finally about to expire. Junfeng blocks her strike, finding it pathetic how easily her rage makes her movements predictable. She desperately clings to his arm, her grip trembling as she tries to force a lethal opening. Our boy just smirks, noting that looking at her up close finally triggers a very specific memory. He suddenly bursts into a fit of trash-tier laughter, mocking the irony of the situation he just realized. The assassin freezes in confusion, her heart sinking as he claims to finally remember her true identity. Tears well up in her eyes as the ghost of a suppressed memory begins to resurface. In the reflection of her pupils, she sees the face of the brother she lost years ago. Ki-hyun appears in her mind, a kind-hearted man whose smile was extinguished by the world's cruelty. Her strength evaporates instantly, and she collapses to the floor, completely broken by the sudden psychological trauma. Junfeng looms over her, satisfied that his mental warfare hit the bullseye and shattered her resolve. Junfeng scrolls through a phone, casually mentioning how annoying one of her former comrades used to be. He continues his psychological torture, reminding the sobbing Jian that she was conveniently unconscious while her team was slaughtered. The memory of her name being screamed out by her dying friends echoes painfully in her mind. She vividly recalls a blonde teammate desperately begging her to wake up amidst the chaos of the past. Another brave soul from her old squad stood his ground, shouting that no one would get past him. The screams of her fallen brothers continue to haunt her as they watched each other fall one by one. Jian begs him to stop, but the auditory hallucinations of her friend's final battle cries are too loud. She snaps and screams that her dead comrades aren't toys to be mocked by a trash-tier bastard like him. Junfeng just laughs hysterically, reaching for a weapon while promising that the real highlight is just beginning. He mockingly mimics her brother's final, desperate pleas for mercy, just to twist the knife a little deeper. Ji-yeon watches in horror as her brother desperately begs the killers to spare her life during the massacre. Ki-hyun is a total wreck, sobbing and offering to die in her place, just to keep her safe. Back in the present, Junfeng laughs hysterically, mocking how pathetic the brother looked while begging for mercy. He wears a sadistic grin, telling her she really missed out on seeing such a hilarious, desperate performance. Ji-yeon is completely dumbfounded, her eyes welling with tears as her mental state hits absolute rock bottom. Meanwhile, our boy Soo-hyun goes on the offensive, striking at the draconic beast with overwhelming speed and precision. The monster can't even keep up as Soo-hyun's blade bites deep, sending blood flying across the battlefield. The beast is shaken, wondering how it could possibly be losing to a human while in its dragon form. It finally realizes that the strange sensation it felt wasn't just a mismatch of power, but genuine fear. Gritting its teeth, the creature struggles to accept that its prey has turned into its worst nightmare. The beast roars in defiance, desperately trying to prove that its draconic power is the absolute peak of strength. Soo-hyun remains cold, explaining that he only let the villain play around because the tower is always an escape. Our boy prepares to end the charade, knowing he can vanish into the trials whenever he feels like it. With a blinding flash of blue mana, he cuts through the air to prove that even dragons can bleed. The creature's pride is shattered, along with its scales as blood sprays from the devastating, high-speed impact. Down below, Jordan and his squad are completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the chaos erupting above. The entire building begins to buckle and collapse, forcing the heroes to scramble for a mass evacuation. Amidst the settling dust, Soo-hyun stands over the broken, human form of the man who thought he was king. Huang Zunfeng coughs up blood, weakly wondering if Soo-hyun is fueled by some personal vendetta or hidden resentment. Soo-hyun just looks down with utter indifference, simply stating that he just doesn't like the guy's trash-tier personality. Park Ji-yeon steps forward, her long hair catching the wind as the atmosphere grows heavy with intent. Our boy notes that the final preparations are finally in place for the real show to begin. The Reaper Guildmaster stands ready, her eyes burning with a lethal mix of vengeance and duty. Looking at the bloodied mess on the floor, Soo-hyun admits he'd kill him if not for a promise. He decides to step back, leaving the trash-tier villain's fate entirely in the hands of the grieving sister. Sitting down, he offers a deal. If the shapeshifter can actually defeat Ji-yeon, he's free to run. His eyes glow with a cold blue light, signaling that any attempt to flee now means instant death. Hwang Zun-feng just lets out a raspy laugh, finding the sudden shift in the rules strangely amusing. He slowly drags himself up, telling Soo-hyun to make sure he doesn't regret giving him this chance. Hwang Zun-feng laughs, realizing his miserable end has just been delayed by this unexpected turn of events. The shapeshifter mocks the situation, thanking our boy for being the kind of guy who loves a show. He lunges forward with explosive speed, gloating that keeping the girl alive was his smartest play yet. Hes convinced Ji-yeon won't dare strike the face of her dead brother, but her blade says otherwise. The trash-tier villain is dumbfounded when she slices right through his psychological trap without a second thought. Ji-yeon charges ahead, declaring that she's done letting her past trauma hold her back from this kill. As their weapons clash, Hwang Jun-feng sneers that she's clearly underestimated what he can do without tricks. Shifting his stance, he prepares a heavy strike, claiming he doesn't need a disguise to put her down. A massive, mana-infused blow connects, sending a shockwave through the air as the real fight finally kicks off. Ji-yeon grits her teeth, her eyes burning with a cold resolve to end this nightmare once and for all. Their blades collide with a violent clang as she forces the shapeshifter back with sheer, desperate willpower. The air screams under the pressure of their mana, neither side willing to give an inch in this duel. Watching from the sidelines, our boy realizes the trash-tier villain actually holds the upper hand in raw combat ability. Ji-yeon begins to buckle under the weight of his strikes, realizing her current strength just isn't enough to win. Even little Mir senses the shift in the atmosphere, his eyes widening as the mana starts to spiral out of control. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming purple energy erupts from Ji-yeon, catching her completely off guard as her power spikes. Hwang Zun-feng is left dumbfounded, his smug expression crumbling as he feels the sudden, terrifying change in her aura. A massive explosion of spiritual force tears through the battlefield, signaling that the real climax has finally arrived. Hwang Zun-feng reels back in shock, as a sudden strike draws blood across his arrogant face. The trash-tier villain spits out a curse, calling his opponent a brat, while his composure completely evaporates. Our boy just stands there with Mir, casually explaining that the devastating attack didn't even come from him. Jun-feng's eyes widen in realization as he wonders who else could possibly be pressuring him this hard. He barely manages to dodge a follow-up strike that tears through the ground where he just stood. Realizing he's losing control, the shapeshifter desperately tries to put some distance between himself and the chaos. But the Reaper Guildmaster isn't letting up, coming down on him with a strike fueled by pure vengeance. Jun-feng braces himself, his silver hair fluttering as he realizes this fight is no longer a game. Ji-yeon locks her determination on him, her mind screaming with the newfound conviction that she can finally win. Ji-yeon goes for the throat, her blades carving through the air as she refuses to let him breathe. She's completely locked in, her eyes burning to end this trash-tier mimic once and for all. Jun-feng realizes he can't just play around anymore, his stolen face twisting as he struggles to parry. The shapeshifter starts to panic, desperately begging her to wait, as his defense begins to crumble. Visions of her brother and fallen comrades flash through her mind, reminding her why she can't stop. He tries to use her brother's voice to command her to stop, hoping the trauma will freeze her, but the only response he gets is a spray of blood as her strike ignores his psychological games. Jun-feng loses his cool entirely, screaming for her to stop as his arrogance turns to raw desperation. Calling her a mere insect, he lashes out while Ji-yeon delivers a blow meant to shatter his soul. The dust finally begins to settle over the wreckage of the battlefield as the intense struggle reaches its end. Ji-yeon stands alone in the silence, her body trembling from the sheer weight of her long-awaited vengeance. She gasps for air, her vision blurring as the adrenaline that fueled her rampage finally starts to fade away. Our girl finally hits her limit and collapses to the ground, while Soo-hyun watches her from a distance. He approaches with his usual hollow expression, seemingly unaffected by the carnage that just unfolded around them. There, lying among the cracks in the concrete, is the precious memento she thought was lost in the chaos. Soo-hyun picks up the necklace and tells her she did a good job. Acknowledging her grueling effort, he looks down at her with those weary eyes, perhaps seeing a reflection of his own endless struggle. Ji-yeon stares back at him, completely dumbfounded that the cold regressor would actually show her such kindness. The dam finally breaks as she lets out a silent sob, the grief for her brother finally overflowing. Ji-yeon finally lets out a gut-wrenching scream, the crushing weight of her brother's memory finally breaking her spirit. Our boy stands there in silence, his weary blue eyes reflecting a soul that has seen far too much death. He decides to give her some space, quietly mentioning that he needs to step away for a moment. However, the immense strain of his recent battles finally takes its toll as a wave of fatigue hits him. Soon, the media explodes with the news that the famous Star Guild was just a cover for Dump's crimes. Chloe and the rest of the trash-tier criminals are dragged away in cuffs by the American authorities. She stares into the distance with hollow eyes, knowing there is no escaping the consequences of her actions. The broadcast reveals the shocking truth that a top-tier celebrity was actually the monster leading the Dump Guild. Even the news anchors are left speechless as they detail how Chloe helped orchestrate the entire bloody operation. Jordan and the rest of the squad watch the report from the hospital, stunned by the villain's disguise skills. The news reports that the villain bizarrely donated his blood money to the victims' families before his downfall. Detective Park and the Reaper Guildmaster sit in silence, unable to process the sheer inhumanity of the situation. Hakjun watches our boy sleep, wondering if he had predicted every single move of this twisted game. The detective sighs, noting that despite being told to reach out, Soo Hoo-yun just shouldered the entire burden alone. He lets out a heavy breath, feeling the weight of the sacrifices made to bring down the Star Guild. Hakjun starts sweating as the atmosphere gets way too depressing for his liking, needing a quick distraction. Determined to break the tension, he grabs a permanent marker with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He starts doodling on Soo-hyun's face, figuring a little prank is the best medicine for their exhausted leader. Ji-yeon is absolutely dumbfounded, shouting at the redhead to stop his disrespectful nonsense immediately. She stretches his cheeks in fury, while he mumbles that Soo-hyun's secrecy is what's actually infuriating. Hakjun gets his face stretched by Ji-yeon, while desperately calling for Juho to back him up. Juho just stands there with a blank stare, seemingly unbothered by the chaotic scene. Turns out Juho is just as much of a menace, joining the prank, as Ji-yeon screams for them to stop. The two trash-tier pranksters laugh over their masterpiece, unaware that a literal demon is manifesting behind them. Ji-yeon delivers a swift dose of justice, leaving them with matching lumps before apologizing for the noise. Realizing they have overstayed their welcome, the duo heads out for food while worrying about their leader's health. Soo-hyun remains dead to the world, sporting labels that mock his tendency to carry the world's weight alone. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as dark, spiritual energy begins to coil around his unconscious form. Ji-yeon stands alone in the room, her shadow powers reacting to the strange aura radiating from the regressor. She stares intensely at him, questioning if this exhausted hunter is truly the legend she suspects him to be. Seokjin bursts into the room, frantically showing the Reaper Guildmaster a document he just discovered. It turns out to be a comprehensive list of the remaining Dump Guild members still at large. The Reaper Guildmaster realizes our boy handed this over so they could handle their revenge personally. She can't help but wonder how this mysterious hunter managed to dig up such classified intel. Looking at his peaceful face, she admits she has a mountain of questions for the sleeping regressor. However, she decides to let it slide for now, her expression softening into a rare, genuine smile. Instead of waking him, she grabs a marker, clearly planning a little mischief of her own. As her shadow energy flares, she leaves a permanent reminder of his reckless nature on his bandages. With a final promise to meet again, she dissolves into the darkness, leaving the room silent. Left behind is a new title for the hero, labeling him the undisputed king of overdoing everything. Our boy is still out cold, completely unaware of the hilarious new titles scribbled all over his face. While he recovers, a helicopter cuts through the night sky, heading toward a beacon of absolute authority. This is Gordon Tower, a massive monolith that stands as a testament to the world's new hierarchy. High above the clouds, two elite figures share a meal, looking down on the world they control. The silver-haired lady finds the wine underwhelming, her refined palate bored by the lack of any real kick. She admits that everything feels bland lately, showing just how detached she is from common struggles. Even with the noise of the city below, she marvels at the eerie silence within their high-altitude sanctuary. Her companion notes that such peace required a fortune in ether stones just to dampen the outside world. She considers it a trash-tier waste of money, her focus shifting toward the true power plays in motion. He finally brings up the ranking match, a high-stakes event that will determine the next top-tier players. Gordon Rohan smirks, his ego as massive as the monolith he built to look down on the world. He tells Ashlyn that he has always considered himself the absolute peak of human potential. Yet, he feels the world has grown too crowded with so-called legends to truly appreciate his greatness. He thinks the title of S-rank has become trash tier because every hero claims to be a god. To fix this, he plans to use the ranking match to prove he is the only one who matters. Meanwhile, our boy is busy grinding through the 30th floor, tearing through monsters like they are nothing. With Mir clinging to his back, he moves with a speed that defies the tower's very laws. He finally lands the finishing blow, crushing the serpent's skull under his heel with cold, calculated precision. Standing before the pulsating core, he realizes the trial is finally coming to a bloody, successful end. Turns out, clearing this floor just meant ripping the heart out of the legendary beast, Ouroboros. The massive serpent is finally dead, but carving through its mountain-sized body took our boy a grueling 6 months. At least the long grind paid off, as Mir has grown noticeably stronger while feasting on the beast's remains. The floor gatekeeper explains that the heart is a concentrated crystal of pure energy, essentially a divine power-up. He wears a mocking grin, challenging the regressor to try and consume the overwhelming power if he actually can. Soo-hyun doesn't hesitate for a second, leaping toward the core with his blade ready to claim his hard-earned prize. He plunges his sword deep into the crystal, determined to make the last half-year of suffering worth the effort. Suddenly, a violent surge of purple mana erupts, and system alerts confirm his mana load is finally increasing. The sheer pressure is enough to crush a normal hunter, forcing him to grit his teeth against the agonizing heat. He commands the wild energy to submit, refusing to let his own power consume his mind or body. As the aura explodes into a pillar of light, he realizes his path to godhood has officially begun. Soo-hyun roars as he forces the heart's energy into his body, refusing to let it break him. The purple mana swirls violently, signaling that the assimilation process is finally reaching its peak. He exhales a heavy breath as the system confirms he has successfully integrated the legendary Ouroboros' third eye. Checking his status, our boy is stunned to see his mana load finally break into the 80s. He clenches his fist in triumph, feeling a surge of power that makes every struggle worth it. The jump to rank 8 is massive, providing a level of strength he hasn't felt in this life. Though he's itching to test his new toys, he knows better than to rush into the next floor. With 500,000 points and a perfect score, he officially conquers the 30th floor's lethal trial. Meanwhile, the outside world is spiraling into chaos as dungeon appearances skyrocket at an exponential rate. Panic spreads like wildfire among the masses, while the Reaper Guildmaster watches the grim news unfold. The world's wealthiest and strongest awakened, Gordon Rohan, finally decides to step out from his golden shadows. He addresses every S rank on the planet, his gaze icy as he prepares to drop a massive bombshell. Tapping his throne impatiently, he admits he hates being lumped in with the rest of the trash tier S ranks. He decides there is no point in dragging this out since his absolute superiority should be common knowledge. The atmosphere grows heavy as he prepares to issue a challenge that will flip Hunter Society upside down. He flatly declares himself the best and tells anyone with a complaint to face him in a ranked game. Within a day, his arrogant declaration hits 100 million views, shifting the world's focus to the elites. As the news spreads, powerful hunters from across the globe begin converging on the massive Gordon Tower. A muscular challenger scoffs at the announcement, absolutely dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of the man's ego. Meanwhile, other top-tier hunters just yawn, seemingly unimpressed by the wealthy man's attempt to start a war. Some hunters are driven by a simple desire for fame and riches, chasing the spotlight at any cost. Others walk a lonelier path, fueled by hidden motives that the general public will never truly understand. The quiet atmosphere of a local cafe is suddenly shattered by a loud shout of pure disbelief. Seokjin is absolutely dumbfounded when our boy casually mentions he plans to participate in the ranked game. Soo-hyun just keeps sipping his coffee, asking why his friend is making such a massive scene over nothing. After sitting back down, Seokjin admits he thought his friend had zero interest in these flashy hunter events. Our boy flashes a small smile, stating that the winning reward is necessary to secure a better future. Seokjin realizes he should have known better, since this guy never takes action without a rock-solid plan. It turns out his primary target is adamantium, a rare material he desperately needs for a specific construction. He plans to forge the legendary sword Balmung, needing the metal's superior mana conduction to reach the top. Just as they're talking, a familiar voice booms through the cafe, catching both of them off guard. Choi Hakjun bursts in, screaming at the top of his lungs that he finally passed the S-rank exam. The sudden outburst leaves the other patrons completely dumbfounded as they stare at the loud-mouthed rookie. Realizing he's making a scene, Hakjun starts bowing frantically and apologizing to everyone for his trash-tier social skills. Our boy wonders if bringing this loose cannon along for experience is actually a good idea after all. Hakjun immediately perks up and demands to know exactly where they are planning to take him. Seokjin checks the schedule and panics, because the ranked game is set to kick off in just 3 days. He decides there's no time to waste and drags Hakjun away to start some last-minute conditioning. Before leaving, Seokjin turns back with a heavy expression, his mind racing with the stakes of the tournament. He asks if our boy is truly confident enough to crush the competition and take the top spot. Our boy gives a cold smirk, fully prepared to show these so-called elites what a real monster looks like. High above the clouds, the rhythmic hum of engines signals the arrival of the world's most dangerous players. A private jet glides past the glistening Gordon Tower, the massive stage where the upcoming bloodbath will unfold. Down on the plaza, a massive crowd gathers for what the public is calling the Festival of the Century. Reporters are already swarming the area, desperate to get any scrap of info on the legendary S-rank lineup. The media highlights heavy hitters like Chinese Wang-woo, Russia's Elena Ann, and the smug Brit, named Adele. 2 journalists even start placing bets, with the loser having to buy the other some top-shelf whiskey. They laugh off the other contenders, convinced that nobody can actually touch the legendary Gordon Rohan in combat. Suddenly, A wave of excitement ripples through the crowd as people start rushing toward the main entrance. The reporters scramble to keep up, realizing that a major powerhouse has just arrived to start the show. The news of our boy's arrival hits the crowd like a lightning bolt, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. As Soo-hyun strides through the plaza, the hype is real, with fans already betting their life savings on him. Inside the tower's luxury lobby, the scale of the event finally starts to sink in for the team. Hakjun is losing his mind over the fancy decor, realizing Gordon Rohan's control over ether stones is next level. A polite attendant approaches the group, offering to lead them to the high-stakes party on the 200th floor. Soo-hyun reflects on being a mere A rank in his past life, now ready to dominate the big stage. The gala is a sea of trash-tier gossip and expensive food, where every hunter is sizing up the competition. Elite guests whisper behind their wine glasses, their eyes locked onto the mysterious newcomer who just walked in. Our boy keeps it cool at the buffet while rumors of his solo blue dungeon clear spread like wildfire. Some skeptics laugh off his victory over the Dump Guild, clearly having no clue what a beast he is. Some trash-tier hunters doubt Soo-hyun's identity, but those who know better shut that talk down immediately. Adel Castle can feel the pressure, sweating as he admits the young rookie is definitely the real deal. Our boy stays silent, his sharp eyes scanning the room to gauge just how many monsters showed up. Europe's finest, Adel Castle, makes his entrance, looking for any edge he can find in this shark tank. Then there's Louis Gosman, the speedster who seems more interested in the buffet than the looming global war. Elena and Chernoff are already hitting the drinks, acting like this high-stakes gala is just another Tuesday night. Soo-hyun notes that while big names like Wang Woo are missing, the room is still packed with elites. It's a literal battle of the stars, where every glance is a calculation and every smile is a mask. Meanwhile, Hakjun and Seokjin are absolutely housing the expensive food, completely unbothered by the heavy atmosphere. Seeing his friend enjoy the feast, Soo-hyun realizes he doesn't have to worry about Hakjun's nerves anymore. Our boy suddenly freezes as his senses pick up a massive, familiar surge of mana nearby. He tells the group he needs to step out for a moment, leaving the table mid-conversation. Hakjun and Seokjin are left dumbfounded, wondering what could possibly distract him from such a high-tier feast. Out on the Gordon Tower terrace, the quiet night air is thick with the killing intent of monsters. Suddenly, a violent explosion of flames erupts, proving that the gala's piece was always just a thin mask. A heavy blow strikes the ground as the tension between the world's strongest hunters finally snaps into violence. China's S-rank powerhouse Wang Woo roars in frustration, accusing his opponent of running away like a pathetic rat. Japan's elite swordsman Tsukimoto Kenya remains unfazed, his hand resting coolly on his blade as he weighs his options. Kenya mocks the big man's lack of speed, asking if all that extra weight is making him slow. Losing his cool entirely, Wang Woo ignites his mana and vows to tear the swordsman's limbs off right here. Kenya dares the big man to make a move, his hand already itching for a fight. Wang Woo doesn't hesitate, throwing a punch heavy enough to level a building. Their powers collide in a blinding flash of mana that shakes the entire tower. Suddenly, both warriors freeze in shock as they realize their strikes have been completely neutralized. Our boy steps into the fray, calmly suggesting they put an end to this pointless squabble. He reminds them that the real competition starts tomorrow, so they should save their strength. Kenya is left sweating, wondering how this kid managed to get between them without being noticed. He's dumbfounded that Soo-hyun caught both of their full power attacks with his bare hands. Realizing he's outclassed for now, the swordsman sheathes his blade and acknowledges Soo-hyun's legendary reputation. Wang Woo watches him walk away, finally cooling off and agreeing that wasting energy now is just stupid. Wang Woo is absolutely livid that anyone would dare to interrupt his business. He throws a massive punch, but our boy just dances around the trash-tier effort. Soo-hyun sighs, realizing that mere words won't get through to a hothead like this. He closes the distance instantly, preparing to show what a real S-rank looks like. His fist stops just short of shattering the man's jaw, leaving a trail of wind. The challenger stands frozen, sweating buckets as he realizes he's completely outclassed. Suddenly, the sound of expensive shoes clicking against the floor breaks the tense silence. A silhouette approaches, mockingly asking if they were enjoying their little secret rendezvous. Gordon Rohan reveals himself, wearing a smug smile and suggesting he might join the fun. Our boy and the giant lock eyes with the newcomer, sensing the heavy atmosphere shifting. The big guy instantly recognizes the newcomer as Gordon Rohan, the man who practically owns the hunter world. Gordon steps into the light, his massive blue aura flaring up and weighing down the air like physical lead. Realizing he can't cause a scene here, the muscular challenger decides to settle their score during the tournament. Our boy just watches him with those weary eyes, clearly bored by the trash-tier posturing of the Chinese hunter. The giant leans in for one last desperate intimidation tactic, whispering that hell personally ends Soo-hyun's life soon. He finally stomps away into the night, leaving the balcony to the two most dangerous men in the building. Soo-hyun lets out a heavy sigh, exhausted by the fact that every high ranker he meets is so incredibly dramatic. Gordon keeps that smug look on his face, silently evaluating the rookie who didn't even flinch at his presence. He calls our boy surprisingly brash, but Soo-hyun just retorts that he simply never avoids a direct challenge. The tower owner flashes a dangerous smirk, clearly amused that this kid thinks they are cut from the same cloth. Gordon explains that his real goal is to teach a harsh lesson to every arrogant S-rank in existence. Our boy remains silent, while the billionaire claims that no one should ever be satisfied with their current strength. Without saying a word, Soo-hyun turns his back on the legend, clearly done with this dramatic, trash-tier philosophy. Gordon watches him disappear into the building, his predatory gaze fixed on the only rookie who doesn't fear him. He lets out a dark laugh, finding Soo-hyun's name and attitude to be a welcome change from the usual sycophants. Looking toward the horizon, he anticipates that the upcoming ranked games will finally provide some real entertainment. The scene shifts to a massive, empty stadium, where the world's deadliest tournament is about to begin without spectators. Suddenly, the mysterious Johnny Brad appears, the man who literally designed the system that defines every hunter's worth. Our boy sits in the stands, realizing that meeting both Gordon and Johnny means the stakes just skyrocketed. He knows Gordon is a monster who dominates not just dungeons, but the entire global economy of ether stones. Johnny Brad isn't just some trash-tier illusionist. He is a master capable of wielding every type of magic imaginable. Gordon stands beside him, confidently declaring that the world's two greatest awakeners are about to kick things off. Following the tycoon's lead, Johnny begins to manifest a terrifying surge of purple spiritual energy from his palm. A massive magic circle erupts across the stadium floor, signaling the official start of the high-stakes ranked games. Suddenly, the hunters in the stands are dumbfounded, as their bodies begin to dissolve into thin air. Our boy remains calm, realizing they are likely being transported to a different stage via a massive illusion. Instead of fear, a cold thrill runs through him, as he admits he is actually excited for the challenge. They land in a dense forest where the rules are simple: survive the monsters and reach the top 32. Soo-hyun studies the system window, genuinely impressed that Johnny can maintain such a complex, large-scale reality alone. As he plots his next move, predatory eyes watch from the shadows, ready to test his regressor skills. A trash-tier werewolf pounces, but our boy just ignites his blue flames with a bored expression. He unleashes a massive burst of mana, thinking that clearing these mobs is going to be way too simple. As the smoke clears, Soo-hyun stands alone, already looking for the next challenge in this simulated forest. Suddenly, a masked player tries to be a hero and goes for a lethal sneak attack from behind. Thanks to his regressor instincts, he dodges the blade as if he already knew it was coming. Without breaking a sweat, he grabs the assassin and slams him face first into the dirt. The dumbfounded attacker can't believe his signature move failed so miserably against a supposed rookie. Soo-hyun just looks back with those cold eyes, confirming he saw every pathetic move from the very beginning. He keeps the pressure on, making sure this trash-tier hunter understands the massive gap in their power. Our boy knew exactly how this would play out, proving that experience always trumps cheap tricks. Soo-hyun stares at the struggling assassin, wondering if this pathetic display is really the peak of S-rank potential. He realizes this mediocre level of combat won't suffice if he wants to change the apocalyptic future. Looking at the gathered trash-tier hunters, our boy warns them that being satisfied with this power is a mistake. He vividly remembers how the previous world collapsed because the monster outbreaks accelerated beyond humanity's ability to adapt. As cities fell to the beastmen, the only hope left was the arrival of the legendary S-ranked awakeners. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tears through the air as a new challenger decides to test Soo-hyun's reflexes. The ground shatters under the weight of the electric strike, turning the forest floor into a scorched wasteland. Emerging from the smoke, the self-proclaimed god of lightning, Kray, mocks Soo-hyun for failing to live up to his reputation. He laughs, thinking the heroes of this era have grown soft and arrogant while indulging in their high-ranking status. But before he can finish his gloating, a cold blue blade hums against his neck, silencing his trash talk instantly. Soo-hyun reflects on how arrogance and complacency led to everyone's brutal demise in his previous life. Even with his regressions, he knows stopping the coming apocalypse is impossible if he remains the only one fighting. He looks at Gordon Rohan and the other top-tier hunters, realizing they are only focused on petty rankings. Our boy decides he needs to personally test these elite hunters to see if they are actually useful. If they stay complacent in their high-ranking status, he'll have to beat some sense into them himself. He knows better than anyone that there is always a higher level of power waiting to crush the weak. Checking the survivor count, he sees the trash-tier players have already been weeded out of the game. However, a sudden sense of unease crosses his mind as he considers the safety of his few allies. He wonders if Hakjun is holding his own, especially since the kid is still recovering from his injuries. As a high-potential target, Hakjun is likely being hunted by every opportunistic assassin in the vicinity right now. Hakjun knows he can't afford to slack off while his mentor is busy testing the world's elite. Even while injured, our boy shows why he's a genius by effortlessly slicing through these trash-tier ambushers. He catches his breath, realizing that one wrong move in his weakened state would have been the end. Elsewhere in the dense forest, the sounds of high-speed movement signal a new hunt has begun. A group of hunters senses they are being followed and prepares to turn the tables on their pursuer. Their leader decides to handle the nuisance personally to keep their hidden objective from being leaked. Out of nowhere, a deadly projectile grazes his cheek, leaving him completely dumbfounded by the sudden attack. One of his subordinates isn't so lucky, getting his head ventilated by a perfectly aimed strike. The survivors immediately go on the defensive, realizing they are cut from a much weaker cloth than this attacker. They quickly conclude they are facing a specialized ranged awakener who has them dead in their sights. The leader of this trash-tier squad is sweating bullets, frantically wondering where their target has disappeared to. Suddenly, the Russian hunter emerges from the canopy, looking like a predator who just found a very easy meal. The man barely has time to react before a strike forces him into a desperate, clumsy defense. He tries to scramble into the trees, hoping the height will give him some sort of tactical advantage. But when he looks up, he is completely dumbfounded to find the hunter already waiting for him. The blonde assassin stares down with cold eyes, making it clear that this hunt is already over. The man's mind begins to spiral as he realizes that if this monster is here, his partner is close. Right on cue, Elena Ann glides through the air, casually blowing bubblegum while treating this slaughter like a game. Wang Wu curses his luck, realizing they have been caught by the two most dangerous S-ranks in the area. Before he can even finish his thought, his head is ventilated by a strike that ends his life instantly. Chernov stands over the mess they made, asking his partner if she has spotted anything useful yet. Elena Ann just keeps playing with her blades, looking completely unbothered by the blood on the grass. They notice the European hunters are all congregating, sensing that a major clash is brewing nearby. Chernov activates his clairvoyance, his eyes glowing as he pushes his senses across the dense forest. His vision streaks through the canopy, searching for the heat signatures of their next potential targets. The search leads him deep into the woods, eventually zeroing in on a specific clearing. He finds a crowd of 30 hunters gathered around a massive tree, reporting the location to Elena. Elena gets a wicked look in her eyes, eager to see if these trash-tier hunters are worth killing. Meanwhile, the gathered group realizes some allies are missing, assuming they were simply too weak to survive. These veteran hunters decide to move forward anyway, oblivious to the S-rank monsters currently watching them. Adel Castle sits in the quiet forest, looking like a man who's tired of waiting for the real fun. He decides that stalling any longer is just wasting time and prepares to brief his team on the plan. What began as Gordon Rohan's personal flex has morphed into a massive global spectacle for the common folk. For the world's S-ranks, this is the ultimate chance to turn their lethal skills into fame and massive wealth. As the rankings drop, every nation realizes their global standing is now tied to these few elite hunters' names. Fearing they're falling behind the heavy hitters in Asia and America, the European leaders gather to strike a deal. The tension hangs heavy over the forest clearing, as the different factions prepare to merge their strength. Adel checks in with his temporary squad, making sure everyone remembers the specific terms of their secret treaty. The goal is to eliminate the frontrunners during the preliminaries, so they can settle the score among themselves later. Even these prideful hunters know that Gordon Rohan is an absolute monster who can't be taken down alone. Adel asks if the radar caught the other hunters, and the scout confirms they are finally locked on. The scout activates a memory-sharing skill to broadcast the exact coordinates to everyone in the immediate area. His teammates find the skill incredibly convenient as they track Elena Ann and the tycoon Gordon Rohan. Adel gets down to business, declaring that their primary objective is to eliminate the 5 strongest winning candidates. The hit list is stacked with monsters like Wang Wu, Louis Gozman, Elena, our boy Soo-hyun, and Gordon. He plans to overwhelm these titans by sending a coordinated 6-man squad to jump each individual target. Adel decides the British team will handle Gordon Rohan, knowing they need their best for that absolute monster. A teammate warns that 6 hunters won't stop Gordon, urging Adel to finish his hunt and regroup. Adel agrees to the strategy, trusting his allies to buy enough time before he joins the main fray. With the hunt officially on, Adel leaps into the forest to begin thinning out the top-tier competition. The squad is finally ready, moving out to begin their high-stakes hunt through the dense woods. Adel and his crew dive headfirst into the forest, wasting no time to find their first targets. One of his allies catches up, clearly bothered by the ruthless nature of their current plan. He questions why a top-tier talent like Adel is even bothering with such a dirty game. The teammate wonders why Adel doesn't just aim for a solo victory with his own overwhelming strength. Adel just gives a cryptic smirk, keeping his true motives hidden behind a cold, silent gaze. Suddenly, the quiet forest is ripped apart by a massive, earth-shaking explosion that levels the terrain. The shockwave tears through the trees as the first real clash of the hunt finally erupts. Emerging from the smoke is John Cleese, looking absolutely battered and gasping for air after the impact. He grits his teeth in pain, realizing the competition is far more brutal than he ever imagined. Our boy Soo-hyun walks through the haze, disappointed that India's greatest hero is such a total letdown. John Cleese grits his teeth in pure humiliation, unable to handle being looked down upon by a rookie. Driven by desperation, the hunter roars and begins pouring his mana into a final, high-tier execution skill. A massive, rusted iron construct erupts from the shadows, looming over Soo-hyun like a tomb for the living. Even as the darkness surrounds him, Soo-hyun calmly notes that this is a pretty useful skill to witness. The thorn casket jail slams shut with a violent clang, sealing our boy inside a localized nightmare. John Cleese cackles like a maniac, convinced that his perfect record of kills remains absolutely unbroken. He starts gloating about how the hundreds of internal thorns will turn his target into a bloody mess. His victory lap is cut short when a flash of purple energy suddenly bites deep into his neck. The hunter is left completely dumbfounded, as his head is severed by a strike he never even saw. A group of trash-tier hunters stares at the iron tomb, convinced our boy was just a product of rumors. They feel like they wasted their time coming here, if the supposedly legendary regressor was caught so easily. Since the space-type skill is impossible to interfere with, they decide to leave him to his fate. The mustache guy figures they only need to worry about Gordon Rohan now that the competition is dead. Just as they prepare to regroup with their leader, the air in the forest suddenly turns heavy. One of the scouts realizes too late that the predator they were hunting has finally bared its fangs. He screams for everyone to dodge as a massive pillar of blue mana erupts from the ground. The squad is left completely dumbfounded as the overwhelming energy strike tears through their ranks like paper. A colossal shockwave levels the forest, signaling that the real monster has finally decided to stop playing around. From a distance, Adele Castle watches the carnage unfold, realizing the hunt has just become a lot more interesting. Adel Castle stands atop a cliff, completely floored by the sheer scale of the recent sword strike. He wonders what kind of monster could possibly unleash such a devastating attack in this forest. Nearby, our boy Hak-jun is gasping for air, his body pushed to its absolute limit after the chaos. He looks toward the horizon, marveling at how far Soo-hyun has surpassed everyone else's wildest expectations. Adele looks down from his perch, demanding to know if the exhausted warrior recognizes that terrifying mana signature. Hak-jun just tightens his grip on his massive blade, his resolve hardening despite his battered state. With a wild grin, he proudly claims that the monster responsible is his one and only brother. Adel effortlessly dodges the desperate strike, annoyed that the language barrier is making communication impossible. Realizing this fight is a distraction, he summons his spears, deciding to investigate the mana source himself. Before Hak-jun can even blink, the European ace vanishes in a blinding flash of pure mana. A pillar of light descends from the heavens, signaling the arrival of something truly monstrous. Hak-jun looks up in awe, realizing that the sheer scale of this mana is on a different level. Even the arrogant Gordon Rohan can't help but stop his complaining as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. He sighs in annoyance, having thought he was the only big fish in this pond until now. Then he sees it, a massive blue dragon soaring through the clouds, carrying a mysterious figure on its back. Our boy Soo-hyun looks down with cold, piercing eyes, looking like a literal god descending to the mortal realm. Mir circles the mountain peak, making the world's top tycoon look like a tiny, insignificant ant. Watching the spears hover, Hak-jun realizes that without this intervention, he would have been absolute toast. The pressure is so intense that even the regressor has to focus just to maintain this terrifying form. Gordon finally understands that the gap between him and these true monsters is wider than he ever imagined. Gordon Rohan's gaze sharpens as he decides to stop playing around and finally get serious. He lets out a manic grin, declaring that it is time to get this fight started properly. Hak-jun watches in pure terror, realizing that the sheer scale of this power is way too dangerous. High above, Mir unleashes a devastating torrent of divine dragonfire that illuminates the entire sky. The massive beam of energy slams into the earth, incinerating everything in its path with overwhelming heat. A thick plume of smoke rises from the mountain peak as the landscape is completely reshaped. Through the scorched earth and lingering embers, a pair of boots steadily marches forward without a scratch. Gordon emerges from the inferno, laughing because he finds the dragon's flames to be surprisingly feisty. He charges his own lightning, refusing to let his reputation be treated like trash-tier fodder by a newcomer. Suddenly, his expression shifts as he notices something unexpected amidst the swirling smoke and chaos. Gordon looks up in frustration, realizing that the dragon and its rider managed to slip away after that explosion. Meanwhile, Hak-jun is busy thanking Adele for the save, though the European hunter doesn't look too thrilled. Adele snaps at him, wondering what kind of guts Hak-jun has to pick a fight with a tycoon like Gordon. When Hak-jun starts acting like they're best buds, Adele quickly shuts him down, reminding him they aren't close. As they fly over the scorched earth, Adele explains that the European hunters are teaming up for survival. Hak-jun suddenly realizes the direction they're heading and can't believe where Adele is actually taking them. With a confident smirk, Adele confirms his plan, because he knows exactly who they need to find next. It turns out their only hope is to track down our boy Soo-hyun and join forces with him. Deep in the woods, the sounds of a brutal struggle echo as the forest ambush reaches a bloody climax. Through the thick haze, a broken warrior stands alone, barely clinging to life after being absolutely dismantled. Popo is absolutely gasping for air, clutching his mangled arm while the dust of battle settles around him. He looks around in a total panic, realizing his entire squad might have been wiped out in an instant. Suddenly, a familiar voice crackles through a communication skill, making him realize he isn't completely alone just yet. Louis Gozman explains that he linked everyone's locations earlier, but the massive mana surge he just felt is terrifying. Struggling to speak, Popo insists that Adele needs to know the real threat isn't even the tycoon Gordon Rohan. The terrifying truth flashes in his mind as he realizes the source of that overwhelming pressure is actually Soo-hyun. Before the signal cuts to static, Popo screams out Soo-hyun's name, leaving Louis Gozman completely dumbfounded by the revelation. Louis Gozman quickly relays the news to Adel, confirming that the monster they're sensing is the legendary regressor himself. The surrounding European hunters start losing their cool, fearing their entire plan is trashed here if Soo-hyun is truly that powerful. Adele remains cold and composed, ordering Louis Gozman to patch him through so he can settle the growing chaos. Adele Castle activates his communication skill, broadcasting his voice to every suppression team in the forest. He tells them time is short, so he is going to keep this briefing quick and simple. While Elena Anna's team maneuvers, Adele explains that the massive mana source they felt is actually Soo-hyun. He orders Wang Wu's squad to adjust their plan because our boy is now the top priority. Louis Gozman's team listens as Adele explains they will crush Soo-hyun before eliminating the tycoon. Adele asks if everyone understands, noting that Elena has already caught on and started running away. A hunter named Roik acknowledges the command and prepares to join the main force immediately. Chabi confirms she's on it, sensing they have almost caught up to the source of the pressure. She tells a trash-tier hunter he's lucky Soo-hyun exists, or he would have died by her hand. Wang Wu stands his ground in the clearing, bracing for the inevitable clash with the legendary regressor. Wang Wu is absolutely fuming, gritting his teeth because these weaklings are finally starting to get under his skin. He loses his cool completely, swearing that he is going to slaughter every single person standing in his way. Meanwhile, our boy Kim Soo-hyun is just standing there, looking dumbfounded, trying to piece together this chaotic mess. He looks down at the broken body of John Cleese, wondering who this random trash-tier hunter even is. Flashback to a few minutes ago, when a massive dark energy suddenly surged from the sky above him. A giant Iron Maiden known as the Thorn Casket Jail slams down, trapping Kim Soo-hyun in a pitch-black void. Our boy quickly realizes he is stuck in a space-type skill, which is honestly more annoying than actually dangerous. He knows these traps usually force you to play by their rules, or solve some puzzle to escape, but Kim Soo-hyun isn't one for games, so he just smirks and decides to brute force his way out instead. He unleashes an overwhelming wave of blue mana, completely shattering the space and defying every limitation of the skill. The blue mana eruption completely obliterates the annoying rules and conditions of the spatial trap. Our boy steps out of the wreckage, casually thinking about how easy it was to break free. He lands on a glowing green circle and demands someone explain exactly what is going on here. He senses another presence nearby, his weary eyes scanning the forest for the next trash-tier challenger. Suddenly, green energy coils around him like snakes, attempting to bind him in place once again. John Cleese dives from the canopy, thinking he finally has the upper hand against the legendary regressor. The Indian hunter screams in triumph, convinced that his surprise attack is going to end the fight. But Soo-hyun just flexes his mana, effortlessly shattering the green restraints like they were made of glass. A massive burst of dark energy sends the overconfident hunter flying back into the trees. Our boy realizes he overdid it, wondering if absorbing Ouroboros' power made him a bit too strong. Soo-hyun stares into the shadows, telling the hidden rats to stop wasting time, and finally show themselves. Heavy footsteps echo through the clearing, as a group of elite hunters finally decides to step into the light. Roik watches from the sidelines, realizing that Adel was right about this guy being an absolute monster. Our boy just smirks, completely unfazed by the growing number of trash-tier hunters surrounding him in the forest. Chabi signals the rest of the squad to move in, fully prepared to start the high-stakes ambush. The coordinated raid officially kicks off as hunters descend from all sides with their weapons drawn and ready. One hunter lashes out with a jagged chain, hoping to snag the regressor before he can even react. Soo-hyun effortlessly weaves through the incoming strikes, treating the entire life-or-death struggle like a simple warm-up exercise. He swings his blade with cold precision, cleaving through his first victim while dark mana erupts from the impact. Landing in a low crouch, he prepares to dismantle the rest of this pathetic coalition, one by one. Soo-hyun blocks a heavy blow, realizing these guys are actually serious about this pathetic assassination attempt. He immediately retaliates, unleashing a massive wave of blue flames that sends the nearby hunters flying back. Our boy stares them down with cold eyes, completely unfazed by the heat of his own mana. He continues to weave through the chaos, treating their coordinated strikes like nothing more than a light breeze. Even when surrounded, he moves with a grace that makes these elite hunters look like total amateurs. Suddenly, a burst of golden energy catches an attacker off guard, proving his mastery over multiple elements. The man is dumbfounded as the golden mana surges through him, leaving him completely paralyzed with fear. A massive explosion of energy consumes the battlefield, making it look like the regressor was finally caught. The European hunters cheer in relief, convinced that their coordinated strike just ended the legendary monster. One hunter screams to keep him pinned down, desperate to finish the job before the smoke clears. Red slashes tear through the air as the hunters unleash their most desperate strikes to finish the job. Dust and debris fill the clearing, but the weight of the mana feels wrong to the attacking coalition. Their ultimate coordinated strike hits a solid wall of purple energy, failing to leave even a single scratch. Roik stands there completely dumbfounded, stuttering about how their high-tier skill just vanished into thin air. Our boy emerges from the smoke with a cold, predatory glow in his eyes that signals their impending doom. The hunters try to rally their broken spirits, convinced the lightning aftermath must have at least slowed him. They charge back in with everything they have, desperate to keep the pressure on before he can counter. As they get closer, Roik realizes the terrifying gap in their power is wider than he ever imagined. A massive pillar of dark mana erupts from the ground, signaling that the real hunt has finally begun. The hunters freeze in pure terror, finally understanding that they are just trash-tier prey in this man's world. Weapons hit the dirt as the hunters' desperate ambush completely falls apart in an instant. Roik and his crew collapse to their knees, their pride shattered along with their tactical formation. He stares at his fallen blade, wondering how a single human could possess such soul-crushing pressure. A nervous laugh escapes his lips as he realizes they've just signed their own death warrants. Behind our boy, the phantom of a massive serpent looms, proving he's nothing short of a walking calamity. Every step he takes toward the survivors feels like a heavy hammer slamming against their very hearts. Before Roik can even blink, a cold blade is pressed firmly against his trembling, sweaty throat. Soo-hyun admits they were slightly better than expected, but still forced him to reveal a hidden skill. He questions why these European hunters are acting so close, when their history says otherwise. With eyes glowing like a hungry predator, he demands to know exactly what they are planning. Adel Kassel is absolutely dumbfounded, his face turning pale as he senses an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. He starts sweating buckets, wondering what kind of monster could possibly emit such a terrifying, soul-chilling aura. Looking out at the dense forest, he realizes the very air smells like certain, unavoidable death. He frantically asks Louis Gozman to contact the suppression team, but the silence on the other end is deafening. The realization hits the group like a freight train as they wonder if everyone else was just wiped out. Their hearts skip a beat when Louis stops in his tracks, his expression suggesting things are even worse. He explains that every single signal went dark the moment they actually located our boy, Kim Soo-hyun. Adele's mind races as he connects the dots, realizing they've walked straight into a meat grinder. Looking at his remaining squad, he grimly notes that, out of their entire force, only 6 remain. As a strange energy washes over them, they realize they aren't the hunters anymore, they're just the prey. Adele's heart drops into his stomach as he watches one of his elite men get tossed like trash. Kevin hits the dirt with a sickening thud, and the grim reality of their situation finally sinks in. The European leader can only stare in total disbelief, as his top-tier squad is dismantled in mere seconds. Coughing up blood, the dying hunter desperately gasps for his captain to turn tail and run away. Standing amidst the broken bodies of his fallen comrades, Adel realizes they were never the ones hunting. He is completely dumbfounded, frantically wondering what kind of monster could possibly possess this level of crushing power. A heavy footstep echoes through the silent clearing, signaling that the true predator has finally arrived. Cold sweat pours down his face as the literal sensation of death begins to choke the very air. A dark, suffocating aura rises from the shadows, effectively swallowing what little hope the survivors had left. Staring into the glowing eyes of the regressor, Adele's primal survival instincts scream that he is already dead. Our boy greets the terrified hunter with a chilling smile, finally making his presence known in the clearing. A massive, spectral serpent looms over Adel, proving that the regressor is the true apex predator here. His glowing eyes lock onto his target, radiating a cold pressure that effectively freezes the very air. Adel stares up in pure horror, finally understanding that he is facing the absolute zenith of this ecosystem. The regressor casually remarks that the ambush was actually a solid plan for a supposed top-tier candidate. He warns that even the strongest eventually encounter a level of power that leaves them utterly helpless. Dumbfounded, the European hunter can only stammer as he tries to grasp what the monster is saying. Our boy assumes the logic is obvious, looking down on the man who thought he was a hunter. He then pivots, questioning why a hero like Adel would ever accept such a depraved, trash-tier offer. The mention of a depraved deal sends a fresh wave of confusion through the broken hunter's mind. Adol looks like a total insect beneath the weight of our boy's crushing presence. Instead of begging, the broken hunter starts chuckling as if he's finally snapped. He descends into a fit of hysterical laughter, mocking the impossible situation he's found himself in. Suddenly, he lunges forward, trying to catch the regressor off guard with a desperate high-speed strike. Our boy just leans back, effortlessly weaving through the attack like it was standing still. He realizes that his predator skill, a mental type ability from Ouroboros, hasn't completely paralyzed his prey. It turns out Europe's strongest actually has enough willpower to resist the soul-crushing fear. Adol flares his blue mana, claiming that the winner gets to decide what's truly depraved. Soo-hyun lets out a chilling smirk, his purple aura exploding as he accepts the challenge. The hunter pours everything into his gauntlets, ready to bet his life on one final, futile clash. Soo-hyun tightens his grip, his purple mana flaring, as he prepares to end this farce once and for all. The two S-ranks lock eyes across the clearing, the air thick with the scent of impending death. Their initial clash sends a violent shockwave through the forest, obliterating the landscape in a burst of energy. Adele's gauntlet slams into the regressor's blade, a desperate strike fueled by pure, unadulterated survival instinct. He pours every ounce of his remaining mana into this final charge, hoping to shatter our boy's defense. A massive pillar of light erupts toward the sky as their conflicting powers reach a catastrophic breaking point. Far from the chaos, the preliminary round finally enters its closing stages across the scorched battlefield. Gordon Rohan watches the survivor count dwindle, feeling completely unimpressed by the supposed elite talent remaining. He wonders why nobody has dared to challenge him yet, despite him waiting out in the open. The tycoon sighs in disappointment, concluding that these trash-tier hunters are simply too cowardly to face him. Gordon smirks, finally feeling like his long wait wasn't a total waste of time after all. Turns out the Japanese S-ranker, Tsukimoto Kenya, is the only one with enough guts to step up. Kenya admits he is actually thrilled to test his blade against a monster of Gordon's caliber. He decides they have talked enough, and prepares to let his steel do the rest of the talking. The swordsman lunges with blinding speed, while Gordon just stands there, completely unfazed by the incoming strike. Meanwhile, in another part of the woods, the sound of clashing metal rings out as a brawl erupts. Our boy Hakjun is pushed to his limits, gritting his teeth as the pressure of the ambush mounts. He is not going down without a fight, and begins channeling his mana for a heavy counterattack. Unleashing his full moon blast, he aims to blow back the trash-tier hunters surrounding him. Chabi realizes too late that she is way out of her league as the devastating energy tears through. Chernoff draws his bow with icy focus, locking onto his target with the intent to end the fight. He releases a lethal shot, the arrow whistling through the air with enough force to pierce through armor. Hakjun freezes as the projectile closes in, realizing his exhausted body simply won't move in time to dodge. Death stares him in the face, and he prepares for the worst as the tip nears his eyes. Suddenly, a hexagonal barrier flickers to life, shattering the arrow before it can draw a single drop of blood. Our boy Soo-hyun arrives atop Mir, telling a stunned Hakjun to just shut up and focus on surviving. He leaps down to check on his ally, admitting that facing a winning candidate alone was a major mistake. Soo-hyun clicks his tongue, realizing the situation is getting dicey because of the enemy's specialized coordination and timing. Elena and Chernoff stand ready, their legendary teamwork making them the most dangerous duo in the entire world. Elsewhere, even a powerhouse like Wang Wu is left gasping for air, cursing the trash-tier tactics of his pursuers. Wang Wu roars at the trash-tier mobs to get out of his way as they try to corner him. Meanwhile, our boy Soo-hyun engages Adol Castle in a high-speed clash that lights up the entire forest. Soo-hyun stays calm, analyzing his opponent's movements while looking for a single opening to end this fight. Adol is clearly feeling the pressure, realizing that the regressor is far more dangerous than the rumors suggested. He pushes his mana to the limit, unleashing a concentrated burst of energy through his gauntlet. Soo-hyun is actually impressed, noting that Europe's best hunter isn't just all talk and flashy titles. Desperation takes over as Adol screams, summoning a massive blue dragon made of pure, destructive mana. The colossal beast towers over the battlefield, proving that Adol is truly cut from a different cloth. In his mind, he wonders when he started dreaming of being a hero, as his sanity begins slipping. The energy dragon lunges forward, and Soo-hyun realizes he needs to take this strike seriously to survive. It all started with a simple anime that gave a young Adele dreams of saving the weak. He was obsessed with the legendary White Dragon Man, a hero who stood for justice and strength. Watching his idol crush villains made him believe that anyone could change the world with enough power. Like every other kid, our boy just wanted to be cool. But for him, it became an obsession. This wasn't just some phase, as he spent every waking moment training to manifest that same draconic energy. All that blood and sweat eventually paid off when he became the top-ranked hero representing the entire UK. But reality hit hard when he realized he couldn't be everywhere at once while climbing the tower. The public turned on him instantly, calling him a coward, who abandoned his country for personal gain. Staring at his phone, he finally understood that the hero he idolized was nothing but a fictional dream. Exhaustion finally takes hold as he admits to himself that he's just a normal, tired man. Adel remembers when the association approached his tired self with a deal that sounded way too good. The plan was simple. Form a dirty alliance to eliminate the real threats and hand him the win. He figured being the undisputed best would finally stop the public from comparing him to others. Suddenly, our boy snaps him back to reality, mocking him for having a mid-fight existential crisis. Soo-hyun charges right at that massive energy dragon, proving he isn't scared of some trash-tier construct. With a cold smirk, he asks if Adel really thought his little tricks would work on a regressor. He triggers Ouroboros' third eye, a broken ability designed to snuff out an opponent's magic entirely. The purple glow intensifies as he burns through his mental power to erase Adel's defense. Adel is completely dumbfounded as he watches his ultimate skill just evaporate into thin air. Before he can even blink, Soo-hyun closes the gap to put an end to this pathetic charade. Soo-hyun lunges forward with blinding speed, his blade slicing through the air with terrifying precision. Adel can barely process the movement before the cold steel bites into him, shattering his remaining pride. Our boy stands tall, while the so-called hero of Europe stumbles back in a state of total disarray. Fresh blood sprays across the forest floor as the grim reality of his defeat finally sinks in. Adel stares up, sweating and desperate to understand why he is still breathing after such a strike. He clutches his bleeding side, realizing Soo-hyun intentionally held back just to keep him from being eliminated. With a stoic expression, Soo-hyun stands over him and begins to question the fallen hunter's true motives. He demands to know why a top-tier talent would accept such a trash-tier offer from the corrupt association. Adel is left breathless, his mind racing to process the sheer weight of the regressor's overwhelming presence. Slumping against a tree, he just laughs at how truly bizarre and unpredictable our boy really is. Adel slumps against a tree, his breath ragged as the adrenaline finally starts to fade away. He gasps for air, his vision blurring while he tries to reconcile his defeat with his pride. Our boy admits that living up to the world's heavy expectations as a hero is an exhausting burden. Adel confesses that he chose to be the best just to avoid the constant sting of public criticism. Soo-hyun listens in silence, his cold gaze softening as he recognizes a familiar spark of inner turmoil. Looking at the broken man, he realizes Adel is actually cut from the same cloth as himself. When Adel asks if he is pathetic, Soo-hyun simply replies that he understands that struggle all too well. The European champion looks away, sweat dripping down his face as he reflects on his hollow journey. Our boy then challenges him by asking what he believes a true hero actually looks like. Adel remembers his childhood idol, the White Dragon Man, who once represented pure hope and simple dreams. Adel admits his childhood vision of heroism feels like a distant, uncertain memory now. Looking up at the regressor, the fallen champion feels the weight of his own failures crushing him. He acknowledges that while everyone has different ideals, he's lost his way in the sea of public opinion. Our boy reaches out, telling him that if he still holds those pure dreams, he's already a hero. Hearing those words, Adel realizes his original standards weren't wrong, he just lacked the courage to keep them. As Soo-hyun pulls him up, Adel curses his own weakness for letting trash-tier critics dictate his worth. But the despair is gone, replaced by a newfound gratitude for the man who just saved his soul. He vows to forge a stronger heart and body, to finally become the hero he once dreamed of. Seeing the spark return to the European's eyes, our boy can't help but crack a rare, genuine smile. Since they're being honest, Soo-hyun decides it's time to reveal his own standards for what makes a warrior. Just as they finish their heart-to-heart, Adel notices a sudden presence and looks up in total confusion. It turns out Wang Wu was lurking nearby, launching a desperate sneak attack to take our boy's head. The hulking hunter puts his entire weight into a punch meant to end the regressor right then and there. But Soo-hyun doesn't even blink, catching the massive fist with a single hand like it was trash-tier effort. Adel is completely dumbfounded, realizing the gap between them and this monster is wider than he ever imagined. Before the attacker can even scream, our boy counters with a strike that leaves the man gasping for air. Dark energy surges through the air, as the Star of China is instantly erased from the battlefield. Seeing the aftermath, the European hunter finally understands he's witnessing the birth of a legend's true power. With his blade humming with lethal intent, Soo-hyun prepares to settle the rest of this pathetic ambush. He notes that a true hero must be strong enough to never lose, just as the preliminary round concludes. The preliminary rounds finally wrap up, leaving the world buzzing for the high-stakes finals starting tomorrow. Most S-rank hunters are left re-evaluating their trash-tier skills, realizing they need the tower to even stand a chance. While some accept reality, Wang Wu throws a tantrum, swearing he will personally end our boy for this humiliation. Social media is absolutely exploding as every single highlight from the ranking games goes viral across the globe. Unsurprisingly, the most watched clips feature Soo-hyun and Gordon Rohan, who both effortlessly wiped out dozens of opponents. The internet is not being kind to Wang Wu, mocking him for getting one-shotted despite his big talk. Even Park Young-yu's desperate clash against the God of Lightning becomes a masterclass for everyone watching the stream. As the hype for the finals peaks, Adol walks away, finally understanding that true heroism requires absolute strength. Back at the lounge, the crew checks the comments, amused by how much of a joke the elite became. Seokjin wonders why our boy didn't summon his dragon during the prelims, but Soo-hyun explains, Mir needed time to grow. He realizes that even a divine beast is a living creature that requires rest and evolution to stay elite. A text from the Reaper Guildmaster shows she's busy dismantling the trash-tier remnants of the Dump Guild. Seeing her thrive brings a rare smile to Soo-hyun's face, knowing his allies are finally standing on their own. Suddenly, Choi Hak-jun chimes in to ask if the God of Lightning is just a shy guy deep down. Turns out Choi Hak-jun tried to thank Gordon Rohan personally, only to get literally kicked out of the room. Soo-hyun and Seokjin can only stare in silence, dumbfounded by Choi Hak-jun's weirdly optimistic take on a cold-blooded killer. As night falls over the city, the tension thickens before the most anticipated event in Hunter history begins. The finals finally kick off with Gordon Rohan standing tall, ready to prove why he sits atop the world. Johnny Brad ignites the arena with his purple mana, setting the stage for the high-stakes tournament. Gordon Rohan explains the 3-2 round format, reminding everyone that killing is strictly forbidden during these matches. Our boy scans the bracket and notices the God of Lightning is on the opposite side of the board. Turns out he's scheduled for a quarterfinal rematch against the top hunter from the European coalition. Adel Castle walks up with a calm demeanor, clearly having processed his previous loss to the regressor. He confidently claims that he won't let history repeat itself and plans to show his true potential. Soo-hyun gives a rare, competitive smirk, admitting he's actually eager to see how much the guy improved. Suddenly, the hype turns to horror as Adel is discovered, broken and bloodied before their fight even begins. The surrounding hunters are left dumbfounded, realizing that someone just took out an S rank in total silence. Our boy and Hak-jun watch in grim silence, realizing the tournament's vibe just took a sharp turn toward insanity. A blood-soaked hand reaches out from the crater, a chilling sign of the absolute brutality occurring behind the scenes. Adel Castle is left completely broken, whimpering for someone to save him, as his previous arrogance vanishes instantly. The red-haired Nave cackles with manic glee, having turned the European champion into a sacrificial lamb for his amusement. Because his opponent, Nave, withdrew after the chaos, Soo-hyun automatically secures his spot in the next round. Other powerhouses like Ashlyn and the veteran Park Young-yu also advance, proving the real monsters are finally surfacing. The atmosphere in the stadium remains tense as the next high-stakes matchup is finalized under the bright lights. The bracket updates to show a massive clash between Africa's Miraji Rowoon and the legendary God of Lightning. Gordon Rohan steps into the ring with a cocky smirk, ready to show why he considers everyone else trash tier. Miraji Rowoon is genuinely surprised that a global tycoon like Gordon actually recognizes his name and reputation. He stands tall with his heavy gear, recalling his boast about being able to tank the whole world. Gordon doesn't look impressed and prepares to ask a question that will change the mood entirely. He mockingly asks if Miraji really thought he was included in that weak list of global opponents. Miraji is left dumbfounded by the sheer arrogance as the announcer tells them to get ready. The match kicks off with a bang, but Gordon is already moving faster than the eye can follow. Our boy Miraji panics, wondering if his opponent went left or right while gripping his shield tight. He suddenly feels a massive pressure from above, realizing he made a fatal mistake in his tracking. Looking up, he sees Gordon descending like a god, ready to show him what a real powerhouse looks like. Gordon looks down with total indifference as he prepares to deliver a crushing blow from above. The impact is absolutely insane, forcing Miraji to hide behind his shield just to survive the shockwave. Watching from the sidelines, Hak-jun is completely floored by the sheer force of a basic attack. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun remains silent and stoic, calculating the massive gap between himself and the lightning-wielding tycoon. Miraji refuses to back down and puts everything into a desperate hammer swing to reclaim his pride. He actually manages to connect, but Gordon just stands there like he is being hit by a breeze. The dust clears to reveal Gordon hasn't moved an inch, leaving our boy Miraji shaking in his boots. Gordon hovers with a terrifying glow, asking if Miraji finally understands the narrowness of his own world. He compares the hunter to a newborn baby, who mistakenly thinks their tiny view is the whole reality. Miraji looks up, realizing his perspective on power might be smaller than he ever imagined. Gordon hovers above like a god, explaining that the true world is far beyond a normal hunter's comprehension. Our boy Miraji starts to sweat, as he hears that staying stagnant only limits his own potential. Gordon summons a massive spear of energy, revealing this entire tournament was just a tool for his growth. The tycoon looks down with cold eyes, driven by the singular goal of expanding his own overwhelming world. From the stands, Soo-hyun notes that Gordon's mana compression is on a level that spells absolute danger. Suddenly, Gordon descends like a falling star, turning his words into a physical manifestation of pure destruction. Miraji grits his teeth and resolves to block whatever the lightning-wielding monster throws his way. A massive explosion slams into the shield, testing if Miraji's pride can withstand such trash-tier treatment. The massive lightning spear collides with the shield, sending shockwaves through the entire arena. Miraji feels the overwhelming pressure and realizes his defense is nothing more than paper against such raw power. His eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes the gap between them is wider than any ocean. The force of the impact sends him reeling back, his pride shattered along with his stance. He collapses to the ground, wondering if the tycoon intentionally pulled his punch to keep him alive. A hand reaches out through the settling dust, moving with a grace that feels almost mocking. Miraji freezes as the monster of a man looms over him, his heart hammering against his ribs. Gordon offers a cold congratulations, acknowledging that the warrior managed to survive the initial onslaught. The tycoon smiles and tells him that his perspective on the world has finally been forced to expand. Gordon Rohan is officially declared the winner after showing the world why he is the undisputed top seed. Our boy and Hak-jun watch from the stands, noting that the tycoon's performance was surprisingly impressive. Soo-hyun realizes that Gordon is using this tournament as a catalyst to expand his own world and power. He initially expected the tycoon to be just another arrogant elite looking for a cheap ego boost. It becomes clear that Gordon started this game to find someone actually worthy of standing by his side. His motivation isn't vanity, but a deep curiosity to see if anyone can truly challenge his title. Soo-hyun finds himself respecting the man, acknowledging that Gordon is a truly incredible powerhouse in this world. The bracket moves fast, as Elena Ann secures her victory with a casual pop of her bubblegum. Louis Gosman dances his way into the second round, leaving his opponent completely dumbfounded by his speed. Even Hak-jun manages to clinch a win, proving he is finally cut from the same cloth as the elites. Song Hyun-ki and his dragon Mir are defeated, leaving a massive crater in the wake of their loss. The system's voice rings out, confirming Johnny Brad as the official host for the high-stakes ranking games. The quarterfinals kick off with Soo-hyun facing Tomas Matilis, a red-haired fighter who seems way too energetic. Tomas stares back with a peculiar gaze, looking like he belongs in a circus rather than a battlefield. He starts hopping around and shouting about how much fun he's having, completely ignoring the tension. When the announcer asks for more, he just nods along with a goofy grin, confusing the entire audience. Next up is our boy, who ignores the theatrics and focuses on the objective at hand. He gives a short, professional response about doing his best, though his eyes tell a different story. A chilling pressure begins to leak from him as he prepares to show the world his true power. Surprisingly, Tomas just claps and cheers, finding Soo-hyun's intense aura to be the coolest thing he's ever seen. Choi Hak-jun watches the screen, realizing our boy is about to go all out against this eccentric Tomas. The internet is already losing its mind, debating if Tomas' one-shot victory over Adel makes him the favorite. Hak-jun can't help but feel a bit of sweat, silently hoping Soo-hyun stays sharp against such a wild card. The announcer calls for positions as Soo-hyun's cold gaze meets Tomas' manic, wide-eyed grin across the arena. The world's elite watch with bated breath, knowing this first quarterfinal match will set the tone for everything. The moment the signal drops, Soo-hyun lunges forward and catches Tomas' face with a brutal, lightning-fast grip. Without a second of hesitation, he slams the red-haired fighter into the dirt with bone-shattering force. Seeing the opening move, Hak-jun jumps up and cheers, thrilled that his mentor isn't pulling any punches today. Even the top-tier spectators are impressed, noting that Soo-hyun is mirroring the exact way Tomas previously humiliated Adel. As the dust settles, our boy stands tall, proving that he's more than ready to pay back every insult. Tomas is absolutely losing it with excitement, even as he's being pinned into the dirt by our boy. Soo-hyun realizes the trash-tier lunatic managed to deploy a shield skill at the very last microsecond. Even trapped, Tomas just grins behind his barrier, acting like this life-or-death struggle is some kind of game. Our boy's tone turns cold as he asks why the psycho went so far as to cripple Adele. The red-haired freak just blinks, looking like he can't even remember why Head be asked such a thing. He starts cackling like a madman, admitting he broke those limbs simply because he thought it was fun. That was the wrong answer, and Soo-hyun's expression shifts into something truly terrifying and murderous. A massive pillar of blue flames erupts from his body, reflecting the pure rage boiling inside his soul. Suddenly, the manic confidence vanishes, leaving Tomas trembling in absolute terror as the real pressure sets in. Soo-hyun readies a fire-clad fist, deciding it's time to show this clown what real entertainment looks like. Our boy slams his fist into that red barrier, pouring every ounce of his rage into the strike. The shield cracks like cheap glass under the pressure, leaving the red-haired psycho completely exposed and defenseless. Tomas starts sobbing and begging for a timeout, finally realizing he's picked a fight with a literal god. Kim Soo-hyun just stares him down, noting how the coward tried to swap his broken shield for a fresh one. He coldly warns the trash-tier hunter that power without responsibility is just a recipe for a miserable end. As he looms over the trembling wreck, he tells him that he's nothing more than a mindless monster. Up in the VIP seats, Gordon Rohan is actually stunned that someone can dish out this much raw destruction. Our boy doesn't care about the audience, only focusing on bracing himself for the final, soul-crushing blow. Tomas is a blubbering mess now, desperately pleading for mercy as his last line of defense begins to fail. Without a hint of hesitation, Kim Soo-hyun brings the hammer down to end this pathetic excuse for a match. Soo-han decides to wrap things up, flooding the arena with his overwhelming blue mana to finish the job. Tomas can only let out a pathetic wail as his defenses are pulverized like they were made of paper. Our boy slams the trash-tier hunter into the ground, but the impact feels wrong as darkness begins to swirl. Suddenly, Soo-hyun pulls back, feeling a sickening chill as he realizes he definitely doesn't like where this is heading. Even the heavy hitters like Gordon and Ashlyn are starting to look rattled, while Johnny Brad senses the real fight. The arena floor transforms into a literal nightmare, dragging the screaming Tomas into a void of endless, staring eyes. Soo-hyun breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that this isn't his own power or even a tournament gimmick. He recognizes the terrifying pressure immediately, knowing this specific skill shouldn't even be possible in this place. This is the Black Forest, a legendary space-type ability that ranks among the most destructive powers in history. Memories of his past life flash back, reminding him how this same phenomenon once wiped out an entire city. Soo-hyun realizes Tomas was the culprit behind that past disaster, making this situation way more troublesome than he expected. He tries using Ouroboros's third eye to analyze the void, but the skill completely fails to register any information. Since he can't read the technique, our boy decides to just brute force his way out with pure power. He unleashes a massive strike of blue flames, aiming to tear the space-type ability apart with raw mana. Suddenly, the impact hits him right back, sending a shockwave through his body as the attack is perfectly neutralized. He stares at his blade, wondering if the space actually folded on itself to reflect the entire force back. Trapped in the darkness, he starts calculating his next move to escape this nightmare before things get even worse. A desperate scream for help suddenly echoes through the void, catching him completely off guard in the silence. Before he can react, a girl lunges out of the shadows and wraps her arms around him in a hug. She seems relieved that he finally arrived, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded by this bizarre and unexpected encounter. Our boy is completely rattled, wondering how this mysterious girl could possibly know about his hidden past. His heart sinks as the reality of the situation hits him like a freight train of trauma. Suddenly, the screams of the dying echo through his mind, begging for a hero who was miles away. As the girl clings to him, he realizes the Black Forest is dragging his worst nightmares into reality. It is a hellish sight he can never forget, no matter how many times he regresses. Back then, simultaneous outbreaks forced him to make a choice that no human should ever have to make. He stood before the flames, knowing that choosing one city meant sentencing the other to a fiery end. Because he could not be in two places at once, London was left to burn to the ground. He falls to his knees in the memory, suffocating under the weight of the lives he could not protect. Tears hit the pavement as he offers a useless apology to the people he abandoned to the flames. A man weeps in the flames, begging for a forgiveness that he knows will never actually come. Our boy watches the scene with a heavy heart, his stoic mask barely hiding the old scars reopening. He realizes this trash-tier illusion is digging up the London tragedy just to break his iron will. It is a calculated mental assault, designed to force his mind into a total collapse using past failures. Suddenly, a girl grabs him, her voice dripping with the betrayal of those who waited for a savior. She demands to know why he abandoned them, claiming their deaths are now entirely on his hands. Her face twists into a nightmare as she screams that they all would be alive if he stayed. The ground turns to shadow as the voices mock his choice to save Tokyo while they all burned. Shadowy figures rise from the ashes, reminding him of every family torn apart by his impossible decision. The victims sneer that he is just playing hero for fun, leaving him dumbfounded by his own guilt. The shadows of the past cling to our boy, screaming that they hate him for leaving them behind. A vengeful girl grips his head, cursing him for being the only one who walked away from that hell. He stands there, taking the weight of their hatred as the trauma of London tries to swallow him whole. Suddenly, his blue mana flares up, cutting through the darkness of this trash-tier illusion with cold intensity. The girl is stunned as the blue flames erupt, realizing her mental shackles aren't working on him anymore. She mockingly asks if he plans to murder his own regrets just to clear his path forward. The apparition sneers that he was always just playing hero while real people were dying in the streets. Soo-hyun just turns his back, telling the ghost to keep cursing him because their hate doesn't change his mission. The illusion screams in pure rage, demanding to know if playing with their lives was actually fun for him. With a cold glare, he admits he doesn't care about their words since he's already committed to this path. Our boy grips his blade, telling the spirits to watch closely as he prepares to rewrite their tragic fate. He promises that in this new life, The agony of losing loved ones will never repeat itself. If he fails to protect them again, he invites their ghosts to curse and mock him for eternity. With a roar, he unleashes a massive strike of blue mana to shatter the lingering nightmare. He slams his sword down, fracturing the very foundation of this trash-tier mental prison. A pillar of divine blue fire erupts, incinerating the remnants of his past failures. The burning streets of London begin to crumble as his overwhelming power tears through the illusion. He cuts through the last of the fake reality, watching the world break into thousands of shards. Even after breaking free, he realizes the space-type ability is still active, keeping him trapped. He notes that his strike made the skill unstable, but wonders why the space hasn't collapsed yet. A tiny silhouette with glowing eyes emerges from the swirling chaos of this trash-tier mental prison. Our boy isn't buying the act, claiming that trying to provoke him with a child's form is utterly pointless. The shadow ignores his warning and simply walks away, dragging him further into this unstable space. Soo-hee-yoon draws his sword, ready to cut down whatever trickery this space-type ability throws at him next. He suddenly freezes, a cold sweat dripping down as he realizes this isn't just another simple illusion. The child reaches out to touch his blade, leaving him dumbfounded as to what the entity actually wants. He stares down in silence, feeling a strange, heavy connection to the small figure standing before him. Their hands meet, and a violent surge of foreign memories begins to fracture his very consciousness. A blood-stained broken bottle flashes before his eyes, signaling the start of a dark, repressed memory. He watches a drunk, red-haired man stumble through a room, realizing he's witnessing someone's horrific past. A terrified child hides in the shadows, wondering how a father could ever treat his own blood this way. Our boy realizes he is witnessing the repressed, hellish memories of Tomas Matilas through the Black Forest's power. The memory is a never-ending nightmare where Tomas is relentlessly beaten and mocked for being a parentless bastard. No matter how much time passes, the boy remains curled in a corner, trapped in a cycle of isolation. Calendar pages flip by in a blur, but the misery of his daily life never seems to reach an end. The sheer weight of the physical and mental abuse causes Tomas' body to mature into an adult prematurely. One night, his drunken stepdad stumbles toward the fridge, growling about the lack of meat in the house. The trash-tier man realizes the kitchen is empty, and his drunken hunger quickly turns into a predatory rage. He slowly turns his gaze toward the corner, where the helpless child is shivering in absolute terror. With a sinister glint in his eye, the man decides that the boy will serve as his next meal. Our boy Tomas is paralyzed with fear, curled up as the nightmare of his childhood reaches its peak. The trash-tier stepdad reaches for a kitchen knife, his hunger for violence overriding any shred of humanity. He looms over the child with a jagged grin, finally finding the prey he was looking for. Tomas can only stare in horror, his small body trembling as the cold steel catches the light. He pathetically calls out to the man he's supposed to call father, hoping for a mercy that isn't coming. The man doesn't even see a son, only a target to vent his drunken, predatory rage upon. Without a second thought, he plunges the blade down, while the boy desperately screams for someone to save him. The monster just laughs manically, relishing the sight of blood as he completely loses himself to his madness. Covered in blood and broken beyond repair, Tomas realizes that his life is nothing but a cruel, endless joke. His survival instinct finally kicks in, screaming at him that he must run or die in this hellhole. Tomas sprints through the dark alleys, his only thought being to put distance between himself and that monster. He doesn't care where he goes, as long as it's far away from the man he once called father. Just when he thinks he's cornered, a glowing blue gate to the Tower of Trials manifests before him. Stepping through the portal, our boy finds himself in a world where the rules of reality no longer apply. Whether it's raw talent or sheer desperation, he begins tearing through the floors at a record-breaking pace. The monsters within are terrifying, but they're nothing compared to the living nightmare he just escaped. By the time he hits the 150th floor, the once terrified child has evolved into a cold-blooded killing machine. Blood-soaked and breathless, he finally finds a twisted sense of joy in the carnage of the tower's trials. But the nightmare isn't over, as the cruel hand of fate drags him back to his original reality. His drunken stepfather is already there, screaming about how ungrateful the boy is for trying to run away. Tomas is absolutely terrified, begging his monster of a stepfather to forgive him for just trying to escape. The trash-tier drunkard doesn't care, screaming that a disobedient brat needs to have the sense beaten into him. As the blow descends, our boy's trauma-induced instincts finally snap, manifesting a power he can't yet control. The abusive man freezes in his tracks, completely dumbfounded by the sudden, suffocating pressure radiating from the child. A wave of dark mana surges forward, throwing the brute back as the boy's latent potential finally awakens. Tomas stares at his hands in horror, realizing he never actually wanted to hurt anyone despite the abuse. The stepfather's rage turns to pure greed and fear as he realizes the boy has become an awakened. News of the incident travels fast, and soon the world's elite organizations take notice of this raw power. Despite being officially ranked as an S-tier powerhouse, Tomas remains a nervous wreck inside his matured body. He eventually returns home, still trapped in the cycle of trauma, and submissively announcing his return to his tormentor. The shadowy figure of his past looms over him, demanding to know what rank he finally achieved. Tomas can barely get the words out, trembling as he reveals his status as an S-rank hunter. His eyes glaze over with fear, the weight of years of abuse crashing back down on him instantly. Suddenly, the monster pulls him into a sickening embrace, claiming that everything was done out of love. The manipulator grins, asking his kind child if he can understand why he had to be so cruel. Broken and desperate for approval, Tomas asks what he can possibly do to make his tormentor even happier. The shadow mentions the upcoming ranking games, a high-stakes competition run by the powerful Godin Lohan. He orders Tomas to win the prize money, and the broken man agrees without a second thought. Kim Soo-hyun watches the pathetic display, realizing the mental scars on this powerhouse run deeper than anyone imagined. Reality hits as Tomas collapses, sobbing and begging for the imaginary blows to finally stop. Our boy promises he won't hurt him, trying to bridge the gap between their fractured worlds. Soo-hyun admits he saw those hellish memories and needs to understand the logic behind this powerhouse's submission. Tomas remains curled in a ball, his spirit completely crushed by the weight of his past. He looks up with hollow eyes, dumbfounded that anyone would actually care about his pathetic state. Soo-hyun questions why He'd ever leave the tower's safety just to return to that trash-tier excuse of a father. The broken man admits that without his tormentor, He'd be truly alone in a world that terrifies him. Seeing this level of psychological damage makes even a cold regressor like Soo-hyun pause in silence. It turns out Tomas is trapped in a cage of his own making, fueled by the fear of isolation. Suddenly, our boy reaches out, offering a path away from the shadows of that mental monster. With a rare, genuine smile, Soo-hyun asks if he's ready to leave that hell behind and join him. Tomas is completely dumbfounded, hearing that there's actually kindness left in a world he thought was purely trash tier. Our boy extends a hand, offering the broken hunter the one thing he's always craved, a real friend. Looking up, the weight of years of abuse starts to lift as he realizes he isn't alone anymore. He finally lets it all out, choosing to leave his hellish past behind and follow Soo-hyun into the light. The match ends with a withdrawal, catapulting Soo-hyun into the semifinals while his new ally celebrates like a kid. Meanwhile, Ashlyn dominates Hakjun with her ice abilities, before mysteriously dropping out of the tournament entirely. Her teammate wonders where Johnny Brad disappeared to, only to be told he had some urgent business to handle. Deep within a cosmic void, far from the arena, a different kind of power begins to stir. A mysterious presence senses an arrival, questioning if the expected guest has finally shown up in this realm. Johnny Brad kneels in respect, addressing the hidden figures as he prepares to report on his latest findings. Johnny Brad reports that he's gathered intel on every hero, yet one specific name remains a complete mystery. Hes frustrated, because there isn't a single scrap of data on Kim Sungin, our boy's previous identity. The shadowy overlords find this hard to believe, insisting the target must be hiding within his own borders. To flush him out, they decide to tear open a dimension and unleash an entire army upon his country. They want him captured alive, and Johnny Brad immediately bows, promising to carry out their dark will. Back at the arena, the hype builds as the next quarterfinal match between Godin Lohan and Park Young-yu begins. Godin is itching for a fight, eager to finally settle the score from their unfinished preliminary match. Park Young-yu is ready to go all out until a sudden vibration in his pocket kills the mood entirely. He looks a bit dumbfounded as his phone rings, realizing this might be an urgent matter he can't ignore. He asks for a quick second to take the call, and Godin surprisingly plays it cool, letting him answer. Park Young-yu answers the phone, clearly annoyed since he's supposed to be on vacation during the games. His annoyance turns to shock when he hears a blue dungeon just spawned back home in Korea. The situation is dire, and his subordinates beg him to return immediately before things spiral out of control. Realizing duty calls, he officially withdraws, giving Godin Lohan a free pass straight into the semifinals. Meanwhile, Louis Gozman barely edges out Elena Ann, but ends up too trashed to keep fighting. With the brackets falling apart from injuries and sudden departures, the tournament organizers have to pivot fast. They announce the semifinals are scrapped, setting up a final showdown between Godin and our boy, Soo-hyun. Godin isn't surprised, admitting he knew they'd clash eventually, and offering a bit of sportsmanlike luck. Soo-hyun keeps it cool as always, returning the sentiment while preparing for their big dance tomorrow. As night falls over the arena, the stage is finally set for a clash of the titans. The room is a total dump, littered with wine bottles and the stench of a pathetic existence. Right in the middle of the trash lies a man who is clearly the definition of trash tier. Heavy footsteps approach the door as someone prepares to settle a very personal debt. A massive boom rattles the room, dragging the drunkard back into a world of pain. He wakes up, completely dumbfounded, his bleary eyes trying to process the sudden intrusion. Scrambling back in a panic, he realizes his front door has just been turned into splinters. He tries to act tough, barking out threats and asking if the intruder is looking for a grave. His mouth is shut real quick when a hand grabs his face and pins him to the floor. Soo-hyun stares him down, coldly explaining that he is simply a dear friend of Tomas. The abuser can only let out muffled whimpers as he realizes his nightmare has just begun. The door slams shut as the long-overdue retribution for years of torment finally begins in that dark room. Once the job is finished, the heavy silence left behind carries the weight of a life forever changed. Our boy didn't just break his legs, he exposed the trash-tier monster as a serial killer facing execution. Fast forward to the day of the finals, where the entire arena is buzzing with pure, unfiltered hype. The stands are overflowing with hunters and scouts, all waiting to witness the birth of a new legend. Detective Park scans the massive crowd, trying to find where the group has wandered off to this time. Turns out Tomas is so hyped to see his hero that he nearly tumbles over the stadium railing. Seeing the kid finally acting like a normal person brings a rare, satisfied smirk to the rugged detective. Soo-hyun casually catches them up on the recent chaos, while Tomas shyly clings to his protector's side. Both Hakjun and the detective are left speechless, realizing the sheer scale of the mess Soo-hyun just cleaned. Soo-hyun explains they're taking Tomas to Korea, knowing the kid will need some serious backup to adjust. Hakjun is hyped for a new brother, but the detective warns him to show some respect to his senior. Our boy promises to handle the housing situation, while Tomas continues to use him as a human shield. Detective Park officially welcomes the kid to the team, hoping to ease some of that lingering tension. Tomas freezes up for a second, his eyes wide as he processes the unfamiliar feeling of being accepted. Suddenly, the anxiety melts away into a pure, joyful grin that proves he's finally starting to feel safe. Hakjun takes his new responsibility seriously, even if it means dealing with an overeager S-rank powerhouse. He has to physically restrain the kid, who's throwing a total tantrum just to stay by Soo-hyun's side. As they scout for seats, the detective just ignores the chaos of Hakjun wrestling with their new friend. With the group settled, the detective's mind drifts toward the finals. And who could possibly win this thing? Adel scoffs, knowing our boy is the only one actually worth watching in this trash-tier arena. Detective Park freezes, realizing the man sitting right there is the same monster who nearly killed Hakjun. Hakjun has his hands full, trying to keep a struggling Tomas from causing a scene in the stands. The cold-eyed hunter doesn't even flinch at the noise, his mind focused on his own lingering injuries. Tomas suddenly goes quiet, his trauma-honed instincts warning him that this stranger is cut from a different cloth. Adel remains stoic, his silence speaking volumes about how little he cares for the detective's nervous presence. The kid can't look away, sensing a terrifying familiarity in the way this man carries himself. Adele bluntly tells them to get lost, reminding them that they aren't exactly on friendly terms. Sensing the rising heat, the detective quickly drags the group away before things get messy. Adel is left alone with his thoughts, looking completely dumbfounded by the chaotic energy of Soo-hyun's crew. Adele Castle looks down, admitting he went way too far during their previous high-stakes match. He offers a rare apology, surprising everyone with a sudden shift in his usually cold, arrogant demeanor. Walking away, he brushes it off by claiming he was simply too weak to control his own power. He vows to return even stronger, determined never to taste the bitterness of defeat on this stage again. Hearing this, Tomas bursts into a fit of manic laughter, clearly finding the whole dramatic situation hilarious. Choi Hakjun quickly hauls the loudmouth away, while Detective Park begs him to finally shut his trap. The announcer hypes up the crowd, revealing that only 2 warriors remain from the original 100 participants. Our boy stands ready in the arena, having proven his overwhelming power throughout the entire grueling competition. His final obstacle is Godin Lohan, a man who looks far too confident for his own good. Kim Soo-hyun grips his blade, his cold gaze fixed on the only thing standing between him and victory. The announcer screams for the crowd as the 2 remaining heroes prepare to prove who is truly the best. The moment the signal drops, our boy surges forward, not giving his opponent a single second to breathe. Godin Lohan unfurls massive white wings while Soo-hyun coats his blade in his signature, soul-searing blue flames. Their powers collide in a violent burst of mana that sends shockwaves rippling through the entire stadium. A blinding flash of light consumes the arena, showing just how far beyond trash tier these 2 monsters are. Soo-hyun cuts through the debris, his movements a blur as he hunts for a gap in his opponent's defense. His calculating eyes never waver, already predicting the trajectory of the next incoming strike with cold precision. Godin Lohan mockingly asks where he thinks he's going, while swinging a massive wave of energy at his head. Our boy maneuvers through the air like a ghost, narrowly dodging a blast that would have vaporized any normal hunter. They clash again in a high-speed dance of death, neither warrior willing to back down from the crown. Godin Lohan smirks, challenging our boy to finally stop holding back and settle this properly. Soo-hyun doesn't hesitate, his world turning upside down as he maneuvers through the air with ghostly speed. He unleashes a massive arc of blue flame, cutting through the sky with a sharp crack of mana. Our boy dives back into the fray, agreeing that it is finally time to take things up a notch. Their blades collide in a blur of motion, creating a symphony of sparks that lights up the arena. The crowd is left completely dumbfounded, wondering what is even happening as the fighters vanish from sight. Even veteran hunters are sweating, questioning if this overwhelming display is actually our boy's true power. Adel Castle just laughs to himself, admitting that he set his sights way too high. While Tomas cheers, Hakjun realizes he was completely mistaken about ever closing the gap between them. With his blue eyes glowing, Soo-hyun prepares to end this fight and claim his rightful victory. The speed of their exchange reaches a level where they have clearly surpassed mere human limits. Our boy swings his blue flame blade with enough force to shatter the very air around them. A massive shockwave tears through the arena as their powers collide in a blinding flash of mana. Godin Lohan smirks while their blades lock, noting that they seem perfectly matched in close-quarters combat. Soo-hyun just stares him down and agrees, though his cold gaze suggests he is still holding back. With his eye glowing a predatory blue, he decides that the warm-up phase is officially over. He tells his opponent it is time to get serious, as blue flames erupt violently from his body. Channeled through his palm, the concentrated mana begins to roar like a hungry divine beast. He unleashes a devastating pillar of blue fire that swallows Godin Lohan whole in a massive explosion. While Tomas cheers for the direct hit, Hakjun knows even a monster like Godin Lohan can't ignore that. The blue flames subside, but instead of a charred corpse, a hand emerges unscathed from the swirling energy. Godin Lohan ascends into the air, revealing a pair of massive, majestic white wings that radiate pure celestial power. Watching from the sidelines, Hakjun is completely dumbfounded that the man didn't take a single scratch from that blast. Our boy realizes his divine flames won't be enough to end this fight as he observes his opponent's transformation. It turns out Godin possesses the Archangel characteristic, a top-tier ability that grants him the authority of a celestial. This power provides him with overwhelming mana and a passive resistance that makes most magic-type skills utterly useless. Soo-hyun remembers this was considered one of the best traits in his past life for very good reasons. Godin smirks and calls the previous attack impressive before gathering a blinding sphere of holy light in his palm. He decides it is finally his turn to go on the offensive and unleash his own overwhelming power. With a flick of his wrist, he rains down a concentrated beam of energy to turn the arena into dust. Our boy braces himself as the sky begins to scream with the weight of celestial judgment. His eyes sharpen, calculating the exact trajectory of the incoming disaster before it even lands. The Archangel descends like a falling star, channeling every ounce of his holy authority into a single strike. A pillar of pure energy connects with the ground, threatening to erase everything in its path. The impact is so violent that the very foundation of the arena begins to shatter into a million pieces. Thick clouds of dust and debris swallow the center stage, leaving the crowd in a state of absolute silence. Hakjun struggles to keep his footing, blinded by the shockwave that feels like a physical wall of pressure. Floating above the carnage, the blonde hunter looks down, convinced that no human could survive such a trash-tier ending. The spectators are completely dumbfounded, whispering that it would take a literal miracle to walk away from that. Even the veteran hunters in the stands conclude that blocking such an incredible attack is simply impossible. The smoke clears, but instead of a corpse, a terrifying purple aura begins to surge from the crater. Our boy stands tall, his eyes glowing with a cold light that says he is just getting started. Godin's jaw drops as he realizes his ultimate strike did not even leave a scratch on his opponent. He starts sweating, wondering if this is the same overwhelming fear his own victims feel before they break. Suddenly, the massive great serpent manifests behind Soo-hyun, dwarfing the arena with its sheer predatory pressure. By summoning the third eye, he forces Ouroboros into a physical state to skyrocket his mana and stats. Soo-hyun admits to himself that he never expected to pull out this trump card so early in the game. He looks at the winged hunter and asks if he is still interested in seeing a much bigger world. With a sharp smirk, our boy asks if this terrifying view finally satisfies his opponent's curiosity. Godin can only grit his teeth, realizing he is no longer the predator in this high-stakes hunt. Godin finally admits that this overwhelming power is exactly the peak he's been searching for his whole life. A primal chill runs down his spine as the sheer scale of the situation finally begins to sink in. Looking at our boy floating in that divine light, Godin realizes he's finally found a path to transcendence. Driven by a desperate hunger for more power, he pushes his limits to reach that unreachable height. He unleashes his ultimate skill, Divine Punishment, hoping his massive light blade can actually pierce the beast. With a crazed look, he declares that today is the day he finally becomes the absolute best. Soo-hyun just stands his ground, gathering his mana as his blade crackles with a terrifying purple energy. His eyes glow with a predatory light as he calmly signals that his counterattack is finally beginning. The massive sword of light crashes down, aiming straight for the gaping maw of the summoned serpent. The divine strike pierces deep, Yet the Predator remains unfazed as the true battle for dominance begins. The collision of their powers creates a massive shockwave that rocks the entire stadium to its core. As the dust begins to settle, the crowd holds their breath, wondering who survived that insane clash. Golden Lohan coughs through the thick smoke, his lungs burning as he tries to locate his opponent. He starts questioning if his ultimate strike actually landed, feeling a strange sense of unease creeping in. The divine light continues to tear through the purple scales, seemingly shredding the manifestation of the Predator. It looks like the Great Serpent is finally being overwhelmed by the sheer weight of Golden Lohan holy power. The beam pierces right through the beast's neck, leaving a gaping hole of pure, white-hot energy. Golden Lohan lets out a triumphant grin, convinced that he has finally proven himself as the strongest hunter alive. The purple manifestation shatters into pieces, dissolving into nothingness under the pressure of the divine strike. But as the smoke clears, a cold blade emerges, proving that our boy wasn't even breaking a sweat. Golden Lohan's eyes widen as he spots our boy reflecting in his pupil, realizing he's in deep trouble. Before he can react, Kim Soo-hyun lunges forward with a strike fueled by pure, concentrated mana. It finally clicks for Golden that the massive serpent was just a high-tier distraction to mask the real threat. Our boy descends like a god of death, his eyes glowing with the terrifying purple light of Ouroboros. Golden feels a sharp sting across his chest, left dumbfounded that his defense was trashed here against this strike. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't give him a second to breathe, his expression cold and calculated behind the swirling energy. He slams his blade down with amplified mana, completely shattering Golden's remaining confidence and composure. The impact sends Golden reeling, his mind racing as he struggles to understand how he was so easily outclassed. He lets out a hollow laugh, finally seeing the true wall that stands between him and the top. Coughing up blood, Golden admits to himself that, in the end, he was never even in the same league. Golden is left dumbfounded and admits defeat, realizing he's just a relic compared to the monster before him. Our boy just stares back with a cold, stoic gaze, completely unfazed by the total destruction he caused. The arena is a literal wasteland now, proving the gap between them was wider than anyone ever imagined. Up in the stands, the trash-tier spectators are losing their minds because the mana is completely blinding them. Choi Hak-jun and the detective are sweating bullets, terrified that their friend might have been caught in the blast. Suddenly, Tomas starts cheering like a madman, his instincts telling him that his savior has definitely won. Even the humbled Adel Castle chimes in, realizing he and our boy aren't cut from the same cloth. He knows the result is decided because the overwhelming pressure he felt was purely one-sided. As the dust finally begins to settle, a single silhouette starts walking out of the absolute wreckage. Every hunter in the stadium leans in, desperate to see if the king of the arena was truly dethroned. The top-tier hunters in the stands are completely dumbfounded as they wait for the dust to settle. Our boy's boots crunch against the rubble, marking the end of the most lopsided fight in history. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun emerges from the smoke, carrying the broken body of the former champion on his shoulder. The trash-tier spectators erupt in a deafening roar, realizing the king of the arena has been dethroned. Golden Lohan admits it feels strange having someone else monopolize all the attention for a change. Soo-hyun just flashes a gritty smirk, asking his defeated opponent if he's actually going to start complaining. Turns out, Golden doesn't hate the feeling of losing to someone who is clearly cut from different cloth. Looking at the absolute mess of a stadium, our boy realizes his legend is only just beginning. The system officially declares him the final winner, cementing his status as the world's most terrifying regressor. His friends lose their minds with joy, knowing their monster of a leader just conquered the world stage. Golden Lohan and Detective Park watch as the system screams our boy's name across the entire stadium. Even the rugged detective is dumbfounded, realizing he's witnessing the birth of a legend in real time. Fireworks explode overhead as Kim Soo-hyun takes a moment to process his official coronation as the arena's king. Ashlyn and Choi Hak-jun are absolutely losing it, screaming their lungs out for the man who changed their fates. Even the defeated Golden offers a respectful clap, finally accepting that he was simply outclassed by a true monster. In the VIP seats, a mysterious white-haired lady and a blonde executive watch the spectacle with keen interest. She mocks the blonde man for finally losing, but he just smirks, feeling his blood boil with excitement. Suddenly, the blonde executive stands up and calls out to the winner, snapping his fingers to seize control. Our boy is caught off guard when a microphone stand magically manifests right in front of his face. Turns out, the world expects a victory speech, dragging the stoic regressor right back into the spotlight. Our boy stares at the mic, realizing the world is finally waiting for his words. To him, this victory isn't a peak. It's just another step toward surviving the coming apocalypse. The blonde executive finds it amusing that the new champion treats a global title like a mere warm-up. Soo-hyun leans in, his gaze hardening as he prepares to drop some cold truths on the audience. He declares that his rise won't stop until he reaches the absolute top of the tower. His mind flashes to Fafnir, the draconic nightmare that remains the ultimate wall he must eventually break. He warns the hunters that their S-rank pride is actually a trap that keeps them weak. Mana flares around him, as he explains that those who fear higher walls are destined to kneel. A humbled Godin listens intently, realizing our boy is playing a completely different game than the rest. He finishes by telling them to keep climbing, or they'll be stuck forever standing in his shadow. Soo-hyun tells the crowd to stop following and start carving out their own path to the top. Our boy throws up a thumb, daring anyone in the audience to actually try and overtake him. His allies and former rivals are left dumbfounded, realizing the gap between them just became an ocean. The blonde executive can't help but smirk, seeing the tournament conclude as a booming, high-stakes success. As the city lights flicker, the world begins to grapple with the birth of a new, terrifying legend. Finally, Soo-hyun receives the adamantium, the glowing prize that makes all the bloodshed worth the effort. He knows this isn't just a trophy, it's the final piece of the puzzle he's been hunting. With this orb, he can finally manifest Balmung, the god-tier weapon needed to end the coming apocalypse. Meanwhile, the Korean Association gathers in a tense meeting to handle a situation that's spiraling out of control. The lead official drops the bombshell that the Twin Blue Dungeons are the next nightmare they have to face. Twin Blue Dungeons manifest over the bridge, signaling a disaster that could dwarf everything they've seen. The association is in full panic mode as they realize these portals appeared simultaneously in the same area. The lead official stares at his screen, sweating because the projected outbreak timing is a total nightmare. He tells the higher-ups that they only have a few weeks, maybe less, before the gates burst open. The other members are dumbfounded since a single green dungeon is already a city killer, let alone 2 blues. It gets worse because almost every heavy hitter is currently occupied with the global ranking games. Without their top-tier hunters, the estimated time to clear these gates is just way too long. He knows that if they don't strike fast, they won't have a city left to defend. A grim vision of Seoul reduced to a burning wasteland flashes through his mind, fueling his desperation. They wonder if Kim Soo-hyun can make it back in time, but the timing couldn't be any worse. The lead official insists they need a solid raid plan before the gates blow wide open. Suddenly, a cocky voice cuts him off, asking why he is acting like a scared rookie. Turns out it is Kwon Jae-hoon, the S-rank leader of the Haho Mask Guild, looking completely unbothered. The official snaps back that the discussion is finished, clearly not in the mood for Jae-hoon's trash-tier games. Jae-hoon just smirks, reminding him they already agreed to let Kim Soo-hyun lead the entire raid. However, his gaze turns sharp as he points out they cannot just wait around for a no-show. Another high-ranking player chimes in, laughing as he backs up Jae-hoon's impatient logic. This is Lim Chang-hoon, a top-tier guildmaster who clearly thinks they have waited long enough for our boy. He suggests that their combined forces should just head in as the advance party right now. The official adjusts his glasses, finally realizing these guys are just looking for an excuse to seize control. The awakened society claims to protect rights, but they've devolved into a greedy organization only hunting for profit. The association official sees right through them, knowing they're just after the fame and rewards of the Blue Dungeons. He firmly shuts them down, stating that letting them lead is something that simply cannot happen. He explains the association prioritizes citizen safety and demands a much more certain plan before moving forward. If their trash-tier advance party fails, the official warns it could trigger the dungeon outbreak even sooner. He asks for objective resources to prove their capability, clearly doubting they have anything of value. Lim Chang-hoon just laughs and slams a thick file onto the table, claiming they already have the proof. The official is dumbfounded as he picks up the document, realizing these guys actually came prepared. Lim Chang-hoon explains they secured this data directly from the American Association to prove their worth. He boasts that since they succeeded in LA despite interference, Korea's strongest force definitely won't fail now. The official is sweating bullets, realizing the data in front of him is actually the real deal. Lim Chang-hoon wears a smug grin, knowing he has successfully backed the government into a corner. He keeps his hand firmly on the files, making sure they understand who truly holds the cards. The official desperately argues that for a blue dungeon, they absolutely need Kim Soo-hyun to ensure safety. Kwon Jae-hoon finally snaps, releasing a wave of toxic green mana that begins to fill the entire room. The sheer pressure makes the officials choke, realizing they have severely underestimated the monster sitting before them. The rest of the staff panics, screaming for him to withdraw his mana before he levels the building. He glares at them with cold, predatory eyes, warning everyone in the room not to move. The guildmaster admits he is in a foul mood and is just itching to crack some skulls. One association member tries to act tough, barking back even though his knees are likely shaking. One association member tries to jump into the fray, but a booming voice tells him to stand down. Has clearly frustrated, demanding to know if his captain really expects him to just sit this one out. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a massive, suffocating pressure begins to drown out everything else in the room. Kwon Jae-hoon narrows his eyes, sensing a power that's actually worth his attention for once. Park Young-yu steps forward, his red mana flaring up as he commands the room to shut their mouths. The two titans clash with their auras, leaving the trash-tier staff members trembling on the floor in terror. It's a silent standoff between two monsters who are clearly cut from the same cloth of absolute power. Lim Chong-hoon breaks into a cold sweat, recognizing the man before them as the association's ultimate trump card. He realizes that crossing a beast like Park Young-yu right now would be a complete suicide mission. Trying to save face, the vice president plays the diplomat and begs everyone to just play nice. Lim Chong-hoon desperately whispers that they have nothing to gain by knocking heads with the association right now. Kwon Jae-hoon isn't listening, his pride as a top-tier guildmaster clearly taking a massive hit. He glares at the association's strongest weapon, feeling the weight of that suffocating red aura. Park Young-yu remains completely unfazed, his eyes hidden behind dark lenses as he coldly evaluates the situation. He admits he knows their potential but insists on preparing for a total nightmare scenario first. The association won't move on the Twin Blue Dungeons until they are absolutely certain of success. This perceived insult is the final straw for Kwon Jae-hoon, who slams his chair back in a rage. He gets right in the Titan's face, snarling that being called insufficient is a total death wish. Lim Chong-hoon can only facepalm, realizing his hot-headed boss just threw their last bit of diplomacy away. Kwon Jae-hoon demands they settle this outside to prove exactly who has the power to raid the dungeons. Park Young-yu catches the hothead's arm, his grip like iron as he prepares to humiliate the arrogant guildmaster. The room goes silent when the association's titan surprisingly agrees to settle this little dispute with pure force. He stares down at the trash-tier brat, promising to give him a lesson in power he won't forget. Kwon Jae-hoon just smirks, demanding the exclusive rights to the Twin Blue Dungeons if he actually wins. The association official panics over the broken protocol, but Park Young-yu insists that violence is the fastest communicator. As they head out, the Titan warns him to keep his word once the dust finally settles. The guildmaster feels confident, thinking he's finally about to put the association's lapdog in his place. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, sensing a massive presence that definitely wasn't there a second ago. Our boy is watching from the doorway, his sharp eyes calculating the perfect moment to crash this party. Kim Soo-hyun walks in with his crew, casually demanding a seat at the table for this dungeon raid. Our boy enters with that signature smirk, looking like he's already 3 steps ahead of everyone. Kwon Jae-hoon is completely dumbfounded, wondering how the hell he finished the ranking games so fast. Soo-hyun casually explains that he managed to secure some high-tier help to bypass the usual travel time. Turns out Godin Lohan handed over a rare artifact. Sensing that the situation in Korea was getting desperate, he stares at the glowing prize, knowing this shortcut is the only reason he isn't late. This Heavenly Realm Feather is a cheat-tier item that lets the user teleport anywhere they've previously visited. Park Young-yu is visibly relieved, thanking him for showing up right when the association needed a heavy hitter. They seal the deal with a handshake, while Soo-hyun's crew stands ready to back him up. The trash-tier guildmaster isn't happy about the interruption and demands to know exactly what's happening. He explains the duel for the dungeon rights, but the atmosphere suddenly turns strange and heavy. Kwon Jae-hoon narrows his eyes, fuming that some brat is actually challenging his authority in public. Our boy calmly points out that the raid rights are already his, making their little meeting totally pointless. The society's top brass look completely dumbfounded as their attempt to seize control backfires in real time. Lim Chong-hoon realizes they've stepped into a minefield and starts praying he survives the next 5 minutes. They originally thought the president's aggressive move was a genius play to snatch the dungeon rights away. Turns out, picking a fight with the world's strongest awakened is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Soo-hyun recalls how these trash-tier politicians caused nothing but trouble in his previous timeline and feels zero pity. Park Young-yu apologizes for the chaos, acknowledging that the bridge between the two factions is officially burned. He reaches for his weapon, the metallic shing echoing through the room as tension reaches a breaking point. The association's strongest force decides to settle the score personally, ready to put these arrogant fools in their place. Our boy decides the society is far too annoying to keep around and needs a quick cleanup. Kwon Jae-hoon and his vice president can feel the pressure mounting as the room turns ice cold. Soo-hyun suggests a duel to settle who gets the rights to the Twin Blue Dungeons once and for all. The society leaders are absolutely dumbfounded by the audacity of such a high-stakes gamble. Jae-hoon claims it's a blatant threat, but Soo-han reveals he isn't even the one stepping into the ring. He points right at Hak-jun, nominating his loyal ally to take on the society's best instead. Hak-jun stands there looking like a deer in headlights, wondering when he signed up for this suicide mission. He screams in confusion while the rest of the group watches the chaos unfold with mixed expressions. Everyone relocates to the training ground, with only 5 minutes left to prepare for the unexpected showdown. Hak-jun begs for an explanation, but Soo-hyun just laughs it off, claiming he acted on pure instinct. Park Young-yu approaches our boy, clearly feeling the weight of the messy situation they have landed in. He offers a sincere apology, admitting that his own actions are what caused this whole mess to boil over. Soo-hyun just shrugs it off, knowing those trash-tier society members would have been a headache regardless of this incident. He explains that asserting dominance now is the only way to keep the society from sabotaging the upcoming raid. Yoongyu agrees, feeling certain that a monster like Soo-hyun wouldn't lose to a deadbeat like the society leader. The veteran hunter cracks a confident smile, finally starting to see the method behind our boy's madness. Still, he cautions that Kwon Jae-hoon is no pushover and possesses enough power to be a genuine threat. Jae-hoon prepares for battle nearby, reminding everyone that his S-rank status was earned through raw, animalistic strength. Soo-hyun tells him not to worry, his eyes glowing with the absolute certainty of a man who has seen everything. Watching Hakjun warm up, he knows his ally's natural aptitude for combat far surpasses any normal hunter's potential. Jae-hoon hands over his watch while Chung-hoon admits that this rash duel is their best shot at control. The society leader brushes off any concerns, convinced that a brat like Hakjun is absolutely nothing to him. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he imagines the twin dungeons finally becoming his personal property. Our boy steps in to set the ground rules, insisting they fight bare-handed to keep things somewhat professional. He explains that, while skills are allowed, the match only ends when someone yields or can't stand up. Jae-hoon and Hakjun lock eyes, the air crackling with the tension of two predators ready to tear into each other. They take their stances in the empty arena, both waiting for the slightest opening to end the fight instantly. The match begins and Jae-hoon lunges forward with a burst of speed that catches everyone off guard. Hakjun is momentarily dumbfounded by the sheer velocity of the strike, realizing his opponent isn't just talk. A heavy thud echoes through the hall as Jae-hoon's fist slams into Hakjun's guard with bone-shattering force. Jae-hoon follows up with a devastating kick that sends Hakjun reeling across the training ground. Hakjun grits his teeth, acknowledging that while his opponent is faster, speed alone won't win this fight. He manages to catch a heavy punch, the impact vibrating through his arms as he stabilizes his stance. The two trade blows in a blur of motion, neither willing to give an inch in this brawl. Hakjun prepares a counter, convinced that landing just one solid hit will turn the tide in his favor. Suddenly, the air shifts and Hakjun finds himself swinging at nothing but empty space and lingering shadows. Panic sets in, as he realizes Jae-hoon has completely vanished from his line of sight in an instant. Jae-hoon reappears right behind him like a ghost, mocking him with a chilling whisper before he can react. Before Hakjun can turn, a massive hand clamps onto his face with a grip like a steel vice. With a brutal display of power, Jae-hoon slams Hakjun's head into the concrete, ending the exchange. The association staff watches in horror, certain our boy Hakjun is done for after that brutal slam. Meanwhile, the society members start celebrating early, convinced their president has already sealed the deal. Lim Chung-hoon smirks, knowing that Jae-hoon's god-tier teleportation is exactly what makes him an untouchable S-rank. Jae-hoon laughs to himself, already tasting victory and the exclusive raid rights that come with it. But his smugness vanishes instantly when a sudden grip catches him completely off guard. Turns out Hakjun wasn't out. He catches Jae-hoon's arm mid-air, leaving the president totally dumbfounded. Hakjun stares him down, coldly noting that while Jae-hoon is fast, his actual power is pretty trashed here. Jae-hoon starts sweating buckets, unable to believe the insane physical strength pinning him in place. The tables turn in a heartbeat as the supposed predator becomes the prey in this high-stakes brawl. With a massive surge of power, Hakjun flips the script and slams the president right back into the dirt. Jae-hoon hits the floor with a bone-shattering thud, his S-rank pride completely crushed by the impact. The spectators are left totally dumbfounded, unable to process how the society's president just got folded so easily. Our boy Soo-hyun just smirks, satisfied that his gamble on his students' growth paid off perfectly. The arena falls into a panicked hush as the society's top dog lies motionless in a massive crater. Chung-hoon rushes over in a frenzy, relieved to find that while his boss is out cold, he's breathing. He sweats buckets while staring at the victor, realizing Hakjun's monster-tier potential far exceeds any ordinary S-rank. While the society panics over losing their precious raid rights, Soo-hyun's crew celebrates the massive upset victory. Hakjun finally snaps out of his battle trance, shouting about how terrified he was of things going south. Soo-hyun just gives him a reassuring pat, apologizing for putting so much pressure on his shoulders during the fight. He offers a confident grin, telling him he knew he wouldn't lose for a single second. Hakjun is stunned by the praise, feeling the weight of his master's hand on his head. He tries to act tough, vowing to surpass his mentor, but Soo-hyun immediately shuts that fantasy down. Our boy turns cold, his expression shifting as he prepares to drop some harsh reality on the losers. He begins walking toward the fallen trash-tier president, his footsteps echoing through the silent, dumbfounded arena. Standing over the wreckage, he asks if they finally understand why the association won't trust them with raids. Jae-hoon lies there like a broken doll, a pathetic sight for a man who claimed to be the strongest. Hakjun watches in awe, realizing the gap between a new S-rank and a true monster is still massive. Soo-hyun muses that while Hakjun's growth is insane, even that wouldn't be enough for the upcoming blue dungeon. His eyes burn with intensity, warning them that entering such a place with their current skills is suicide. He leaves them with a final lesson, telling the society to value their lives before walking away. Chang-hoon starts panicking, finally realizing that a blue-tier dungeon is far beyond their trash-tier capabilities. He desperately begs to join the raid, refusing to let such a massive opportunity slip through his fingers. Our boy just stares him down with cold indifference, completely unmoved by the vice president's frantic pleading. Chang-hoon even offers to surrender most of the merits, thinking he can buy his way into the team. Soo-hyun cuts him off mid-sentence, his gaze sharpening as he prepares to ask a much deeper question. He wonders if these people honestly believe dungeons are just a shortcut to fame and easy money. Hakjun watches from the sidelines, dumbfounded by the sheer weight of the authority radiating from his mentor. Even Park Young-gyu feels the pressure when Soo-hyun mentions the world being swallowed by these gates. His eyes burn with intensity, demanding to know if they've ever truly considered the scale of the threat. Leaning in, he warns Chang-hoon that dismantling their pathetic society would be easier for him than breathing. Lim Chang-hoon is absolutely losing it, his face pale as he realizes his pathetic excuses won't save him now. Collapsing to the floor, the trash-tier vice president truly believes his life is about to end right here. He starts pathetically begging for mercy, his voice trembling while he desperately hopes for a shred of pity. Our boy just stands there, radiating a suffocating purple pressure that forces the coward to offer a frantic apology. Soo-hyun coldly warns him that this is his final warning, and any further mistakes will be his last. Later, a heavy silence fills the room as Soo-hyun meets with the association's strongest force to discuss their move. Park Young-gyu can hardly believe his ears, questioning if the young hunter is actually being serious about his proposal. While casually sipping his drink, Soo-hyun confirms his plan to dive into the lethal blue dungeon completely solo. He suggests splitting the burden, leaving the other gate to the rest of the team, while he handles the worst. Young-gyu immediately objects, worried that such a reckless gamble might lead to a total disaster for everyone involved. Our boy doubles down on his plan, insisting that he needs to handle this dangerous mission completely solo. He then instructs Park Young-gyu to leak the news of his solo raid to the press immediately. 2 hours after the duel ends, a car speeds through the city as the trap begins to set. Inside the vehicle, Kwon Jae-hoon sits in a dark mood, stewing over the absolute disaster they just faced. He questions the report with disbelief, unable to fathom that Soo-hyun would actually be that arrogant and bold. He recalls how his vice president was shaking like a leaf, pathetically begging to step out of the fight. As they drive through the night, the silence only fuels the burning hatred growing inside the guild leader. Jae-hoon suddenly breaks the quiet, calling out to his subordinate Jong-kyu with a voice dripping in pure malice. He orders the man to contact the other guilds and assemble 20 of their most talented killers right away. Clutching his head in a fit of rage, Jae-hoon vows that Soo-hyun is finally going to pay the price. The day of the raid finally arrives at Yanghwa Bridge as helicopters circle the massive blue portals. Frantic reporters shove microphones forward, desperate to know if our boy is really tackling this dungeon alone. Hakjun and Ashlyn stand by, while the media demands to know the criteria for joining this elite team. An association official steps in to block the chaos, telling the press to wait until the raid ends. Young-gyu warns Soo-hyun not to overdo it, but our boy just laughs and says he'll finish up quickly. With a casual wave, Soo-hyun decides it's time to get moving and heads toward the swirling blue abyss. The portal flares with intense mana as he disappears inside, leaving the worried spectators behind in the dust. Young-gyu watches him go and realizes it is time for their own team to begin their operation. The bridge is bathed in a ghostly blue light as the high-stakes raid finally kicks into high gear. As night falls over the city, the legendary raid of the Twin Blue Dungeons officially begins. The bridge erupts in a surge of mana as the dungeon gates finally tear open the night sky. Jae-hoon is already losing his mind, looking like a total psycho as he prepares to make his move. Hez practically drooling for a fight, eager to show our boy what real S-rank power looks like. The entire city skyline is reflected in the water as the massive energy signature lights up the bridge. Photographers are working overtime, knowing this single shot will be the headline of the century. Back at headquarters, Soo-hyun explains that he needs to handle this solo to lure the society out. Our boy just smiles, knowing their predictable greed is the perfect bait for his little trap. Young-gyu is completely dumbfounded, realizing the kid has already mapped out the entire enemy strategy. Turns out, these trash-tier guilds used to sabotage raids just to look like heroes in the old timeline. Soo-hyun grits his teeth, thinking about those shameless bastards and how things won't go their way this time. He plans to leak his solo raid to the press, knowing the society's greed will force them to follow. Detective Park readies his gear, accepting the task of securing evidence once the trash-tier guilds make their move. Inside the dungeon, a massive centipede monster is already history, having been sliced apart with clinical precision. Our boy doesn't even break a sweat, moving through the wasteland like a predator on a mission. The trail of carnage left behind is a clear message to anyone foolish enough to try and tail him. Jae-hoon inspects the monster's cooling blood, realizing the gap between them is wider than he ever imagined. He figures out that Soo-hyun is already deep inside, leaving them to just pick up the scraps. Jae-hoon orders Jongkyu and the other guild members to stay sharp and follow the traces immediately. Jae-hoon is dumbfounded that a creature considered a boss elsewhere is just a common mob in this hellscape. He stares out at the vast, unforgiving desert, finally understanding the true lethality of a blue-tier dungeon. Just as he tries to rally his men, a cold voice cuts through his thoughts and stops him cold. The guild members lose their minds, screaming for everyone to gear up because our boy has finally appeared. Jae-hoon barks out a challenge, desperately trying to locate where the regressor is hiding in the shifting sands. His eyes narrow as he realizes he's no longer the predator, but the prey in this twisted game. Suddenly, a suffocating purple pressure erupts from a nearby tree, making the air itself feel heavy and toxic. Sweat pours down his face as a simple command to stop echoes with enough killing intent to paralyze. The rest of the trash-tier guild members freeze in place, knowing that a single step means instant death. Soo-hyun's gaze shifts as his eye glows with a murderous light that promises absolute destruction for his enemies. He stands shrouded in a terrifying aura, coldly declaring that he's going to end every single one of them. Elsewhere in the woods, a loud cheer erupts as the bait team begins their part of the plan. Kang Seung-chul sprints ahead, calling the monsters insects while his teammates tell him to stop being so provocative. The cocky redhead just winks, teasing the beasts to come and try to eat him if they can. His plan works perfectly as a massive beetle monster loses its mind and screeches in pure rage. Seung-chul just laughs it off, thinking that the added danger makes the whole mission way more fun. He charges toward the cliffside, leading the angry swarm of monsters exactly where they need to go. With a burst of speed, he leaps into action to wrap up the job ahead of schedule. The Ha-Ho masked captain finally steps into the fray, his blade crackling with a lethal, electrified aura. He remains cold and composed behind his shades, waiting for the swarm to enter his optimal strike range. A massive red energy wave erupts from his sword, instantly shredding through the air and the incoming monsters. The giant beetle monster is left completely dumbfounded as the overwhelming power closes in on its face. With a single fluid motion, he unleashes his Sky Division technique to cleave through the entire flying swarm. The sky is filled with the remains of the insectoid beasts as his attack clears the entire area. Standing tall on the cliffside, the captain warns his team that the mission is far from over. Seung-chul celebrates the successful wipeout, thrilled that their risky baiting tactic actually paid off so well. His excitement quickly fades into focus when he hears more enemies approaching, drawn in by the loud commotion. The swarm of trash-tier insects crawls forward, looking absolutely repulsive to anyone with a shred of decency. Seung-chul shouts that it is finally time for the next phase of their trap to begin. The backup team finally steps up, ready to move in and finish what the bait started. The guild members charge into the fray, thinking they actually have a chance against the dungeon's horrors. Meanwhile, Jae-hoon is left huffing on the ground, completely broken by the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. The once proud president pathetically begs for his life as the cold reality of his situation finally sinks in. He realizes too late that they were dead wrong to ever mess with someone like our boy. Suddenly, the massive, glowing eye of the great serpent manifests, radiating a soul-crushing aura of absolute terror. Jae-hoon screams in pure agony, desperately wishing the nightmare would stop as the predator's gaze consumes him. Jae-hoon looks up in horror, realizing our boy has been watching his pathetic breakdown the whole time. He is completely dumbfounded, unable to process how the situation flipped so fast in this dark pit. Soo-hyun just stares back with cold eyes, looking like a god compared to this trash-tier president. Jae-hoon tries to laugh it off, desperately hoping that soul-crushing serpent was just some cheap illusion. But as he looks around the dark cave, he realizes he is trapped in a literal nightmare. All his pride vanishes as he pathetically begs for someone to save him from the encroaching shadows. Suddenly, a massive centipede monster lunges out, snatching up one of his men like a light snack. Jae-hoon freezes in terror, his mind finally snapping as the true horror of the dungeon sets in. He realizes too late that he is surrounded by predators, and there is no escape for him. Jae-hoon looks back in pure horror, realizing the sheer number of monsters is way beyond his league. He starts trembling as the reality of his worst-case scenario finally sets in. Looking up at our boy, the trash-tier president desperately asks where they have been brought. Soo-hyun just gives a cold look, explaining that his skill is the only thing keeping them alive. As monsters feast on his men, Soo-hyun notes they have reached the absolute deepest part of the dungeon. He continues, stating that any sane person would have realized how suicidal this mission actually was. Jae-hoon can only stare at the ground, finally understanding the true lethality of a blue-rank dungeon. Our boy scolds him, pointing out how his pathetic greed for fame blinded him to the danger. With a voice colder than ice, he labels these guild bastards as nothing more than world-threatening vermin. Our boy looks down coldly, telling the trash-tier president that the world is better off without him. Jae-hoon begins to beg for his life, but Soo-hyun just scoffs at the idea of saving such a monster. He demands to know if Jae-hoon ever showed mercy to the countless lives he ruthlessly destroyed for profit. Memories of his dying subordinates flash before his eyes, reminding him of how he ignored their desperate pleas. With a final cold glare, our boy takes to the skies, leaving the coward to face his own judgment. Now completely alone, Jae-hoon realizes he is the new prey for the starving monsters lurking in the shadows. He trembles and screams at the approaching beasts, but his authority means nothing in this hellish dungeon depth. As a massive centipede opens its jaws, Soo-hyun's voice reminds him of the suffering he inflicted on others. The president's face turns pale as he finally understands that his reign of terror ends right here in agony. The dust finally settles over the battlefield as the sound of the final monster's collapse echoes through the trees. Sung-chul leans over, gasping for air after pushing his agility to the absolute limit to lure those beasts. Looking at the mangled remains of the centipedes, the surviving hunters realize just how close they came to death. Despite the blood on his coat, Sung-chul forces a laugh, wondering if their contribution was finally enough for Soo-hyun. His comrade agrees, though the sheer exhaustion in his eyes shows he never wants to do this again. The captain watches the carnage, internally questioning if the monsters or our boy is the real nightmare here. He remains silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the two young powerhouses who are still full of energy. Ashlyn and Hakjun start bickering over loot, proving these two monsters are definitely cut from the same cloth. Ashlyn screams that the prize belongs to her, her mana flaring up with those terrifyingly sharp battle instincts. The captain realizes Hakjun's raw power is growing so fast that he might soon surpass even a veteran. The captain decides it's finally time to call it a day after that chaotic monster hunt. He orders everyone to reorganize and set up a night watch, just in case more trash-tier mobs appear. The guild members shout their compliance as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. Darkness soon swallows the forest, bringing a much-needed, albeit tense, silence to the exhausted group. Around the campfire, Ashlyn collapses in total exhaustion, wondering if this legendary night watch is always this brutal. Even the captain takes a moment to rest, though he's likely still alert to any sudden movements. Sung-chul vents to his comrade about the annoying reporters who kept calling him a hero earlier today. He scratches his head, feeling dumbfounded, because he doesn't think he's done anything worthy of such a title. To him, the title of hero belongs to true monsters like Godin Lohan or our boy Soo-hyun. The weight of the public's cheers and expectations feels like a heavy burden he isn't ready for yet. Sung-chul sighs, admitting that the weight of everyone's expectations is honestly starting to feel a bit too burdensome. The captain watches him closely, his sharp eyes reading the younger hunter like an open book. Sung-chul tries to laugh it off, claiming he was just grumbling and telling the older man not to worry. However, the captain reveals that he once knew someone who said the exact same thing, leaving Sung-chul completely dumbfounded. He recalls a green dungeon mission from last year, where he and our boy Soo-hyun faced a massive kraken. Back then, a fellow hunter felt insignificant compared to Soo-hyun's blinding talent, fearing that such light would burn everything. The captain stares at his hand, confessing that he ignored the truth because his pride wouldn't let him acknowledge it. Driven by that realization, he pushed himself to the limit by raising his trial difficulty from level 5 to 6. Sung-chul finally understands why the captain vanished and returned with such monstrous power, offering a word of genuine respect. But the captain warns him that chasing that slight edge nearly cost him his life in the process. The captain admits his talent reached its absolute limit, leaving him broken and leaning on his blade. He confesses that without our boy Soo-hyun stepping in, he wouldn't even be standing here today. A heavy silence falls as he reflects on the gap between a regular hunter and a true monster. Realizing his own weakness made him feel like there was no place for him by Soo-hyun's side. Sung-chul listens intently, finally seeing the vulnerability behind the man he once thought was invincible. Everything changed when he heard the weight behind Soo-hyun's words, revealing a burden no one else could carry. He finally understood that Soo-hyun wasn't fighting for glory, but to drag everyone toward a better future. The Regressor's sole mission is to stop the coming apocalypse and prevent the world's total destruction. Watching him shine so brightly was both inspiring and terrifying, like a sun that could scorch anything close. The captain looks toward the moon, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the destiny Soo-hyun is shouldering. The captain decides that even if he gets burned by that light, he's going to follow our boy. Hearing this, Sung-chul is completely dumbfounded, realizing the depth of the older man's conviction. He scoffs and mutters about how unfair it is for the captain to sound so cool right now. If the captain is going that far, Sung-chul realizes he'll have to run just as hard to keep up. Under the moonlit sky, they both agree that worrying about a monster like Soo-hyun is a waste. Instead of worrying about him, they realize the real pity should be reserved for his enemies. Deep in the shadows, the dungeon monsters are already being slaughtered like trash-tier mobs in a total massacre. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun reaches out and places his blood-stained hands against a massive, cold stone gate. He stares up at the towering entrance, wondering if he has finally reached the boss room. Standing alone before the massive doors, our boy prepares to face whatever nightmare is waiting inside. Soo-hyun worries that Fafnir might show up way earlier than expected because of the dungeon's rapid growth. Stealing his resolve, our boy pushes against the heavy stone to see what's waiting for him. As the massive gates creak open, a blinding light spills out, signaling the start of the final trial. Suddenly, a red blur lunges at him with insane speed, catching the regressor completely off guard. He barely manages to twist his body mid-air, narrowly avoiding a strike that could have ended his run. Landing in a defensive crouch, he charges his mana, shocked that anything could still be alive in here. His eyes widen in disbelief, as he realizes the presence before him isn't a trash-tier monster. A familiar draconic face stares back at him, radiating a warmth he didn't expect to find. It turns out to be Mir, who lets out a happy chirp while lunging for a playful reunion. Soo-hyun just laughs through his sweat, realizing his loyal companion is just really excited to see him. Soo-hyun struggles to stay upright while his dragon companion covers him in a barrage of slobbery licks. Wiping his face, our boy realizes that a bigger body unfortunately comes with a massive increase in saliva. He asks if the growth spurt is finally finished, sensing that Mir now understands human speech much better. The regressor wonders if this evolution is enough to keep Mir from being a trash-tier support in battle. Mir is completely dumbfounded when his master notes that his new size is actually quite underwhelming. Seeing his friend sulk, Soo-hyun desperately tries to fix his mistake by calling the current size absolutely perfect. Mir isn't having it, and points toward the exit, determined to show off his true combat capabilities. Our boy agrees that raw size isn't everything, and prepares to open the path to the next floor. He leans into the heavy stone door, curious to see just how much the divine beast has evolved. As the gateway creaks open, the regressor steps forward into the blinding light of the next challenge. A massive centipede monster blocks the path, looking like a real trash-tier obstacle for our boy. Its glowing red eyes lock onto them, radiating a hunger that would make any normal hunter freeze. The beast shrieks in fury, ready to tear through anything that dares enter its territory. Soo-hyun just smiles and tells Mir it is time to show off that new draconic breath. Mir takes a deep breath and unleashes a torrent of high-tier flames that lights up the entire room. Even the regressor is dumbfounded by the sheer heat, realizing his companion has truly evolved. The monster stands no chance as the fire consumes its segmented body, turning it into literal ash. Wiping sweat from his brow, Soo-hyun wonders if he actually underestimated the little guy's potential. Mir stands tall amidst the embers, looking every bit like the legendary divine beast he was born to be. With the threat gone, the dragon strikes a proud pose, clearly satisfied with his own destructive performance. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering if the little dragon really just unleashed that much raw power. The surrounding area is nothing but scorched earth, leaving everyone questioning how such destruction was even possible. In the distance, the exhausted hunters finally spot the glowing blue exit, signaling the end of their nightmare. Park Young-yu breathes a sigh of relief, acknowledging that the grueling raid has finally come to a close. He notes that, despite the 3-day struggle, they managed to survive without a single casualty among them. The veteran realizes the success is largely due to the incredible performance of Ashlyn and Sungchul. Seeing their growth makes him realize he needs to step up his own game to keep pace. He dismisses the group, promising that the valuable ether stones will be distributed once they are processed. With the mission complete, he steps through the shimmering gate to return to the human world. He emerges back in the city, where Detective Park and the media are waiting for the legendary survivors. The association official commends our boy for finishing the raid, but Soo-hyun knows the real work is just beginning. He remains stoic, telling the official that everything is fine despite the chaotic situation they just escaped. Even a veteran like Park Young-yu is left dumbfounded, struggling to process how Soo-hyun finished the job so quickly. Under the cover of night, the narrative shifts to a quiet workshop where a legendary master is waiting. The master blacksmith nearly loses his mind when he sees the glowing orb of pure adamantium in his hands. Our boy just shrugs it off, explaining he secured the rare material as a prize from the ranking games. The old man is visibly shaken, realizing he is holding a treasure that most hunters only see in myths. He falls into a stunned silence, his craftsman heart racing at the thought of working with such perfection. Suddenly snapping back to business, the smith gestures for Soo-hyun to hand over his primary weapon, the gram. Soo-hyun passes the blade over, ready to see his gear transformed from high tier to something truly god tier. The master blacksmith takes hold of the sword, his eyes narrowing as he feels its legendary weight. He carefully inspects the edge, noting that the blade is surprisingly worn down from Soo-hyun's relentless battles. Despite the damage, the old man sees the potential to turn this piece into a true god-tier relic. He starts to ask for a month of time, but his craftsman pride suddenly makes him reconsider. The smith demands half a year instead, promising to forge the greatest masterpiece the world has ever seen. Our boy is momentarily dumbfounded, not expecting such a long wait for his primary weapon to be finished. He quickly smirks, his blue eyes glowing as he tells the old man he will be waiting. By the next morning, the entire country is in an uproar over news of the impossible solo raid. Headlines expose the Haho Mass Guild's dirty schemes, leaving the awakened society's reputation in absolute tatters. With their masks literally shattered, the association officially disbands the Trash Tier Guild for their illegal acts. The materials on the desk prove the world is shifting as the next generation of hunters takes the stage. Park Young-yu notes that dungeon spawns are accelerating, making the nation's safety a top priority for the association. The staff realizes the association likely avoided conflict with the society because they needed their numbers to survive. Young-yu admits that despite their trash-tier ethics, the society's massive forces played a vital role in keeping things stable. They controlled everything from gear distribution to raid rights, acting as a necessary evil for smooth operations. Even though unregulated groups are dangerous, Young-yu refuses to simply disband them and leave a power vacuum. His subordinates are dumbfounded, realizing they desperately need a united front to handle the coming storm of monsters. Ju-ho looks on in concern, wondering if there is any other way to handle the fallout of the scandal. Suddenly, a senior member smirks, clearly having a plan to turn this disaster into an advantage for the association. He confidently tells them to leave the entire incident in his hands as he prepares to take charge. A phone buzzes on a table surrounded by empty bottles, signaling a very unwelcome wake-up call. Lim Chang-hoon is a total wreck, hiding in the corner of his room like a scared child. The screen stays dark for a second, but the tension in the room is thick enough to cut. Suddenly, a message from our boy Soo-hyun pops up, casually demanding a little face-to-face meeting. Chang-hoon absolutely loses it, letting out a pathetic scream as if he just saw a ghost. He trembles like a leaf, pathetically crying out for his mother while claiming he is completely innocent. Meanwhile, the awakened society building looms in the night, though the power inside is clearly crumbling. The remaining trash-tier members are panicking because their former leader's death just made them all targets. They desperately argue that only the ones who helped Jae-hoon should be punished, hoping to save their skins. A member barks that the association will dig up everything, which is why Chang-hoon called this emergency meeting. One desperate member scans the room, searching for anyone with a shred of honor left in this mess. He singles out Young Yun-ho, an S-rank powerhouse, and vice guildmaster, known as the General Store. Yun-ho remains completely unfazed, coldly stating he is only present to fulfill his own guildmaster's specific agenda. The society leader scoffs at the rejection, cursing himself for thinking he could rely on such a man. With no other options, he prepares to rally the remaining members for one last, desperate gamble for survival. He shouts that their only hope is to kill Kim Soo-hyun, or they will all face a grisly end. The surrounding mob gulps in collective terror, the weight of that impossible task finally sinking in. They try to bolster their courage, foolishly believing that their combined numbers might actually stand a chance. Suddenly, our boy Soo-hyun casually strolls into the room, instantly turning their bravado into pure, unadulterated dread. Lim Chang-hoon immediately falls to his knees, pathetically whimpering that he did exactly what Soo-hyun asked of him. Yun-ho doesn't waste a second, bolting out of the room while our boy just watches him leave in silence. The remaining society trash realize they're backed into a corner since even the association won't save them now. Their leader finally snaps, deciding that a desperate gamble is their only way to survive the night. He rallies his men with a death wish, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper is standing right behind him. Soo-hyun finally speaks up, mockingly asking exactly who it is they're planning to put in the ground. The entire room collectively loses their minds as the realization of their impending doom hits like a truck. The leader slowly turns around, his heart probably stopping the moment he locks eyes with the absolute monster. Our boy flashes a terrifyingly calm smile, wondering if they actually believe they have the stones to kill him. Chaos erupts as the trash-tier hunters scramble away, realizing their secret meeting just became a slaughterhouse. Soo-hyun tells them to continue their pathetic debate, finding their sudden terror more entertaining than their actual plans. Soo-hyun just smirks and tells them to bring it on, completely unfazed by their overwhelming numbers. The society members take the bait, screaming about his arrogance while manifesting their blood-red energy blades. They try to convince themselves that he is just one man, charging forward with a desperate, murderous intent. Even as the lethal strikes close in on his face, our boy doesn't even bother to flinch. He activates the third eye, his gaze turning cold as he prepares to dismantle their pathetic efforts. With a single thought, he triggers nullification, causing their high-tier skills to shatter like cheap glass. The trash-tier hunters stand there dumbfounded, realizing their powers have completely vanished into thin air. Watching from the sidelines, Jung Yun-ho realizes this monster isn't cut from the same cloth as normal hunters. Instead of being worried, the Vice Guildmaster just smiles, clearly impressed by the absolute slaughter unfolding. Jung Yun-ho decides he has seen enough and prepares to make his exit before things get even messier. Jung Yun-ho starts walking away, leaving the trash-tier hunters to deal with the mess themselves. Our boy watches him go, calculating that taking down the General Store Vice Master would actually take some effort. One of the society goons gets his hopes up, thinking a powerhouse is finally stepping in to help. But those hopes are crushed when Jung Yun-ho just raises his hands and announces his total surrender. The rest of the mob is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe their supposed ace is just bailing out. He doesn't care about their shock, knowing better than to gamble his life against a literal monster. Kim Soo-hyun just gives a mockingly calm nod, Telling the blonde executive he is free to walk away, Jung Yunho makes it clear he never planned to help them, especially not against someone as terrifying as Kim Soo-hyun. With the distractions gone, a heavy purple aura begins to leak out as the real slaughter resumes. He activates the third eye predator skill, his gaze turning lethal as he prepares to finish the job. The trash tier goons scream for mercy as they realize their organization is finally meeting a bloody end. Our boy doesn't feel a shred of pity, calling out their silence in the face of blatant corruption. He decides that an organization this rotten has no right to exist and should just vanish today. Just as he's about to finish them, Park Young-yu steps in and places a hand on his shoulder. The physical contact is a bold move, but it's enough to make the regressor pause his killing intent. The association's strongest force tells him to stand down and let the official authorities handle the cleanup. Soo-hyun remains silent for a moment, weighing the benefit of more blood against the association's cooperation. He finally gives in and thanks the strategist, choosing to walk away and let them take the lead. As he leaves, he admits to himself that the intervention was probably for the best, because if the liaison hadn't stopped him, he would have definitely slaughtered every single one of them. The trash tier remnants of the society are sweating bullets as they realize their era of corruption is finally ending. Juho steps up to end the menacing vibe, making it clear that the association is taking the lead now. With the weight of the association's authority, they easily seize every scrap of evidence regarding the society's crimes. Sitting at the head of the table, Juho lays out the strict conditions for the society's pathetic survival. One of the goons tries to act tough, questioning whose authority gives the association the right to bark orders. Boom. A sudden burst of mana erupts as a fist prepares to silence the room's remaining ego. Juho slams the table so hard the documents fly, proving he isn't just some desk-bound bureaucrat. The sudden display of force leaves the room dumbfounded, realizing they are completely outclassed and cornered. He looks them dead in the eye and bluntly calls them the pieces of trash they truly are. While he'd love to let our boy slaughter them, he admits their power is a necessary evil for now. Juho offers the survivors more money and power than they ever dreamed of to secure their absolute greed. He bluntly tells the trash tier goons to shut up and follow him if they want to live. Later, Juho relaxes with our boy, admitting the previous chaos made his hostile takeover surprisingly easy. Soo-hyun is completely dumbfounded when Juho casually reveals he has officially become the society's new president. He explains it was a necessary move. Otherwise, the entire organization would have crumbled into total anarchy. By taking the lead, he can personally manage the fallout, instead of just delaying the inevitable end. Juho knows these hunters only care about profit, so he'll use a reward system to keep them leashed. Our boy questions if keeping such a corrupt group alive is even worth the massive administrative headache. Juho turns dead serious, insisting that their collective strength is a resource they simply cannot afford to waste. Soo-hyun watches him, realizing Juho is playing a high-stakes game to keep the world's power balance stable. Juho questions the state of the world, reminding Soo-hyun that living in constant fear of dungeons isn't normal. He insists that when the inevitable disaster strikes, they will need a massive, organized power to survive the carnage. Our boy stays quiet, realizing he never truly understood the weight of the burdens Juho was actually carrying. Juho admits that for the longest time, he was just a fanboy blinded by Soo-hyun's overwhelming combat prowess. He knows he cannot walk the same path as a regressor, but he vows to support him from below. Suddenly, Juho asks our boy to stop acting like a lone wolf and finally share some of that responsibility. He looks him dead in the eye, promising that no matter what happens, he is firmly on his side. That single confession hits Soo-hyun harder than any monster strike, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sheer sincerity. It was just one simple statement, yet it completely changes how our boy views their partnership going forward. Looking at Juho, Soo-hyun feels a rare sense of relief, knowing he won't face the coming apocalypse alone. Our boy finally cracks a genuine smile, thanking Juho and telling him they can definitely survive this together. Juho can't help but grin back, feeling a massive weight lift now that he's officially Soo-hyun's right-hand man. As the autumn leaves drift by, the heavy tension between these two finally melts into a real, unbreakable bond. Meanwhile, deep within a cosmic void, a mysterious hooded figure watches the world with piercing, glowing blue eyes. This architect of reality ponders the system he built while he was desperately searching for Kim Seung-gin's soul. He notes that, out of everyone, only Soo-hyun and Godin Lohan have truly manifested in this simulated timeline. Looking closer at our boy's growth, the entity wonders if Soo-hyun has actually become a literal fragment of God. However, the draconic calamity Fafnir just scoffs at the idea, claiming such a transformation is fundamentally impossible. The monster insists that his own successful regression is the only proof needed to show who really holds power. Fafnir realizes he just needs a bit more time to regain his full strength before finishing what he started. The architect decides to hand over the keys to this dimension, trusting our boy to handle the fallout. Soo-hyun accepts the burden, knowing he's the only one capable of keeping this simulated world from falling apart. Time flies by, and half a year later, the world has shifted into a completely new era of chaos. With Juho handling the politics, Soo-hyun focuses on the grind, blitzing through the tower's higher floors like a monster. The association's senior staff are impressed by the society's efficiency, but they know the real work is just beginning. Deep within their headquarters, the atmosphere is heavy as the leadership prepares to face a terrifying new reality. Youngyu points out a grim trend, where the number of dungeons is rapidly outstripping the growth of new hunters. Our boy listens as the officials stress over the high-level gates that most trash-tier hunters can't even touch. If they don't find more S-rank powerhouses soon, the world will be overrun by catastrophic dungeon outbreaks. They decide to warn every global government, hoping to prepare for the inevitable storm brewing on the horizon. Spikey wants to wrap things up, but he's clearly on edge with all the new reports coming in. He mentions a new green dungeon popping up and so on, proving the world is getting more dangerous. Even though he's busy, he offers our boy a ride home, but Soo-hyun politely declines the offer. Youngyu wonders if he's heading straight back to the Tower of Trials to continue his insane grind. Soo-hyun just smiles and tells them he has one important stop to make before diving back in. Thick black smoke billows from a chimney, signaling that some serious high-tier crafting is currently underway. He arrives at a secluded workshop where the sound of hammers against metal echoes through the air. Our boy is dumbfounded when he sees the state of the old man who's been working non-stop. The master blacksmith looks like he's on his last legs, covered in sweat, and clearly lacking sleep. He admits he got too excited to finish the blade, while Soo-hyun insists the smith prioritizes his health. The old man tells him to forget the small talk and just feast his eyes on the blade. Soo-hyun recognizes the legendary name Balmung, realizing this isn't just some trash-tier upgrade from a local shop. As he begins to unwrap the cloth, the sleek purple hilt reveals a weapon that radiates pure power. He draws the blade, and is dumbfounded by how perfectly balanced it feels in his grip. Looking at the edge, he realizes this masterpiece finally allows him to unlock a specific high-tier skill. Daeho laughs at our boy's excitement, teasing him for being as eager as a kid with a toy. When asked if he's heading back to the tower, Soo-hyun admits it's the only place he isn't teased. The exhausted smith tells him to get lost so he can finally catch some much-needed shut-eye. Soo-hyun gives a rare, genuine smile, and thanks the old man for pouring his soul into the steel. Daeho watches him leave in silence, knowing he just handed a god-slaying tool to the world's only hope. Daeho gives a final nod, telling our boy to stay alive out there in the coming chaos. Soo-hyun wastes no time and heads straight to the 40th floor gate of the Tower of Trials. His footsteps echo through the silent hall as he prepares to face the next impossible hurdle. A shady figure sitting nearby can't help but feel the massive pressure radiating off the regressor. The gatekeeper immediately recognizes that a true monster has arrived to challenge the upper floors. He offers his services, curious to see just how much the legendary hunter actually knows. Soo-hyun remains stoic, demanding to know the exact difficulty of the upcoming trial first. The broker flashes a sign and names a steep price of 600,000 achievement points. Our boy doesn't even flinch, his mind already calculating if the information is worth the cost. He hands over the points without hesitation, leaving the greedy merchant stunned by his resolve. The broker explains how the difficulty fragments again, starting from the 40th floor, ranging from easy to hellish. He leans in closer, sensing that our boy has already made up his mind about which path to take. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the old man acknowledges the unwavering resolve burning in the regressor's eyes. He drops the final piece of intel, telling him his only objective is to find the Dragon Pearl. As Soo-hyun walks away, he can't help but wonder what kind of item this legendary pearl actually is. He realizes the trial is likely tied to draconic lore, which fits his current power set perfectly. The gatekeeper adds a cryptic bonus, urging him to consider why this specific trial was chosen for him. This unexpected advice leaves our boy slightly dumbfounded as he questions the broker's true motives. Standing before the shimmering gate, he ponders the weight of the expectations these mysterious entities have for him. As the light swallows him, he wonders if the tower's guardians have known his true identity all along. Our boy brushes off the gatekeeper's cryptic words, focusing solely on the challenge waiting inside the gate. He steps into the shimmering light, ready to face whatever the 40th floor throws his way. After skipping the lower levels, he locks in the maximum floor level to maximize his potential growth. Faced with 4 paths, he doesn't even glance at the trash tier options like easy or normal. He chooses the very difficult path, knowing only extreme trials will grant him the power he needs. As the system confirms his choice, the world fades, and the 40th floor trial finally begins. He finds himself standing on a lush, green cliffside under a deceptively peaceful sun. Suddenly, something massive catches his eye, making his battle-hardened instincts flare up instantly. He stands there completely dumbfounded, his jaw dropping at the sheer scale of what lies before him. A literal dragon is resting in the grass, and his mission is to save its entire world. Our boy stares at the massive beast, thinking it looks way too peaceful for a high-floor trial. He decides to call out Mir, hoping his little companion can help handle the introductions. Since they are both dragons, he asks Mir if he can try communicating with the sleeping giant. The blue dragon continues its deep slumber, completely unaware that a regressor is standing right there. Mir looks absolutely terrified, realizing the power gap between him and this ancient creature is insane. Despite his fear, Mir lets out a tiny squeak to get the behemoth's attention. Suddenly, a piercing cyan eye snaps open as the guardian finally senses their presence. The ground tremors as the massive beast stands up, shaking off its lethargy with a heavy thud. It looms over them, shocked to see a red dragon and a human together in this realm. Soo-hyun feels a sharp pressure in his mind as the dragon uses telepathy to question his presence. Soo-hyun is dumbfounded that this ancient beast can actually speak the human tongue with such ease. He realizes this guardian is far more ancient and powerful than any dragonling he has ever encountered before. The sheer weight of the dragon's aura is suffocating, making our boy realize he is in a different league. The behemoth demands to know why a noble red dragon would ever lower itself to travel with a human. Mir is absolutely terrified, whimpering and clinging to his master, as the pressure becomes too much to bear. Seeing his companion in distress, Soo-hyun gently comforts the little guy to keep his spirit from breaking. He explains that they have been inseparable for 2 years, ever since Mir hatched from a random egg. With a genuine smile, he tells the guardian that this dragon isn't just a pet, but his family. The blue dragon seems skeptical, finding it hard to believe a creature of that lineage came from an egg. Soo-hyun stands his ground and confirms the truth, even as Mir just tilts his head in total confusion. The massive guardian finally settles down, acknowledging the strange bond between the human and the dragonling. Seeing the pressure lift, our boy continues to pet Mir, glad the little guy is finally relaxing. He remembers hearing that Mir was always a cut above the rest, even when he first hatched. In this world, dragons are ranked by their scales from birth, mirroring the hierarchy of the towers. Soo-hyun figures this is his best shot at learning the secrets behind his companion's mysterious lineage. He decides to risk a potentially rude question, asking the beast for the truth about red dragons. The blue dragon just blinks, seemingly stunned that a master could be so clueless about his own family. He lets out a thunderous laugh, finding it utterly absurd that Soo-hyun raised him without knowing his identity. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded, feeling like a total amateur under the dragon's mocking gaze. The guardian eventually agrees to educate him, starting with how the color red is a significant omen. The guardian explains that red isn't just a color, but the mark of the true Dragon King's bloodline. Soo-hyun can barely process the information, his voice trailing off as the weight of the revelation hits him. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, struggling to believe his companion is the legitimate successor to the throne. The group stands in silence while the massive guardian stares down at the pint-sized legend in the making. Mir just lets out a happy chirp, totally oblivious to the fact that he's basically draconic royalty. Soo-hyun wonders if this means his companion is destined for greatness far beyond what he initially imagined. The blue dragon admits he's stunned that a mere human managed to tame such a high-tier existence. Soo-hyun looks at the little guy, finding it hard to reconcile this cutie with a legendary king. He starts squishing the dragon's goofy face, wondering how this trash-tier-looking lizard could be a king. After the shock wears off, he asks if any of the little dragon's relatives are still around. The massive guardian stays silent for a moment, letting the weight of the revelation sink in for our boy. He reveals the tragic truth that Mir is actually the sole survivor of a once mighty royal bloodline. Soo-hyun is completely dumbfounded, unable to process how his little buddy ended up as the last of his kind. The dragon decides it's better to show the past, manifesting a powerful spell to share his ancient memories. Before he can even protest, the world starts to warp around him in a swirl of intense mana. He gets pulled into a vision of a time long before the tower or the system even existed. Suddenly, he's standing in a literal hellscape where the horizon is nothing but smoke and eternal flames. It turns out a massive war once devastated this realm, pitting dragons against an unstoppable legion of invaders. Countless ancient warriors fought to protect their world, but the enemy's forces were just too overwhelming to contain. However, even the combined might of the Dragon Kings wasn't enough to stop the absolute destruction that followed. The enemy forces were absolutely relentless, turning the sky into a graveyard for the proud ancient dragons. Even the mightiest beasts were brought low, their bodies littering the scorched earth like discarded trash. Our boy watches in horror as the once great dragon race is systematically wiped out in a sea of blood. The blue dragon stands by his side, guiding him through this nightmare to witness the true source of despair. Soo-hyun realizes this scene is eerily familiar, mirroring the same apocalypse he fought so hard to prevent. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crawls up his spine as he senses a presence he could never forget. A massive, purple-scaled hand slams into the ground, vibrating with a level of mana that defies logic. It turns out the culprit behind this genocide is none other than Fafnir, the legendary calamity himself. Seeing his greatest enemy again makes Soo-hyun's blood boil, his stoic expression cracking under pure rage. The blue dragon quickly reminds him to stay calm, noting that this is merely a ghost of the past. Our boy takes a deep breath, forcing his racing heart to slow down despite the surrounding chaos. He realizes that letting his emotions run wild will only hinder his ability to survive this nightmare. Looking at his hands, he feels a strange sense of relief for this unexpected mental test. If he can master his composure now, he'll be ready to face Fafnir when the time finally comes. The blue dragon is genuinely impressed, noting how rare it is for a human to stay so calm. The Guardian grows curious, wondering how a simple player could possibly recognize the legendary calamity from afar. Soo-hyun goes quiet as the weight of 1,000 dead comrades presses down on his shoulders again. He reveals that this monster is the exact same beast that turned his entire world into ash. The blue dragon is dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what he means by his world being destroyed. Peering into his soul, the Guardian realizes our boy is telling the truth about his tragic past. The sky turns a sickly crimson as the vision of the ancient dragon war begins to unfold. Fafnir is absolutely tearing through the dragon realm, leaving nothing but fire and death in his wake. Our boy is visibly shaken, recognizing the legendary red dragons being slaughtered like trash-tier mobs. Even the proudest red dragons can only roar in agony as the calamity's power consumes them. Fafnir doesn't show a shred of mercy, obliterating his kin with a single, overwhelming burst of energy. Watching this one-sided massacre, Soo-hyun realizes just how outclassed the world was during the first invasion. Suddenly, the memory begins to flicker and fade, pulling him back from the horrific sights of the past. He finds himself back on the grassy plains, standing beside a very confused Mir and the Guardian. Our boy is totally dumbfounded, wondering why the vision cut off just as things were getting intense. The blue dragon sadly explains that he can't show any more because his brother died right then. Our boy realizes Fafnir's path of destruction wasn't limited to his own timeline or world. He starts connecting the dots, realizing this dragon realm might be just as real as his own home. Mir snaps our boy out of his spiraling thoughts, reminding him to stay focused on the task at hand. The blue dragon offers him a ride, deciding to explain the rest of the story while they travel. He learns that the red dragons were completely wiped out, leaving their once vibrant world a desolate graveyard. Turns out, some dragons survived by hibernating, waiting for the calamity to pass before finally waking up. They worked tirelessly to breathe life back into the ruins, slowly healing the land from the Great War's scars. Even though the main threat vanished, trash-tier monsters still roam the world, making full recovery nearly impossible. Because of the constant monster threat, the survivors could only reclaim a small portion of their former glory. Finally, they arrive at a massive, shining fortress that serves as the dragon's last bastion and new home. The blue dragon finally touches down at the fortress while Mir carries our boy like a sack of potatoes. As they land, the massive guardian begins to glow, preparing to shed his draconic skin for something more compact. He shifts into a human form, sighing with relief that things feel much better now that he is smaller. Soo-hyun is pretty dumbfounded, asking if walking around as a human is actually more comfortable for a literal dragon. The guardian admits his true form is way too heavy, so he prefers this mana-consuming state, unless he is hibernating. Standing before the massive entrance, the blue dragon shouts for the guards to open up for their unexpected guest. With a heavy rumble, the giant stone gates slowly slide apart to reveal the hidden heart of the city. Mir warns our boy that he shouldn't expect a warm welcome, but Soo-hyun just shrugs the cold shoulder off. The blue dragon looks back with a grim expression, noting that the lack of hospitality isn't just about species. His eyes sharpen as he hints that there is a much darker reason why a human isn't wanted here. The guardian drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the cold reception is actually all because of Mir. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, struggling to process why his loyal companion would be the target of hostility. The guide just tells him he will understand soon enough, while leading them deeper into the Dragon City. Mir stays silent and looks worried, likely feeling the heavy weight of his own lineage as they proceed. With a simple command to follow, the group finally steps through the gates into the hidden draconic sanctuary. Instead of a lair of monsters, they find a peaceful village that looks surprisingly like a human settlement. Seeing dragons living normal lives with families makes it clear they have traded primal nature for domestic comfort. The guide explains that they adopted these forms because living as massive beasts was simply too taxing. When Soo-hyun notices how empty it feels, the guardian reveals the war left only 50 of them alive. Even with their numbers slowly growing, the scars of their near extinction still linger in every quiet street. As they navigate the village, a young girl stops in her tracks, stunned to see a familiar face. The blue dragon, known here as Elder Blanc, simply smiles and greets her like no time has passed. The girl, Siegfried, is overjoyed to see him, clutching her groceries while celebrating the return of their elder. When asked if he slept well, Blanc jokingly blames Soo-hyun for dragging him out of his long slumber. Siegfried's expression shifts to pure shock once she realizes a common human is standing right in their midst. Her friendly demeanor evaporates instantly, replaced by a cold suspicion, as she evaluates the threat these strangers pose. The tension spikes when she notices Mir, immediately labeling the young dragon a traitor to their suffering race. She demands an explanation for why a descendant of the Red Dragons would ever return to this hidden city. Blanc remains unbothered, calmly stating that family is always welcome, and he is personally vouching for the human. Siegfried admits the human isn't the issue, but she can't forgive the Red Dragons for abandoning them years ago. A fist clenches tight as the air turns heavy with a sudden, suffocating shift in the atmosphere. Mir looks visibly shaken after being branded a traitor just because of his Red Dragon heritage. Siegfried remains defiant, her gaze sharp as she refuses to acknowledge the pain her words have caused. Our boy moves in close, his shadow looming over her as the friendly introductions officially come to an end. She mockingly asks if the human has a complaint, completely unaware that she's poking a literal sleeping monster. Soo-hyun's face goes cold, his patience hitting zero, as he prepares to defend his companion's honor. He wonders why he should even bother holding back when she's busy cursing out his precious baby dragon. Reaching out with a calm but terrifying focus, he unleashes a wave of pure, unadulterated mana. Siegfried's pupils shrink in absolute horror as she realizes the human before her is anything but ordinary. The crushing weight of his aura slams her into the dirt, leaving her pinned and utterly dumbfounded. Siegfried stumbles back in confusion, her instincts screaming that she's in way over her head. Our boy just watches her struggle, amused that she's already looking for an exit strategy. He points out that she's a much bigger coward than her arrogant attitude originally suggested. Trembling with rage, she refuses to believe a mere human could ever make her feel this small. She charges forward with a burst of green energy, trying to reclaim her shattered pride through force. Soo-hyun remains completely unfazed, his hand beginning to glow with a terrifyingly dense blue light. He stands his ground with a cold gaze, treating her desperate assault like a minor mid-tier inconvenience. Screaming for him to disappear, she unleashes every ounce of her power in a final, frantic blast. The green flames roar toward him, but they lack the weight to actually threaten a seasoned regressor. With a casual wave, he effortlessly sends her own attack right back at her. When Soo-hyun focuses his mana, his eyes glow with the cold intensity of a regressor, ready to end this. He unleashes a concentrated beam of blue energy that tears through the air with absolute authority. The blue light slams into the green flames, instantly proving that our boy is playing a completely different game. His attack pierces through her defense effortlessly, making her realize her trash-tier efforts were never going to be enough. The dragon warrior stands dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere human just shattered her strongest breath. As the blue mana looms over her, she finally understands that she's facing a monster in human skin. Her eyes widen in realization, the reality of her impending defeat finally sinking in as the light draws near. She admits to herself that the chilling sensation she felt earlier was actually genuine, bone-deep fear. A violent explosion of blue energy consumes the space, leaving no room for her to escape the crushing impact. The blast sends her spiraling backward, her arrogance completely broken by the weight of Soo-hyun's power. The green-haired warrior stares in absolute shock, his mind racing as he realizes he is completely outclassed. Before the situation escalates further, the blue dragon steps in with an aura that demands immediate and total silence. He coldly commands them to stop, his patience clearly wearing thin with these trash-tier interruptions to his mission. He decides to overlook their impudence this once, telling the warrior to get lost and leave his guest alone. The warrior hesitates, mentioning Siegfried and the weight of their duty to protect the dragon realm from outsiders. But the blue dragon reminds him that there are far more dangerous entities waiting for the king's true descendant. His eyes glow with a terrifying light as he asks if the warrior is actually prepared to handle them. The sheer pressure makes the warrior break into a cold sweat, his previous arrogance replaced by pure, unadulterated dread. Realizing he cannot win, he promises to report this incident to Sir Karne, while the Guardian remains completely indifferent. He quickly retreats over the rooftops, leaving our boy and the Guardian to continue their high-stakes journey in peace. The Guardian leads the way through the city, his mind likely heavy with the realm's dark history. Our boy suddenly halts the walk, needing to clear the air about the insults thrown at Mir. He asks the Guardian why everyone keeps calling his loyal companion the descendant of traitors. The blue dragon falls silent for a moment, the weight of the past clearly pressing down on him. He explains that red dragons supposedly used their dimensional powers to flee while their kin were being slaughtered. Because of that perceived cowardice, the younger generation of dragons has grown up fueled by absolute hatred. Mir looks completely dumbfounded, asking if there is any actual proof beyond the bitter words of survivors. A sudden thud echoes from the rooftops, signaling that their private conversation is being watched by someone. The Guardian immediately senses the shift in the air, his sharp eyes darting toward the source of movement. It turns out a powerful warrior named Karne is looking down on them with a cold, judgmental gaze. The blue dragon recognizes the intruder immediately, his expression hardening as he realizes the situation just got complicated. Karne stares back with an air of superiority, clearly not here for a friendly chat with the Guardian. Before anyone can react, the surrounding area erupts with the sound of rapid movement across the stone tiles. Our boy and his crew find themselves cornered as the newcomer makes his presence known in the courtyard. The guardian is visibly shaken, realizing that the warrior's arrival implies something much darker is happening. Suddenly, the air crackles with mana, forcing the group to brace for an incoming magical surge. Multiple warriors begin warping into existence, their bodies flickering as they utilize high-level spatial magic to manifest. In an instant, a whole squad of these fighters has the group boxed in from every possible direction. Soo-hyun is completely dumbfounded that such a rare and precious skill like teleportation is being used by common soldiers. He quickly deduces that this isn't just one man's grudge, but a massive, coordinated ambush by multiple dragon factions. The yellow dragon warriors close in, emitting a dense energy far superior to the green dragon from earlier. They mock the idea of a royal descendant, labeling the group as nothing more than relatives of traitors. The blue dragon keeps his cool, advising the hot-headed soldiers to avoid speaking of unconfirmed truths. A single gesture from their superior cuts through the tension, instantly silencing the rowdy crowd. Our boy realizes that no matter how outstanding their energy is, the hierarchy here is strictly enforced. Their leader steps out, acknowledging that the blue dragon remains the strongest, despite his current fallen status. He questions their right to be there, his gaze piercing through them with absolute authority. His expression turns cold as he reminds them they are standing on the soil of those they betrayed. Mir is visibly shaken by the hostility, while Soo-hyun grips his blade, ready for the worst. The leader lets out a dry chuckle, finding the entire confrontation to be a source of dark amusement. Karne mocks the supposed descendant of the Dragon King for being a mute idiot who can't even speak. Mir can't help but tear up, feeling completely humiliated by the trash-tier insults thrown his way. Seeing the little dragon cry only makes Karne sneer more, calling the poor kid utterly pathetic. The blue dragon steps in, reminding Karne that royal descendants grow much slower than common trash. Despite the defense, Mir is still heartbroken, his tiny heart unable to handle the sudden hostility. Our boy has seen enough, his shadow looming as he realizes these dragons are all cut from the same cloth. Suddenly, a massive surge of purple mana erupts, signaling that Soo-hyun's patience has finally hit its limit. He demands to know why they keep making his companion cry, his killing intent flooding the area. The surrounding dragon soldiers are left dumbfounded, feeling a pressure that shouldn't belong to a mere human. Even Karne is frozen in place, realizing he just provoked a monster he can't possibly hope to handle. Soo-hyun's mana flares as the dragons realize a mere human possesses power that defies their draconic logic. He calmly interrogates them, asking how they can be so sure the red dragons actually betrayed their kind. Karne can only sweat in response, claiming he personally witnessed the red dragons abandoning them to their fate. Our boy isn't buying it, pointing out that his anecdotal testimony doesn't actually prove a single thing. Since he can't interfere in dragon business, he suggests they take their beef up with the actual deserters. Karne is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process why a human would even bother arguing for a dragon. Soo-hyun reminds them that Mir isn't the one who left, so ostracizing a child for his blood is pathetic. The dragon is clearly vexed, demanding to know why this human is so emotionally invested in a young hatchling. A gentle touch on the shoulder provides more comfort than any words could ever offer the crying dragon. He declares that they are family, a bond that transcends species and silences the trash-tier logic of the survivors. Karne just stares, clearly unimpressed by the sentimental garbage our boy is spewing about family bonds. He lets out a trash-tier laugh, mocking the very idea that a human and dragon could ever be kin. Even as Mir whimpers, Karne insists that ancient chains of hatred aren't something easily broken by mere words. Soo-hyun doesn't flinch, coldly demanding to know exactly what kind of point the man is trying to make. The villager offers a twisted chance at redemption, claiming they can repent by serving as tools in their war. He demands they recapture the Forest of the Dragon Pearl, a suicide mission meant to prove their worth. The blue dragon is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe Karne would suggest such a reckless, deadly task. He loses his cool immediately, screaming at Karne for even suggesting such a blatant death trap for the hatchling. He argues that sending them into that cursed forest is no different than just telling them to go die. Karne just shrugs it off, coldly stating that the choice to jump into the fire is entirely theirs. Soo-hyun ponders the suicidal task, while Mir waits anxiously for his master to make a final move. Our boy doesn't blink, coolly accepting the proposal despite the obvious trap laid out before him. The blue dragon is absolutely dumbfounded, screaming that only a total idiot would walk into such a place. He warns that the forest is a graveyard for the strong, where every previous recapture attempt ended in disaster. While the dragon predicts his immediate death, Soo-hyun just smiles, thinking this level of difficulty is actually ideal. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he plans to use this trial to break their arrogant spirits. As evening falls over the jagged landscape, the group prepares to enter the territory of the strongest monsters. They arrive at the Forest of the Dragon Pearl, and Soo-hyun offers a brief thanks for the guidance. Mir lets out a nervous cry at the oppressive aura, but Soo-hyun is already focused on the hunt. The blue dragon watches him closely, still unable to comprehend the human's lack of fear or common sense. Blue Dragon grabs our boy's sleeve, desperately pleading with him not to throw his life away. He explains that while Red Dragon believers still exist, he needs time to negotiate with Karne for safety. Soo-hyun just chuckles and gently pats the dragon's hand, telling him there is absolutely nothing to worry about. With Mir chirping by his side, he confidently promises to return from the forest in one piece. The dragon stands frozen as the regressor marches into the gloom, leaving him behind in the dust. He looks toward the sky, haunted by the countless heroes who never made it back from this trial. As Soo-hyun charges ahead, the dragon silently prays for an ancient elder named Elid to protect them. Deep within the thicket, hundreds of predatory eyes begin to flicker to life amidst the suffocating mana. Instead of flinching, Soo-hyun just grins, feeling a twisted sense of nostalgia for the apocalypse he once survived. Suddenly, a pack of trash-tier wolves lunges out, completely unaware they just picked a fight with a monster. Our boy grips his spear, feeling the familiar hum of mana as he prepares for the slaughter. He lets out a confident shout, announcing that the real raid is officially beginning right now. In a flash of blue, he carves through the first wolf, making the kill look effortless. He lands in a low stance, having already decimated the front line of the trash-tier pack. A hulking beastman tries to ambush him from behind, but Soo-hyun senses the pathetic attempt immediately. Instead of dodging, he decides to exert just enough mental pressure to paralyze the entire group. His gaze turns cold as he unleashes the third eye predator, flooding the forest with dread. The massive predator stands dumbfounded and stiff, its body refusing to move under his crushing aura. Purple energy coils around his spear as he prepares to end this boring warm-up session. With a single, violent sweep, he obliterates the remaining monsters, leaving only silence in his wake. Soo-hyun calculates that by refining his technique, he can save mana while dispatching these trash-tier mobs more efficiently. He moves like a blur, his strikes cutting through the remaining monsters before they can even process their deaths. Looking at his weapon, he realizes the legendary sword Balmung is even more impressive than he first anticipated. Our boy rests the blade on his shoulder, while Mir chirps happily about how easily they handled the warm-up. The forest floor is now a graveyard of monsters, proving that even a massive pack is nothing to him. Meanwhile, inside a distant palace, a concerned voice asks a powerful figure if they should really ignore the intruders. Sir Karni sips his tea, seething with rage over a red dragon descendant being recognized as the king's heir. His subordinate, Ralph, leans in and confirms that their forces are already prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Ralph asks for the green light to eliminate both the human and the traitorous dragon descendant immediately. Karne just cryptically mentions a certain turtle living in the forest, leaving Ralph completely dumbfounded by the strange remark. Karne's eyes burn with a cold intensity as he recalls the absolute terror of the Titan turtle. This behemoth is a walking calamity that once slaughtered dozens of dragons and nearly ended Karne himself. Ralph is visibly shaken, wondering if the human they saw earlier is actually strong enough to survive it. Karne just watches from his window, convinced that no mere human could ever hope to defeat such a monster. Deep in the forest, our boy is raking in massive achievement points as his stats skyrocket from the grind. He realizes this trial is basically a goldmine for growth, making the whole ordeal feel surprisingly simple. Soo-hyun gives Mir a well-deserved pat, thanking his loyal companion for making the hunt so incredibly efficient. Suddenly, the constant stream of monsters stops, leaving the woods eerily quiet and putting him on high alert. Both of them sense a massive presence approaching, realizing the real challenge of the forest has finally arrived. Mir's eyes widen in shock as a sudden, overwhelming pressure washes over them from the shadows. Soo-hyun notices Mir acting strange and asks what's bothering him as the little dragon starts growling. Suddenly, our boy picks up a strange, rhythmic thumping sound echoing through the dense trees. Mir senses the danger first, his instincts screaming that something massive is lurking just out of sight. Soo-hyun realizes the sound is actually a massive heartbeat, vibrating through the very ground beneath his feet. Before he can react, Mir lunges forward to intercept a sudden burst of energy erupting from the earth. He shouts out for his companion, worried that the little guy might have bitten off more than he can chew. Mir gets tossed back by the sheer force of the impact as the hidden predator finally makes its move. A colossal, stone-skinned beast emerges from the shadows, its massive jaws ready to crush anything in its path. The ground shatters as the creature reveals its true size, dwarfing everything else in the forest. It all clicks for Soo-hyun, realizing this titan is the reason every other monster fled the area in terror. Our boy stares down the massive beast, realizing they've stumbled right into the heart of its territory. This titan turtle is a tanky nightmare he recognizes from an old memory of a high-rank dungeon. As they circle above, he finds it weird, because these behemoths usually wander instead of staying put. He wonders if the creature is actually protecting something valuable instead of just looking for a meal. Soo-hyun stays calm, analyzing the situation while the giant beast keeps its glowing eyes locked on them. Soo-hyun calls out to his companion as Mir lets out a fierce roar, sensing something very specific. Seeing his companion get this aggressive is rare, making it obvious this isn't just a random encounter. He starts to suspect that Mir has sensed a legendary treasure belonging to the Dragon King. A sharp smirk crosses his face as the pieces of the puzzle finally start falling into place. He readies his power, certain that the beast is protecting the legendary dragon pearl they need. Suhyun signals Mir to dive, ready to take down the massive guardian standing in their way. The beast retaliates immediately, unleashing a concentrated beam of mana that lights up the entire cavern. Instead of dodging, Mir flies headfirst into the blast, trusting his draconic scales to tank the hit. Our boy leaps off his companion's back, using the momentum to position himself for a lethal strike. He channels his mana, realizing that a direct frontal assault is the only way to break its shell. Mid-air, he carves through the residual energy, proving that trash-tier defenses can't stop an S-rank regressor. He descends like a meteor, his blade cutting a path through the monster's overwhelming spiritual pressure. Seeing the creature's guard finally crumble, he shouts for his divine beast to finish the job. Mir doesn't hesitate, gathering every ounce of draconic heat in his throat for a final, devastating blow. The dragon unleashes a high-breath attack, incinerating the guardian and clearing the path to their prize. Our boy plunges through the smoke, his mana flaring as he prepares to deliver the final blow. He grips his blade with white-knuckled intensity, focusing every ounce of his regressor's will into the steel. He crashes against the guardian's remaining shell, the impact sending shockwaves through the entire arena floor. His eyes burn with a cold light as he decides the beast's time has officially run out. He drives the legendary sword Balmung into the crack, intending to shatter the monster's core once and for all. A violent eruption of blue energy follows, proving that even a stone titan can't withstand his raw power. He triggers his wave sword explosion style, turning the battlefield into a chaotic vortex of mana and debris. The sheer force of the technique vaporizes the surrounding air, leaving no room for the enemy to escape. Silence returns to the floor as the dust clears, revealing a landscape completely transformed by the devastating strike. He stands over the severed head of the guardian, letting out a long, exhausted sigh of victory. Our boy and Mir look down at the crater, noting that the Titan turtle was surprisingly durable. He admits that without the legendary sword Balmung and his wave sword style, this floor would have been difficult. This specific explosion style is a beast of a skill that scales directly with the user's total mana. With his rank 8 mana, it becomes a world-ending power that very few hunters could ever hope to obtain. However, he knows it has one fatal flaw that makes it nearly impossible for an average player to master. To pull mana to its absolute limit, you need a high-tier weapon that won't shatter under the intense pressure. That's exactly why combining this destructive skill with a blade like Balmung creates the perfect, unstoppable synergy. Since it's forged from adamantium, the sword possesses insane durability and a natural ability to regenerate itself mid-battle. He reflects on being the sole user of this technique in his past life, due to these extreme requirements. Suddenly, he senses something shifting in the air, his sharp instincts immediately putting him back on high alert. Mir brings a strange black fragment to our boy, making him wonder what the little guy found. As the shards react to his presence, Suhyun realizes these aren't just ordinary rocks, but remnants of something ancient. The vision shifts back to a time when the great dragon fortress stood tall and untainted by war. The blue dragon, in his human form, stands atop the ramparts, lost in thought about the impending doom. Suddenly, an old friend approaches, asking if he's actually grown attached to the mortals he's supposed to lead. He snaps back, telling the man to get lost if he's only there to spout useless nonsense. The man, Karne, looks hurt, wondering why his old comrade is still so full of distrust after everything. Karne explains that while he trusts the blue dragon, the red dragons simply aren't built for mercy. The weight of the past settles on the blue dragon's shoulders as he remembers the harsh lessons of history. He watches Karne leave, silently admitting that without his friend's blunt honesty, they wouldn't have survived this long. Blue Dragon argues that a red dragon's return means they must rethink their entire future. He believes if they unite all dragons to support the human and the red dragon, there's still hope. With a desperate look, he claims they can finally reclaim the dragon pearl and their lost world. Karne isn't buying it, cursing the red dragon while his expression remains cold and unmoved. He tells his friend to wake up because the pearl is gone, and hope is just a delusion. The blue dragon is left speechless as Karne predicts the young red dragon's inevitable death. Turning his back, Karne makes it clear that his grim decision is final and won't be swayed. Our boy desperately calls out his name, unable to accept that his old comrade is walking away. Suddenly, a blinding flash of red energy tears through the sky, signaling the start of the end. A massive pillar of fire erupts over the city, proving that the catastrophe they feared is finally here. The blue dragon stands frozen as a familiar, ancient power suddenly washes over the entire city. Even the cynical Karne is forced to pause, his eyes widening as the impossible energy intensifies. They both look out toward the horizon, sensing a surge of mana that shouldn't even exist anymore. A massive pillar of light erupts into the sky, signaling that the lost dragon pearl has finally returned. Realizing this is their only shot, the blue dragon leaps from the wall to chase the light. He sheds his human disguise mid-air, shifting back into his massive draconic form with a powerful flap. Carne watches from the battlements, completely dumbfounded that his grim predictions are being shattered in real time. The blue dragon soars toward the massive red dragon, who is reeling from the pearl's sudden reappearance. The red dragon is shaken, knowing the pearl was supposedly lost forever inside the belly of a titan turtle. He wonders if our boy actually managed to slay that monster and reclaim the heart of their world. The blue dragon spots the source of the mana and signals the others to look toward the clearing. Both massive drakes descend from the clouds, their heavy wings beating against the sudden silence of the forest. Shifting back into his human form, the blue dragon rushes ahead to see the impossible with his own eyes. He finds our boy casually holding the legendary dragon pearl, as if it were some trash-tier loot. Both he and Carney are left completely dumbfounded, unable to reconcile the artifact's return with reality. Karn's mind is reeling as he struggles to accept that a human actually pulled off this miracle. Seeing the titan turtle's mountain-sized corpse, they finally understand that the beast has truly been slain. Soo-hyun just gives a confident smirk, noting that the entire raid went by much faster than expected. The blue dragon is left breathless, realizing he is standing in the presence of a true monster. He tentatively reaches for the pearl, feeling the ancient power that will finally restore their dying world. The blue dragon breaks down in tears, finally confirming that the legendary artifact in his hands is real. It has been an eternity since their kind felt this hope, and our boy just stands there casually. He reflects on the brutal war and the humiliation of being driven into a single, pathetic village. Back then, he believed only a red dragon, or the pearl, could turn the tide of their extinction. This treasure doesn't just look pretty, it amplifies draconic mana to the point of controlling nature itself. With both the successor and the pearl returned, he's certain their world is finally on the mend. He offers his deepest thanks to Soo-hyun, recognizing that a mere human achieved what seemed impossible. The surrounding villagers and dragons gather, drawn by the pulsing energy of their long-lost heritage. However, Carne watches with a bitter scowl, realizing his days of chasing off red dragons are over. Acknowledging the pearl's overwhelming might, he decides to slink back into the shadows and start scheming. Carne finally swallows his pride, admitting our boy actually pulled off the impossible by slaying the titan turtle. He tries to play it cool, claiming they will graciously allow the red dragon back into their ranks. Soo-hyun isn't having any of that trash-tier attitude, bluntly calling the bitter dragon out for being completely shameless. With enough witnesses gathered, Mir prepares to use the dragon pearl to show everyone the real draconic hierarchy. Our boy tells the crowd to watch closely as the true successor finally claims his rightful place. The pearl begins to pulse with ancient energy, vibrating against Mir's teeth as the ritual begins. A blinding vortex of mana swirls within the dragon's maw, signaling the start of a massive power surge. Flames erupt as Mir's small frame begins to crack and expand under the weight of the pearl's gift. His claws sharpen and grow, shedding his adolescent form for something far more lethal and ancient. The transformation completes, revealing a majestic red dragon that makes every other beast in the village look pathetic. Mir lets out a deafening roar, showing the villagers exactly what a high-tier draconic leader looks like. The crowd stands completely dumbfounded, as they feel an ancient, suffocating pressure radiating from the red beast. One villager turns to Carne, trembling as he asks for the true identity of this magnificent creature. Carne can barely breathe, his cynical shell cracking as he realizes he is witnessing a literal miracle. He finally stammers out the name Elid, recognizing the legendary soul manifesting through the young dragon. The village erupts into a frenzy of cheers, celebrating the return of the protector they've missed for ages. Even our boy is impressed, silently admitting that the dragon's true form looks absolutely incredible and top tier. He looks down at his little companion, wondering if Mir will actually reach that majestic level one day. Mir just gives a cute chirp while clutching the pearl, making Soo-hyun joke about dying of old age first. He stares ahead stoically, knowing that despite the celebration, their journey through the tower is far from over. Our boy reflects on the tragedy of human mortality compared to a dragon's lonely 1,000-year lifespan. He realizes he can't stay by Mir's side forever, and hopes the dragon eventually forgets their time together. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupts as the legendary soul within the pearl finally makes its move. The legendary hero Elid steps out of the flames, joking about getting in trouble for being too dramatic. He stands tall with an arrogant grin, asking the crowd if they can finally feel his undeniable greatness. The dragon villagers look on completely dumbfounded, realizing the legendary hero's vibe is way different than the legends. The blue dragon just sighs, telling the others that the old man hasn't changed a bit since he died. Elid laughs heartily, admitting he was genuinely curious about how they all fared after he passed away. However, his playful expression quickly hardens as he prepares to get down to some serious business. Elid gazes into the fire, feeling a heavy sadness for not being able to see the future personally. He explains that the massive monster will be dragged into a distant dimension right along with them. Even though his kin died from soul overload, he's certain the enemy is suffering the same fate. The dragon villagers are completely dumbfounded, questioning if their legendary protectors actually stayed to fight. The blue dragon calmly explains that what they're seeing is actually a high-level death reanimation sorcery. This forbidden magic manifests a person's thoughts and form exactly as they were before they passed away. It finally clicks for the crowd that their legendary hero had already died for them long ago. A panicked villager turns to Elder Carne, desperately begging for an explanation of this impossible miracle. Carne just stands there in silence, watching as the heavy reality of their hero's sacrifice sinks in. Elid wonders how his old friend Carne is doing, hoping the kid is leading their people well. Our boy feels a pang of guilt, knowing he's leaving a heavy burden on someone so young. Despite the tragedy, a small smile forms as he reflects on the legacy he's leaving behind. He silently apologizes to Carne for the pressure, but maintains absolute faith in his friend's strength. With a final, confident grin, the hero promises to wait for them all in the far future. As his form begins to scatter into light, he officially entrusts the fate of the dragons to Carne. Watching this memory, the blue dragon finally understands why the red dragons were branded as traitors. Pure rage boils over, as he vows to make the liars pay for deceiving their entire race. He lets out a thunderous roar, calling out to Carne as his blue mana flares with murderous intent. Elid just laughs, finding the pathetic struggle of these dragons to be completely beneath him. He scoffs at their logic, his face twisted in a grin that screams pure, unadulterated arrogance. A dragon villager snaps back, desperately claiming his leadership was the only thing that saved their lives. Our boy, the blue dragon, is losing his mind, wondering why they still cling to those red-haired traitors. Fed up with the trash-tier excuses, Elid ignites his mana for a strike that will end the debate. He declares himself the true king of dragons while unleashing a golden beam of absolute destruction. Sensing the impending doom, the blue dragon screams for everyone to manifest a barrier before they are vaporized. The golden energy slams into the blue shield, threatening to shatter the dragon's last line of defense. Mana erupts in a blinding explosion as the two legendary powers finally collide in a world-shaking blast. The collision of their legendary powers triggers a blinding explosion that threatens to consume the entire battlefield. The blue dragon realizes with horror that Carne, the strongest among them, is being pushed to his limit. He hoped the dragon pearl would protect them, but it only amplified the raw destruction they now face. Struggling to maintain his barrier, the blue dragon feels his mana draining as the golden beam relentlessly hammers down. Carne watches the dragon pearl pulse with energy, realizing his pride might have finally led them to ruin. Desperate to turn the tide, he pours every ounce of his draconic essence into a final, world-scorching strike. But even his strongest attack is effortlessly swallowed by the golden light, leaving the legendary dragon completely dumbfounded. As the dust settles, Kim Soo-hyun steps forward, mocking the idea of anyone else being acknowledged as king. With Mir by his side and the dragon pearl reclaimed, our boy declares that the true king is back. Soo-hyun watches as Carne reels from the realization that his prideful stand was a total mistake. Carne is completely shaken, realizing the red dragon's presence means his time as the top dog is over. Refusing to go down without a fight, Carne taps into his remaining mana to initiate a desperate transformation. The orange dragon takes flight, but it's clear he's just trying to put distance between himself and death. The blue dragon screams for the others to stop him, knowing they can't let a traitor just fly away. Suddenly, a bolt of pure energy manifests as our boy reaches out to intercept the fleeing coward. Soo-hyun stands firm, his eyes locked on his target as he prepares to end this pathetic chase. He summons the Dragon Slayer Spear Near, a weapon specifically designed to turn legendary beasts into trash-tier trophies. Even with such power, he knows a single spear might not be enough to ground a desperate dragon. Soo-hyun decides to adjust the Wave Sword's principles so his weapon can withstand the upcoming impact. He focuses intensely, making sure the spear doesn't shatter from the sheer weight of his overwhelming mana. With a thunderous boom, our boy launches the spear, sending it screaming through the air like a missile. High above, Carne thinks he's finally safe, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the ground. The coward glances back and is dumbfounded to see a streak of blue light closing the gap instantly. He arrogantly believes that nothing in this world could possibly catch up to his legendary draconic speed. His pupils contract in pure terror as he realizes the spear isn't just fast, it's already right on him. The Dragon Slayer spear pierces through his defenses, shredding his draconic mana like it was nothing. A massive explosion of energy erupts in the sky, signaling the end of the traitor's pathetic escape attempt.